Good morning from the heart of Hammertown at the 20th anniversary King of the Hammers in beautiful Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasquist, and this is the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Today we showcase one of the fastest growing classes with the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, where a king will be crowned on this grueling 2-lap 155-mile course. So let's get this party started.
All right, good morning, Hammertown. It is race day for the UTV Hammers Championship, sponsored by Can-Am.
That's right. We are going to kick things off today. It's UTV Hammers Championship coming to you live from the lake bed. I'm Ian Johnson in the booth, joined with Mr. UTV himself, John Crowley, and our good friend Fish is back, the master of tracking in the desert. Fish, what do you think of our lineup leaving the line today?
I think we have a pretty stacked field. I mean, just looking down this grid this morning, the best of the best is out here. You have the best from all the different manufacturers here, which is super cool. And that's what's fun about the UTV classes nowadays. We have a little manufacturer battle going on. And it's fun to see everybody get involved, and it's fun to see the level of these cars and what they're capable of nowadays. It's really insane, honestly.
Absolutely, and we're going to see these all these cars leave the line today. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and it's all about a good mix of racing in the desert and conquering the rocks. And someone who's definitely an expert of getting a UTV through the rocks is my good friend right beside me, Mr. John Crowley. John, who should we be keeping an eye on today as we watch this race unfold?
Wow. That's a tough question.
That's my job, is to ask you the tough questions, John.
There's legitimately 10 guys that can win this race. And that's me talking. They're out there, they're going to say a lot more than that.
No, there's I think you're wrong. I think there's 120 guys that can win this race, John. But you are, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the course itself, John, because you're familiar with these rock trails that we're going to see today. So far, we've just been watching these guys conquer qualifying, but now I need to know, what should we expect to see when these guys get into the Hammers trails?
Well, one of the neat things this year is on the desert lap, I think it's race mile 10-ish. We're going to hit the first rock trail. It's downhill on Aftershock, and that's really, really early. I mean, we've done that before at Turkey Claw a couple of years ago at race mile 2.
Two very different trails, so Turkey Claw and Aftershock.
And we're going downhill, but that's going to spread things out, and the speed the top guys are going to be able to carry going down Aftershock is going to be fun to watch. Usually we have some great drone coverage from over there, so I'm hoping that's the case again today.
But we've got, as you said before, these guys, whenever we had anybody up here in the booth with us during qualifying, you were giving them some tips about where to plan for winch points. So where do you see we're going to see winch cables out on this trail today?
Well, actually, Dave Cole just changed the course yesterday. Top of Outer Limits has been taken out. That's a pretty tough spot. The top guys were getting through without winching, but it was going to be a pretty big bottleneck when you get above the top 10. So that, but the real spot that's going to be, we're going to see a lot of action and a lot of winching is going to be on Jackhammer. And that's a little bit farther into lap 2, probably the midway point. But we're going to see, I could see a parking lot happening there, after the top 10 get through.
Now, Fish, any basically predictions from you over there? You're gonna I know you're the guy with the man with the plan when it comes to tracking these guys through the desert and watching these guys basically race in that world. Anything you're gonna expect to see today on this race course?
That's what's fun about this race and different from any other kind of racing is you start off and you go to the desert, right? So if you just looking at the qualifying sheet, I see a lot of desert guys that I recognize in the top, the top here. I think the qualifying course was fairly easy in these cars, I want to say. I mean, they were going around it pretty fast. There wasn't really any rock crawls in it or anything technical.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
I think that the qualifying order is probably going to be a good order for the desert, So I don't think we're going to see a ton of passes between the top 10 or 15 in the desert, because they're all fast desert guys as it is. You know, I mean, you got Max Gordon in there, who is just super fast. You got Brock, who qualified 1 next to Ronnie Anderson. Like, both of them are fast in the desert. But I don't see a lot of passing happening on at the front of the field in the desert
until we get into the serious rock trails. So let's get you know, we always talk about this all the time. Let's get some ideas of predictions. What are we thinking time-wise? Lap 1, lap 2. What are we thinking? When do we think we're going to see our first group finish that first lap, John? You got an idea?
I would let Fish answer that question on lap 1. I'm the lap 2 guy. All right,
there we go.
Well, looking at, you know, just based off the desert race from you know, from a couple days ago in the UTV class, Brock did it in a 50, what was it, 52 minutes there? No, that's a qualifying. It was right around 50 minutes, but you're adding, like you just said, you're adding 7 miles with the rock trail. So it's going to be over an hour for the first lap at least, because you got to add in just the extra 7. Even if you're doing 60 miles an hour, that's, you know, another 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be over an hour, maybe like 105-ish, 110, something like that, maybe for the first lap.
And then lap 2, John, you got any predictions as to when we're going to possibly see a winner across the line today?
before 1 o'clock.
Before 1 o'clock. So right after lunch, John saying our winner is going to come in to the lake bed, and that's going to be a great sort of prediction. We're going to look at those numbers and see. But yeah, that's pretty standard. I think that, like Fish said, this is a great example of how we have a good mix of desert and rocks. So we got some of the hottest names in desert racing going to take out today on that big, long first lap loop, and then they'll be headed back into Hammertown and then going off into the rocks. But right now I'm watching all the cars basically make their way through Hammertown. They've been lining up all morning, getting into their correct positions from qualifying the qualifying times they set earlier in the week.
So two guys. Sorry to jump that in.
No, you jump in.
Two guys to keep a watch on. They DNF'd in qualifying. Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Cody Miller. Both of them DNF'd. So they're starting 75th and 79th off the line. Watch those guys charging hard from the back. It's going to be interesting to see how much they can make up in the desert and hopefully not hit a bottleneck in the rocks. I would love to see them charging hard in the back.
Yeah, I think Mitch will probably pass the most amount of people of anyone in this whole race on the first lap.
Yeah, we saw him take that unfortunate bounce at the top of that hill during qualifying. So yes, as John said, that has put him at the back of the pack. Fish, is the desert where he's going to shine in this first lap? Is he going to get out there and basically reel a bunch of guys in you expect to see?
Oh, 100%. Like I just said, I think he's going to pass more people than anyone in this class. He, you know, in this whole race, he will pass the most on the first lap.
And his goal will be to get that done in that first lap.
Yeah, because, I mean, the more people you're behind in the rocks, the more chance you have of getting stuck there, right? So you want to be in front of everybody that you can by the time you get to the rocks.
He's got to get up to like 20th by the time he hits outer limits to have any chance. That's my prediction.
There you go.
I love when John drops a good prediction like that. All right, so that's someone that we're going to keep an eye on. But right now we're getting ready to line up. It looks like we've got all the cars working their way through Hammertown. You can see them rolling out, headed out into that short course. And here's a great shot. We can talk about this as well. In-car
That's Paul
camera.
Wolf.
Yeah, that's Paul Wolf in his UTV. You can see two different shots there. The big shot over their shoulders. And then picture-in-picture is a back shot of them. So, Fish, you've become very accustomed to this because this has kind of come out of that desert racing
Ronnie
world,
Anderson.
right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it's cool to see. It's cool to see it transition over, and just, you know, being here at this event, it's fun because you get guys from both worlds to come and hang out together, and it's really a unique event, and that's what makes it fun. I think a lot of people, even if you're not into desert racing, you're more into the rock stuff, you still like this because it's a good mixture of both.
I agree. But what you're seeing right now is an in-car feed. Now, these in-car feeds we're going to be bringing them to you all day today. But if you want unlimited access to these cameras, make sure you subscribe to that KOH premium feed. That's going to allow you to get in there, basically look through all the cameras, pick what you want to see, and you can essentially, as my friend Miles likes to say, you can build your own show. You can basically put together your own package and just scroll through the cameras and pick what you want. We're going to be jumping back and forth. I think it's going to be some great shots from these in-car cameras all day today.
That's what you were asking me about a minute ago. I just realized that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's early.
That's okay, Fish.
So yeah, the in-car cameras they're pretty awesome nowadays. I mean, it is. I'm just looking come down. They all have a Starlink on them. They all have a Starlink Mini because they're so small. You know, they run off 12 volt, and the action that we get to see now, being in the driver's seat with these guys, is super fun. The guys that have their comms hooked up are a little risky, though. You know, the guys that have the audio plugged in. I
Might
really
not
like,
want all the.
I like listening to it, but if I was in the car, I wouldn't want my audio being broadcast live.
Now, Fish, we talked about the Starlink being used for our in-car camera stuff, but how often do you see this now transitioning into the desert world, which we now see it coming into our world, being used strictly for communications and car information?
Oh, all these guys, most of them are using the Zello app. So, you know, they're using Zello in addition to their VHF radio, use both. And then some of these guys have their engine being tuned on the fly. They have people that can sit in the pits. They can monitor all the gauges on the car. Anything the driver and co-driver can see, you could be sitting in your pits and see now. All the data,
Dang.
everything. It's pretty cool, the technology that's out there.
And we learned last night, we were talking a little bit, it's getting even further than that. Now they're basically taking all that data, transposing it into the simulator world, where they're basically taking that data, sticking it in the sims so you can see what the cars are doing. And if you want to race against someone, you actually can. Have you spent any time in the simulator, Fish?
I've played around in it a little bit. It's cool. It's a little different still. Like, you know, it's fun, but if you know the difference between being in the car and then in the sim, it's still hard to get used to the sim because you're not moving the same. You can't feel the car around you. Like, it's just a little different. But it is super accurate compared to what they used to have for video games.
Absolutely. Have you tried a full motion sim yet?
I have. It's not the same. It's just not. I don't know.
I think it depends on which one you get in. We were at the PRI show this year, and I got in one that it was you had to climb in it like a flight. It was probably 8 feet off the ground.
Yeah,
it's absolutely amazing. Now we were doing on like road race stuff, but I thought I almost got whiplash in that thing. I hit the wall so hard. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, technology is pretty cool, and the fact that you can just do that nowadays from anywhere. You know, be at home, jump in your sim for a little while, and go race King of the Hammers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that. And there's a car that I also want to keep an eye on right there all day today. That's the car that we've been talking about.
Philip McGilton.
That's Philip McGilton. He's in that UFO built Joe Thompson UFO. Fish, did you get a chance to look at that car at all?
Yes, it's wild.
Phil's UFO.
I just saw it on the video. I haven't seen it like in person or anything. It looks pretty cool. Yeah.
It's a neat idea. Joe Thompson took all of that, basically everything he'd learned from coming down and doing other stuff that he's got going on.
All right.
It's amazing to see that.
Well, it sounds like Pam is down. We're getting ready to start. Pam, who are you with down there? Maybe our top qualifier? What do you got, Pam?
For yourself, you're going to set the pace for the rest of the day, so good
So,
luck out on the
Ian,
course.
who's your pick? Who's your pick today? Well, there's Pam.
Oh, there's Pam.
We'll see you at the finish.
All right, good luck out there.
Okay, well, that was just like Brock, super fast.
Smooth, too.
That was great, Fish. That's a good one. Yes, that absolutely was. That was very fast. Brock did that interview as fast as he did his qualifying run.
This is perfect.
So that's in and out. Yeah, so we've got, Fish, I don't know who my pick would be if I was to pick this. I like to go in here and pick dark horse guys that you never know. I would love to see Phil get a really good finish. I don't know if he's going to pull off a win in this
Phil
class.
Blurton or Philip McGilton?
Philip McGilton.
Okay,
there's like 10 Phils.
There's multiple
I'm
Phils.
pulling a Miles on you. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Phil. Phil did that to me. I'd like to see Phil get a good finish in that new car because I'm trying to poke him to get it to bring it up into 4,400.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome. I'd love to see Paul Wolf come in, but I mean, it's like you said before, Fish. There are so many heavy hitters in this sport, and especially in this race, I think that this race is such that mix of desert and rock that the reason that we see repeat winners in classes like this is because once you've won it once, I think you realize the pace you need to carry through all that different terrain to win it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another back-to-back win.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like you just said, it's hard to set the pace, especially if you're towards the front. But once you do it, and then you're like, okay, we know what we just did. That got us here. That makes it easier to come back and do it again next year.
Well, and two guys that you have to keep an eye on, Brock Hager and Kyle Cheney. I mean, Brock won it last year. Kyle won it 4 years before that and won the 4,400 race. So they're both top contenders.
Yeah, I think that's important. Like you said, John, I think with Brock being the winner last year, I think and like I said, once you understand the pace, you understand the pace of the desert, the pace of the rocks, then I think it's very easy for you to get in there and know what it takes to pull off a win.
All right, we're going to try Pam one more time. So, Pam, you're down there at the start line. Who do you got?
Expert over there in your passenger seat, Mr. Eric Miller, but Paul, strategy for the day?
Just be smooth and consistent. Don't hurt the car. And if we get towards the end, then we'll start trying to make a move. Just keep all the guys in striking distance. Make sure guys like Cody Miller ain't sneaking up behind us. You know, they have bad qualifying runs, but they are fast. So you got to keep an eye on them guys. And there's always that outlier. You know, this race is pretty unique, so anybody can sneak in there and win it. So just trying to pay attention to where everybody is and play the strategy game. But most importantly, run our race and not get caught up about everybody else.
Exactly right. You just said it right there. Run your own race. So good luck out there on the course, and hopefully today ends up being a very successful day for you.
I believe it will. If not, I got Mr. Eric Miller, two-time king, riding with me, so pretty confident we can get through about anything.
Awesome. All right. Well, good luck to Paul Wolf with Eric Miller riding shotgun.
UTV Hammers Championship. We are coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California. It's going to be a long day of racing. How many miles have we got? Oh, don't put that evil on them, John. No, it's not. They're going to be done by lunch. Oh, then someone's going to yard sale it out on Jackhammer. So, how many miles are we running today, John?
Fish would know that better than me, but I think it's 167.
I think it's 167. Yeah, that's
167 cool. Over 2 laps. All right, good stuff.
Two laps. They're different mileage per lap too. So not the same lap twice. You get a little bit of rock on the first lap, and then you get all rock on the second lap, pretty much.
And one thing that's a little bit different this year is after you get through on with the rocks on lap 2, you've got another 50-ish miles of desert before you get back here. So you've got to get through the rocks with a healthy enough car to be able to haul ass through the desert and get here.
Yeah, and that's not just today. That's all week. Every one of these classes can be raced. That's something that we've been talking about a lot. It used to be that once you got through that last rock trail, you only had to bring 15 miles to get that sucker home. So
50 is a different world.
50 is a very different world, especially if you're racing. Because if you used to be able to come out of the rock trails 15 miles, you might be able to hold somebody off even if you had a hurt car. But now that you're going to have to stretch that thing out for 50 miles to the desert, that could be a completely different story.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing just to keep in mind if you guys are watching this at home and you're doing the tracking map, the race miles, you're going to see we are running counterclockwise today. So the race miles are numbered clockwise, and that was for the desert race events that we had last weekend. And we're going to go out there and remark the whole course and do new files and all that for this race. So they're going to be going backwards today. So if you see them, they're going to start at race mile 60, RM60 on the map, and they'll be running counterclockwise today. So if you hear us calling out mile markers and we say 54, they're actually just at the beginning of the lap. We're going to count down today on those.
It's like golf. It's like golf.
You want lower scores getting closer to being done.
Closer to winning. Yeah, there we go.
Well, actually, higher scores usually way up there for a lot of golfers.
I don't golf, so.
Yeah.
But yes, as Fish said, the lower they get, we'll be getting closer back to Hammertown. We've got action all day today, coming to you live from Johnson Valley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is all part of the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers, the Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. This is our first big race of the week. We've been qualifying up until now. So it's going to be nice, John, to talk about something other than the same 2.3 miles of desert.
100%. This is what I live for. This is why I'm here.
I'm here for the Bufadoro tacos.
No,
those are good tacos.
They're damn good tacos. So I think we're getting ready for the national anthem here.
Now just looking through the list, so even though we see there's over 120 cars today between the main cars and the kids race, there is quite a few different classes out there today. So just keep that in mind also when you guys are watching at home today. As soon as you see the first couple cars finish, those are probably going to be the open class, but then there is classes within the main race today. So we're going to have, looks like almost 7 or 8 different classes out here today, including some stock classes.
And youth.
Yep.
Yeah,
stock classes, youth classes.
It's five main classes excluding the youth. We've got you got open UTV as you said, stock NA turbo, or I guess that would be around
Pro
stock
mod.
Pro mod. Yep. There's 5 classes total out there racing. As Fish said, there are going to be lots of different vehicles out on the course, so it should be a great day out in the desert. You can see all the cars down on the starting line and get ready to take the green flag here.
All right, we're going to toss it out for the national anthem now. No? Coming up soon. Man, look at all those cars. That is awesome. We're going to toss it out to opening prayer with Steve. Coming up right here on stage.
All right, please bow with me as we pray. Father, we are just such a blessing to be out here in the desert and feel this cold air on our face and just be reminded of your sun coming up over the mountains and just the reminder of your sun rising for us so we can have eternal life. But Father, as the desert floor heats up for us this morning and that competition heats up, I just pray for safety for all these men and women and kids that are out here racing and putting it all on the line for their sponsors and for their families and for their teammates. And Father, we just are reminded that the racing is just an excuse for the memories to be made and the friendships to be made, to grow deeper. And we just pray that those relationships would. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, so next we have the greatest song in the world coming up. This is going to be the national anthem, so please rise and remove your hats, and we will throw it down live onto the stage to Cat Cheeks.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, thank you very much for delivering that anthem for us here in Johnson Valley. What a great way to kick off the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We have all the cars lined up in the infield, and we're going to have every single vehicle leaving the line today headed out on two laps on this race course, and we're going to have a great day of racing. Once again, if you're just joining us, I am in the booth with my good friend John Crowley, and I just call you Fish. Do I get your whole name?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I just stick
Keep
with
it simple.
And Fish from Fishgistics is going to be our tracking genius out here. But right there on screen, you can see the first few cars that we plan to leave the line today. Or don't plan to. They do plan to leave the line. They're going to do it. Brock Hager, Ronnie Anderson, Kyle Cheney, and the screen has changed, so I'm done with that list. All right, so there is going to be action all day today. John's been given his prediction as to what's going to happen. Fish has already laid it down for us. We're just basically counting down the minutes until we see that green flag.
Yeah, we should just be about 5 minutes or so away, so it's going to be not too long.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick turnaround here, so we should be in great shape. We've got great weather today. It doesn't look like we got a lot of wind kicked up yet. And
it's going to pick up, though. I checked the weather report. We are going to have some W today.
So we're going to have a little bit of wind, Fish says, which will be great because we saw that play out in the desert race. That became a huge issue for these trucks out there. But let me ask you this, Fish. You're so familiar with this desert racing world. You know, do the UTVs kick up as much dust as the big trucks, or do they lay down? Actually, I'll include John in this. Do the UTVs kick up? Is as much of an issue with the UTV as it is with some of our unlimited desert trucks?
It's still an issue. They still definitely kick up a lot. I mean, they have four wheels turning, you know, so you've got four-wheel drive going, all-wheel drive. They don't run quite as big tires, so they don't kick up quite as much. So nothing is going to kick up as much as a T1 with 40-inch tires and all-wheel drive and 1,000 horsepower.
And all the horsepower.
You know,
yes.
Yeah. That's a lot of dust.
It's a little bit different here. The one thing that's a little bit different is all of the different from the normal desert race is these guys are mostly running rock tires. So you'll have like a Maxxis Rockzilla. It's much more aggressive and it'll kick up way more dust than a normal desert, normal BFG or something like that.
Yeah. All right, it sounds like we got Pam down on the start line this time with Dustin Jones. Let's hear it, Pam.
I lost them. Thank you so much. Here at the start line, you guys are getting ready to take off for an enduring race. Are you ready for it?
Man, I don't think you're ever really ready for King of the Hammers. You know, the desert section is really fun, but it's rough from the unlimited trucks. But the rock section this year is absolutely insane. So prepared, yes. Ready? I don't think you're ever ready.
Exactly. I don't think you're ever ready as well. But, I mean, you're in a kind of a good position. You're going to be chasing some dust for a little bit. So strategy going into the day.
Yeah, fortunately, the guys that qualified in front of us are really fast, so I know they'll keep a good pace. And so I think we can do good in the desert. That's where I'm really going to try to put some time on some guys. And if we can make it to the rocks clean and in the front pack, I think there's a good chance.
Well, good luck out there. Hopefully we see you up there on that podium.
Thank you very much.
All right, and there we have it from Dustin Jones.
So Dustin's 18th off the line, so 9th row.
Yeah, that's a good spot for him. Like he said, thank you very much, Pam. I appreciate that. Interview's done. It's great getting that firsthand driver knowledge before they leave the line. This is going to be, as Fish said, we're going to see a lot of action in the first part of this race. These guys on this big desert loop. We expect to see some movers and shakers who had some unfortunate qualifying positions, don't we, John?
Well, yeah, we talked about Mitch Guthrie and Cody Miller. They're going to be charging hard from the back. I'm anxious to see that because it's a no pressure situation from the back. Nobody expects you to win, so they're just going to hang it out and go for it.
Yeah, as we can see them moving into position here on our race course. We're basically coming down into that's going to be our Griffin start finish arch. You can see them, they're lining up essentially backwards to where they came in through the qualifying course. This is where they're going to be kicking things off for a long, well, John said not a long day, but I'm still saying it's a long day in the desert.
Well, it's a lot of rocks you got to do. Yeah. And one of the things we really haven't talked about yet is we've got this year they've added even more RCPs or rock checkpoints where they have to hit within a certain number of feet of that rock checkpoint in all the rock trails. So it's really keeping them honest and in the rocks in the tough trails.
Yeah, we saw that. Now, Fish, you're very familiar with the blend of VCPs, but you don't really get to play with RCPs too much, do you?
Yeah, we don't really have any rock checkpoints anywhere.
So the difference is the diameter of the radius you have to hit is smaller on an RCP.
25 feet in any direction.
50 feet from the pin.
Yeah.
I think it's
Caution.
25-foot radius.
25,
so
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
25 from the pin?
50-foot diameter.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, obviously they do that because the rock trails, the point is they want you to go over a rock or in between rocks or something like that, not just drive up around everything, right? That's why they have to tighten it up a little bit in the rocks.
It is, and I mean, because the reality is if you stretch it out to that standard race course, 100, 150 feet, you could essentially be on the side of the trail and just go around it. But it does really, in all honesty, everything else, just like any other race, this boils down to pre-running, even in that rock trail. So knowing where that RCP is and knowing what side of an obstacle is better for your vehicle, that plays a huge role out there, which is also why today we're not going to see it, but on Saturday we're going to see it, the great mystery lap 3, which I absolutely love. But today we're doing 2 laps, one what we're essentially calling the long desert loop, even though it does have a couple of rock trails in it, and then they head out into basically some of the toughest trails on the west coast of this country. Absolute amazing rock crawling. So Fish, you said we're going to see a little bit of wind this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to pick up a little bit, and we should see some dust in any second here, as we should just be a couple seconds away from the
we
start.
need it to start now.
Yeah, I know. Well, right now, if you're one of these guys on the front row, you don't want that wind to start because these guys want to get out there and they want to
kick up a lot of dirt.
Yeah.
But right there on the starting line, we have the pole sitter. That's Brock Yeager out there, and he is 1895.
And Ronnie
96,
Anderson.
yep.
And Ronnie Anderson, yep.
Both racing the Polaris Razor Pro R's. Second row is Kyle Cheney, 4-time UTV Hammers Championship winner and winner of the 4400 race last year. And the interesting part is he's racing his 4400 car that he's going to race on Saturday as well.
That is awesome.
Same exact car.
Same car.
I'm hearing from Ben that race ops that we are off. Major General Mark Klingen, commander of the Marine Corps base, has waved our first flag, and our first cars are off the line.
And Brock Hager takes it off the line. Ronnie Anderson following up behind him. So we're going every 30 seconds.
Yeah, 2 cars every 30 seconds. So in the desert, it is going to get dusty quick. That's a lot of cars that are going to be really close together.
Next off the line, we've got Kyle Cheney and CJ Greaves. That's a Can-Am Maverick R versus Polaris Razor Pro R. Looks like CJ jumped it off the line there and got Kyle. And Kyle's running a 37-inch tire, just like he's going to run in the 4400 race.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of an advantage in some spots and a little disadvantage as far as the speed and getting it up to pace quick.
That's a lot of rolling mass out in the desert.
Yeah, that's how Brock got that top qualifying spot. If you guys didn't notice, he ran 32s in qualifying. I didn't see anybody else do that.
Yeah, a smaller tire was able to get a little bit more speed, so we'll see what happens out here in the desert for sure. But as we're watching, here is some of that amazing in-car camera footage that we had talked about before. There's your
that's
first
Kyle
pass.
Cheney just making a pass on CJ.
Yep, first pass out of the gate here in Johnson Valley. Great shot of Brock right now, your current race leader, but we have got many cars leaving the line today.
Yeah, it looks like the next two are Paul Wolf and Cole Clark. So those are rock guys, right? Those are.
I would call Paul Wolf definitely a rock guy. Yeah, 100%.
And Cole does a lot of the Ultra 4 USA races throughout the country.
Then we had Max Gordon and Phil Blurton that just left right now. So Max Gordon in the Speed UTV, Phil Blurton in his Can-Am.
After him, we should have Hunter Miller and Dustin Roberts, I believe, will be the next off the line. Robbins, sorry.
That's who we're looking at right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Hunter Miller.
Hunter won the race in 2020.
Looks like he has bigger tires too. Is that 37s on that one too, or 35s?
As I understand, he's going to be running 37s, and he's running his 4400 car as well.
Both of them, same thing.
Out through here.
Yeah, so they're in the open class. In the other classes, you can't run a 37. You're capped at 35.
Makes sense.
Oh, a little bit of action here on our Monster Energy short course.
That's, again, Hunter Miller out front and head of Dustin Robbins.
All right, then the next off the line should be Cody Willenberg.
And Robert Leibel.
Yep. Another one of those amazing in-car. Which car is this, John? You should know.
That's Phil Blurton.
All right, so in-car with Phil Blurton right there. On the line, Hunter Miller. Or no, that's not right.
No.
No, that was our previous group. Sorry
It's
about
gonna
that.
be Frank.
Yeah, it's Carson Atkins and Frankie. Geez, Frankie J is what we were calling it during the
Oh, yeah.
during qualifying.
It came back and got us again there.
Sorry,
John.
Frankie.
I'm going to go with Youngnich.
Yeah, okay, you do that.
That's what I'm going with.
Well,
If it's
look
wrong,
at
they'll
that.
come up and tell me. Oh, a little bit of action inside our Monster Energy short course before they head out into the MBRP straightaway. It's always fun watching these cars leave the line. And as Fish said, we should expect to see our first car back into town, our leaders back in about 1 hour. Look at this, another awesome in-car footage. This is the Sandy Wash that's just outside of town. I believe that's headed up into, yeah, that's the backdoor viewing area up there on the right of your screen. So this is just, you can get an idea of how tore up that section is, but he's come up out of that Sandy Wash and back up onto the desert floor.
Yeah, remember this same desert course, was raced just a couple days ago, so it's not smooth right now. It is rough out there.
Yeah, it's
tires.
We got Eric Gilbert and Dustin Jones just off the line. That might be Robert Leibel's car there. That's definitely a Can-Am Maverick R.
Working their way through this cross train, looking to find a good track.
Find course.
There we go. Look, hunt. There we are, hunting for that 2-track in the desert. Sometimes it's going to happen when you get out of those spots. Sometimes you end up crossing a lot of this, essentially 2-track or cross grain when you're going across it like that to find the. But we're trying to determine whose car that is.
I want to say that's Robert Leibel.
Roberts?
That's just a guess.
That's an estimation. All right, who we got on the line here?
I think it's going to be Kurt Mackey and Cameron Steele, I believe.
No.
Maybe?
Definitely not Cameron Steele.
Not Cameron. There's too much white on that car, Fish.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well,
unless it's a rental.
You might be right. He's in an Allsop car.
That's right. Yeah,
I forgot about that. Sorry, Fish.
It must hurt Cameron to drive in a car that's not black.
Right? That's what I'm used to.
Well, Cameron's racing in whatever someone will give him to drive at every race out here in this event.
Well, when you're in that many classes, you kind of have to do that.
Written in his contract that he'll only drive in a black vehicle.
Should have Robbie Gordon coming up here when Mitchell Roccacelli.
It looks like that might be is that one? Is that Robbie in the back of that one, John? Fish should spot that UTV flavor anywhere, right?
Right. Yeah, Robbie's usually a little higher up. I'm surprised he qualified back a little bit.
Well, Max beat him.
Yeah, well, that's normal nowadays.
Yeah, Max is definitely fast.
Yeah.
So this is Mark McCleary, and is it that Brian? Yes, and Brian Deegan with him?
Yep.
Now, Deegan will definitely have a black car.
Yeah.
That's definitely in the contract, yeah.
Yeah, Brian's going to drive hard this lap, too. I would expect to see him move up a little bit, probably.
Think you'll see Brian shake it through the desert and draw in a few people?
Yeah, probably.
All right, now after them, we should see Alan Burton and Keith Beam on the line. Will be our next, should be our next ones.
I think that's Chris Johnson.
Yeah, that's Chris Johnson and Adam Brown, because that's Phil McGilton and Eric Gilbert pulling up right now.
That's your favorite UFO chassis.
I'm just in. What I like about it is I like how it sort of melded the two worlds, right? They've basically taken things that we've learned in 4400 and taken things that we've learned in the UTV space and built a purpose-built car, which I think is super cool.
Wow. There's some dust right there.
Oh, we have let's see if we can figure out whose car this is. That was Kyle Cheney we're hearing from Race Ops. So that looks like Kyle Cheney stopped on course. Not what we'd expect to see, and I can't even see a co-driver in the car.
It looks like a flat tire because I saw it start to jack. It looks like they're jacking it up.
Gotcha.
Going up, so most likely flat tire.
Yeah. So looks like we just caught Kyle Cheney flat tire early on lap one. That's surprising. We have seen this play out before out here in Johnson Valley with these first laps, that sometimes you get out in the desert and, like Fish said, it's chewed up nasty out there after this desert race that happened just a few days ago. And so sometimes you get there and you get,
and look at that dust.
there's some dust up
That's
there.
thick right there.
That is a thick amount of dust that's in front of these drivers. And there's a, speaking of the dust.
So that's Hunter Miller and Jeremy Gray.
All right, so as we can see them making their way through this section of the course. Fish, do you have any tracker info or any spots for us yet on here?
It looks like everybody's still moving. They're at race mile 53, just past that a little bit. You know, remember we're going backwards today.
Yes,
so, and the tracker is behind just a couple minutes.
That's Philip McGilton right there.
Yeah, just saw Phil McGilton come through that section of the wash. He should be followed by...
Almost looks like Deegan.
No, well, if it is, it could be, but I'm just trying to based on who he left the line with.
Yeah, our first time split will be when they get to
Eric Gilbert.
Emerson Saddle. So as soon as we get some time splits in, I'll let you guys know.
All right, so
one's through our. We do have multiple loops out on course today. So if you guys are at home and you want to see the timing that we're talking about, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com/live, and that's where the official live scoring is. So you guys can track and see everything there. If you want to look at the race map, you go to racingtracks.com. And then click on where it says live map for the UTV championship. And then that will be able to, you'll see everybody where they are on course.
All right. And we were just riding along, I believe, with Hunter Miller there.
And I think we had Miller Richmond and Anthony Baker just right off the line. Next up should be Caden McCachran and Shabs Piercy. And Caden will be our first Pro Stock NA. He's racing in the brand new Polaris Razor XPS. So that's a XP1000 engine. And he'll be going head-to-head against Jeremy McGrath for the Pro Stock NA class.
Shabs Piercy, one of our international racers out of Wales, United Kingdom. Team Synchro Racing. Running a Can-Am X3. Corey Willis car. OBOR tires. Par Homes. Swepco. Lubes, UK Triple R Lighting, and Kirby Signs.
Is that an in-car from Shabs?
Uh-oh, I'm showing Paul Wolf at 0 miles an hour on the tracker.
Oh, Fish giving us an update. Paul Wolf's
car.
possibly 0 miles an hour, but we did see just a few minutes ago a car stopped on course changing a flat tire, so could be a flat tire.
Yeah. Oh, he had a huge crash. I'm just told someone watching his live feed.
Oh, okay. So unfortunately, we're just seeing what's going on. Fish is giving us the data out of the live stream that somebody possibly is watching Paul Wolf's live stream and saw a huge crash.
Keep you guys updated on that. Going to end over, it sounds like. That's the thing about this race. You know that you have to get ahead of as many people as you can in this desert lap, so you have to drive hard. You can't just go out there and let's just cruise the desert race and see where we're at. You really do have to go for it because you want to be in front of as many people as you can when you get to the rocks.
Yeah, and as John was saying, we're seeing a couple rock trails right out of the gate. And unlike last year where we left town and headed into Turkey Claw, which is respectively a fairly easy trail, this year we're going all the way out to a more serious rock trail. It's going to be one of the first trails they see, right, John?
Well, race mile 10 will hit Aftershock. That's probably our race leader right there, Brock Hager.
It does look like him, yes.
Making his way out towards Aftershock. He's not quite there. That's out by Remote Pit 2.
Yeah, and he actually has a 38-second corrected time lead right now. So 38 seconds between him, which is also going to be physical because they started this together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's a good
38 seconds ahead.
38 seconds ahead of the car that he left the line with. That's a good stretch out there so far.
That would be Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, Ronnie Anderson. And then CJ Greaves is currently 6 seconds behind Ronnie Anderson and 44 seconds behind Brock Eager at our first timing check.
So as you can see with Brock being out in this section, of course, you can see how much clean air he has. And the previous shot we had, you can see all the dust just hanging in the air. So definitely the fact that we don't have a lot of wind movement on course right now is going to be causing a lot of problems for these drivers as we watch Brock just sort of stretch his legs out on this race course, getting ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, that's a great shot there because there's a car down below him that you can see, and that's down towards the pit area, Remote Pit 2. So yeah, he's heading down towards Aftershock. Not there, not quite there yet. Again, that's Brock Hager, current physical race leader.
with a good amount of space between him and second place right now on course. So Brock's doing very, but we still have cars leaving the line here in Hammertown. Trying to get a number off that one, John. I missed it.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, as we jump, and we just spoke of that dust. Look, and that's not even that far out of town. That's the base of back door right there. So, and look at that shot right there. There's a great shot of the dust. We're living in that right now, John. That's kind of scary, actually.
Yeah. Well,
so there's the dust that these drivers are having to contend with out on course.
And that's in kind of a little canyon where the dust just sits right in the hole. If there's any wind up here, there's none in that hole.
Yeah, that right there, that is a great, just so anyone who's here on the lake bed and you're looking for a great place to watch the race, it's where all these cars are parked right here. This is one of the spectator areas. This is the bottom of back door. This is an absolute great spot to see a lot of action.
I just got a text message from Phil Blurton's pit. They rolled. Cars destroyed. The boys
Phil Blurton also?
The boys are okay.
Phil Blurton. So what
Wow.
are they showing on the tracker, Fish?
Wow, I'll have to try to find him. I
So-
didn't see his on here. Go to 0 yet.
So he's going to look for Phil Blurton. John's getting confirmation from the race team that Phil Blurton possibly rolled the car. Everyone is okay, but it sounds like they are out of the race.
So
We have
there's
unofficial
actually
confirmation that Paul Wolf possibly has crashed, but we
he
still
did
don't.
for sure.
He did for
He
sure.
did for
Okay.
sure,
We
yeah.
have confirmation that Paul Wolf has crashed.
Okay, that's Ronnie Anderson in car.
Yeah, that's our second car on course, correct, John?
Yep.
Okay, so second car on course, Ronnie Anderson. We just saw Brock in our hero shot a few seconds ago leading the race.
Yeah, they're going through that area that we kind of saw Brock at just a little bit ago, out of car. So we're getting close to the end of everything here. We should see Mitch Guthrie Jr. heading off the line here soon. That looks like a speed UTV right there. Is that Max?
Max or Robbie. All right, so now we're jumping on car. Waiting to see who this is. I can't make out who that is.
There's a
John,
Can-Am Maverick R. That's all I know.
All right, so 545 right off the line right there. Scrolling through my list quick here.
Dylan Harper. 4954. Maybe.
No, I think it was just 545 off the line.
Okay. Okay, that's back over near pit 2.
That's where we just saw Brock. So is that Ronnie?
No,
No.
that's not Ronnie.
Okay, so who is that? Because this is the race course section there where we just saw Brock Hager a few minutes ago. Are you sure that's not Ronnie?
Um,
I'm looking for a giant. No, it's not because it doesn't have a. No, it could be.
no, that almost, that could be Cole Clark.
All right, so we are speculating who this is on screen. We're trying to get a good. The sun's just kind of blowing out the side of the car there to get a number off the side of it or a sponsor.
I'm just looking at a silhouette, and it almost looks like a single-seater. What do you think, Fish?
Cole Clark would be my guess.
All right. We have two strong maybes.
I'm going to go with your guys. This is your world. So I'm going to say, yeah. All right. So on screen, assumptions are that's Cole Clark. The question is, where is he physically on track?
Well, Cole was third row starting.
That could, well, it looks like there's some dust in front of him, but I'm trying to see if I can see a car because we would expect to see Ronnie in front of him, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is that section where we just saw Brock go through. We were riding along with Ronnie in the car.
And maybe
through here.
CJ Greaves will be in that mix too.
Yeah. So we're just,
Hunter Miller.
Yeah, it should be Brock, then it should be Ronnie, then CJ Greaves, then Hunter Miller, Carson Atkins. Those are going to be, and Cole Clark. Those are going to be some of the first cars we see coming through there. Those are our leaders right now physically.
yeah, I did not see any cars around Cole in that one section, in that one shot, watching that car come through that section of desert. But we, as we jump on board here with one of our on-car cams, absolutely amazing footage being brought to you live here from Johnson Valley, California, all part of the 20th anniversary. This is the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
There's our current race leader in Aftershock. That's Brock Hager.
Yeah,
that car's easy to see, right?
Yep.
That one.
I love that.
Yeah, current race leader Brock Hager in Aftershock. First serious rock trail at Race Mile
10-ish.
Race Mile 10-ish. All right, as we can see him making his way down Aftershock.
He's right at the beginning of Aftershock. You can take the bypass for the waterfall on the first lap. I don't think you can in the second lap. So he's right at the beginning there. You can see a little bypass line there. I think he can take that this lap.
On the first lap. And that bypass is bottom of the screen where he's turning right now.
He's turning and he's going to take that. That's I know it as the Casey Cree bypass. Yeah, he's taking that. So that's right at the top of Aftershock. So you can see that it's not a he's going to be going downhill. It's not a huge hard rock trail, but it's going to slow these guys down a bit. It's not like running the desert, obviously.
Yeah, you got to check up a little bit in those rock trails because you can get out of shape and in trouble in a hurry. But right now we're dropping back out. This is at the base of backdoor
636 off the line.
So that was at the I'm getting an update from
that's Cody Miller right there.
I was going to say, now we're getting to some of the guys that had a bad qualifying run, and they're going to be going off the back here. So there's some fast
Mitch
cars
Guthrie
going
was off the line just a minute or so ago.
Phil Blurton out of the race. He is okay, but the car is done. We're just getting that from Pam right now.
Okay, back to Aftershock, and that's our current race leader, Brock Hager. So you can see he's carrying pretty good speed through there, so it's not that difficult, especially for the top guys. Yeah. But you got to be careful that you don't just clock a big rock and get a flat or rip an arm off. So especially early on in the race where your nerves are pretty up there. I mean, Brock doesn't have any nerves. He's just so smooth. He can just
do we have any unofficial time between Brock 1 and 2 yet?
And well, they were 38 seconds.
38 seconds. So we
had.
So
we don't
the
have a second one yet.
Yeah. So we can only go based on what we're looking at
right
here.
now. We have a third one, Aftershock there. Yeah.
That's Mitch Guthrie Jr. right there.
Yeah. So we do have another one at Aftershock. Brock has a 1 minute 2 second lead over CJ Greaves on corrected time.
So he has been able to stretch that out a little bit further even now.
He's doubled it.
Yeah.
And CJ moved ahead of Ronnie.
Correct. CJ is in second, 102. Ronnie is 8 seconds behind CJ.
So close, 2 cars close, 2 and 3, but Brock definitely stretching that lead out right now.
It looks like Hunter Miller may have moved in front of Cole Clark.
Yes, he is in front of him on corrected time as well. He's 12 seconds in front of Cole Clark on corrected time. Hunter Miller's 4th right now, and Cole Clark is running in 5th on corrected time.
I can't catch the number on that, and I don't recognize the car for sure. But you can see how rough that desert is.
Yeah, it's definitely chewed up. All right, so we are watching. We're jumping right back. That's our current race leader, Brock.
He's got Oren Anderson riding with him today in there.
As we pan back, we're looking for a second place car, but it looks like, as Fish said, it's a minute lead. That's a minute change lead, so he could be coming out the bottom of Aftershock before we end up with our second place car even into that trail with that much of a lead already.
Yeah, so that drone's going back up the canyon towards the top.
I see a little dust there.
Yeah,
I just saw the drone chasing a little bit as we jump inside.
That's with Mitch Guthrie.
Mitch Guthrie Jr. And this is who, Fish, you were saying we should expect to see some good action.
If I was watching at home, I would have Mitch's camera up on another monitor just to watch that, because you're going to see a bunch of passing, nerfing. You're going to see all kinds of stuff come from Mitch's camera.
Because he's going to be fighting his way through that. As you said, he wants to get ahead of as many people, and this is the place where he can do it.
And Fish, I thought Mike Kim was Mitch's co-dog.
No, I said with Brock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brock has Oren with him.
Got it. Sorry. So Mitch Guthrie won in. So that's Cole Clark right there on
Cole
screen.
Clark's second vehicle into. This is that bypass that we were talking about on that wide shot earlier.
Yeah, he's just at the top. This bypass goes around the waterfall, and I don't think they can take this bypass on lap 2.
So you can see this is now our second place vehicle on course. So he's right behind, well, not right behind Brock. There's a good amount of space between them, considering how long this rock trail is.
Yeah. So that's a custom single seat Turbo Pro R that Cole's running.
So the question is, John, you've raced this race before. So when we're talking about, do you think that if you're in one of these cars by yourself in the rocks, are you a little more cautious so this doesn't happen?
Yeah.
See how I did that? I put that evil on him right there.
That's your fault there.
I've done that to so many drivers. So that's the question. Like, riding single in this race is such a gamble in my mind.
Yeah. Well, if you've got a winch, it's a lot more work.
He might have to winch right here. That thing is getting buried.
I think
he
that
side centered it.
He's just bellied out.
He has 100% unloaded the suspension on all 4 corners. He's trying to get out of there.
He's got plenty of horsepower to get him out, but
it looks like he's getting out and he's going to pull some cable. And this is the unfortunate part about riding solo in this race. Now, what he's got to do is get out of that car. And look at that.
We got a pass
right
there.
there.
Hunter Miller right there.
Hunter Miller passing him. He picked the wrong line. Tried to cut that corner just a little bit short. Now he's ended up high-centered in those rocks as we watch Hunter Miller make his way and move, I guess, essentially physically second on course.
And I would have thought the right-hand line was a better line. I know exactly where that is in Aftershock, and I would have taken that right line.
I think you're absolutely right, John. When I look, at least looking at it from here and also knowing the trail, I agree with you. I think Hunter Miller definitely chose the better line in that section.
So you can see there's some pretty big rocks that these guys are making their way through in Aftershock, but it's downhill. So I think what we're looking at here now in the infield is the youth racers. They're going to hold them for a certain amount of time before they let them out.
Yeah, youth racers going out, that Youth 1000 race going out a little bit later. It's going to give our current racers a little bit of space between them.
That's a great shot there with, up above pit 2 before you hit Aftershock. 2 helicopters.
Yeah, and
lots of dust.
Look at the dust that these guys are having to drive through. And also just dust with the sun low in the sky. So it's basically brightening that all up while you're trying to drive.
So interesting that we do have Kyle Cheney back at 14th. So we were thinking he did have to change a tire.
Yeah, we saw him stopped earlier, at least, so we know he at least did 1 tire change so far. That makes sense that he dropped back.
And Kyle was second off the second row, so.
All right, I'm hearing from Miles that Paul Wolf, unfortunately, probably in the dust. Big rock in the desert. Car is done, but they are okay.
Wow, two top guys, Paul Wolf and Phil Blurton, out of the race.
And
early.
Mark McCleary as well. Same rock, same spot.
Oof.
So
yeah,
just
tough.
Gutted for Paul. I mean, that he's someone always to watch and
I
always
think that's
fun.
Jeremy McGrath right there. Well, didn't stay on him long enough.
All right, we're jumping in car.
I don't know who that is.
I think this is the DeBerti car.
Yeah, it could be. Now what class are they're in a stock class?
It's like the pro stock class, one of those, yeah.
And it's like
XPS.
a battle between him and Twitch, right? I saw something pop up online about those two.
Him and Twitch are in the car.
Oh, they're working together. Wow, okay.
They're swapping seats.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. All
Caden McCachran is in the other car, and he's in Pro Stock NA. DeBerti and Twitch are in Sportsman.
Gotcha.
So they'll be able to bypass a couple spots. Like I don't think they have to go up Jack, which is probably good for those two.
Yeah.
All right, so here we are jumping back out on course. This is this section that's right before our first rock trail. We've been watching a little bit of action here. We've seen our race leaders definitely go through here already. But you can see we got a couple helicopters up in the sky here.
And I bet you our race leader, Brock Hager, is out of Aftershock and back over on the dry lake bed.
Oh, I
at
think you're
Emerson Ridge, it
100%
looks like,
right.
on the
So
tracker right now.
who are we? Who do we know who this is right here?
I can. Looks like a Can-Am, but I don't know who it is.
Yeah, we would assume that Brock. Did you say that you saw Brock out of that course on tracker right
he's
now?
at Emerson Ridge right now.
Yeah, he's already up across leg bed, up on Emerson Ridge, coming across.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
The line.
Was it 118 Max Mills, I believe?
Yeah, it's pretty cool how they did this. You know, they let the other guys go for a little while, give a little bit of a gap, and then they send them off. No, they're obviously doing a part of a modified course.
Modified course,
Yeah.
yep.
Back to Brock Hager. Well,
Yep.
the youth have to go down Aftershock.
Well, that'll be fun at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty. That's pretty cool.
Current race leader right there, Brock Hager.
He won our Desert Challenge on Saturday. 2 years in a row. There's Mitch Guthrie Jr., I think.
Yes. Yep, that's Mitch.
So just a quick note for you.
That's Mike
Fish.
Kim riding with him, like you said earlier. Yep.
At race mile 5 is the big rock that took out Mark McCleary and Paul Wolf.
Yeah, I see multiple people there on the tracker at 0 miles an hour. So
Yeah, so I wonder,
yeah.
hopefully we'll just have, those are the only 2 that hit it. But from if it can take out 2 cars, yeah, that's obviously a spot to keep an eye on. But we're jumping back into Aftershock right now. I got a little bit of dust at the top. We got 2 or 3 cars making their way through. 3 cars actually making their way down this trail. 4.
That's Aftershock.
Yeah, that's everyone's headed down Aftershock. So we got 4 cars on screen. You can see dust in front of them.
Wow. I just got a picture of Phil Blurton's car. Violent.
There's half of that car is not there anymore. Yeah, so that's unfortunate for him.
Okay, looking at Aftershock again. So you can see there, I mean, these guys are, low range, kind of cruising along, but it's not super difficult.
Yeah, we should have some more time splits coming in just a couple minutes for the leaders as well. So I'll keep you guys updated as soon as we get another time split in the desert.
Yeah, certainly. That's amazing action here in Aftershock. Right here, you can see 3 cars picking their way down through this trail. Everyone sort of gingerly making their way through the rocks, because remember, this is the first rock trail that these guys are going to see on this race course.
And you can kind of see there up there. Oh, there's Ronnie Anderson.
There we go. There's Ronnie.
So obviously out of Aftershock and into the desert.
And he is actually our physical second, so it looks like. Now, remember, everybody at home, when you're watching these trackers, you got to look at what time they updated last. So he's going to be right in front of CJ Greaves. But it does look like he's in front of CJ still.
So on corrected time or physical?
Physical.
Physical.
Physical. He's Ronnie's still second, and CJ is running in third physical.
Okay.
Okay, so there's Mitch Guthrie Jr. again making his way. He's getting fairly close to Aftershock.
Yeah, this is an in-car view of the basically that wide shot that we've been looking at all day. So as John said, he's making his way over to Aftershock, that first rock trail that they're going to have to traverse down on this lap.
Yeah, and this car is, it's going to excel in the desert versus the rocks. So like I said, Mitch is going to be doing a lot of passing. I wonder how many cars he's already got around.
A lot.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, I was going to mention it earlier. Mitch, a two-time UTV champion. He won it in 2018, 2019.
Back's hunting again for that podium hit.
And then he's got a bunch of podiums as co-dog for his dad back in the day. I think Mitch Guthrie Sr. was a 6-time UTV champion.
He's got to be the most, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the most out here at Hammers.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, Guthrie's going to be on a good one today. This is the problem, though. You can see he can't see much to get around these guys. Like, look at the dust.
Well, and especially in that section, right before we get into
not a good
that
place to pass.
Yeah, when you get into that section right before that rock trail, it's not a good place to be.
Okay, we're looking at pits.
Yeah,
here.
so we're up in this is our remote pit.
Remote pit. It's interesting that somebody would be in remote pit at this point.
Well, you drive through it, right? But you don't have to stop. Everybody has to go through it.
I don't know that you go through it, though, do you?
I think they were on the back side of it, to be honest with you.
Pretty sure they go right down the middle because there's pits on both sides.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, we saw.
That's why you see both of them were going through it. But there is a speed limit through it. That's why we saw them going slow.
Yeah, and so now they're back out.
334.
334. That is Adam Brown and Alan Clark.
Wow. It's absolutely crazy that Adam Brown is actually racing. He had a huge crash back in Laughlin, I think, in the hospital.
All right,
I can't imagine him racing.
That is Adam Brown heading into Aftershock.
Yeah, so you can see, I mean, Aftershock has some sections there where it's just, sandy wash, and then there's a lot of spots where there's big rocks too.
Well, and I think, John, we saw earlier, line choice, we say, oh, it's going down, it's no big deal, but we saw an issue earlier, but it's still important to pick that right line inside those rocks. Okay, you can see here, went a little wide on that turn. Could have been a dust issue. Trying to see who that is on our shot right now.
So Mitch Guthrie was the 75th car off the line. He's currently in 43rd position, not physically, but on time. So he's already ahead of over 30 cars. Just about.
He's fast in the desert.
A few miles, yeah.
I was actually surprised that he didn't race the Desert Challenge.
All right, so once again, I believe that's Adam Brown in Outer Limits.
No, Aftershock.
Oh, Aftershock, sorry.
Getting ahead of yourself.
I am. I jumped all the way down the race course. All right, here we got Tiffany Stone with a little bit of information from us, or for us, I should say.
Little bit of action right now with Nick. Your driver is Frankie J. It looks like we have some fluid leaking from the rear. Is it the rear diff? What exactly is going on right now for your race?
It's probably the transaxle. We hit a couple of serious bottom outs between obviously the start and here. It's leaking at a rate that's not conducive to continuing the race, but we're going to give it all we got. put some fresh AMSOIL in there and see what we can do.
Well, we talk about visibility right now. Really, no win even here at Remote Pit from you right now as a co-driver who's giving out some, turns and rocks and all of this. What do you see?
I can't see anything, actually. If you see any of the flags out here, they're not moving at all. That's because there is no air movement, just like you said. And we started 14th, no one passed us, and it was a pure whiteout. Can't see nothing out there.
Well, thank you so much, Nick, for the updates. Once again, I'll be here all day long with some Remote Pit updates. As we can see right now, this is the only team that's really stopped in, but he was talking about the visibility. It is incredibly difficult to see out here, so we will be probably seeing some more drivers make their way into Remote Pit too. Back up to you guys.
They were just talking about visibility, and look at this from this on-car camera, just watching the pass happen, but look at the dust out there,
I
guys.
can't see a thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely hanging. We have some more time splits in, though, so Brock Eager's still out front. Second place on time, Ronnie Anderson, 2 minutes and 13 seconds back. So once again, Brock has doubled his lead between our last two time splits.
Wow.
And then CJ Greaves is in third now. So Ronnie and CJ, remember, they've been flip-flopping on corrected time. CJ's back to third on corrected time. He's 27 seconds behind Ronnie Anderson on corrected time.
So Brock right now, 2 minutes on corrected time, leading this race physically on course and on corrected time, just stretching that lead out further and further. So I'm sure that will come into play a little bit more as we jump back into the rocks. It looks like we got a little bit of action in here.
We just had Hunter Miller at 0 miles an hour in the desert for a minute too. So I don't know if maybe he had a quick issue or something, but he is moving again.
All right, and I think this is the exact same spot that we saw some winching going on earlier, isn't it, John?
I think so.
Yeah, you can see if you it's easy to get messed up in those rocks in that one section. I'm trying to speculate. Am I seeing rear drive only on that car, John, or am I just seeing things?
I think it had the front wheel. It just wasn't locked.
There we go. Okay, but you can see as we talk.
Backer way up.
Yeah, he's backing it way up. I don't know, John. As we can see, we talk about it all the time. Oh, no, he seems to be doing fine. All right, so we talk all the time about, you do have to go down this trail, but that still means that there's going to be a lot of rocks to get around. Look at the action we got going on in here.
Jeez. This is only lap 1.
Who we got in here, John? Let's see if you can pull out. Is that Cameron right there?
No, that's an MBRP car.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a factory Pro R there. You got a lot of Can-Ams.
This is right where we saw the problem before at the bottom
Cole
of our
Clark,
screen with Cole, the spot that looks good.
This is going to be the problem that Mitch Guthrie Jr. has. You get to this point, and there's
what are you going to do? There's a whole bunch of cars in here, and it looks like we got some.
So that's Jeremy McGrath, top left, with a big 1 on top.
Smart. Good job, Jeremy.
See, look at that. You can see how it is.
Take notes.
You can see who it is easily. Everybody needs to do the same thing. You got a co-driver getting out of the one on the right there.
Yeah, that's exactly where we saw winching going on earlier. It looks like that looks like it could be a preferred line, but obviously if you get off the line, you are getting out of the car and winching. It's very easy to get high centered there. Lots of action in there, but also lots of action out here. Look at this.
Wow.
And that is, as we just said, that is just the first rock trail. I think that's a youth car, isn't it?
Mainly Hale there.
Yeah, that's our youth classes headed out. So our youth class just left the line here in Hammertown.
Yeah, that's what's fun about this race is that there's so much passing in the desert, but then you get to the rocks and there's not always somewhere to go around people. So you got to make your own lines or just anything goes, right? As long as you hit the VCPs. And then sometimes if you miss an RCP or a VCP, it might actually be okay because the amount of time that you saved by missing it might have been less than if you sat behind waiting for someone who was stuck in the way.
Don't say that out loud, Fish. We don't say that out loud. We're gonna have race ops up in here slapping us. No, you want to hit every RCP no matter what.
Yeah. So this looks like aftershock.
I think you're right. I believe we are moving in here.
I'm just guessing on the color of the front part of that car that's Robert Leibel. I can't remember.
Fish, I'm just getting a note from Miles that Brock is planning. Oh, Fish is talking, so I'll wait till he's done. But it's looking like here, but Liebel,
sorry.
What do you have there, Ian?
I'm getting a note from Miles. He's been down there just sort of getting us data from the pits. He's saying that Brock does not plan to stop at all for this entire race.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 156 miles or 167 miles, whatever it is. So, yeah, that's not surprising.
Wow.
No
we
stop.
got some interesting winching going on here. I don't know why we're going backwards.
Well, the question would be is can we go forwards? Maybe they can't go forwards, but this is some
that's going to be a tough pull. And that looks like Caden McCachran right there, doesn't it?
On the bottom there.
Yeah. So again, he's this is the spot. Jeremy McGrath might be in front of him, maybe.
Yeah, we saw him come through here already.
Yeah,
this is where when the drone was on the opposite side of where it is right now, is where we saw all those cars.
Caden started in front of Jeremy.
Yeah, Caden's car is definitely that one on the top there. That's
Okay.
1821.
And are you showing them on the tracker behind Jeremy?
Well, yeah, we already saw Jeremy come through here.
Okay. I'm just trying to confirm because they're both in the same class.
Yep.
I think it's kind of cool that we have two big name racers in that class, because before, when Jeremy has won it, there hasn't been much competition. Now with Caden, there sure is.
Just so you know, John, he proved you wrong, and that backwards winch pull worked just fine for him. He's back off that rock. So
all right,
yeah,
all right.
he was.
I like to be proved
Whoa,
wrong.
what's this coming in here? Someone's coming in here hot and in a hurry. Who is this?
One of the Millers, possibly, or somebody that was stopped.
That could
earlier?
be Cody Miller.
I was just wondering if that's one of the Miller cars, because it came in hot and in a hurry to get around everybody, and picked a great line through the rocks.
Well, that's a no-brainer for Cody if that is him. I think it is.
Just to go back to your point earlier, yeah, Caden is in 65th right now. He is behind
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jeremy picked up a couple spots somewhere.
Yeah, Jeremy's up to 38th.
Wow. All right. Well, Jeremy does have a bit more experience here in the rocks. This isn't his first time racing the rocks here in a UTV, where Caden, it is his first time racing here in the rocks.
Caden was actually stopped for a couple minutes too. I just got a report. So maybe a flat tire or something. Caden
Okay.
was doing.
All right, lots of action from inside this rock trail as we watch all of our cars make their way through. It's important to remember that this coverage of the 20th annual King of the Hammers is presented by Can-Am and is brought to you by our official sponsors, MBRP, Gates Belts, Amsoil, VP Race Fuel, and El Monte RV.
So if that was Cody Miller we saw, Mitch Guthrie started in front of Cody. So I would expect Mitch to be already through this area.
Through this area already? We'll let Fish dig into the tracker and see if he can find that out for us while we watch this action unfold inside Aftershock right now. So we can see this is sort of just this is a great example of what happens in these rock trails. The bottlenecks that can happen as cars get just on a bad line or in a bad spot and end up in the rocks, and it can just slow everybody down behind them and cause just a domino effect. And it helps our current race leaders just stretch that race out even further.
Yeah, well, that's top 10. You got to be top 10 to get to the rocks.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice here. He's trying to maybe turn around.
I think they are. I think they just got a little bit turned around in the bottom of that course there.
Well,
doing donuts, just big ones.
Huh.
That's why pre-running is really so important. You know, you really got to have your notes dialed, especially for this.
I'm not quite sure what he was doing there. But this is probably bottom of Aftershock.
Yeah, he turned to go down towards Spooner's, not the other direction. So he's on the wrong trail.
Yeah, I'm getting notes from Race Sauce, John, that he's on the wrong trail. But I think the reason that we saw him do that U-turn or that donut, he's not allowed to run backwards on course. So he's going to have to basically run a bunch of course and find a way to get back out to where he was. As we jump back out into, these are just basically middle of our pack vehicles out in Aftershock trying to make their way through this rock trail. You can just see how important race position is for these UTVs in the rocks.
Yeah, and someone like Mitch Guthrie or Cody Miller, they're really good in the rocks and fast. We saw Cody blasting through and making up some time. They're going to pass a bunch of people in Aftershock.
Yeah, they'll make their way through. They'll obviously have multiple lines sort of planned out. Even though they're once they get through the qualifying and realize they're not where they want to be, they'll have some different plans for when they hit traffic in the rocks. It's also always good to have a plan B when you're in the rocks because you're going to need it.
So looking at our tracker right now, Brock is at the top. He's got about 22 miles to go to get back here, and we've been running for 49 minutes so far. So just if he does 60 mile an hour on the way back, he's going to be at about a 1:10, an hour and 10 minutes.
Which is what we assumed to see him at. See our race leaders back into town here right around that 1 hour mark before they head out into lap 2.
So in the UTV race, we've never had anybody come from the back to win. But in the 4400 race of Kings, we have.
Has happened many times, yes.
So
I think that third lap is the deciding.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
So yeah, they have their audio.
They've got their audio.
That is a good one to
there we
watch,
go.
I'm sure. If
We
you guys
need
are
that.
at home, put that up on a side monitor.
All right, so there's current race leader Brock coming back into Hammertown.
And look at the suspension work on that car. It's so smooth. Those are pretty big whoops he's going through.
Yeah, this is one of the Gen 1 cars, earlier Gen car that's been updated a little bit. So it's not the same car that he raced in the desert race, the same physical car, but it is close to the same platform. It has a little bit different arms on it and stuff like that. But other than that, it's pretty much the same as its desert race car.
Is this the same car he raced here last year?
This exact same car he won with last year here. Yeah,
All right.
same car. They've done a couple updates to it since then, but yeah, same platform.
And is he running the active sway bars on that car?
Yes.
Pretty neat tech. Just came out from Polaris this week on the new Ultra Edition.
Yeah, it's pretty cool technology. He also has the HO, the high output motor in that car, which they've been running in the desert cars for a while.
Yep.
That may be different from last year. I don't know if he had the HO engine last year. I don't think he did.
Fish, I'm getting an update from Miles. RCP penalty 15-minute minimum, VCP 5.
Okay, so yeah, so if you're going to miss an RCP, it needs to be worth at least 15 minutes.
That's a lot of time.
That's a long time, the rocks, yeah.
All right, so what you're seeing on screen right now is the majority of our youth class in top of Aftershock.
Yeah, that's that one corner we've been watching all morning. Okay, who do we have here? Is that Ronnie?
I would assume based on tracker that should be Ronnie, yes.
Yeah, that's going to be our second car there. And then CJ will be the third car. You might see CJ
in that
the
dust
top of
cloud
the shot, depending on how long you stay with the shot. Yeah,
Yeah.
you might see CJ come in.
That silhouette looks like Ronnie.
Yeah, it is for sure.
Yeah, so that should be Ronnie Anderson, second physical on course, second on corrected time. And then, as Fish said, we might see CJ at the top of your screen because you do have to come across where you see that dust hanging.
Yep.
Just if we can, because he should be. You said he was a minute behind him
on corrected time.
Yeah, so he's about
He's not too far behind physical though either. Looking at the tracker.
Yeah, so it looks like we might not see him there, but right near that is second on course right there.
I think first time Ronnie raced was 2018, and I don't know if he's been on the podium yet.
I can tell you that because I have Miles's notes.
Perfect. I don't have that memorized.
Miles's notes. So Ronnie Anderson Brothers Racing, first KOH was, you were right, 2019.
Oh, I said 2018.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was going to give it to you because I just, you should have just played along with me.
I think he raced in 18.
Well, this is from the driver. So hopefully he, you don't.
No, I think he's wrong.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
I pre-ran with him in 2018, I think.
All right, so that was Ronnie Anderson coming around the that bottom section of the desert. So he was our second car on course.
And that almost looked like Cole Clark there.
All right, we're jumping back in car here.
I don't recognize that.
It's a car that was going through the pit earlier when we were watching them, and they had another car behind them. I can tell you that.
Exactly. Here's a tip for everyone who's watching the live stream and out here racing. Go look at your in-car camera and stick a number so we can see what that is. If you're out there racing tomorrow in Legends or on Saturday in the Race of Kings,
help
us out. Take a quick notice to where your cameras are.
Could be Hunter Miller.
Yeah, you could be right.
Just based upon in the sponsor logos on the Kodog there, I think that could be Hunter. I saw Mom and Dad Miller out in the crowd there earlier. Is that Hunter?
Yes, that is 504.
504?
Miller Richmond?
So it's not Hunter.
Yeah, I'm getting from Race Ops that is a feed from 504 Miller Richmond, and Troy Digby.
Okay.
Out of New Orleans, Louisiana. C. Miller Racing. Can-Am Maverick R, Maxxis Raceline RCV CT Raceworks. First KOH was 2024, and they have had 3 podiums since then.
All right, we got some more time splits for the leaders at our Best for Mine area, which is about 13 miles from back here in Hammertown. Brock Eager still corrected time ahead, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. So gained another 2 seconds on Ronnie Anderson between our last 2 splits. CJ Greaves still running third on corrected time. He is 57 seconds behind Ronnie, so he lost another 5 seconds to Ronnie between the last 2 time splits.
Whew. Man, that dust is horrible.
Oh, we got some action. This is out in Aftershock, and we're assuming that these are our youth racers, correct?
225.
I don't know if they're on my list, but yeah, 225 is one car number.
Brandon Anderson, Pro Stock Turbo. So that's not youth.
That's not youth. So that's Brandon Anderson, 225 Caveman Racing, Polaris Racing, 100. They are a
wow. Looks like
Caves
a parking
Customs
lot right there.
Yeah, so that's at the top of Aftershock. That's the section where we saw everyone having trouble with earlier. So yeah, I was wrong. That is not youth. That is actual. That's our racers. But you can see causing a huge traffic jam because we have Clark at the top of the screen.
Wait, how do you know that's Clark?
That's got a name on the roof. Smart.
Oh, perfect. See?
Yeah.
See how that works?
Also, everyone
sure
else.
that's Clark.
Everyone else, take a note. So we have him at the top of the screen, but you can see we had a rollover at the bottom of the screen, and that has caused a huge bottleneck behind them.
Yeah, this is only lap 1. Just wait till we get to the real rock trails on lap 2.
This is not a hard rock section right here.
No. I can see why they took some of the outer limit stuff out if they're having trouble with this stuff here, right?
Well, I think at Fish they took it out mainly because I think because of this, the bottleneck situation.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If they can't even get through this without this, that would have been even worse.
Well,
because what ends up happening is when you get in that bottleneck situation, you've got some. We saw it earlier when Miller came in. Some drivers are really good at just addressing that and just flying through, and then other times you end up in a situation where people just basically stack up, and then it causes even more issues on the course.
Yeah.
All right, we're seeing these drivers slowly pick their way through this section of course. Obviously, it's become a little bit more challenging than first thing this morning.
All right, our race leader is only 5 miles away from Hammertown, so just about 5 minutes, and Brock Eager will be coming back here on the end of his first lap.
And I'm hearing in my ears that Miles is down in Brock's pit, so when we see Brock come through, we'll get a little update from him.
But again, the plan wasn't for Brock to stop at all.
Yeah, the plan was not for him to stop, but it'll be interesting just to hear from the pits as to how they feel the car's working, how they feel the whole package is working together out there on the race course. This could be third place right here.
That almost looks like Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, so we may have had a couple more cars come through this section. I think you're right,
Yeah,
John.
that
That
looks like
does
a
look like a Can-Am with Kyle's Can-Am.
If that's the case, he's what, 8, 9 minutes
fifth
behind?
on corrected time. So he's definitely in the lead. Hunter Miller's up there as well. So Hunter Miller is 4th on time right now, and then Kyle Chaney is 5th. So they were 4th and 5th. There was only there was actually a 2-minute gap between them, so not too close together.
And they're 8, 9 minutes behind Brock?
9 minutes at the last check.
Okay.
Kyle Chaney was 9:23. Hunter Miller was 6:23 behind the leader.
Yeah, so as we watch this, as we're trying to get a number off that car to figure out exactly who that is, we're assuming that is that Kyle? Or is it Hunter?
It's either Kyle or Hunter.
Yeah, it's one of the two. We're just trying to figure out which one it is as he comes through here.
Pretty sure that's Kyle.
Yeah, it looks like it's 191.
Oh, that's Miller.
Yeah.
Nope, yep, 190.
No, 191 would be Kyle.
Kyle, that's 190. That's Hunter. Or,
that's Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Hunter Miller.
No, that's Hunter Miller. We went back and forth. Come on, guys. Give me
Sorry.
some.
One number different.
That's not your fault. That's I was trying to focus on a moving vehicle there. So that is the 190 of Hunter Miller. Currently 4th on track.
5th, I think.
4th on correct time.
Okay. That's right.
Oh, and we're going to jump
started.
in car. This is awesome. So now we're going to jump in car. Same car that we were just watching on that wide shot.
Now, see, Hunter, you can see it's Hunter because it says it on its helmet.
Smart.
See, there you
so
go.
Smart.
So again, we should have Brock back in main pit here, finishing up lap 1 very soon. Now that looks like Kyle Chaney.
There we go. So that's the exact same spot on the course. So that would be Kyle Chaney coming through possibly. Yeah, I think you're right.
And again, that's the same car he's going to race on Saturday. Running 37s.
So the question would be, what benefit does he see when we get out of the rock? So right now we have Brock currently on first on course, first on corrected time. As we jump back in with Hunter.
And I believe Hunter's doing the same thing, racing the same car on Saturday, and they're racing with 37-inch tires today. It's a shaved Maxxis Trepador. They shaved off like 20 pounds off the tire.
Yeah.
But that's a big truck tire. All
There's
right,
our leader.
That could be our leader right there coming back into Hammertown.
That is 100%. Coming back in and
So-
his first lap.
Whole bunch of cross-grain stuff that can get you in trouble in this section.
Yeah, so that's our current race leader, Brock Hager, on course right there. You can see he was just coming down through that section, headed back into Hammertown. So we expect to see him coming through our short course.
Our 110 lap time is looking pretty good. It's going to come in just under that.
Yeah, so we'll be expecting to see him come into town. He's going to come down through the, I think he comes through the Ford Arch and then comes back down onto our Monster Energy short course, running it backwards from the direction that we ran it during qualifying. And you saw that, well, same when they left the line this morning. They left through the Griffin start finish arch, headed out into the desert. Oh, we got a little bit of on-car camera with Mitch doing a pass right here. Fish, you said this was the best, going to be the best feed to watch all day.
Guaranteed it. There's no way it couldn't be. He was the fastest person that was behind the most amount of
Oh,
cars.
look
at that
Look
smart.
at him
Did you
cleaning
see
his
that?
GoPro for us. Holy moly.
That's professionalism at its best right there.
That
Hold
was
on.
a driver
I'm
too,
about,
right?
Yeah, driver, not co-driver. Yeah.
What's a co-driver doing? Come on, Mike. That's your job.
He's too busy holding on right now. Yeah, he's holding on for dear life, going, please get around this car in a hurry. But there you go. Smart
Okay.
enough to clean the lens before the pass.
There we
Making
go.
a pass, and there's another car right in front of that.
It looks like he's going to roll past them too.
That's what happens when you start 80th or whatever it was.
You got work to do.
Target-rich environment.
Yeah. There's still another car over there.
Yeah,
on the
he's
right.
just made 2 passes there.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. If they can get to the rocks and if they can hit outer limits in the top 10, I mean, there's a good chance he could pull off a win. The corrected time is so huge.
Yeah, he does have a lot of time in his back pocket. Now, we should talk a little bit about that for everyone at home. We do it every year. We talk about corrected time. And since I got Fish beside me, he's the master of timing. So let's talk a little bit about the corrected time for everyone watching at home, Fish. So just give us the breakdown of how this is actually going to work as these guys come in at the end of the day.
Yeah, so everybody does not start at the same time. This is not a land rush start. It's not like a NASCAR race or something where everybody starts at the same time.
That's where we got Brock
I'm going
Hager
to hold that thought right there. We're going to jump back to that in a second, Fish, because this is our current race leader. This is Brock Hager coming through the pits, and I do know that Miles is down there with his crew to give us a little bit of information. So, Miles, what do you got for us from the Hager pits?
Fly with caution. Fly with caution. Fly with caution.
And so far, so good for Brock Hager.
Fly with caution.
In place. Let's jump back to the previous thought we had before that. Fish, we were talking a little bit about corrected time. So let's just give everyone up to date on that.
Yeah, so like I was saying, this is not a land rush start. You start spread out from each other. Your time doesn't start till you go off the line. So Brock's time started as soon as he went off the line. The 80th guy, his time didn't start till he left the line. So you have to keep track as a crew chief, or whoever's in charge of it. You have to keep track of everybody, especially some of these fast guys in the back, like Mitch that we're talking about.
So we're looking at Aftershock right now. Frankie J, who Tiffany interviewed his co-dog Nick Leonard a little while ago, he's in there right now. But Brock's going to be back in this spot in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it the exact same? So I'm not super familiar with the rock races. This is my first time doing the rock races with you guys. So do they go through the exact same spot here on the second
lap?
Come on, you guys are supposed to know
this is John's world, not mine. I'll know this on Saturday.
Actually, I think I'm wrong. They're going to head down Spooners first and then up Outer Limits.
All right, so we'll see. Brock,
I was thinking this could be an issue. I think that's the case. They're going to come back over towards Pit 2 and dive down Spooners. And they're going down Spooners, so it's not as difficult. But the difference this year is they've got so many RCPs in that canyon that they're making them hit all the rocks. None of the bypasses.
Yeah, so you got to stay in the rocks even though that you are going down. And Fish, you were talking about that adjusted time, and also we talked a little bit about RCPs. We talked about the time penalty, but the important thing to remember, Fish, is that it's not just a 15 or a 5-minute penalty. It's a minimum, so they can be up to 5 or 10 times the actual gained time on court. So if you miss an RCP and it's a huge advantage, you could be hit with up to a 10 times that 15-minute penalty.
So we're looking at Max Gordon right now in Speed UTV.
He was
right
down for a while. He lost a little bit of time. It looked
right before that, we saw Dustin Robbins. They were pretty close together.
Yeah, 10th position. Max is 15 minutes out of the lead at the spot we just saw him go by. So Brock was in on his first lap. We saw Ronnie Anderson just came through at the end of his first lap. So he's 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind Brock. So 2:11 is the corrected time between first and second right now.
So currently right now, 2 of our cars are out on that lap 2. Brock Hager, Ronnie Anderson. We're still waiting to see Greaves, Miller, and Cheney to come through Hammertown and clip that timing loop on our Griffin Radiator start-finish arch.
And CJ Greaves should be next coming through, like you said.
Yeah, and this is another group right here. This is that that stretch right before we get back into Hammertown.
I wonder if this could be like Mitch Guthrie, Cody Miller.
Could very well be, but I'm hearing right now that we have an update from Tiffany Stone about fan favorite Paul Wolf and what happened to his day out in the desert. Tiffany, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. Down here with Michael from Miller Motorsports. Now, Michael, when I first got here to Remote Pit, we had already seen Paul Wolf take that big tumble. First, you guys didn't know any information. Now you've got a little bit. You did say they were okay out of the car. What's going on with them and what exactly happened?
Yeah, so we saw the live feed like everybody else did. You know, the car donkey kicked over. We actually replayed the in-car that we have, and they were sort of messing with the audio on their comms, trying to figure out how to get the map to talk to them. They weren't hearing the notes on the lead nav.
Okay.
So they were messing with the lead nav to get the notes to talk louder for them. Eric was kind of playing with the dash, and then just kind of watching the live feed, and all we saw was a big hit, and we saw the dirt, and then the kind of live feed went dead inside the car. So 5-10 minutes later, we got a phone call. They're out of the car. They're both good. There's another car on top of them apparently. So they're trying to extract and get cars unpiled, and we're not really sure if they're going to be able to continue. We don't know if the car's back on its wheels yet.
Well, thank you so much for the update. Tough break for Paul Wolf, but I know he's probably now gearing up for the big Race of Kings on Saturday. He did take that top qualifying time. Thankfully that they are great, but heartbreaker for Paul Wolf and the rest of the team. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. That's a heartbreaker for Paul, but it just goes to show, number one, how important those pre-running notes are, and also how important it is to make sure that you can hear those notes that you've programmed into your GPS systems. You heard them talking about how they were doing the basically the play-by-play through the lead nav, which will feed you that data that you've loaded into it. And unfortunately, it sounds like they just go to hit a big hole and ended their day. So we're waiting to see if the car gets back on its wheels or not. But right now we can only speculate that they are out.
Yeah, that's a bummer. We did see another car come through, though. CJ Greaves came through. So he is 3 minutes and 53 seconds off the lead, and he is 1 minute and 42 seconds out of second place behind Ronnie Anderson. Those are the only 3 cars that have come through at the end of the first lap so far.
Yeah, so we are here in Johnson Valley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is all part of race week here in Johnson Valley. This is the Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. We are watching our race leaders come back into Hammertown right now. We've had 3 cars complete lap 1. That's what we're calling our sort of big desert loop, even though it does have an actual pretty serious rock trail on it this year. And we're seeing lots of action from that rock trail as well. But we've had our first 3 cars through, and then they are going to head out onto what we would call the conventional rock loop.
Yeah,
so I'm hearing in my
Hunter
ears
Miller.
that that's Hunter Miller come back into town, but I'm hearing we're having another update from Miles down in the pits.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's been a great day down here in the main pits for the 2026 Can-Am Hammers UTV Championship. So far, so good. We saw Brock Hager came through with a blistering pace, did not stop, does not plan to stop at all. And then some drama's going down right now. Ronnie Anderson came through the short course backwards, so we're trying to figure out what's going to happen with that, but that's a bad deal for him. I hate to see it happen for anybody. And then I'm going to circle back and kind of give you a recap on what happened with Paul Wolf and Blurton and Mark McCleary. There was a big rock in the dust. Blurton hit it first, and then Paul Wolf hit it, and then Mark McCleary hit it and landed on Paul Wolf. Everybody is okay, but just bad luck on that end. So Mark McCleary is going to try to fix his car to get that. He's going to try to fix that car to get it racing for the Race of Kings on Saturday. So, and then obviously Paul Wolf will be racing his UFO on that day, so tough break there. Again, just lots of stuff. So we'll see a few more. I saw CJ Greaves come through, so he's technically second right now, waiting on an update from Ben on that. So, and I want to give a huge shout out to my buddy Caleb, who's switching the show for you guys. Happy birthday, buddy. Thanks for everything you do for all of us. It's been a lot of fun, so I'm going to send it back up to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Miles. Thanks for that update. It's great to have it. That is a gut wrenching for did you say Ronnie Anderson went through the short course backwards?
Yeah, backwards.
Yeah. So now
He
we're
came
going to
in on
have
the
to
qualifying course, so maybe they got confused on the GPS.
Yeah, well, I mean,
with
that
the qualifying course or something.
It definitely could, but I was here for one of the drivers' meetings last night, and they were very clear about which direction we run that qualifying course. So as Fish was asking earlier, he was like, hey, maybe we can get Ben up in here from race ops to sort of go over that with us if that's going to be an issue and how they plan to deal with it later on in the race. But right now we're on board with Hunter Miller. This is right before Hammertown, yes, no?
Yeah,
No.
he hasn't come back through the start-finish yet, but he is next in line here to come through. So, yeah, Hunter Miller should be next one to come through here at some point.
Yeah, I think this is I'm trying to get a view of where he is, but we've seen him. That is who we expect to see come through at the end of lap 1 next inside Hammertown. All right,
There we
on
go.
screen right there, there is your current race leader. That is Brock Hager heading out. So he's gone through lap 1, the big desert race. Now he's headed into the Hammers Trails.
So he should be headed to Spooners next.
Yeah, this lap is about 89 miles from my notes here is what this lap is.
That's
Now,
back
John,
in Aftershock.
do you know this rock lap well enough to run us through it?
All of it?
Or just the first little bit of it? So where do we expect
you're
him to
going
go
down
first?
Spooners
Okay.
again, and that's a long rock trail. Lots of rocks, and it's downhill, so it's not as difficult. But there's RCPs in there, so you can't take a bunch of the bypasses that are there.
Here's the problem.
Which awesome.
In Spooners, I'm looking at the map. There's 2 cars that went the wrong way.
We saw that earlier. Yeah, we saw those guys. So we've got 2 cars.
There's 2 cars in there that shouldn't be in there that are going to be in front of Brock in a minute here. So
So-
hopefully they're not blocking the trail and he's able to get
well,
around.
it's
They
not
started
necessarily-
lap 1 and did lap 2 instead.
Yeah, they went the
Yeah,
wrong
they
way.
went, and the problem is because they can't go backwards on course.
There's Brian Deegan.
There's Deegan. Yeah, they can't go backwards on course. They're going to have to go down through Spooners
Kyle
and find
Cheney.
a way to loop around.
Whew.
All right, so I think this is our next car through.
That's Kyle Cheney.
He's got a flat tire. Look at that. Remember when we saw him stopped earlier? I mentioned it. That's what it was. I
That's
saw he's got
a
flat
big
tire.
flat tire.
All right, I
He's
think
gonna
we've
come in
got
and get a
Miles
spare
down in the
change.
pit here, I believe.
You're going to see him put a tire on the rack.
So I'm down here. I just saw Hunter Miller come through, just a quick splash and go, and now I see Kyle Cheney out here, who has won this UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship 4 times. Can he do it again? Kyle Cheney looks like they're looking at the GPS. It's a little loose. They're giving it some fuel. But so far, the car, this Can-Am looks like it's in great shape. Trying to adjust the GPS a little bit. Quick little fuel. Yeah, the GPS, he's definitely fighting it. It's loose, but the car looks great. Double checking some fuel, re-racking a spare. I missed that, so he must have that tire out on course. So yes, they did. Kyle Cheney did have to change a rear tire. Rear number plate's actually a little goofed up too, so maybe somebody nerfed him a little bit. But other than that, the Can-Am still looks like it's in great shape. And he'll be ready to rip here in just a minute. Back my cart up a little bit, get out of his way. So the Can-Am's looking good. Doing a little bit of fuel. Getting a big thumbs up from Kyle Cheney, so everything's good. They're just securing that rear tire. Again, he must have changed a flat tire out on course and just giving a little look on everything else. Getting ready to send him out. Looks like they got that GPS snugged up a little bit. Kyle Cheney just behind Hunter Miller. So the top 4 out there cruising strong. Not a whole lot of drama in the pits like I expect on tomorrow and especially on Saturday. So we'll see how it shakes up. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. Right now, it's the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. Ian, Fish, John, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. It's great to get those updates from the pits. But right now, joining us in the booth is I got notes here I got to look at to make sure I get your name right. I don't want to make a mistake. So right now we have Major General Mark Klingham. He's commander of the Marine Corps base. You waved our first flag today, did you not?
I did. It was an honor to be here. This is a second year out here, and this is even a more tremendous event than it was last year. But it's great to see everybody out here. I think it's like 80,000 people out here right now.
It's usually a number about that high. Yeah, there's a lot of people, a lot of silly people come out and spend time. And we do it for fun. You guys do it for work.
Yeah, actually, if you just go a couple kilometers that way, we got a big war going on right now. You can probably hear the artillery and the ordnance going on at nighttime.
That is awesome.
Yeah. I heard it the other night. It was like, dang.
Did you get worried at all, John?
Yeah. I'm like, okay, what's going on?
So, Major General, it is an absolute honor to share this land with you out here in Johnson Valley. So let's talk a little bit about, we share this land with 29 Palms. When you use this particular part of the desert, what are you using it for?
So that's a great question. So actually, in about 2 weeks from now, after this all gets torn down, this is going to be a site of an epic battle between the Marines doing training out here. So we do large-scale exercises several times. We need to spread units out. This is part of this area right here. This is where we'll have units doing maneuvers during this out here in the desert. And so this training that we do is pretty critical to what we're doing to train our Marines. But we can't do it without the partnership and the sharing that you talked about. And so we want to be really good custodians and good partners, working with the local community. And so working with BLM, working with the county, and working with the state parks, and then the organizers for this, it's phenomenal to see all this come together. And with that partnership, we're able to do the training that we need to do, but also enable this to happen, which is just phenomenal to see.
Well, there's an amazing history all about Johnson Valley. When you got here, the training that's happened out here over many, many years, you can actually find the old B-52 target rings out in the desert if you go look for them, which I've done before. It's absolutely cool to see those big concrete rings. So, Major General, I appreciate everything that you guys do to keep us safe in our country. I appreciate all the work that you and your team does around the world to allow us to do what we like to do. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you sharing this land with us. We're going to get back to our racing right now, but thank you, unless you have something else to say.
No, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to start the race today, and it is impressive to be out here, and look forward to being out here again next year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, so while that was going on, we did see Brock Hager in Spooners. He was hitting the rocks, going down that, and it gave you a good kind of view of what that trail looked like.
He got around the one car that was in there. There's still one more. It looks like they've been stopped for a while, so hopefully they're just pulled off to the side. One of those two cars that was in there.
Those are the two cars that you saw. Yeah. So luckily, now but the question is, we were talking a little bit earlier about that fish. That can be a huge issue because it's not just a little bit of traffic. It's, do they clog up that RCP? Like if they're in a position where you can't get to that RCP and you have to get to it, but it's good to hear that he was able to get around those cars. First one, yeah, around the first car. But so far we have had, what we got, 4 or 5 cars have now made it through Hammertown out on lap 2?
Yeah, we have a total of, we had 5 last time I looked. Scoring went down, so as soon as it comes back up, I'll let you know.
All right, out here we have Miles got another update for us from down in the main pits. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Ian. Yes, I've got Carson Atkins, the number 722, part of the Pro Open class here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. They're just giving him some fuel. Everything's looking good. Carson, you have some fun out there, buddy?
Yeah, doing good. Just trying to stay at it through the desert and get to the rocks and get through them clean and get back on the desert and hammer down.
It looks like you're probably right around that top 5 right now. You got to be pretty stoked to be stepping from that Yamaha into this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a different animal. I can actually get through the desert. We're good.
Oh, all right. Well, he is heading out. Didn't want to slow him down any. Carson Atkins heading back out there. So far, so good. What a great run by that young man. He kind of stepped away for a little bit, but we're going to set it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Miles, for that update. It's great to hear.
Yeah, it looks like we have 8 cars that have finished the first lap now. Cheney was in 5th there. We got Jeff Rowe Martin in 6th, Carson Atkins 7th, Cole Clark in 8th. Those are the 8 cars we have through at the end of lap 1.
And
Fish,
that's
where will
Dustin Robbins coming through right now.
All right, Fish, where will we get our next split time out there in the rock section?
Well, I got lap 2 there. So Ronnie Anderson is 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind Brock. And CJ Greaves is 4 minutes and 11 seconds behind Brock.
And then we have another split out in the rock section at all?
Oh, yeah, we have a lot
split?
of splits.
Yeah, so we'll get another split as we go out there as we head out into the rocks. But this is right now.
Race leader.
It's race leader right now.
And that's coming down Spooner. So this canyon's no joke, but they're going downhill.
Yeah, but as you said before, John, you're going downhill, but you're going downhill with a lot of RCPs. So you have to hit those RCPs or you will receive a penalty, and it can be a serious penalty. But right now we're watching.
Well, like
Brock
right there, there was a bypass. You could have jumped up on and there was a trail on the side
on the top
of that
screen,
and that's not legal.
Yeah.
So there's CJ Greaves right there. And I bet, is that one of the cars that shouldn't be in there?
Yes, exactly. So that's what you're seeing right there. That's one of the guys that went the wrong.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
All right, so just looking back at the tracker, let me see if I have anybody else that's stopped as we're waiting for Brock's shot to come back. There it is. Most of the people are still moving on the desert course, so that's good. I don't see any red. If you guys are looking at the racing track site, when you see the little dot with red at the bottom, that means they're at 0 miles an hour. When they go to 0 in the rocks, you're going to see that a lot. And you can see why, because they just come to a quick stop. If what their tracker happens to ping when they're stopped for a second, it's going to show 0. So don't pay too much attention to 0 in the rocks.
So that section of outer limits isn't extremely bad, but he's going to get some more technical spots here coming up. And then they're bypassing out of the waterfall up top. I would expect Brock to be able to make it all the way through this without winching. But after top 10, there's going to be some spots in here where some people are going to get hung up, and then you're going to have to take alternate lines and probably winch.
Yeah, looking at the map, CJ Greaves and Ronnie Anderson may be pretty close to each other physical. So we might, on some of these drone shots, we might get to see both of them even within the same shot.
And they're probably still coming down Spooners.
Yes, they're behind Brock a little ways.
So that kind of looks like Kyle Cheney there. He's probably getting close to the top of Spooners.
So that was Brock that was having trouble a second ago. Here we go. Back to this shot. Yeah. Looks like he got through there. This is out at the remote pit from the desert race, Bessemer Mine Road. So that's about 13 miles from town. So whenever you guys see this camera shot in this corner today, they're about 13 miles from being back here in Hammertown.
Is that out by Bessemer?
That is Bessemer.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. Oh, what's going on here? We got the co-driver trying to roll the car.
That looks like a broken tie rod.
Wow. Oh. Got a car going around him. This is interesting. Yeah, Robert Liebel here, the 441. But what do we have going around him?
I have no idea what that was all
going
about.
on here? We got another car just pulled up. Everybody's like lost right here.
Yeah, so that's got to be a broken tie rod.
Yeah, this is interesting though.
Really hard to steer. I don't know where they're at. Is this coming into the last part, trying to get into town? Well, there's Ronnie Anderson. So I think that's the crossover right there from, yeah, it is. From Spooners, he just entered outer limits.
Perfect. So he is most likely still second. And then CJ should not be too far behind him. Like I said, in some of these drone shots, if we were watching this from 180 degrees on the other side, we may see CJ come behind him.
Yeah, so the outer limits is the first uphill rock trail of the day. And again, they took out the very top of outer limits off the course. So they will go up about 2/3 of the way up outer limits and then take a bypass out.
So you'll notice that the Anderson car here, it sits a little bit lower than the factory car. So that's a Matag car there, a little bit different. It sits a little lower. The center of gravity is a little lower. And I don't know, in the rocks, they don't have quite as much ground clearance as the other ones do. So I don't know if that's going to come into play or not today.
Is it really affect the ground clearance, or is it just the look of the cage that makes it look like it's sitting lower?
Yeah, true. I think the body sits a little bit lower, though.
All right.
All right, so this is one of our Can-Ams. Who is that, John? 118?
118.
This is the right now we're watching
coming back into Hammertown right there. That
yeah,
drone.
that shot was. They're coming back into Hammertown.
118 is Matt Walraven. So this could be Kyle Cheney coming down Spooners.
I think you're right, John. I think that is.
No. Is that Cody Miller?
I can't catch the number on it, John. It's one of the two.
I think Cody, it's either Cody or Hunter had the red on top of their roof. And if that is Spooners, I would expect that to be Hunter. So there's Ronnie Anderson again. He's on outer limits.
And Anderson is not the Matag car. I was mistaken there. This is their old car. They run the Matag car in the desert. So it's a different car than what they normally use.
Still it has a lower profile.
Yeah, definitely low. Yeah.
Good looking car.
Yeah, so it's their car from last year.
All right, so this is them running up this rock trail. Now this is the
outer limits.
This is the first up rock trail, correct? Yep. Yeah, so they're going to come up through here, as John said. Now, originally they had to come all the way out the top, but we're pulling them out a little bit early.
Yeah,
if you're looking at your map, essentially it's the stock bypasses where we're pulling them out, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so they're going to get up to the top, and when they're following on their GPS, they'll see a stock bypass. That's where they can actually get out of the trail a little bit early and get over.
The interesting part to that is none of these pro guys pre-ran that section of the course.
Where the stock bypass is? Yeah.
They were all running up through the top of outer limits. Now it's a bypass, so it's easy.
Should be easier.
Should be easy,
yeah.
but they've never done it.
Oh, what do we got? We're on car right now with steering issue, obviously.
Steering wheel should not be turning that easily.
No,
I'll tell you that.
but then the question is, so is it just disconnected from the rack? Is it an issue?
Or that's saying that's Kyle Cheney. Okay,
All
there's
right, so what do
CJ
we got?
Greaves, and then there's Ronnie Anderson right in front of him. So that's
Yeah.
an outer limits.
Yeah, so that's what we were just on board with Ronnie in this rock truck. And why is CJ
And
sitting still though,
I don't
John?
know. He should be taking a right there and sneaking through those two big rocks.
Yeah, it looks. I think he heard you. I think he heard you. There we go.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he doesn't need my help.
Yeah, I think. But as John was saying, right now we're watching CJ. We just were on board with Ronnie, and they're heading into this rock trail. So we got tons of action here inside the first. We're going to call it the first up trail. So the first real rock trail. It's their first sort of like real push up through this rock section.
And this trail is no joke. Even though the top of it was taken out, the top guys are going to be able to get up here certainly without winching. But once you start getting, after the first 20, there's going to be some guys get broken, winching, and you're going to have to get more creative.
Yeah, and we say, just like you said, the trail is still no joke. We still have
treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend. And we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think. I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
Miles an hour is fast, and now we're seeing triple digits. I mean, the technology that's came in off-road is just phenomenal. And then seeing what Mitchie Jr. is doing over in Dakar, it's crazy, just everything.
Yeah, he's doing good. He tries hard. He works his butt off for it all, and he doesn't give up. That's what's good. He's ready to go today.
Awesome. All right. Well, always a pleasure. Good seeing you, buddy. And best of luck. We'll see if Mitchie can do another one.
Yeah, hopefully. Keep our fingers crossed.
All right. Well, thank you. Always good catching up with some of the rock royalty we have here. You never know who you're going to bump into here on the lake bed. It's absolutely amazing to see everything going down. Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm going to go find. But did you guys see behind me? The car died. They push it to their pits. So I'm not going to walk. I'm going to hop on my golf cart and run down there. And but yeah, lots of fun, lots of action, and it just keeps getting better and better. And we are, man. Brock Hager up front, just on a mission. Can he do it again? It's looking like it's very possible. So yeah, I'm going to send it back up to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Back to you guys.
Transition. We just got done talking with Mitch Guthrie Sr. as we jump in with Mitch Guthrie Jr. As you said, Fish, this guy's putting on a show.
Yeah, I knew this was coming the whole time. I mean, this is one to watch. He's in a factory Polaris Pro R. I mean, he hauls ass. And Mitch has been around for a long time. You know, he's actually been racing Dakar now. He got a big ride in a T1, and he worked his way up from these right here. You know,
I don't say that word because Jim always corrects me that I say it wrong when I say Dakar or Dakar. Or I just let Jim say that. Just like I'm allowed to say
correcting us on anything.
He's allowed. All right. So, but let's talk about his dad. His dad mentioned how far up he's moved. So. Fish Tracker Master, where did he start? How many cars has he passed to get where he's at right now?
Well, it's hard to tell physically.
We're just going to assume, right?
Yeah. We know where he is on time. Physically, it's real hard to tell.
I don't think he's reached Spooners yet.
But on time, how?
So he's heading to Spooners right now. So we've got Ronnie Anderson on screen now. He's out of outer limits and over by the pits.
Yeah, Mitch was in 13th corrected time when he came through at the end of his first lap.
13th corrected time. Started where did he start? That's wild, right? All right, I'm also hearing that we may have another update from Miles down in the pits from someone that we've been trying to keep an eye on all day. And from the sounds of it, he's out of his car, or at least back into the main right now. What do you got, Miles?
Mitch started 75th.
All right, thank you. And yeah, down here with Philip McGilton in this beautiful UFO MAV R. This thing is absolutely amazing. He isn't a single seater, so I do see he is changing the rear tire. So he did have a. I'm down here with Philip McGilton, the number 47, this beautiful MAV R Can-Am. This thing is doing great. It's looking good, but he did have to change the rear tire. Obviously, he is. They just re-racked it, and I'm getting a big thumbs up from Philip McGilton. It looks like he's getting ready to take. No, they're going to get him some fuel. But I'm just going to do a quick walk around. This car looks absolutely amazing. What Joe Thompson has built. I expect this thing to do great things today. It is a work of art. Starting with a Can-Am MAV R, so the power plant is extremely stable. But then the tweaks that Joe Thompson did to turn it into a UFO Can-Am is just absolutely insane. The visibility is just absolutely insane. Looks like he's getting ready to take off. Thumbs up from Philip McGilton. We'll see him on race day with Rusty Nail Racing and 47 Motorsports. All high fives from the pits. Everything's looking good. Man, that's probably my favorite UTV out here today. Thing is an absolute beautiful car, and it's going to be exciting to see how it comes. So it looks like we're getting a little lighter on cars in here. I did see Robbie Gordon go through. I did see Mitch Guthrie Jr., but I caught up with his dad. So lots of action. They'll be coming back here to finish lap number 2. And, here in about a couple more hours. So I'm going to send it back up to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
Just in time, we have some drama looking at the tractor here. We have CJ Greaves is sitting at 0 miles an hour in the remote pit right now. And Kyle Cheney is sitting at 0 miles an hour in Spooners. And they've both been stopped for a few minutes that I've been watching here.
Well, we saw Kyle out of his car working on something to the steering. So that kind of makes sense.
So the 33, that's an interesting one because he was running in the 3rd position. So he pulled in his pit. We're going to keep an eye on him and see if they're just doing something precautionary or what's going on with the 33.
Who was that? That was Kyle right there.
That was Kyle right there. We just went by Kyle Parks.
Kurt Mackey pass him.
Yeah, we just saw Kurt Mackey go past Kyle.
And I didn't see anybody out of the car, though.
I didn't see anybody around it as well.
That's interesting.
Unless they could be getting back in possibly and getting fixed. Hopefully that's the case.
It certainly didn't look like anyone was around that car. It looked like they were just nobody, and they may have been sitting in just trying to get some sun.
From Spooners, you could hike back up the trail and
get to remote
hike
pit.
to remote pit too.
And we saw them earlier working the steering in that car, but we saw no action on the actual steering wheel or the wheels of the vehicle. And as Fish was saying when he's watching it, there's no way that wheel should be that easy to turn.
Yeah, no,
that car is sitting there, so we can only assume what's going on. So hopefully we can get some information on that.
The 33, they're replacing a knuckle on it right now. It sounds like some people down in the pits.
A knuckle?
Yeah, rear knuckle. It sounds like on the 33.
And that's CJ in remote pit.
Correct.
Okay.
That's going to take a few minutes to replace a knuckle, huh?
Well, those SCI guys are pretty quick, so they'll get that thing done pretty quickly. We'll see if he
But
gets
still,
passed by
it's an involved replacement part.
So Hunter Miller is just about to go past him right now. So Hunter Miller is going to move to be our 3rd physical on the race course.
I think
it's around CJ.
I think it just happened.
Yep.
Yeah, so it just happened. So now Hunter Miller is now on corrected time, our 3rd place vehicle. We still have Brock. Speaking of Brock, we still have Brock. He's on screen right there, physical race leader. And now he's going to be able to just stretch this out even further, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got clear air in front of him, right? This is just his race at this point.
Don't put that evil on him, though. That's the announcer curse, Fish. Whenever
I don't say nothing. I'm just saying he's got clean air in front of him.
That's a good
point.
point.
There's nobody that went the wrong way on the trails that he's going on right now.
So he doesn't have anyone to deal with, thank goodness. So
not like earlier.
So, and the one thing we got to remember too is physical 2nd place, Ronnie Anderson came into the Hammertown end of lap 1, went the wrong way.
Correct.
Yeah, we still have to get clarification on that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I know what it could mean, but we won't know until Ben decides.
Right now, there's 7 minutes and 29 seconds on time corrected between Ronnie Anderson and Brock. So Brock has a 7 minute 29
That
seconds.
is a
lead right now.
wow.
huge lead.
And he has 11 minutes over Hunter Miller.
Wow.
So basically, he just needs to keep himself at a steady pace and keep it smooth to stay out in that number 1 spot.
Yeah,
So-
that's a lot of. You're gonna have to make up a lot of gap to be able to use any corrected time to help him.
Exactly.
But
Oh,
all
we
right,
have a
we
car on
got some
its
action
side.
right here, and
Is that no?
Looks like it says 13. So hard to read these numbers sometimes.
all right,
There's
there
Brock.
is our current race leader.
Oh,
Brock
he's heading
Hager. So
down
that's down
sledge.
sledge right there. So that's down through right. That's the is he coming up on the plaque line right
Yeah.
there? Yeah. So he's
Yeah,
coming
that's
up
a
on the
waterfall
plaque
right
line.
there.
So that's the plaque line waterfall. He's coming right through there. Honestly, that isn't, in my opinion, right now the hardest part of this trail. The harder part of this trail is actually a little bit
further down.
further
now.
down. The turn climb has gotten a little bit more dug out in the past couple of years. The plaque line is starting to clean up a little bit just from traffic. But yeah, that's physical race leader right there, Brock Hager coming down sledge.
And so right after sledge, you head up Jack, and Jack's going to turn into a bottleneck for, once we get 10, 15 guys that have gone through there, there'll be some people that are winching more. And
Yeah, because in Jack, you basically have 3 different, I guess, lines to choose from.
There's 2 up high. There's multiple down low.
Yeah.
But 2 main lines through the toughest part.
So this section right here that Brock is headed up to, this is the drop-off that I say is starting to be a lot harder on sledge, specifically going up. And
He'll walk right through it.
Yeah, he will. He'll drop right down. But you can see that how steep it is coming in here. Yeah, he's going to walk right through that. So he's now basically cleared the hard part of sledge.
Yep.
And as John has said, now he's got to turn around and go up Jack. But right now, as Fish said, clear air in front of him.
And we got reported that the 33 is back out on the road. So CJ just lost, it looks like 1 position there. It looks like only the 190 got around him. So I told
and
you
they
those
replaced
boys
the
are
rear
quick.
knuckle.
SCI guys don't mess around.
That is impressive. Okay, Brock Hager right there making his way. He's done with sledge at this point.
Sledge is done now. This is just
he's
sort
going
of
to jump on
rocks.
the little bypass here, or I don't know if you can.
No, I
Looks
don't know
like
if you can. I think there might be an RCP
All right.
down in the bottom of there, John. So he's got to stay down in this rock section. Yeah, there's a little bit of a.
Yeah, that's no joke right there.
No, it's not. You are going down, but there's a good.
When I was
pinch
there,
point
I took that little bypass the other day.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think there might be an RCP down in that rock section to keep them down and honest in
I like
those
it.
rocks.
I
So now
like
they got
those
to go down those
RCPs.
rocks, and now essentially, as John said, that's essentially the bottom of
Yep.
sledge right there. Now he's going to head over and go
But
up Jack.
they're keeping them down in the canyon. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, so he's just basically got to skirt along the bottom of this sort of
we've-
like rocky ledge here, and then he's going to
That's a good picture right there of why you can't have 150 feet VCP, because there was clearly that line right above it, right?
Absolutely,
if you gave
yeah.
them that
And
much
that-
room,
well, and
they'd
they've
all
done-
be up there.
Yeah.
They've done some sneaky things where they put the RCP on the far side of a canyon to
Yeah.
force them to go on one side of it too.
Yeah, just the pin is not in the middle of the trail either. The RCP
Great-
will get over and they'll get
Great
you.
placement of RCPs. I love that.
Yeah.
He's going to jump up. This is the bottom of Jack right here. There's a little sign he's going to pass, and they're going to force him to go all the way up the harder part of the lower canyon.
Yeah, there's
just to get there.
Yeah, there used to be there's a little shortcut if you're at your recreational wheeling, you can jump across. You can see those orange cones are up there, but they basically block that off, put them down in the rocks for the entire part of this trail. So this is going to be a good long rock trail kit.
But this is what's great about all the RCPs they've added is they're forcing them to do more of the traditional trail, and they can't take all these bypasses, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we always struggled with that in the race. There was always that, do you stay in the rocks? It's a race. I went out. So the addition of the RCPs, and as you said, the distance, that 50-foot gap, that really pulls them into the rocks, which is great, which is what we want to see. We want to see these cars in the rocks. As you can see, Brock's just basically digging through these rocks on this section of Jack.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned earlier, John, this car has one of the active links sway bar systems on it, which is super cool. So it's got electronic sway bars. So when you're going in the rocks like this, you can really just push the open button,
Yeah.
and then it's open like having a sway bar disconnect almost. And then
money.
once you get back out in the desert sections, you turn it back on semi-active mode, and it's super smart again. It ties in with the shocks, it ties in with the steering, it ties in with everything, so it knows what the car is doing. It stiffens and softens as it needs to.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, normally when you go to play on Jack, you take that left-hand bypass line because you're not the hard stuff there.
Yeah, it's just
But now
nuisance
they're-
rocks.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Pit, but we have the number 33 of CJ Greaves here. As you guys can see, they're working on a right rear knuckle right now, making sure that everything's good for him. Doesn't seem like anything else is good with the car. Asked CJ if he wanted to talk, he said no. You can also see they're about to get that rear tire back on there. This is a nice pit stop for them to ensure that the number 33 of CJ Greaves can get back out. Back up to you guys.
In action, so that knuckle being changed.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that
I
was
think
the
they,
SCI guys down there along with the Polaris engineers. I mean, they obviously know these cars. They work on them all day, you know, every day. That's what they do. So they were able to get that part changed out probably as quick as anybody possibly
I think
could.
they've repositioned the winch on that up a little bit higher. We got Brian Deegan right now.
I agree with you, John. I think that's exactly what we saw. I think we saw them. They're bound up. They weren't happy with that first initial winch pull, and so they reset it. And yeah, on screen right now, that is Brian Deegan making his way around a car.
and that's in Spooners.
Oh, and he's broke. He's the driver of that car was signaling to everyone behind him that he was broken. So we're watching Brian Deegan make his way around.
And I think that's bottom of Spooners getting ready to jump over to outer limits. Yeah, that is where it's at.
All right, so they are still in the same spot.
That's a tough line. That's changed in the.
It looks like he's back.
Week.
It looks like he might be backing up to reposition and try to get out, because I think what was happening was I think he was just getting pinched.
He was getting undercut on that back right tire.
Yeah,
and
so it looks like he's
bound up.
Yeah, he's trying to get up higher on that wall.
He's got to jump up left to get around that. That's a tough spot. That we'll see what happens here with Ronnie and Hunter. I think we just saw Hunter a minute ago. He was getting ready to come down sledge.
Now, is this the only line that you think they can take
No.
here?
Well, no.
There's a right-hand line.
Yeah, but they've kind of at this point committed to the left-hand side there. You see that big rock in the middle? There's kind of a line
now,
to the right.
Now you can see it on the right.
Yeah, but
you could go over there and not miss an RCP?
I don't.
Yes,
I'd be fine. But there's a climb a little bit further down on the screen that you couldn't see. So you kind of got to commit. Are you going left climb or right climb?
Yeah, got it.
And then, but to me, I don't know, John. I don't know if I'd be climbing that wall on the hard left. I'd almost try to use that rock on the right. You got a winch. I think it might help you get.
There's a
right up over
great view of Jackhammer. So there's a right line right from this look. It looks like the right line's easy.
It's just the camera, right?
There's huge holes in there.
Yeah.
So if you could drive the right line, I mean, Dave Cole said he did it in his 4-seat Maverick R, but that's a huge wheelbase. Nobody has that in the race. In a 2-seater, those are huge holes. The right line is doable. You're going to probably almost everybody that takes a right line is going to have to winch.
Yeah, it looks easy from here, but I agree with John. To me, and also the right line's also looser.
Yeah.
So you're trying to climb and it's pitching you and it's kicking you and it's digging and you're getting I feel that on that right hand side I think there's more shock load to the drivetrain. Where on the left hand side I think you can crawl it. So you can just
it's more bedrock on the left.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna see pretty soon because the number 52 on the tracker here is gonna be pulling into that screen any moment.
Oh, that's gonna be absolutely amazing.
This is Robert Liebel again, and he was the racer that was pushing the tire around, getting to the pit or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of action up in that section. Who's he coming up on?
Spooners.
That car looks broken right there. Yeah.
I didn't see who that was.
And this just goes to show how fast your physical lead can go from minutes to right back together, right?
Yeah, in those rocks, when you have a problem, it can slow your day down.
That first winch point for him was a great decision.
Here we go.
There we go.
Right there.
There he is. I knew it was coming.
All right. So now the question will be, let's see what he does. Does he commit to that right line early, which at this point would be
that would be the best call.
Right decision.
So normally most people right where the spot where Ronnie's at has been taking the bottom right line.
But is there an RCP in here, John? I don't know. We may have to ask.
I don't think so.
Okay. So if you can go to the right there.
He's going to hit some tough stuff right in here. It's almost time to get your Co-Dog out of the car.
I'd have the Co-Dog out of the car at least to walk it and spot it at this point because I think that's what you need.
Can he see Brock yet? I'm trying to see.
Yeah. I don't know if he can.
Are you sure? That's a big rock that's in front of him.
Yeah.
There. I don't know if he can see over that.
Okay.
Co-Dog's getting out. And if the Co-Dog gets out, we'll see. We'll be able to tell. If the Co-Dog gets out and looks up,
he can see.
He may say, "Oh, Brock's there."
Yeah, so he's got to make a decision to take that right line, and I don't know. I mean, this goes down to pre-running. You got to take multiple lines in a scenario like this while you're pre-running, and make sure you know how to do both lines and how you're going to handle each scenario.
I'm going to throw another one out on you. We heard it last year on some of the racers. This would be also communication between you and your team right now. They'll know from watching the live stream how long Brock's been struggling on that left-hand line.
Yeah.
And if I'm listening to that and I hear that, I'd be saying, stay out of that left-hand line.
That's Cody Miller right there.
Yeah, this is going to get stacked up. We got the 190 coming, and then we got a little ways until the 33. But these three cars are going to be all on top of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a parking lot later.
Yeah, so right now these are your current race leaders struggling coming up, Jack. And we always said, the race is – it's lost. What do we always say? One in the desert, lost in the rocks, or we say it the other way around.
And Brock has not moved.
No, he
neither has
hasn't
the
moved at
52.
all.
The 52 is high centered right here too.
Yeah,
You see they're
he's-
getting to get the winch out.
Yeah, most of the guys I saw when I was down there were taking a bottom right line. So to the right of where Ronnie is right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of where you almost commit from what I would say. That's where you almost commit to taking that far right line. You get added these nuisance rocks early, but you can see he's just sitting right, his belly's right on that one
Those
rock.
are big rocks, and they're loose too.
They move. Yeah, they just move. And
They're big but loose.
You'll see how loose they are when he starts winching, because I'll probably say when he starts winching, that rock that's underneath him is probably going to pivot up and try to carry him all the way through.
They're not even to the spot where
No.
they're using the
winch anchor.
the winch anchor stuff already. So this is when it really helps to have your co-dog know how to winch.
Well,
and
John,
how to find a rock.
You said it all during qualifying. Every driver that came up here, you talked to them. You said, have you practiced winching yet? Have you practiced winching yet? Because I'm going to tell you right there, this year you're going to need it. So, John, you were on the nose for this race, how important winching is going to be for these guys. And yeah, Fish, you said they went out and pre-ran it in stock cars, but obviously that is playing out very different on race day.
Oh, definitely. And this is a great time where you want to have those Bluetooth communications too, because when you're out and
huge.
you're away
And
from
here
it,
we
you're
got
still
Hunter
able
Miller.
to talk to him the whole time.
So here we
Hunter
go.
Miller
Let's
coming in.
see what happens with
So
Hunter.
if Hunter can shoot this without winching, I know he's done it pre-running.
Yep.
But I don't know if he was successful doing the
Jim,
right
watch
line.
this. I think you're going to see Hunter commit to that far right line right
Yeah.
now.
Well,
I think
he should down low, unless it's changed since I was there 2 days ago.
They're thinking about it.
Okay, Jeremy, get out of the car, dude.
But look at how much bigger those rocks are just from this angle than when we look at the drone shot, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
No,
the drone shot, you're like, hey, just go around and go to the right.
Well,
but look at what it looks like to the right.
And I think the right side might have changed since I was there.
Yeah, so no, it looks like he's staying on that left-hand side, John. I thought for sure he was going to jump into that right, but he did not. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't see that.
I got update from Jason Zendorski, high rev photo. Cheney broke at the top of Spooner, sheared his steering bolt on his rack. He's going to walk to pit 2.
So that's what we assumed was happening when we saw that drone fly over, because we saw the movement, and that's exactly what we speculated, because we saw the steering wheel move.
Okay,
there we
Ronnie.
go. So there you go.
Ronnie's
Ronnie
moving.
made it over to that right-hand side that we were talking about.
Yep.
So here you can see exactly what we were talking about before, John, about the difference between this right and left-hand side.
I don't know that I would try to drive that right-hand line.
He isn't. His co-driver's already out. You can see him. He's running up. He's going to be.
He never
pulling some
got back
cables.
in.
So
Yeah,
Brock,
yeah,
look,
exactly.
Brock is out of the car as well now. That is Brock that's behind
Brock's
the
out
car.
of the car, and they're
they
doing
have
something
the
to that right
jack.
rear.
It looks like they have the jack. They're lifting up the right side of the car.
Yeah, that. But I think they're. It looks like they're working on the tire, Fish.
And that right-hand corner was bound up. And we saw the CV belt smoke at one point. So something bound it up over there. So it could have a mechanical issue right there.
Yep. All right. And so here, and now we
all
have
right.
Hunter.
So Hunter's on Ronnie's ass, and
He's right
they did
behind
not
him.
winch to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he had a winch at all, John. I think you're right. I think he
But
pulled
you
up
got to
right
get
behind
out right here, and you. Dave Cole has always said, if you're in a spot and there's a guy in front of you that are winching, you better get out and help those guys.
All right, they have an
get moving.
axle. That is Brock carrying an axle. So
Yeah,
they have
so
a
they-
rear axle, the right rear axle. They're going to change that out on Brock's car.
Yeah, I think you're
brutal
absolutely
spot
right,
to
Fish.
do that.
Yeah, but look at this. So and this is what we talked about before, John. This right-hand line. Oh, it looks so easy because there's no big rocks in it. But
He doesn't
it's
have a
not.
winch point over there.
No.
So there's a winch point on the left line, but not on the right line.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So he's setting up he's got his Factor 55 strap out there. He's got it wrapped around that rock. He's setting up a winch line right now while we're watching Miller at the same time is now also running. His co-driver's running up.
I
and
had
the winch.
expected them to have a winch point for that right-hand line too.
I think you could use the winch point on that big rock because
You
I
might
think
be
it's
able to
swung
pivot
around
it
both
over,
sides. Yeah, and I think it would be fine.
Maybe he hasn't seen it.
So here we go. We got Ronnie. Oh, they're just pulling the
So-
rock. Yeah, you can't. You're not winching out that.
This
See,
is-
I think you can get access to the one. If you watch Miller's co-driver walk up here,
Yeah.
I think he's either going to a lower winch point or he's going for the one that we were looking at earlier.
I don't know that I would whisk winching in the middle there.
No, I've
That-
actually seen. So the last time I was up here years ago, just wheeling during King of the Hammers, we were in here just wreck wheeling, and we saw the Gomez brothers try that center line, and it's very violent in a 4400.
Ballsy move to winch the middle.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth the risk for the pass. but I think it's worth getting your co-driver out there and getting a winch line set up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you have to set your strap on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think they're trying it.
If we're seeing this much chaos for the top three,
it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be a parking lot.
Yeah. It's gonna
Well, we have some drama going on behind them. So back at Sledge, behind them a little ways, we have the 33 showing at 0, CJ Greaves. Right on top of them, we got Cole Clark showing at 0, and then Jeffro Martin, all in the same spot. So we have these 3, and then we have 4, 5, and 6 that are also stopped a little ways back, having some trouble just like this, it looks like.
Wow.
So we have 2 little mini bottlenecks
All right, so
going on.
Pam's got some information for us. So Pam, what do you got?
So these guys are fighting over winch spots almost right there. Sorry, Pam.
That's okay. Hey, I just want to pop in here because we have a whole bunch of Youth 1000 racers out there that we haven't really touched on very much this morning, but they're actually getting ready to finish their lap. So we're going to have some finishers come in here in just a moment. But there's also been a little bit of, we had one of the youth cars actually caught fire. Everybody's fine. Everybody's out of the car. But we have our youth racers that are going to be coming in. We had 23 of them out on the course this morning. So we'll get some footage of that when they start coming in. But I just wanted to come on here, went and spoke with Ben and Race Ops, and he wanted to make sure that we're mentioning them because they are getting ready to come in for their finish.
I think we're watching one right now, Pam, on screen.
I think that's Melee Hale.
007.
Miley Hale.
Melee,
sorry. I mispronounced it last year.
Look at here's Cameron Steele. That's Cameron Steele in the 16 on the right. You got Brian Deegan there in the 38.
That's Outer Limits. They're
got
going
the
up.
57. This is another tough spot with a bunch of people getting stacked
well,
up.
you get one guy that gets broken or stuck, and mayhem ensues.
That's Ryan Dunn in that 57, one of our international racers. And we're seeing a couple cars coming down through the Ford Performance Arch. Coming back into town.
That's a 2812.
So a lot of these people are going to be just finishing the end of their first lap, obviously, from that started earlier in the day.
Yes.
So, Fish, as we watch our top 3 cars sitting up in there, we got Hager, Anderson, Miller.
Well, I actually got another update on Brock real quick. He might have 2 broken axles.
Oh.
One of the photogs out there thinks that he has 2 broken axles, possibly.
Okay, so
that's not good.
That's not good for him. And we're watching Miller trying to possibly pull a pass off right now on Anderson, or at least get set up to winch as soon as Anderson is clear. But then the next question is, who should we see coming in here next, and how far off are they from our...
we got Ronnie almost to the top of the worst spot.
Yeah.
Hunter right behind him there.
You can see Hunter has his winch line out. His co-driver's ready to help him get up this hill through these rocks.
Yeah, that's in car with Ronnie
pretty cool.
right there.
Swapping between cars, in cars.
So that's Ronnie. He's been able to winch over that spot. Now he's trying to drive up through this section. But this is exactly what you were talking about before, John. This shows just how loose this is. You can just see he's just digging all 4 tires. It is not an easy place to go.
Yeah, so he's through the worst, but there's still stuff
There's still big
that he's
rocks
got to get through.
Yeah, there's still big rocks that you got to get over, and you can see the co-drivers up there walking, spotting as well, trying to get, and then we're going to jump back in with Miller, who's right below him.
Those other 3 cars still have not moved either. CJ and them, they're all 3 still stuck back there.
In Sledge?
So, yeah, there's nobody even coming to where these leaders are yet.
So we still have action in Sledge as we're watching Ronnie. It looks like Ronnie's made it up through that one section, and he's kind of sitting up on a rock there. So now this is where at the top you can kind of drop sort of back into the top of the course, or the top of that obstacle. Looks like he's pulling the winch line in, and I saw him signaling for the co-driver possibly to get back in. Looks like they're putting that winch away.
So coming up towards the top of Jack, you have an either or you can take. You can take bombs away and dive down to the mailbox at the top of Sledge, or you can take Jack all the way through in the top. But the very, very top of Jack up on the ridge is way more gnarly than it used to be. There's like a little step up waterfall almost that you have to take.
Yeah, that's just an option that they have at the top of that. 2 different options they have.
It's an either or. And taking bombs away is easier, but longer, and it'll take longer. If you could do the top of jackhammer without winching or anything up at the very top, it's faster for sure. I would expect most of the top guys to go that way.
Yeah, looking at the live scoring, looks like I'm trying to see how many people we've had finish our first lap. Quite a few have come through the end of the first lap, all the way down to, it looks like 65 people have so far completed the first lap. So about half of our field.
And as we have that race going on, I'm hearing from Miles that we do have some of our youth class coming in across the line. And as they are finished, we're going to get Pam to bring them up on stage, interview each one of them, give them their time in the sun. So Pam's getting set up for that. So we have our youth drivers back into town who have just finished their race out here in Johnson Valley. Fish, can you pull up any spec on them on your tracker at all, or your timer, to see where they finished?
Which one were you looking for?
Youth class.
Youth class. Yeah,
all right.
Give me a second.
While Fish does that, we're watching.
Yeah, we're
Phil.
looking at outer limits. One car's broken on the left-hand side. That's Philip McGilton.
I say McGilton, but I was told it has to be McGilton, but we'll just call him Phil. So
yeah,
there's
Phil, there we go.
But you can see he's got lots of traffic in front, but he's just picking along, doing really well. He's very happy with, I talked to him, he said he's real happy with how that car's working in the rocks. You can see it's just doing a great job. And then we're back in with Miller.
Back to jackhammer.
And Ronnie's through there. Did we see that already? Ronnie is through there.
So I believe Ronnie's come through this section. He's right ahead of him, and this is where Miller's right behind him. This is right above Brock.
And it almost looks like Hunter has gone back to the left-hand side above Brock.
Ron did the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they both did the same thing. They got to the top of that climb. They dropped down onto the left-hand side, and now they're sort of back into what we consider the main part of that trail.
And you can see them; they're still struggling here.
It's still a tough spot once you get above Brock. But yeah,
okay,
this is
exactly.
Yeah, this is where we saw Ronnie's co-driver get back in with him. And right now we have one of our Youth 1000 finishers up on stage with Pam. So I'm going to throw it down to Pam. We're going to let Pam get a hold of them and talk to them a little bit. And then as we watch our racing unfold here live from Johnson Valley. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, Ian. Here with Peanut Fulcher. Peanut Fulcher, you came from dead last, and you were the first car in for our Youth 1000 class. I want you to give us a quick rundown of your experience out there today.
Well, it was really dusty coming from the back. Didn't know what car's which, so we just pushed on. But woke up this morning feeling like we're going to win.
Awesome. Well, right now, and you got your dad, Brian, right here. Brian, I mean, you came in and you're just like a huge smile on your face. Having your son out there driving while you're enduring this, your thoughts?
Oh, my God. Oh, I don't think I had my heart right for that one this morning.
Did you know he could drive as good as he was?
You know, these boys seem to impress me every time. I looked at him that one time and said, son, I don't know how you know how to drive this car like this, because I can't even drive it like this. So, yeah, he was really good. There was a lot of dust. We got to Aftershock, and it was a parking lot, and he found a line, passed 5 in one go, come around, didn't wait on nobody, and he got around a lot of them, a lot of the leaders in the rocks.
All right, so back to Peanut. Peanut, you driving through the rocks like that, what an experience for you. So when he just said you found a line, what made you take that line, and, how did you do it?
I was tired of waiting. I was done. I wanted to go. I'm ready to finish. It was bypass, just like a waiting line, so we just took the main line. We didn't pre-run, so yeah, it was bumpy and it was rough.
Well, maybe next year we'll get to see you out there racing with the big boys on all the laps. But you guys, let's give it up for the future of our sport, Mr. Peanut Fulcher and his dad, Brian.
Thank you very much, Pam. That is great to see Peanut across the line. He just woke up this morning and felt like winning, and obviously he did. That's awesome to hear. All right, so as we have our Youth 1000 finishers come in, Pam's going to bring each one of them up on stage, give them their time in the sun. And at the same time, we're going to be jumping back and forth out here on our race course. We saw Brock still stopped out there, Fish. Still broke.
Yeah, Brock's working on some rear axles, it looks like. So he's still there. We did see Ronnie Anderson got through there. The question is, remember when we said Ronnie Anderson came into the end of the lap last time, came in backwards in the short course. So if Ben is around, maybe we can get Ben to give us the official ruling on what's going to happen there.
I think we'll have to wait and see, but I'm sure Ben's got his hands full out there. But yeah, if we can get Ben. But so we have seen Ronnie Anderson get around Brock Hager in that trail. right behind him was Hunter Miller. We saw Hunter Miller get around Brock Hager. So right now we can only assume, I believe, is this Ronnie right here?
Yeah, that's going to be our first car right there.
So that's our current leader right there. This is Ronnie Anderson making his way down through this section, and we should see Miller behind him. They were right on top of each other, but I think Ronnie was able to get through the winch point, get his co-driver back in a little bit faster, and now they're coming back down into the trail. And
this is actually, I think this is an either, their tracker's being a little weird, so it's going to be hard to tell. They might be really close together, though. We might see them both right here again.
Well, but they do have options here, Fish. That's what John was talking about before he stepped out of the booth for a second. There are 2 optional lines here at the top of this. They can run down through Bombs Away, or they can head over to another trail. Here comes
the
John.
190's on the opposite trail. That's what's going on right now.
Okay, so here we go. Here, John, this is great.
You may actually pass him right here on the tracker.
John, this is great. We were just talking about the difference between the Bombs Away and the alternate trail, and these 2 drivers have split and taken each way. So I'll let you get an idea of what's going on here. We're going to throw it to Pam down on the main stage with another one of our youth finishers.
All right, here with Tice Healy, with the one and only Lauren Healy, his dad right here next to you. You are out there enduring the rocks and everything else, out there driving. Have you been doing some lessons while you've been back home?
Yes.
So they paid off, right?
Yes.
All right, so all in all, the track for you out there, what was your favorite part?
I like the desert more. Yeah.
The desert? You like to go fast, not crawl?
Yeah.
Well, there we go. I got to talk to Dad. So, Dad, I know that you rode with him last year as well, but seeing your son out there driving through the rocks, how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a blast. It's so cool. Like all these 20, 30 years of experience that we have, and being able to share that with our kid is like the most fun, like father-son bonding moment you could ever have.
Awesome. Well, it's awesome to see you guys here at the finish. You're unofficially in the 2nd position coming over the stage. I don't have all the timing results with me right now. Tice Healy, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Let's give it up for Tice Healy with Lauren Healy co-driving.
Thanks a lot, Pam. I appreciate that. It's always great to see these guys come in and finish the race. This future of the sport right here. It's good to see basically royalty of the sport right there, Mr. Lauren Healy walking around with a smile on his face, which is good. So it's awesome to see him here. Right now we are watching, we have an interesting story unfolding in front of us here, John, because you had talked about the 2 optional race courses that these guys could take. So we have 2 drivers here. Ronnie Anderson, Hunter Miller took 2 different routes, and we talked a little bit about that earlier. So run it through it one more time.
Yeah. So there's 2 different ways. There's 2 different ways you can go here at the top of Jack.
All right, we got Pam with another one of our youth finishers up on stage.
Caden Gamble, you are through 3rd overall right now, and officially, I'm not sure on the timing, but coming through the finish line. Caden Gamble, how was that for you?
Man, it was rough. I mean, I was in the lead for a bit, but I screwed up in the rocks, left him behind a little bit, but it was rough in the desert with all the cars tearing it up, but the new shock package we had definitely helped out a whole lot.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or what have you been up to? Or just what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
I think it's a huge disadvantage for most of these races.
He doesn't have a choice. He has to take the right line
He has
because
to take
Brock
the right
is still broken in that left line.
Yeah, Brock is waiting to replace his other rear axle. That's what's going on over there. So Brock had 2 broken axles.
So it was 2 broken axles.
Yes.
Wow. Tough break for Brock there. And how many have we had go through on the right? Is just Ronnie and Hunter?
Just those 2 so far. And then the 968 is showing his pass there as well. That's Jeffro Martin.
And CJ?
CJ is almost to them. You're going to
Okay.
see CJ coming in soon. However, CJ just went back to 0. He's in the rocks. But yeah, CJ will be the next car you see pulling up on these guys very soon.
All right. And we're watching Cole Clark and a single seat Turbo Pro R trying to do it all.
And we've seen everyone else here in this one section. This is not an easy winch. This is a hard winch to set yourself up for.
And as we've seen so far, there's no strap. Looks like Cody Miller is not happy about something.
Oh no, that's unfortunate. He's looking at the front of the car, helmet. It's never good when the helmet comes off, John.
When the driver's out and the helmet's off, that's not good.
He's looking at the front end of the car. All right, as we
back to Cole Clark on jackhammer.
All right, as we watch Cole set up his winch, we have Pam on the main stage with another one of our youth finishers. Pam, what do you got?
Here with Taryn McCullough. Look at you. We have matching fingernails. Awesome. Taryn, did you have fun out there?
That's a word for it.
So what was the most difficult part?
Definitely the rocks. I lost power steering halfway through and I didn't realize it. And I thought I lost an axle or something. I made Wicks get out and check the car. He was not happy. And then there was a bottleneck for a second too that we had to wait for. Wasn't a fan of that. Let's just say I like the desert. I'll stick to that.
Well, with that being said, losing the power steering, I mean, did you completely lose it or did you have to turn it off and reset it?
I was able to turn the car off and reset it, thank goodness, because I don't think I would have been able to do the desert. Yeah, Wicks did it. I was not happy about it. I'm like, no.
Well, you're here at the finish line. Congratulations on it. You guys have those awesome 20th year finisher medals as well. We're going to be doing some celebrations later on, but congratulations on enduring the Youth 1000 class.
Thank you. It was definitely dusty, thick and dusty out there.
Dusty's been the word of the last 3 weeks here.
Yeah, dusty. There was no wind out there to blow the dust. It was run to the VCP. Oh, wait, I missed that VCP. Where is it? Yeah.
Gosh, gotcha. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Taryn McCullough.
Thanks, Pam. Always good to see another one of our finishers out as we were just watching. So now, we're back in car. Is this
Hunter Miller?
Back in car, Hunter Miller. We were just watching him. He has now passed Brock Hager in that rock section, but he's behind Anderson physically on course. We don't know where he is, on corrected time, and then also we know that Ronnie Anderson is going to have to deal with an issue from when he came in and into the short course. We're going to let race ops figure that out. But right now we have Hunter Miller on course, in car, coming to you live. And it looks like there's that could be Anderson's dust in front of him a little bit.
Yeah. And if you look at it too, if they're
look at this, look at this.
Yeah,
So this is where
this
is where we talked about you could Dave talked about this in a live show. So that right there, he's going to go up and then come back down.
Coming down Jack North.
Yeah, so he's going to go up and do a little quick turn and then come down through the rocks.
And Hunter just waved at Ronnie. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he probably waved like, "Here I come, buddy." Yeah. So Dave actually talked about this on the live show that when you do this section of the course, you are going to be able to see these cars because you basically run up this up sort of this bypass road. Then you're going to flip a 180, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. You just go up, pop back down. And again, this is one of the really cool things about those RCPs is they're forcing them to stay in this canyon.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in previous years, there weren't enough RCPs and they would jump out. You could see some of these little trails on the side and it's just a cheater route. And I love that we've got enough RCPs to keep everybody honest.
Yeah, this is great. So so right now on screen, that is Ronnie Anderson, your current physical race leader, but we just saw Hunter Miller basically pass by him going the opposite way. Now he's not going the wrong way on the race course. That's the right way to go. You got to go up to that dirt trail, spin around, and then come back down as we jump on car with Ronnie right now.
So again, we've got these guys are really close to each other. I mean, splitting the different minutes apart, but you've got Ronnie started second and Hunter was ninth. Plus, we had Ronnie go the wrong way coming into Hammertown at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, so there's definitely going to be some issues with that. They're going to have to sort out in race ops. But as you said, even just on corrected time, Hunter's probably got him if he could keep him in the sights.
Yeah, Hunter just needs to keep him in his sights. But assuming Hunter's got a clean run.
Yeah, all right. And now we're going to throw it back down onto the main stage with Pam with another one of our Youth 1000 finishers.
Thanks, Ian. Down here with Leo Simeon. Here we are at the finish line. I asked you what other items what other vehicles you race, and you said this is your first race ever. So coming back and racing, you said 6 years old at one point racing, but now you're racing in this big car out here for the youth class. How was that for you?
My hands hurt a lot. It was pretty rough, but we got through the rocks pretty good. I think we did good.
So, I mean, I have to ask you, I mean, if you've never raced before since, 6 years old, coming out here and doing this race and practicing or racing in the rocks, did you do any kind of practice?
Yeah, we come out here a lot. So we've been pre-running ever since last King of the Hammers, trying to get ready for this race. And I've done the rocks a lot, so I'm good in the rocks.
Well, there you go. I mean, practice makes perfect. It's all about that seat time, but congratulations on getting up here to the finish for the Youth 1000 class.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Leo Simeon.
All right, thanks, Pam. As we jump back onto your main screen here, we are in car with Hunter Miller.
And we got a little bit of a bummer of an update. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. sounds like he's going to be out of the race most likely. He stopped in the remote pit, and it sounds like he's done.
And we just saw the video a little while ago of Cody Miller out of his car. So
yeah, so a couple big names out of this race.
And here we are still back in this one section of Jack where we still have Brock
Hager
Scott
on the left line, Cole Clark on the right line, and Dustin Robbins behind that.
Yeah, but it looks like they're trying to replace the opposite side of the rear axle on Brock's car there. And then once they do that, hopefully they can get going again.
Man, that's a lot of work to replace 2 axles in jackhammer.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm hearing we have an update from Tiffany about Mitch Guthrie up in remote pit. So we're going to go up there first before we go to Pam.
Guys, down here with the number 51 of Mitch Guthrie. Now, Mitch, every time I get a chance to talk to a driver with their helmet off that says a type of day that they're having, explain what's going on with the car right now.
Yeah, not good. We obviously didn't have a good qualifying, so fought a lot of dust, and we moved through the pack. I think we were in the top 10 physically, so that was great, but we had a little steering issue, and we're trying to see if we can get it fixed, but obviously that's going to take us out of the running, so bummer, but it was going great until it wasn't, as racing always is.
That's what they always say. But what I do love about you is you're such good friends with Ronnie Anderson that once you got out of the car, situated, you said, how's Ronnie doing? So is that what we're cheering for the rest of the day now?
Yeah, I think I might go follow Ronnie around now. Maybe, can I go winch him up a trail or something if he needs it? We'll see.
We'll find out, guys. Let me know if Mitchie can be able to winch him up a trail. But heartbreaker for Mitch Guthrie. Back up to you guys.
Very much, Tiffany Stone. It's great to get that information from those remote pits. Right now, we're going to throw down onto the main stage with Pam with one of our other Youth 1000 finishers.
Thank you so much, Ian. Mason Dowker up here at the finish line. You're no stranger to out here racing and racing at all. I mean, you have your dad, Tad, who races in our 4400 class over there in your co-driver's seat. But Mason, enduring those rocks today, how was it?
Love the rocks. Really fun. Car handled great. Just felt good overall.
All right, I have to ask you, when did you get a flat on that rear over there?
I'm not sure. I think we.
20 miles on a flat. 20 miles. We had 20 miles on a flat tire.
20 miles, your dad's saying. That's a lot. I mean, you can't really push it that way, or did you have to let it? Obviously, you had to let up, but were you kind of babying it to get it here to the finish line?
Yeah, a little bit. Tires held up great. We thought we were just running on a rim, but tires held up great.
I have to say, your dad's over there shaking his head no. So, Tad, he was not trying to take it easy?
No, I mean, we decided not to change the flat because we were in a good position, and he just pushed. Kid drove his ass off today. Anybody that's driven the flat tire knows how hard that is, and he really killed it. The rock trail he ran pretty much solo. I got out to help tip a car over. I sprinted to the end. He ran the whole rock trail. Really good job today.
A proud dad over there in that co-driver's seat. I can see it in your face. So congratulations, Tad. How was it, though, being in the car with him all in all?
Oh, it's good. You know, you got to get that blood pressure up once in a while. You know, they don't listen all the time, just 90% of the time. But no, I did good today.
And how is it having your dad over there telling you what to do and teaching you how to go through those rocks? I mean, he's an expert. He's done it for many years.
Yeah, I couldn't do it without him. It's like, yeah.
I love it. I love the father-son team. I love it when the kids and the parents are together. So congratulations on getting to the finish.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Mason Dowker.
Thanks, Pam. That is always good to see another one of our finishers get in here as we get back out on course.
Here we
as you
go.
can see, we got a lot of traffic going on.
It's outer limits. Yeah, that gives you an idea there. If you're getting a lot of cars in a section like that, it's really tough to make moves.
Oh, here's one of the MBRP cars. So that same car right there raced the Desert Challenge out here. Both of the MBRP cars, I think they're the only two, if I'm not mistaken, that are in this race that also raced the Desert Challenge this past weekend with the same exact car.
Same exact car back out here. All right, so as we watch our competitors make their way through these rock trails, we have Pam. Once again, she's got another one of our Youth 1000 finishers down on stage. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. Drady Jones Jr. out here at the finish line for the 20th King of the Hammers out here. How was it out there for you racing in this youth class?
The rocks were pretty rough, but we made it through a lot of the desert and stuff.
All right, is this Dad over here in co-driver's seat?
Yes.
All right, Dad, how was it for you out there co-driving for your son?
It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
So you're giving him some tips and teaching him, or
Eyes closed most of the time, so.
You had your eyes closed most of the time?
Pretty much.
All right, hopefully you didn't have your eyes closed, Drady.
No.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish line. We'll let you guys go, but welcome to the Youth 1000 class, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Drady Jones Jr.
All right, so thank you very much, Pam. So right now, this is John. We are watching
Physical race leader.
Physical race leader.
So
absolutely.
that's Ronnie Anderson. He's on her problem. Laser Nut Alley.
Yeah, so this is that section sort of like at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder
Yeah,
over to
they're gonna make their
if
way
we're
around
looking
the
at Chocolate
Chocolate Thunder.
looking to the right-hand side. So they're coming through Laser Nut Alley, bottom of her problem, and they drop down at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, and they go up Chocolate Thunder.
Yep.
And that's exact. Is this where we're at right now? Is he dropping out now, or
No,
I'm just trying.
no,
It's too
no.
tight for me to see. No, he's
No,
still
he's-
in the mix. Okay.
Yeah, that's her problem right in that area.
Yeah, this is a great place to watch. There's a good spectator area.
Yeah,
out in this
right on
area.
the edge of
We're here at KOH 2025
5, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte already came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long leg and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
Built without limits. Dynapro. Hanguk Tire.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from amsoil.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend, and we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
VIP's the way to go.
It really, when you're sitting on a big comfy couch eating like snacks, watching the race.
Snacks?
It's pretty awesome.
All right, I did get a donut up here. All right, again, that's Hunter Miller, current physical second place.
Brock is moving again too, it looks like.
Wow, that's pretty amazing to be able to change 2 axles in jackhammer.
Yeah,
that's
Man.
impressive.
It's pretty impressive to change 2 axles on course anywhere, but in jackhammer on a winch line.
Yeah, changing 1 axle on the course is impressive. Doing 2 is just radical.
All right, we have another finisher up here. Pam, who do we have?
We have Claire Dixon here. I asked if that was her brother earlier, but it was her cousin that finished out here in front of her. But you came through with this super big smile on your face. Did you have some fun?
Definitely.
Definitely. I asked a question earlier to one of the other drivers if they could have gone more laps. Would you would have wanted to do more?
Yeah.
Did your co-driver have to get out and winch at all?
No.
Well, that's awesome driving by you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. So on the course, what was the easiest part for you?
Yeah, I don't know. Towards the end, where you just kind of pinning it, going 60 with kind of the ruts.
Okay, all right. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish, Claire Dixon. Hopefully we see you back out here.
Definitely.
All right, let's give it up for Claire Dixon.
Wow, and thanks, Pam. Looking back on the course here, we got train wreck happening.
Yeah, there's carnage everywhere out here. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it exciting at least. You can't just be the first person in there and just walk right through it easily.
That's got to be Spooners?
It says Outer Limits at the top.
I don't think that is. I think that's right before Outer Limits. We're looking at Cole Clark right now. He's heading up that spot where you go up towards Jack north and then right back down the hill. So Cole Clark is physically 3rd or 4th, Fish?
Yes.
All
I
right.
like that. He said,
I think he's 4th. He's 4th.
He said, I concur.
So when you're looking at the tracker, 1 did not go to yellow for lap 2 yet. The 968, but the 968 is going to be 3rd, and then 4th physical is going to be the 24.
Okay.
So Jeffro Martin is the 968.
Okay.
I'm not super familiar with Jeffro Martin. Are either of you guys?
I'm not either.
Yeah.
I'm not.
We're looking at Ronnie Anderson right now. I think I haven't been on this part of the trail, but I want to say he's already done Dirty Love.
The 190 is past Dirty Love. The 52 is past Dirty Love.
Okay. So
they're going to Tortuga Blanca next.
Yeah.
Looks like Pam's ready on the stage for us down there.
Thank you so much, Matt. I'm here with Parker Carey. Parker Carey, first race ever, and you just completed it out here at King of the Hammers. How does it feel?
Amazing.
All right. So, I mean, did you come out and do some practice in the rocks?
Yeah, we did 1 lap on Aftershock.
Just 1 lap and that's it?
Yep.
Oh, well, here you are at the finish line. I mean, Dad over in the co-driver's seat? Yeah. All right, Dad, how was it for you out there co-driving for your son?
It was an experience, that's for sure. It was fun.
Will you do it again?
Yes, we will.
All right. Well, Parker, congratulations on getting to the finish. I know you have your family out here that's ready to celebrate, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Parker.
All right, we're looking at Ronnie Anderson again, making his way towards Tortuga Blanca, I believe. He hasn't got there yet.
That's the next one that he's going to be coming into right now. And then he will go up to the arena, looks like, after there.
So this is all fairly new race course. We've never been on this section before, other than coming down that hill he was just on. This is all just new, burned-in side hill kind of stuff. Nothing that difficult, but you still have to keep your wits about you. You don't want to clock a rock.
Yeah, and the 190 Hunter Miller is going to be really close. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pop into one of these shots if we get the camera looking back at him. I think we might be able to see both of them pretty soon here.
Hunter maybe made up a little bit of time on Ronnie going up Dirty Love.
It's looking like it.
I was trying to see where Philip McGilton is. It looks like he's at P18. I was watching him a little bit on the VIP screen, and I'm very curious to see how that new car, that UFO car of his does.
It's looked good every time we saw it.
In the rocks, it looked really good. So I'm curious to see how it does today.
So we're looking at Jeffro Martin, I believe. This is Laser Nut Alley, her problem kind of area. He'll be coming over to Chocolate Thunder pretty quick.
Yeah, no, I guess this is Chris Blaze's old car. So one of his old cars. That's where this car came from. So it's a good car out there.
Physical third place.
Correct. This is physical third place. He's got a pretty big gap in front of him to the first two, and then he has a decent-sized gap back to Cole Clark, who's in fourth position.
Yeah, it looked like Cole was struggling on Jack, that single-seater, doing it all, trying to winch up that red line. Did not look like fun.
No, definitely
hard enough to
winch in a single-seater.
The other guys were struggling. Ronnie struggled just to winch up that line with a Kodak. And speak of Ronnie, there he is.
I've seen a lot of, speaking of changing axles, I've seen a lot of trail repairs going on out there. And again, being a single seat car, it's just so much more taxing when you're trying to do that all by yourself.
Okay, so Ronnie just finished Tortuga Blanca, and he's over by the arena.
Yep. Then he's going to make his way up to Mark's Mile after the arena.
And then they've got to go up Clawhammer. They're going to come around the mountain, go up Clawhammer. That is uphill. They've got to do there's a little waterfall there, and then they make a turn and go down Blue Dot and down Thor's Hammer. And after that, I think they hit Upper Big Johnson. So, and then after that, they got 50 miles of desert.
Yeah, keep that in mind. You still have to go through another good section of desert after you get out of the rocks today. So you're not just in the rocks and then back in Hammertown.
No. Yeah, and if you damaged your car at all in the rocks, it's going to show big time in the desert.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely limp a car through the rocks a little bit as long as you still have all the drive going. Like shocks aren't as important and stuff like that. But then when you get back to the desert, you really need the shocks and everything working on the car pretty good.
And again, if you're going downhill, you can always kind of limp it down a little easier versus going across that sandy floor.
Yeah. All right, Pam, I think we got another finisher. Who do we have?
Yes, we do. We have Alex Renurio here at the finish line. Smiles on your face. Did you have a blast out there?
Yeah.
I have to ask you, how old are you again?
12.
12 years old. Now, how is it driving this Can-Am Mavar?
Pretty fun and fast.
How much seat time have you had in it?
This is my second year racing it.
Okay, so you did this last year in it, and so your second year. Do you get seat time in it, though, in between?
Not really.
Well, you did an amazing job. You got out here to the finish line. Congratulations on that. Did you scare your co-driver ever?
Yeah.
Does he scream?
No.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish line. Hopefully we see you back here again next year.
Yeah.
All right, there we have it. Alex Renuyo right here at the finish line for our Youth 1000 class.
All right, thanks, Pam. We're back to outer limits, and you can see what a mess it is out there.
I saw ratchet straps hooked to stuff.
Yeah,
That's
and back to Ronnie Anderson, physical first place.
We've seen Dustin Jones, as you pointed out, right kind of behind all of that traffic. So I'm sure he's going to try to get that flow going as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but if he's where he is, he's not having a fantastic day. So this is Jeffrey Martin again. Look like he's at top of Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, this is our third car. He's, like I said, he's got a pretty good gap between them. The first two are close. I'm waiting to see a next time split between Ronnie Anderson and Hunter Miller because they were only 40 seconds corrected time apart the last split. So that's where we have a really good race right now is out in the front.
And it looked like Hunter might have closed that gap a bit. Again, this is Jeff Rowe Martin through Chocolate Thunder, physical third place.
I love these ridge shots. You can see just the lake bed in the background. It looks so incredible.
You can almost see us waving.
Yeah. And again, shout out to all the production crew. I know we have a bunch of guys in the trailer behind us, as well as cameramen and camera ladies scattered across the course. We have Chris, those guys out in LA trying to make all this production stuff work. We have a ton of people behind the scenes that help give us this awesome live feed. So thank them and all the work they do.
So we're looking at the bottom of Jack right here in this shot, and you can see it's starting to get to be a little bit more of a parking lot. Be great to turn that drone around and get a good shot of it looking up the hill, then we'd know for sure. But I saw, what, 4 cars there?
Yeah.
And they weren't to the hard part where everybody was winching. Back to Ronnie Anderson, physical first place.
And again, looks like he's making some nice clean open air there.
He's heading to Clawhammer now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Clawhammer will be next, and then Blue Dot after that.
And again, they're going to have to go up Clawhammer. Clawhammer's not the hardest trail. There is a waterfall there that used to cause some people some problems. It shouldn't cause either of these top guys any problems. If you had a broken axle or something like that, at this point, it would certainly cause a problem. Okay, so that, I believe, is Hunter Miller, and you can see the dust in front of him, and that's Ronnie Anderson heading towards Clawhammer.
Yeah, they're really close together.
Yeah, they're probably
we will see them both at the next rock section,
minute apart physically.
Yeah, and Ronnie Anderson, remember, he started on the front row, and Hunter Miller, he started back a ways. He was in the 9th position.
So 5th row.
So 20. What do we do? 30 seconds every 2. So he has a couple minutes on corrected time.
Two and a half, or is it 2?
I'll have to do the math.
So past my pay grade.
Yeah, he's 2 minutes. 2 minutes back on corrected time is when he started.
Yeah.
So if he's within 2 minutes of him, he's technically ahead of him.
Yeah. Again, which is kind of the benefit of not being on those first, dozen or so rows. That way, when you catch a guy, you don't necessarily have to pass him as long as you're within that 30-second, 20-second gap.
You can follow his bumper to the finish, and you beat
literally
him.
can. I say, and again, there is some strategy there to getting up and giving him some pressure and maybe making him forcing him to maybe push a little harder than he's used to and make a mistake. But at the same time, if you can kind of just comfortably coast in behind him and still pick up a win, not a bad day.
Yeah, just looking at some of the rock trails on the map, there is a lot of people stuck in a lot of these rock trails. This is a tough one, actually.
huge parking lot in Outer Limits and Jack.
Sledge has a parking lot. Yeah, there's multiple places. Yeah, so there's a look at one of our leaders there. That's in Clawhammer there through Claw Valley.
I don't know. I've never heard of Claw Valley.
I guess they just renamed it.
Yeah. So that's running up. It's the valley going to Clawhammer.
Yeah, that's our second physical car.
Hunter Miller. It's a good shot. So Full of Hate takes off to the right. They're not taking that this time. But again, these RCPs, they're making them stay. I mean, we used to, going up this section here, we used to be able to bypass a lot of those rocks, and they're forcing them to stay in it. I love that.
Yeah, which is, again, kind of neat because, again, it makes everybody run that same course versus, I do like giving drivers a little bit of a leeway, but at the same time, I want to make sure it's fair for everybody and we're all running the same course. So we got forcing them in there is definitely giving them.
We got Brock Hager moving. That might be, where's he at?
Also, from the chat here, Tiffany Stone said that Brock will be coming in to the remote pit and re-racking some of those axles. Again, we talked about him changing some. Again, in was it Jack he was changing axles in?
Yeah, but by the time he gets back over to do that, he's finished all the rock trails. So you're just going to re-rack axles for the desert.
Yeah, which
I don't know if I would spend the time.
Yeah, at least grab one maybe.
Maybe, but he needs all the seconds he can get.
If you're changing multiple axles, things are not going your way. So again, we'll see what he does. Again, appreciate Tiffany Stone out there in remote pit, giving us some good juicy gossip.
There's Cole Clark, probably physical 4th place behind Jeffrey Martin, Hunter Miller, and Ronnie Anderson. Back over to outer limits, I'm going to guess. Nobody moving.
Yeah, again, we've seen quite a few traffic jams here a little bit ago in the live stream here.
And there's a live shot of Jackhammer. So, we've freed up Brock Hager on that left-hand side. So now we've got competitors taking both left and right. Making pretty good time, pretty good way on the right side.
I said, it looks like Philip McGill in that red and white car there. I think that's him right behind him.
Yeah. And maybe Scott Lesage there in that other single-seater, I think.
Which is kind of a super funky-looking car.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to see how he does as well, just because I think having that super narrow might be a little tighter in some of those trails.
Okay, back to Ronnie Anderson and Clawhammer. He's making his way to the waterfall right coming up here. I think this is the waterfall right here.
That's such a gnarly climb right there.
Okay, made it through. No, that was after the waterfall, I think. So he's got pretty much highway now to the top of Clawhammer, and then he's going to take a left down Blue Dot, and then down Thor's Hammer. Shift into high range right there. All this stuff now down Blue Dot and down Thor's Hammer. You got gravity on your side, so it's not really a challenge. You just got to make sure you don't hit a big rock and cause a flat or something like that.
And it's also super important to see those rocks he was just climbing up. From video purposes, they don't look that bad, but you can see him literally carrying that front wheel up the hill. So not only was it steep, but those rocks are just super massive.
Back to outer limits, you can see the one car broken down with both Co-Dog and driver out of the car. But good to see the other 3 cars are moving pretty good. Yeah, kind of a bad spot to get broken. Oof.
A little high centered there.
Great.
11:34 looks like he's having some issues.
Hunter Miller shows 0 miles an hour, but once again, he is in a kind of a rock section. We'll keep an eye on that, though.
Yeah, he's in Clawhammer, so it could just be
slow.
Yeah. But you're also in a rock trail where you could break something.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HB Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Anything yet.
But we could have a lot of penalties that we don't even know about.
Yeah, so Jeffro Martin is third, and then Cole Clark. So Cole Clark and Jeffro Martin are looking pretty good at this point, in my opinion.
Shot at Dustin Robbins there. He's got to be getting pretty close up to the top five-ish, I think.
I said, speaking of Dustin, we saw a battle axe back there earlier, and I wonder where he's sitting at.
Different Dustins.
I was wondering where Dustin Jones was at.
Yeah, there's a lot of Dustins there. Dustin Henderson, Dustin Jones, Dustin Robbins. Jeez.
We saw Dustin Jones kind of in the back of that pack of like an army of broken down rigs. So I was curious if he had made it through yet. I was trying to look at our leaderboard here.
So this could be heading over. I don't know exactly where that's at. That might be before Dirty Love.
All right. While we get that figured out, Pam is down there with another finisher. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Max Mills. Max Mills, your dad is also out here racing this week as well, but I have to ask you, does he take you out pre-running and trying to show you some lines in the rocks?
Yeah, he takes me sometimes. He's taken me definitely a lot in Aftershock this week. He wanted me to be able to pick my way through there and be careful because this race is long and we got a lot of work to do.
So with that being said, going through the rocks today, was it easy for you since you've been out there pre-running it, or were there a lot of changes from the time that you pre-ran to race day today?
It was pretty easy, actually. It wasn't too bad. Not much changed. There was definitely some cars. There was a line for sure, but it wasn't too bad. The line kept moving, and most people let you, by the way, like around if they were stuck.
All right, so also co-driver, did you keep him nice and calm the whole time?
Yeah, Max did a great job. We got to come out here pre-run. This is my first time in the rocks. I'm usually out in the desert racing trophy trucks, and came out here to help Max and the whole family, and they're just a great team. And Max, this is a kid you're going to watch out for. If he really wants to race, and he really wants to do good, and he puts the work into it, and he's a great kid. I think he's got a bright future in front of him.
Well, what a race to introduce you to the rocks is with a youth racer out there. But Max, congratulations for getting out here to the finish line. And you can tell right now that the seat time definitely paid off.
Yeah, it's definitely paid off. And I definitely got to thank Brianna Reed and Brian Reed for letting me use the car and spend all this time and drive. And basically everyone at MWAC for keeping me out here and letting me drive this car.
Awesome. All right, well, congratulations once again. Let's give it up for Max Mills.
All right, well, this is never a good
sign. It says
sign.
Dustin Roberts. I'm trying to figure out who's walking there. I think.
Got a couple guys hiking out of there.
Out of Aftershock, so that was, race mile 10 to 15-ish. That looks maybe.
It looks like the 10:03 is stopped down in Aftershock, so that might be Aaron Clark, if that's them. Most likely Aaron Clark.
I don't recognize him. So
that's the only car that's in the area, so that's who I'm going with.
Top of Outer Limits is over in the area, the top of Aftershock too. So possible that's something.
They're gonna wave. There we go.
That way.
Giving us a wave. Oh, wow. We just heard in our headsets that Ronnie Anderson is officially DQ'd. So our race leader right now is DQ'd. We're being told from race ops.
Wow.
That is crazy. I mean, that's it. Going backwards on course is an automatic DQ in almost every race series there is. And if, even if it's on accident, it's one of those things. There's not really any gray area on going backwards on course.
Wow. Oh.
All right. We got Pam with another finish. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Matt. We'll get back to what you were just talking about, Fish, here in just a minute. But right now, we are at the finish line with Nathan Malate. How was it for you out there?
It was good. The rocks were new for us, and it was pretty fun, yeah.
Okay, so do you prefer rocks? Do you like the challenging courses, or do you like to go fast?
I like both, but I say I like the rocks more, I'd say.
More technical, right? You have to really think about your driving and make sure you're hitting your points right on.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish line. Will we see you next year?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's give it up for Nathan Malate.
All right, thanks, Pam. Appreciate that. I'm getting some text from the pits saying they're loving the live stream. This picture-in-picture is awesome.
I feel like this race is almost like a 4,400 race. We've had so many lead changes broken down, this and that, and so much drama that it totally feels like the third lap of 4,400.
So check this out. So we have the 890, the 968, Jeff Martin is now going to be our leader. We know, right? He just went by Hunter Miller, who's broken. We know Ronnie is DQ'd. He's our new race leader right now. Behind him, we have Cole Clark in second. And then in third, we have Brock Hager
again,
who is moving and who is making up time.
After replacing two axles.
Replaced both rear axles, was stuck for a little while, and he's in third now, moving again.
And he's no slouch in the desert.
A very large desert section left at the end of this race.
The only thing he's got going against him is he started the correct time.
He has to pass everybody physically.
He physically has to pass everybody and make time on them.
Correct.
All right, we got Pam down there on the stage with a finisher. Pam, take it away.
Thank you once again, Matt. TJ Hendricks here at the finish line, out here racing in the rocks today with your dad, Andrew, over there in the passenger seat. All in all, did you have some fun?
Yeah.
What was your most fun part about the course?
Aftershock for sure.
Aftershock. So did you come out here and do some practicing in the rocks?
I went down Aftershock twice. That's about it.
Okay, so I have to ask Dad here. I mean, I know you're used to going fast and everything. So out there in the rocks, how was it for you?
To be honest, I mean, I raced trophy trucks, best of the desert and score, and this is the most fun I've ever had in a truck, sitting passenger, helping my son pick through the rocks, watching him learn. It's just been an incredible race, and I love this series.
Well, welcome to the King of the Hammers out here for the 20th. Do you want to come back and do it again?
Heck yeah.
All right, well, there we have it. Let's give it up for TJ Hendricks.
Awesome. Thanks. Great job, Pam.
All right, and we're looking at Ronnie Anderson. He just rolled through pit 2 after completing all the rocks, and I'm guessing either he doesn't know he's DQ'd or he still wants to charge hard and finish physically first.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there a way to get out of there where he is? There is if he wants to, I guess.
Oh, he was at pit. He just rolled through pit 2.
Okay, yeah.
That's Cole Clark.
So maybe they're going to appeal.
Yeah, man, I mean,
I don't know.
If I were him and I was doing this, I would keep charging hard, and and at least you got I
bragging rights or something.
physically finished King of the Hammers first.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is Cole Clark we're watching right here, obviously in the 24. He's going to be currently second on course out of the cars that are still moving that we know are in the race. Still.
Yeah, that are still working.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's back a ways. This is back over towards the arena. So he's finished Dirty Love and Tortuga Blanca. He's still got to do Claw Hammer, Blue Dot, Thor's Hammer, Upper Big Johnson, and then he's at pit 2.
Appreciate everybody tuning in the live feed right now. We got about 9,000 people watching there. Everybody tuning in. Trying to skim the comments there. Again, it's always neat to see when we see people tune in from all over the world. Yesterday, we had a handful of different countries watching as well. My parking guy this morning was taking care of me. I need a shout out to Ryan Dunn, number 57, with Short Circuit Racing. He's from Wales, England.
Oh, there you go.
He came over and he's running one of Paul Wolf's old cars. So,
okay, so we're looking at Jackhammer right now. We've got, pretty sure that's Brian Deegan on the left line, which is your right side of as you're looking at it, and Philip McGilton on the left.
Yeah,
McGilton.
Yeah. Again, we a bunch of us were speculating on how that new car was going to do. Looks like he's doing okay so far.
So that's Brian Deegan and Terry Madden. Terry's out of the car.
Yeah, that's a guy. I'd let him co-drive for me. You know, he knows the course.
A little bit.
He does all right out here.
Yeah, so we've had a ton of carnage of top guys so far.
And we got a long way to go still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of rock trails to go still as well. And then that long desert lap at the end. And they actually come back through the pit one more time, correct? They're going to come through the same pit again?
On pit 2, I think that's the last.
The remote pit. They're going to come through it one more time.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's Dustin Robbins we're looking at right now. He's got to be top 5.
So Cole Clark is showing at 0. Now he's moving again. Just slow section.
You see Dustin Robbins on there, 311?
Well, let's see. Yes, actually. He's the next car behind Brock.
Okay, see, he's Laser Nut Alley.
Yep. He's about to go up Chocolate Thunder, or did he just up it?
No, he's almost there.
Yep. So he is going to be the next car behind Brock. So that would be 4th, not including Ronnie, of cars still moving.
Okay.
Because we know Miller's going to be broken for a while with a rack, right? So.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Is Kyle Cheney moving? We could get an estimate on how long it would take to fix a steering rack.
Well, you have to get it there is the problem.
Yeah.
He's not just in the pit with it.
Yeah.
No.
There's
Brock
that big
Hager.
ledge is pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Did they? Huh. It almost looked like they were going to go down that hill, and then they.
They were kind of deciding there which way to go.
So in the chat, Baja Surf Off Road had a question, and again, this might be for Ace Ops. If you go backward on course, you're DQ'd. how far are you allowed to actually back up on course?
Like go in the opposite direction?
Yeah, like if you put your car in reverse and go backward on a course, how far are you allowed to go before you're DQ'd?
In the rocks, you do that all the time.
Yeah, because I'm like, we've seen lots of guys back up in the rock section.
Okay, so we're watching Jeffro Martin right now. This is Clawhammer. Really, the last hard uphill trail they've got to do. Got Clawhammer, Blue Dot, Thor's Hammer.
Yeah, this is potentially our race leader right here.
Yep.
Looks like Nick Reich, one of our bouncer drivers that's racing the UTV today. Looks like he's sitting in the pits. I'm not sure exactly what they have broke. Looks like they have one of the driver front corner pulled apart.
Yeah, so Jeffro Martin just finished Clawhammer. He's out of the tough stuff in Clawhammer.
Okay.
Shifting to high.
So the Anderson car didn't know. They had no comms with the car. So that's why they weren't able to, you didn't see them pullovers yet. So the next time they come somewhere where they can see them, they will find out.
Let them know that your race day is over.
Yes. Yeah. So they weren't continuing on purpose. They just didn't. They didn't know.
Yeah, that's a tough conversation to have. Like, hey,
What
you're doing
a
great.
heartbreak.
However,
You're done.
you're done.
Yeah. No, that sucks.
He's like, how would you guys like to take a break for the rest of the year?
Brock Hager. So, that's over by the arena. I think that's like Tortuga Blanca right there.
Yep, coming through Tortuga Blanca towards the arena. That's where Brock is right now. So he is going to be third position.
Wow.
We got the 968 is our leader. Then we're going to have the 24, Cole Clark, and then we're going to have Brock here. That is your top three.
Okay, that's back to Jeffro Martin. So first place on course physically.
And if
I
you're
guess we
looking at the
call that now?
tracker,
Yeah.
If you're looking at the tracker, Jeffro's tracker did not change colors to lap 2, and it says he's on lap 1, but he is on lap 2. So if you're at home and you're kind of confused, why is his orange? Why does it only say lap 1? It's just a tracker thing. He is on lap 2. He's our lead vehicle.
Okay, so he's heading down Blue Dot right now.
I said, it looks like Jackhammer's got a little bit thinned out. I don't see near as many dots on one spot, but I know we still have a little bit of a traffic jam there.
Yeah. Now, where it's really going to come into play is later in some of the other classes. Like, obviously, these leaders we're talking about, they're mostly all in the open UTV class. But they're, like we said earlier, there's 5 or 6 different classes in this today. So somebody could be winning their class and be 20 or 30th overall.
Yeah.
So just because you're in a bottleneck, you know, you're not out of it yet.
Yeah.
All right, how hard is it for you to check on Pro Stock NA? See what Caden and Jeremy McGrath are doing.
Yeah, I heard that Twitch's live feed has been pretty entertaining, I guess, to say the least today. They've had some incidents out there.
And he's running sportsman stock.
Yeah, it's exactly. The sportsmen, so they're taking the bypasses. As we watch Brock Eager go up one of the obstacles right here.
So past the arena, he's got to head up and over this hill and then go up Clawhammer.
Yep, and then we know he'll obviously be stopping in the pits again probably on his next lap.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" or "What have you been up to?" Or just what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
That's Brock Hager. Yeah, we've had all sorts of big names.
Yeah.
With either completely dropped out of the race or mechanicals and down for the count for a long time. I mean, early on, it was Paul Wolf and Phil Blurton.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Paul Wolf this morning, and I wasn't sure if he was out, or he was just mechanically out for a short time.
Yeah, and then we've got lots of breakdowns. We saw Mitch Guthrie was out. Cody Miller looked like he was out. We haven't heard anything official. Got Hunter Miller that broken steering rack. Kyle Cheney with a broken steering rack. It's like, oh my gosh. So that's a look at Laser Nut Alley right over there by Her Problem. Great spectator area right around the corner from Chocolate Thunder. Oh, there's one of our Yamaha R-Maxes that are running down in Outer Limits. And that's a tough trail.
Yeah. Again, you can see how there's so much debris in between the big rocks where cars have just moved so much around that, as you pre-run, even from lap 1 to lap 2, things change drastically sometimes. You get a couple cars in there, they start winching, moving rocks, pushing stuff around.
Well, and Outer Limits is one of those trails that a lot of enthusiasts love to run.
Yeah, you get a guy with a Toyota and some big tires.
All right, it sounds like Miles is down in the pits. Miles, who are you down there with? Maybe Max Gordon?
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Fish. It's been a great show so far, but Max, I don't want to see you right now. What are you doing over here, buddy?
Unfortunately, I did desert lap, running at a decent pace, and I broke a rear shock, and I came into one of the G-outs, basically where Paul Wolf, I think, crashed, and I kept going and finished the lap off, and then we went in to fix the shock, and all was good, and then we went in to start our second lap, and I broke another shock, and then we waited until everyone cleared off, and we basically made it back here, and I just talked to USAC, and they're looking at my data to make sure I didn't go backwards on course, make sure I didn't miss any VCPs, and if all's good, I'm going to be good to clear and go restart my second lap and see if we can go make up some time, but hopefully I see you guys back here tonight.
I like it, Max. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, buddy. Tough break. Hopefully you get that car lined out, and good call on talking to race stops before you just go bonsai out there. So you and your dad always class acts. Thanks for coming out to race with us here at King of the Hammers, buddy.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Dave, for putting on a good show, and we'll be ready for Saturday for sure.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck, and see you Saturday, because you and your dad are both sharing driving duties in that UFO, right?
Yeah, it's going to be good. We did all the prep in-house, so everything should be up to par, and we went and tested, put a few miles on it. Everything's good, and should be ready to go.
Perfect. All right, well, hopefully you get back out there and do a little pre-running for Saturday right now, but good job on that. Always a good time seeing you. Best of luck, and we'll see how it all shakes out. All right, buddy? All right, well, thanks again for everybody tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Miles Hasquist, and this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. The leaders are out on lap 2. Most of the youth have finished. It's been a great show. Thanks for calling just a great day altogether. So we're sending it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
All right, well, there we go. Well, we have a couple other racers who are up here on the stage a little bit too early today. Pam, who do you got down there, and why are they here so early?
Thanks, Fish. Here with Mark McCleary and Tyler Nolek. I have to say, I want to say first and foremost, I'm glad you guys are okay, because what you guys endured, I didn't see it, but what you endured was gnarly out there along with other drivers. But Mark, give us a rundown of the accident that you guys went through today.
So we took off out of the main area and we were good, got our pace, got out into the desert. I think it's mile 5 into the desert, and it was blind. The dust was right. I mean, it set in, it wasn't moving anywhere. And next thing you know, we hit a G out or something, and we were straight airborne, upside down, flipped 5 or 6 times. And when we landed, we were actually like on top of Paul Wolf's car. And I guess he had went down, and by the time we got out and everybody was out, Phil Burton's car was off to the side. It was one of those ones, there was no saving it. It just happened, and it was too late by the time we were already flipping through the air.
It was basically, I mean, on a good note, because I know everybody's okay, it was more like a yard sale out there, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was bad. It was just end over end. It was high speed. We were about 80 whenever we hit it. So it was definitely a yard sale.
But I was talking to Sam earlier on, and she said that you guys limped your car over to Wayne's, getting it all fixed up, because this is your 4400 car as well.
Yeah, it's at Wayne's. They're trailering it back to the pits, and we're going to get it all fixed up and line up Saturday morning for 4400.
Well, I mean, I know you guys are going to be sore, so you're going to have to, use some Motrin or Tylenol or whatnot. So, probably banged up and bruised, but you guys are good. You're here. That's all that matters. That's a true testament, too, to the safety equipment.
Yeah, hands down. I mean, it was the safest I've ever felt in a car. That CA Tech chassis was hands down with the Lifeline harnesses. We didn't move. We flipped a lot. And when I landed, I couldn't even believe we flipped that much. And we got out and we were both, a little banged up, but other than that, we felt great. So we're good to go. We're ready for Saturday. We just got to get the car back together.
Well, and let's talk about the CA, because Tyler, you work with CA. You are part of the builds and the chassis and the engineering and everything. So out there today, you are a true testament to how strong of the vehicle you guys built.
Yeah, we run our cars a little bit heavier than some of the others, mainly just cut down on maintenance and things. We run these cars a lot, and it's not worth sacrificing 50 or 60 pounds for safety. So that's a full 2-inch 120 wall cage chassis. Everything's 2-inch, so it's a little bit overbuilt for what we're doing, but it didn't budge. I just glanced down when we wrecked. We were doing 85 and then started tumbling, landed on top of another car. Everything's good. So that's why we do what we do. Super proud of how everything holds up. Paul's car, also CA, same thing. So we'll be here Saturday racing again.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys are okay again, first and foremost. But Mark McCleary, Tyler Nolek right here. You guys, true testament to safety equipment and the strong builds. I'm glad you guys are here, standing here, able to talk to me right now. So thank you so much.
All right, we're back in the booth again. We've seen a roll over there. I'm not sure exactly which car that was.
That was, I don't know what car it is either, but it definitely Jackhammer. And we're looking live at Jackhammer now. It's a great drone shot showing that trail. Lots of rocks. Back to outer limits.
Yeah. Got some winching going on, it looks like.
Yeah, this center car here looks like they want a winch, but
yeah, that's pack a 7007 of Paxton Dumford.
I doesn't look like a spot where you would have to winch.
I'll say that 96 car of Austin Kaner has been there for a hot minute, so I'm not sure what exactly they broke.
Yeah, one of two Yamaha arm axes running. Cool to see.
Yeah,
cool to see that. That's in the Pro Stock NA class, number 96. Yeah, this is a good view of what can happen when somebody gets stuck in front of you. You take some alternate lines. Well,
there's our leader that doesn't know he's out of the race yet, or he's trying to get out of the course maybe.
I don't know where he would be. He's already,
All right, real quick, we're going to cut to the stage with Pam Hall. Got another finisher down there.
Thank you so much, Matt. Tinley Murray here at the finish line with your dad riding shotgun out there, riding through the rocks. You did 170 class last year. Here you're in this vehicle. How was it for you?
It was much harder.
So much harder, was it just because of the rocks?
Yeah, not really so the rocks, just like
A different driving style being in the bigger vehicle.
yeah.
Did you have some fun out there though?
Yep.
Did Dad do good co-driving for you?
Yeah.
All right, well, here you have it, Tinley Murray. Congratulations, you got that awesome 20th anniversary King of the Hammers medal right there. Dad, what are your thoughts about your daughter driving?
She did great today, first time out, so we'll take it. Finish. Rolled me over at the start. Made me get out. Yep, other than that, we did good.
Is that the only time you had to get out?
I got out one other time in aftershock, and that was it. Hopped in, hopped out.
All right, well, let's give it up for Tinley and Rick Murray out here at the finish line for the Youth 1000 class.
All right, so I think we're looking at our, well, it's Jeffro Martin. So he's about ready to head down aftershock for the second time. I think that's where he's at. So that's through pit 2, and heading over to aftershock, which I think they have to go down again.
Yeah, so I think he is in the open class. It's just the thing that's throwing us off is the timing page has him not in the open class. They have him in the pro mod.
Okay.
It looks like he may have originally signed up in pro mod, I'm guessing maybe, and then moved or something like that, because half of my stuff is one and the other. Not that it matters too much. We know he's our overall leader. It's just interesting to know what class he's leading as well.
And is that Brock Hager right there?
Yeah, that looks like Brock.
Coming down Thor's Hammer?
Down Blue Dot into Thor's Hammer. Yep. So
that section right there is Thor's Hammer.
So he's going to be still running third, like we said. The 24 of Cole Clark is going to be in between them.
So Brock's he's pretty much down the toughest part of Thor's Hammer. Depending on what the RCPs are in there, it looks like he can bypass some of the rocks in this area. And then he's got to go up Upper Big Johnson, and he'll be in pit 2, where we've heard he's going to stop to re-rack some axles. I guess that would be the safe thing to do. I don't think he's got anything crazy enough to break any axles anymore, but
yeah, it's I think it's kind of at this point he's kind of just probably playing it safe than sorry, even if it is just kind of a simple desert. But
yeah, I mean, it only takes them a couple seconds to put a spare axle on the car. They carry one on there. It takes literally 10 seconds to put it on the car.
So
and I'm sure they're probably right in the back with, a lot of times they kind of looks like a rack mount almost.
They're right in front of the spare tire.
Yeah.
Ronnie Anderson in aftershock.
But we've been told from race ops that he's been DQ'd. They just don't know it still, I guess.
Yeah.
Or they know it and they're just going to finish the race.
Yeah, he was moving. The co-driver was moving with very great intensity. So I would say they do not know it yet, unfortunately, which stinks because again, having a great day right now.
If you just joined us earlier, unfortunately, when they came into the infield at the end of lap 1, they went backwards on the race course, and that is just there's a no tolerance for backwards on a race course.
Okay, Miles just said he's checked and he is in the open class.
Okay, so there we go. So he was in the open class.
I love that we have Miles. Why he's out doing interviews is also feeding us details. So appreciate that.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And again, we're watching Brock Hager right now, I think.
So that makes the timing page really difficult because now you have to go between the open class and look at the times and then go to the pro mod class and look where Jeffro Martin is in the pro mod class. So if you're looking for Jeffro Martin, he's in the pro mod class on the timing today.
Yeah, you can see right there, there's got to be an RCP there because he skipped the easy way up and over that spot. So that's bottom of Thor's Hammer. He's going to be taking a right-hand turn here in a second and boogieing up to Upper Big Johnson, I believe.
Somebody else was asking what happened to Hunter Miller. Yeah, Hunter Miller had a good run going. Then it sounds like he lost the steering box. They broke the steering box. So that's why you see it. He's still ahead of some of these cars we've been talking about, but he's stopped there with a broken steering box. So chances are he's going to be there for a while.
Yeah, that stinks too, because that's not a spot you want to have. You need steering right there, like the most.
Right.
Like where he's at is not great.
Ronnie Anderson there a second ago. And I don't know who that is offhand.
Again, I know you were talking earlier, Fish, about how technology is wonderful. It really is cool to see so many people within cars being able to text and be like, oh, no, he just passed here. No, it's, again, just super neat to see. And again, it helps us do our job so much better because our data, the information we need comes in so much quicker.
Yeah, it's definitely fun with all the technology we have and being able to watch these things live and listen into the in-car comms between the driver and the co-driver. I mean, that's how you know what's broken a lot of times, or if they're having problems. If you're watching their stream, they'll be talking about it between each other, and you're eavesdropping on them.
Yeah, and then you can see what tools they get out of exactly how bad it's broken.
Yeah, and you can, if they have a rear camera, you can go watch the rear. If they're working on the rear, you can see what they're working on.
It's very cool. And again, I always say, from a snot-nosed goober like me, who's just a race fan, at heart, just watching these guys go out there and thrash so hard is just incredible.
No, it makes it way more fun. I mean, honestly, coming out here, you can go watch one rock trail or something, but that's it. You just see that one spot. Where if you're watching this, you get to see all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like I said, I know there's guys in the rock trails that still have the live stream watching, so that way if there is no cars, they can still turn over and watch that 4K screen next to them, whether it be a phone or an iPad or something, they can still watch it, and it's very cool to see.
Yeah, because they have a Starlink out there with them on their car where they went to watch or whatever.
Long next to the grill and some other stuff,
I am noticing, looking out here, it's getting windy quickly. The wind has picked up quite a bit. So the dust is not really going to be a factor the rest of this race, I don't think. It was going to get up to 15 miles an hour when I looked earlier, and it's looking like it's probably close to 15 right now.
Which, again, the spectators appreciate that dust also blowing away. And then, race fans, obviously, if you're trying to track somebody down, if their dust is, dissipating, it's much easier and a lot faster.
Yeah, it's easier to make
back to Jackhammer. A little chaos there.
Again, you can see all those spectators over on the right-hand top corner of the screen just watching. Those guys are absolutely loving it.
Is that Robbie right there?
It looks like Robbie in that Rock Edition Speed UTV there.
Yeah, the 7 is Robbie. The 77 is Max, and we saw Max earlier.
Josh Owens in the 375 car there. Looks like they're trying to get some winching going. In front of them is a car that almost tipped over, and we have a couple guys trying to winch there as well.
It's now going backwards on course.
So I don't know if Robbie is supposed to be here right now or not, because remember he went backwards earlier. Right. So I don't know if he's supposed to be here right now or not.
Dylan Schultz of the 788 there.
Robbie does Robbie.
Yeah. I was trying to see that last car. Again, I love this drone shot there. It kind of shows how many different cars are going on, kind of different challenges in the same small area.
We actually have the 968. It sounds like Tiffany had a quick interview when they came through their pit. This is our leader. So what do you got, Tiffany?
Down here at Remote Pit once again, and we see our physical leader make his way through Remote Pit 2. Had a chance to talk to the team right now. He's getting 11 gallons of fuel. He's getting some water and fuel for himself as well, and they're just looking over the car right now. The team is in good high spirits. Everybody's good. We're all good, and we see the 968 of Jeff Martin head back out from Remote Pit. Back up to you guys.
What size tires did those look like to you, Fish? Did you look?
I wasn't watching too closely, honestly. What, 33s or 35s?
No, they definitely weren't 33s. It was either
smaller?
a big looking 35, or I can't imagine you'd run a 37 on an X3.
No, it had to be 35s if they're big, yeah.
But that's pretty cool. Our current race leader could be in a Maverick X3. That's not the newest top of the line.
That is our
car.
race leader. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's you would expect it to be a Pro R or a Maverick R at this point. That's what the top racers are racing.
Yeah. Some Pro R with all the parts on it.
We did confirm he is in the open UTV class. That's from Race Ops.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay,
So 968 is in the open UTV class, even though on the timing today, that's not where he's listed.
I just care about overall wins.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. That's all I do most of the time. But then everybody is like, how come you didn't talk about me and I won my class?
At Hammers, it's top 3 overall.
I know in Desert they do a lot of breaking down per class with different styles. And
I don't like that everybody's got to win.
Yeah. And it's, I think it's good on one hand because that way you're not like a new guy that shows up with your UTV you bought last week racing against a pro guy. So I do like the fact to kind of split it in classes. But, if there's only 3 guys in your class and you're claiming you got a podium finish, it's not necessarily really bragging rights.
Yeah, right.
GoPro camera, they're getting a little wavy.
Yeah. Is that Brian Deegan there? The fender flopping in the wind?
bit of a weight reduction issue going on there.
All right. Yeah, that's got to be Brian Deegan. Yep. I don't see a number on the car.
Yeah, I
but
say an iconic 38 should be plastered somewhere.
Yeah. I want to say that's coming back down Jack North. So if that's the case, he's doing pretty good.
So there was something else that I just got notified about. The race leader, the 968 car, when we just showed that video of them in the pits, they had guys working on that weren't in full safety gear. I don't understand what is so difficult about these rules out here. It's pretty simple. You got to have all the safety gear if you're fueling the car. If you don't, there could be a penalty. So we just had video of our lead car that could now possibly get a penalty again.
Yeah.
So it's really silly. You guys get your gear, get it to your guys in the pits and make sure they know the rules. The rules have been the same for the last several years and they're very strict. So yeah, another thing we'll have to wait and see from race ops if the 968 is going to get any kind of penalty.
It's been an interesting day here.
It
so
really
far.
has.
A lot of carnage. We just got somebody told us that I think Phil McGilton is out.
Oh man,
broke a front diff.
Dang. Yeah, that's another.
And is gonna need recovery.
Oh, so he's like wedged somewhere probably. Yeah. Got the 137 of Colton Exum online. Again, if he's wedged in somewhere and that front diff's broke.
Look at that.
Oh, that's never good.
Somebody's not having a good day. But they're back in Hammertown,
Yeah.
so it's easy. if you're gonna have it look like that, it's good to be in Hammertown.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who that is. That's Cameron Steele still. They're trying to winch off that rock a long time ago.
It's a 57 Ryan Dunn. I was trying to see, is that a Maple Leaf flag up there?
I don't know what that is. That looks like an old Paul Wolf car.
Yeah, I believe so. Is that my, yes, that is the 57. That is an old Paul Wolf car. And Ryan Dunn is from Short Circuit Racing. He's one of it's a Wales, England flag.
Ah, there you go.
He was my recommendation by my driving guy this morning. That was my first question when I found out he was from Wales. I said, do they ship their car over or do they buy one? He said, no, he bought one. It's an old Paul Wolf car. And then they come over and race it.
So Cameron's still having a tough time. It looks like he's just high centered, but I don't quite understand why. They've got the winch line out, and now Cameron's getting out. That's not a good sign. Maybe they're trying to figure out what to winch to. There's not a lot of big rocks in front of them to winch to, but I would think you'd be able to pull at an angle and get out of there.
This course is getting really spread out. I'm just trying to find someone behind Brock, and it's way back till someone's moving behind.
Well, Jack is that equalizer that there's so much carnage on, spread people out quite a bit.
Yeah.
So that we're looking at Cody Willenberg here. Almost looks like his front left is not driving. Does he have a broken front left axle?
I said, it looked like it was spinning when he backed up.
Now it is.
Yeah, so it looked like it was spinning when he backed up. So
turn your locker on.
It's a semi-open diff.
That looks like Dustin Robbins right there.
Again, Cody coming out at CW Motorsports Camp. I know they got a handful of guys out here racing this weekend. Randy, a good buddy of mine, is his co-driver. They've been out here thrashing for a while. Last year, he said he was trying to get the race done. He literally jumped in the hauler, raced home, got home super late Saturday night.
Oh, look at this.
At midnight.
We got Cole Clark right on Jeffro Martin.
Yeah, this is 1 and 2 right here.
1 and 2.
Physical 1 and 2. So Cole Clark started 6th. So he started actually ahead of the 968. So
Yeah.
968 had got around him
15.
somewhere. So he's going to have to pass him and then put some time on him in order to be ahead of him.
I don't think putting time on somebody is not out of Cole Clark's vocabulary.
Yeah, especially with the desert
He's
section
like,
coming up.
Really? Could
Yeah,
I?
yeah. He's like, I'll do my best.
I'm going to pass him in these rocks right here.
Well, this is pretty cool. This is your first and second. And we know the Andersons are out ahead of them still, but
Yeah.
they've been DQ'd, we've been told. So this is first and second right here.
And again, this is always very interesting to see this aerial shot because you get to watch line placement, and all it takes is one guy to make a silly choice in lane, and you're going to see a pass very quickly.
So they're in aftershock now, and after that, it's all desert.
Brock is not too far behind them. So it's 11:57 right now. And I'm just going to write that down. And if we get that same shot and we see Brock come through there, I want to see what time he comes through there at. See how far behind he is. I know he can make up some time in the desert section. I don't know how much.
Yeah.
He could definitely make some up on the X3. You know, the suspension's not quite as good as Cole Clark's car. Cole's is probably going to be faster in the desert. But I don't know if Brock is going to be able to make up, I don't know how much on him.
Well, Cole's got that's a stretched chassis too, isn't it? Or is it just narrow?
That's definitely a longer wheelbase. You can tell just by looking at it. Yeah, that's a lot longer.
I have a
wheelbase
hard
than
time
Brock's
with
car.
that though, because it being narrow makes it look longer.
Yes, yeah. No, it's definitely a longer wheelbase.
On the chat, the Hot Dog Racing said Jeff's car is an Allsup tube chassis car from about a couple years ago.
Oh, he was going to go for the pass, but then nope.
Now, see, in this position, I'd want to be right on that guy's bumper all the time, trying to put pressure on them and have them get amped up and make a mistake.
And like I said, we had talked a little about that yesterday. If you can get up there, you don't necessarily have to pass him. Just put him pressured up to where he makes a silly mistake.
Well, he's going to have to pass him, but not in the rocks.
Yeah.
Just let him go, but put pressure on him and make him make a mistake or try to make.
Oh, it looks like he's pulling over.
Is he? No. Oh, he is.
There
Look
you
at
go.
that.
All right, now Cole Clark's going to have to put some time back on him because, like we said, he started in front of him, so he's going to have to finish a little bit in front of him.
And Cole's already doing that math, probably.
Yeah.
That's a lot to do when you're by yourself.
Yeah. 4 minutes, 30 seconds, I believe.
You turn that over your
4 minutes.
Oh, wow.
4 minutes, 30 seconds, I believe he has to beat him.
Wow.
That's a lot of math to do.
That's a
by
lot
yourself.
of that's a lot of desert racing. If you got to put 4.5 minutes on somebody.
Yeah, because he started 6th and Jeff was 15th.
Wow.
And it was 2 every 30 seconds. So 4.5 minutes he's going to have to put right here
Yeah.
between there and the finish.
How much desert do we have after the 40 miles?
Oh, no, it's more than that.
Really?
They're all the way over at Emerson, yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be about 50 miles at least. About 50 miles of desert.
Wow.
Yeah.
So who's that? Is that a lap 1 guy? Yeah, I think they're climbing out of aftershock now. Yeah, wind's definitely whipping up, so that's going to equalize the desert. No dust really to contend with.
So here's another person that got lost, I believe. The 417A right there. They shouldn't have been in here until the second lap, right? This is check me out. They don't do this on the first lap.
Okay.
So that is definitely either lap traffic or someone that should not have been in there.
Yeah, I don't. It didn't look like aftershock to me. That's what it says.
They just went through check me out.
Okay. I don't know that I've been on check me out before. Usually once I've been on a trail, I commit it to memory. I recognize those rocks.
You're like, I've seen those rocks before.
So once again, that is your first and second physical right there and uncorrected time. But that first car is going to have to put 4.5 minutes on that second car in order to beat him on corrected time.
Well, and Brock Hager being third has got to put even more on.
Brock is at 0 miles an hour again for a minute or two. He's just in aftershock right before it. So I don't know if he's got a problem again. He has been stopped for a minute or two that I've been looking here, though.
Huh. and at the beginning of Aftershock.
Yeah,
I mean,
it looks like it.
I believe you have to go down the waterfall on lap 1 or lap 2. Sorry, where lap 1 you were able to take the bypass. So there is a little bit of a tricky spot up top. All right, again, we're looking at Cole Clark. Physical first. He's getting close to the top and be bailing back down to the lake bed and all desert.
All right. I'm going to hop out of here. Mr. Ian Johnson's going to hop back in the booth with you. We'll see you guys a little bit later on this afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Matt. That's a great drone shot right there.
All right, we got some more youth class finishers coming up on stage here. Pam, you want to take it away in a minute here?
Yes, I'm ready, Fish. I have to say this is Miss Valadez right here coming through. Miss Hunter Valadez moving into the Youth 1000 class this year, and you just came in with no tire on at all, just the wheel. But all in all, moving up from the 170s into this Mavar, how was it for you?
I loved it a lot because it was definitely more challenging than the 170s, so I think I enjoyed it more.
Did you have some fun out there in the rocks?
Yeah, it was really fun.
I mean, you have your dad as your co-driver who normally races in the rocks as well, so was he giving you some good tips the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, and I have to tell you, you just came in with no tire. Ben Napier comes over and said, we need a Can-Am tire. Borrowed it off of Peanut's car, it's his spare tire, and he was actually over here helping change it as well. How cool is that?
That's really awesome. Thank you.
It's all about teamwork out here and the one big family affair, and it was just shown right there. But congratulations on getting to the finish. Would you want to do some more laps out there?
Yes, not on 3 tires though.
How long were you on 3 tires for?
44 miles.
44 miles you guys were on a flat tire?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your spare is already flat, so you needed a new one in the rack. Okay, I get it. How was it driving with 3 tires?
It was definitely very hard because it was definitely harder to turn, and the car didn't want to really do what I told it to, so.
Well, I mean, you're also a part of the rookie program that we have out here for King of the Hammers. So tell us a little bit about that and how exciting it is to be one of the 2026 King of the Hammers rookies.
It's really awesome and definitely very helpful.
So you've had Bailey Cole helping you, all kinds of people that are seasoned out here helping you out, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again getting out here to the finish line. You guys, let's give it up for Hunter Valadez.
Thank you very much, Pam. All right, so I'm back in the booth here at the 2026 UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship, and on screen, what were we just watching
We
there,
were
John?
just looking at Cameron, or not Cameron still, Brian Deegan
yep.
and Jeremy McGrath working their way through her problem.
Yeah, so lots of action out here. I was just chatting with Fish off the mic, just asking, after all the drama we saw with Brock, is there a chance that Brock can actually come from the back now and win this thing?
Yeah, anything can happen here. I mean, he is moving again, where he's through Aftershock, it looks like. But the 24 and the 968, I think you're going to have a problem with one of them in order to do it, because he has to pass them, remember, and put all that time back on him.
Because he
can't
has
just
no
finish
corrective
behind them.
time in his back pocket.
And they're almost out of the rocks. So I think the 968 and the 24 are looking pretty good between those 2 cars right now.
The one thing none of us know about is any of the RCPs.
Correct.
And
yes.
And I think the first person that crosses this line might not be the overall winner of the thing after RCPs are calculated in. You've got to have a really good navigator to make you hit all those RCPs.
Every single one of those RCPs, yeah. And as we were talking about before, it is at least a 5-minute penalty depending on how much time was gained by skipping. Or sorry, I think it's 15-minute penalty actually for an RCP, depending on how much time was gained.
Yeah, I think the VCPs are 5 out in the desert.
VCP are 5 and RCP is 15.
So You missed one RCP?
Yeah, it's
That
15
changes
minutes.
everything. Yes.
And this result is going to be closer than 15 minutes. They're within a minute of each other right now.
That's a
physically.
game changer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Pam's got another one of our finishers down on stage, so we'll throw it down to Pam.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Mr. Biddle. You are out here at this race course driving super hard, but you're having some steering problems. How long have you been having those?
Since like mile 20, I think we broke the steering rack a bit. So
you've been fighting your steering the whole race, or pretty much half the race, then, haven't you?
yeah, I mean we fixed what we could, but it's still a bit broken. So
going through the rocks, did you already have the damage going through the rocks?
no.
So it happened after that. Okay. Well, all in all, what do you think of the course?
It was pretty good. We had a fun time out there. I mean, the rocks were good. The Baja Desert stuff, that was nice.
So coming up from the 170 into the Youth 1000 class, I know that you have practice in this as well, but I know that last year, you raced this last year in the Youth 1000 too, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so from last year to this year, adding the rocks in, your thoughts overall?
I mean, the rocks that we had on lap 1, it wasn't really too hard for a difference from last year.
Okay. Well, but all in all, you had fun, right?
Yeah.
All right, you guys, let's give it up for Hunter Biddle.
Thanks, Pam. That is always good to see another finisher across the line as we see more action. So we are jumping. That's Brock. No, that's not Brock on screen. I apologize. The yellow roof got me all excited there.
Close.
Close, yeah. All right, so we are watching car 30 right now. But before we had the interview on stage, we are speculating as to what could happen with our leaders right now, because we do have Brock Hager was able to get his car fixed and he's moving, but we got Jeffro Martin, Cole Clark in front of him, and as John was saying, you miss one RCP in this race and it is a huge penalty, so we're going to have to take a look at that when it all comes down. Normally what happens when our winners come into town, what we will do is we will get our race director, Ben Napier, will get involved, and he will come up and he will give us the basically give us the rundown as to how their course ran. They'll pull their tracker off the car and make sure they got all those RCPs and VCPs out on the race course. Look at that shot.
That's a cool shot right there. Yeah.
Great shot. Unfortunately, not for him since he's not moving, but there you can see Hammertown in the background. As a matter of fact, that's us right there, Fish. You just give a little wave.
Yeah, just wave.
Yeah, there we go. So that's us sitting at the top of the main stage there. That's a great shot from Hammertown. You can see that's a great part of the race course. Always a great shot to have. It's good to see that dust is lit up a little bit. Got a lot more wind out there, which is the Fish called it. You said wind was coming, and here it is.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the racers are stoked on that. You know, the guy in first place doesn't want the wind, but everybody else does.
No, and especially, and this year, as we've been talking about all morning, when they get into the rocks, they still have a very long desert loop to go through before they can come back into Hammertown. And it could be that area of the course could be the area that is the deciding factor for a lot of these racers.
Yeah, exactly. We still got that whole desert loop. Like we said, the 24 is our lead car right now. He's going to be to Emerson Ridge in a few minutes, which is basically the end of the rocks. And then after there, it's full speed back in the desert course. So you got to go for it because you got the 968 not too far behind you. And then you got the 1896 Brock Hager not too far behind him. So yeah, you can't just cruise in on the desert lap.
Yeah, no, you're going to want to actually put some power down and keep moving, especially with Brock behind you for sure. Because I know that's where he's going to try to probably rein in any and all gap that he can. And you can't just rely on someone else getting our RCP or rock checkpoint penalty because you might end up with one as well.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, it's really hard. At 15 minutes, this is going to change. It could change a lot either way here.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we are jumping back out. I believe, yeah, this is where they head up into Jack. So they've come down Sledge. They've come across that little bottom section. You can see that those yellow flags up there. That's to keep them off the little. It's not a short course. It used to be a little sort of like easy area that we could run across and sort of avoid these bottom nuisance rocks. But now this year with the RCPs, they are driving these cars way down, leaving them in the rocks, making them stay down in the rocks for the entire trail. And we've seen some great action all day long.
Yeah, definitely. There's only about 3 cars that are contenders at this point, that I'm looking at on the map here. It's gotten pretty spread out after those first 3. Now, some of the stock classes, like we were talking about earlier, we'll have to wait and see on those because there'll be some good racing into some of those subclasses within the big B3 category.
Yeah, and here's Brock on screen right here.
Yep. Now he's going to try to make up as much time as he can right now because he doesn't want to come in second. He wants to win again, right? He knows that when he gets to the desert, he's going to have a little bit of an advantage. So if he can make up as much time in the rocks, and then he's going to have to send it in the desert.
Yeah, he'll definitely be trying to reel him in the desert, and we saw the pace that he was moving through the desert this morning. So definitely he can throw it down, but will he be able to reel in Jeffro Martin and Cole Clark and Austin Cantor? That's the next question.
Well, you just said he's going to have to send it in the desert.
Yeah.
When does he not send it in the desert?
Honestly, a lot of the times Brock just seems like he's cruising.
He looks
really.
He's so smooth that it doesn't look fast.
Yeah. You're going to see full speed Brock as soon as he gets to the desert here.
Usually, John, after I've broken 2 axles on my rig, I tend to shave about 10% of any speed off of what I want to do, just because I don't want to have to do that again.
I was going to say you're probably drinking beer and you're done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if I broken 2 axles, I'm headed to the trailer.
Truth be told.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. Yeah, but watching Brock make his way up through this section of trail.
There's Jeremy McGrath. Again, he's in the Pro Stock NA class. And the other notable racer in that class is Caden McCachran. I don't know where Caden's at, but Jeremy won that class last year in a Kawasaki KRX.
Yeah, remember, we have multiple classes racing today in the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. So right now we are focusing on the leaders, which are in all, are we all open UTV?
Yes, we did confirm that.
Yeah,
all 3 are. Yeah, on some of the entry lists and on the timing, he's in the pro mod, but
he is
officially Race Ops said he's in the open class.
Okay,
all
so
three are in
I
the
just
open
glanced down and looked at that. So right now all of our race leaders that we've been following are open UTV. Oh, John, you absolutely called this.
Boy.
You called this, yeah. What was it during qualifying? That was 3 days ago.
Yeah.
John constantly said Jack is going to be a nightmare, and it's exactly what it is.
And practice winching, and get your co-dog out and help the guy in front of you.
Yeah, this is you can see. It looks to me, unless I'm speculating here, is that a competitor up there, or is that someone just trying to be a winch anchor at this point?
I think it's a competitor.
So who have we got in there? We got 491, 504 Miller Richmond.
Yeah, you got a bunch of guys stacked up here. Look at it. I wonder how far back it goes.
Parking
It
lot.
goes
the drone
back
goes
a,
up. Watch.
Look at this. It goes back a ways. It's a ways back in there. Goodness gracious. Yeah.
What is that? 15 cars there?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna speculate based on how we weren't seeing the first few cars winching with any sort of
Dustin
feverish
Jones.
pace.
Just Dustin Jones right there.
Yeah, Dustin's right in the mix there. I would say based on the fact that we didn't see anyone absolutely chomping at the bit to pull winch cable on those front couple cars, I think we may have some broken cars up there.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, that's looking like 2015. I just posted a picture from my Instagram on for 2015. I raced that, and it was a parking lot.
All right, looks like we're jumping in car here right now to the exact same spot that we were watching. So it looks like they're doing some talking to each other, trying to figure out how they're going to get around everybody. But yeah, you said exactly right, John. That is an absolute parking lot.
All right, Cole Clark is into the desert. He's got about 47 miles to go. So 47 miles of desert for Cole Clark, and he is our physical leader right now on course on his final lap.
Okay, we got Dustin Henderson out of the car there, trying to get Dustin Jones through the pack. Stuck there on jackhammer.
All right, so as Fish was saying, first car out in the desert, Cole Clark. Have we seen Anderson? Is he still racing, or is he peeled off yet and headed back to town yet, or have they told him?
I don't see him on the tracker, so he probably parked somewhere.
Okay,
he probably went back to the pit, maybe. I don't know.
So
He's not in front of them on the course anymore.
We're assuming that he was told, "Hey, you're."
Oh, never mind. He just popped up.
That's our race leader right
Sorry.
there.
There we go.
Oh, Anderson he's all the way up with 30 miles to go in the race, so he is still going.
He's still going.
He's way
right,
up there. Had to zoom out a bit.
If I was him and I didn't get told to stop, I sure as well would keep. Even if I knew I was out of the race, I would keep going.
Yeah, I think he wants to finish, and then he's
Yeah.
going to say, "Well, whatever." At least, but in the back of his head, he knows that he won.
I didn't gain any time by going the wrong way through the infield.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
got 30 miles and he'll be back
I'll
in
let you.
Hammertown.
You can have that argument.
No,
but
I'm just a washed-up racer. I don't waste
we just get
anymore.
to sit in the booth and tell people what to do, John. We're just here to help them make bad choices.
decisions. All right, that's
All right.
Cole
So yeah,
Clark.
so that's the physically first car on the race course.
Well,
but
except for Ronnie.
Oh yeah, sorry, except for Ronnie. Yeah, I
He's not,
apologize
Ronnie's just not racing anymore.
Well, no, he's still racing. He just doesn't know it.
In his head,
Yeah.
he is.
So that's Cole Clark right there coming across.
Heading down the lake bed right there.
Yeah. So he's going to come down this wash, then come
is that?
across that lake bed right there.
Is that Melville out there?
I believe that is. Yep. And he's going to come all the way across, and then he starts into that big desert loop.
So he could be here in 30-ish minutes.
Ronnie?
No. Cole.
He'll be a little bit more than that. Probably 35, 40 minutes.
You don't know Cole Clark, do you? He's got a turbocharged Pro R.
True.
He's got the turb ski on.
He could be here in 30 then. Let's see. It's what is it? 12:15. Let's see if he's here at 12:45.
Uh-oh.
But I thought he was going to be done by 12.
Well, that was when Brock was. That was.
Brock was going to be.
ruined
Okay.
that. Yeah,
okay.
Brock. Yeah, Brock was going to be done by 12, and then Brock decided to throw
And
both of his axles out of the chat.
Realistically, I bet you Brock would have been here at noon.
Yeah. Just seeing where Ronnie is, you would have been in front of him by a gap. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely was. But it goes to show you, John, we always say, these races, over the years, we have seen a lot of these races sort of like start and play out as we watch them, just basically the leaders run away with it. But this year, definitely the rocks made the deciding factor.
But we've never seen a UTV race with this many leader changes.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is, and I think the rocks were the deciding
Pretty
factor
much,
of that.
one guy ran away with it almost every single year.
Usually, yeah. That's usually what we would see in the UTV race. We usually see the leader leave town and just basically put a hurt on everybody and then get back into town. Obviously, this year the rocks were the deciding factor. The question is, if it's the deciding factor for this race, are we going to see the same thing play out tomorrow in our Everyman Challenge, who are essentially on the exact same course?
Because they only do 2 laps tomorrow as well, right? They don't do the third lap. Third lap is just 4,400.
Third lap is just for 4,400.
Same exact course.
Same exact course tomorrow for our Everyman Challenge cars. But right now, today, it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're waiting for Cole Clark to get back into town we got 2 competing times here, 30 or 40 minutes. We're going to see who wins.
Perfect.
I would trust Fish on that because he looks at the tracker.
Look,
I just make wild ass guesses.
This is the parking lot that John has been basically warning everybody about since the day of qualifying about how bad this section of trail was going to be. And we saw, I would honestly say, John, you nailed it on the head, because I think this particular obstacle that you said was going to be the hardest part of the course is what cost Brock the lead in this race.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and you were right. You said this is the spot.
He took it easy and doing the safe thing on the left side and winching. That was all going great. And then on that second spot, we saw him smoke the belt, and he probably popped his axles too.
Yeah, so I think that was just unfortunate situation that happened there. As we jump out, I believe this is Chocolate Thunder, is it not?
I think that's going up Her Problem.
Her Problem, going up Her Problem? Okay.
Yeah, at the very beginning.
Yeah.
So Ronnie does know that he's DQ'd in the Anderson car, but they're going to the finish.
Okay, good for them.
So there you go.
Might as well. Hey.
I like it.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Yeah, it's still really spread out behind him. Brock is almost to Emerson Ridge, and he's our third car, fourth if you count Anderson. So we've only had 4 cars that have gotten through the rocks so far. And behind Brock, it's a ways until someone else is coming.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think that is all because of that bottleneck on Jack. I think they just held everybody back, and then they have to go run all those rock trails.
Yeah.
So that bottleneck has just held up everyone in that game. And then after that, there's still a lot of rocks to get through.
Yeah, Jeremy's getting it.
He's plugging his way through there, isn't he? Yeah, look at him go. Good job, Jeremy. Keep going.
And I saw that car. He's running stock arms and stock tie rods.
And what class is he in?
He's in Pro Stock NA.
So he's in Pro Stock NA.
We're really small class. To me, it's Jeremy and Caden McCachran that are the top dogs in that.
So Fish, if we sort on time by class, who have we got leading each class right now?
We'll have to look at a second. Hold on, but I got 1 minute and 37 seconds between Cole Clark and Jeff Rowe Martin on corrected time. So Jeff, I think it's actually Jeff. I don't know why it's Jeff Rowe. Jeff Martin is in first by 1:37 at our last time split over Cole Clark, even though Cole's in front because he's not 4.5 minutes ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So
so we'll keep an eye on that. I think we're going to get one or two more times on the way back
Cole
in.
Clark, is that him right there?
That might be Cole Clark right there. That's where we should expect to see him based on where we saw him earlier.
That's got to be.
Yeah,
All right,
we
so-
Uh,
will get another split once they come by Bessemer here. We'll get another time split.
Okay.
So trying to look at some of the other leaders, let's see. The Pro Stock UTV, and this is very unofficial. This
Yes.
is the timing
We
has
can
been a
always
little
say
weird
that,
today,
yep.
but it's showing Kurt Mackey was in first. Somebody did tell me, I thought that they were on their lid or something at some point.
Okay.
But Kurt Mackey is showing in Pro Stock Turbo UTV as first, Brian Deegan second. And then in the Pro Mod UTV, Jeff Rowe Martin, but we know he's actually not in that class. So
Yep.
Shabs Percy was showing
Shabs
as
Piercy.
second. Piercy. So that's probably your
Might
leader.
be first. Yeah, okay.
Might be first in Pro Mod UTV.
That'll make you'll never hear
Open
the end of it
UTV
from Jim.
is Cole Clark because
Okay.
we know Ronnie's going to be DQ'd. So, that's Open UTV. Pro Stock NA is looking like Austin Cantor and then Jeremy McGrath, 1 and 2.
Excellent.
Once again, this is all unofficial. Just
Yep.
trying to go through this scoring here.
So
and
is
then
Caden-
Sportsman Stock UTV is Twitch is showing as in first. So there you go. So
there we
Twitch.
go.
So what's going on with Caden? Do we-
Which class is he in? Pro Stock NA?
Pro Stock NA.
He's showing his third.
Okay.
He was 17 minutes out of the lead at the last time split.
All right.
He's going between third and second, depending on which time split.
Okay.
Once again, all unofficial.
Well, and I love that both Jeremy and Caden are racing. I mean, they're in NA cars, but they're both fairly stock too. Minimum.
They're
things-
really stock, yeah.
Minimum things done to the car, just mostly for safety. You have to do a cage. You have to do seats
and belts.
You
and
have to
everything,
do
yeah.
belts. You got to do window nets.
Does it have to be that 51 millimeter tubing that Jim likes to talk about?
I thought we were good today. We weren't going to have any metric talk up here.
I gotta.
Well, Jim's not
even
here
when
to
Jim's
defend
not here, I'm
himself.
still gonna make fun of him. He knows that.
Yeah.
All right, so we are in the booth right now. We are expecting to see. We got Cole Clark and Jeff Martin will be the first few cars to come across. Well, except for Ronnie Anderson will be coming across the line.
Yeah.
And we're watching a lot of guys having problems here, making their way up Dirty Love, and that's after Jack.
Yeah.
So these are probably top 15 guys right now.
Brock is pulled over to the side of the course. He's stopped working on something, it looks like.
Oh, in the desert.
Yes. Yep. So that's why that just went to 0 if you're looking at the tracker.
So, John, have you paid attention to? Now, 15 minutes. So, John, have you been paying attention to which route the majority of the drivers chose to take when they got to the top of Jack, or have you just been?
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, What's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Leading the race
behind Ronnie.
Ronnie. Yeah. So right now the next question is, where's Brock?
Well, Brock is still stopped as well.
Oh, he's stopped as well.
He's
Okay.
stopped about 15 miles behind where the 24 is stopped.
In the rocks still?
Just outside of Emerson Ridge.
So he is out
He's
of the
past
rocks?
the rocks, just,
So there's
just outside of it.
Same reason. There's really, we would not expect to see him stop there. Sometimes I think we should talk about that. Here's a perfect example. If you look on your screen, all these guys, if we were to pull their trackers right now, it's going to read 0 miles an hour.
They all look
in the
broken.
rocks. Yeah.
But they're obviously still moving and they're
Yes.
still racing. But if we were to pull, but once they get out of the rocks, we never expect to see that tracker hit 0 unless there's something wrong. So
how many co-dogs are out of the car with
different straps?
different
and
straps.
Yep.
Holy moly.
Dude, I'm looking at a photo right now, and it is Twitch in them. They have a full-on paper map on their lap that they're trying to figure out which way they're supposed to be going right now, and they're leading their class somehow while doing this.
I could see Brad doing that. Absolutely. Goodness gracious.
It's a little late to do homework.
I love that it's
that live stream has to be epic.
I love how it's a paper map, but it's also the poster.
Is that what that was?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the King of the Hammers poster that you can buy in the
my
merch
God.
tent from Roxy. That's not
Let me
even
see if I
like,
can get it to production. Maybe they could. This is an awesome picture. I'm going to send this to you guys in production. If you could put this on the screen, just this is awesome.
All right, so we have Cole Clark and Brock Hager at 0 miles an hour. Jeff Martin physically first on course. Of course, Ronnie Anderson is ahead of him. But right now, we fully expect Jeff Martin will potentially, or we expect him to be one of our first official, unofficial finishers back into Hammertown.
And we're currently watching Dirty Love.
All right, I believe Brock is moving again. Sounds like he's getting going again. So Brock's back on the move. Now, Brock, I don't know what's wrong with the 24. The 24 is still stopped.
Still at 0.
If the 24 stays there and Brock gets around him, no, Brock's in the second place now.
Oh, my God.
So this is not over yet.
Now,
And the 968, we saw them fueling without all the gear on earlier.
They'll still have to assess all the penalties when they get in here and figure that out.
There's lots of stuff that could happen in this race.
Well,
It's
and
crazy.
is this Brock right here?
That
It
could
is.
be Brock.
That's Brock.
Yeah, that could be Brock
Looks like
coming
it, yeah.
across there. Yeah.
Yep.
So moving, and not just moving, but really moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 100 miles an hour right there.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. This is going to be a good finish. Okay, the 24 is moving again. So there you go. The 24 is moving again. Most likely a tire.
Yeah,
would
for
be
that
my
time.
guess for the amount of time that they were
So
stopped.
so the question is,
Tire or a belt or something maybe.
Yeah. So the question is, will Cole Clark and the 24 be able to close any gap? Because he's got to close a gap on Jeff and pass him, right?
He's not going to because just
Unless
the
something
20
happens
miles
to
they
him.
ran already, he was sticking right with him. Like
So-
he wasn't making time on him before
and
he just stopped.
How much time does he have to make on him to beat him on
4.5 minutes. He's not going to happen.
we do not-
unless the
something
968 has a problem or they get a penalty.
Yeah.
That's what you never know. So he still has to push.
Yeah.
Because if they get a 5 minute, I'm just throwing numbers out. If they get a 5 minute penalty, he might win. Then if they get 2, he might not. So you got to push
Absolutely.
as hard as you
Yep.
can to the finish.
Which is obvious. Brock Hager, he's still pushing hard too, right
Same
through here
thing.
as well. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
You never know until you get back to the finish line as to what exactly is going to happen. But what a story it would be if Brock was able to still podium after that day.
I mean, leading up to this year, the last 5-6 years, if you even had a flat tire, you were not going to win the race.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a sprint, and the guy that won had a flawless race.
Now here's the question:
and today is anything but.
Is that because of the RCPs?
I wouldn't doubt it.
There it is. There's the shot.
There it is. All right, so look, this is Twitch
classic.
earlier. They have no idea where they're going. They busted out the paper map,
That is
and they're
totally
trying
the
to figure it
poster.
out.
Look, you can see the King of the Hammers. Look, that is the
It's like,
poster
huh,
that you could buy.
What was the name of that trail again?
And he's got his phone in his hand trying to figure
Phone,
something out.
GPS, and a paper map.
And they're
That's-
leading their class. It's pretty awesome.
You don't
All
get
right,
that.
there's
You don't
Brock
get
Hager.
That's. I wonder if that'll be a meme in about a week. Not even
yeah,
a week. In
yeah.
about 2
Already,
hours.
probably already is.
Yeah.
There's Brock right there out into the desert.
Yeah, that would be. Tell me you don't know how to read a GPS without telling me you don't know how to read a GPS.
Classic.
All right, so there's Brock Hager. He was our race leader early this morning and running away this race. We saw him have terrible luck in jackhammer, just awful luck breaking. We assume 2 rear axles.
First physical first at that point in time.
Physical first at that time.
Broke
Now
2 axles.
and now it looks like he's
and not only carried 2 axles, but fixed them on jackhammer.
on jackhammer. Yes.
Well, they had to get one from CJ Greaves' car.
Oh, I didn't know
So CJ
that.
Greaves was broken behind him. He took the rear axle off his car. They ran
Okay.
it up. They went and got it. Co-driver got it, and they were able to put it on.
I was going to
because
be
they only carry
surprised.
one. They only
I
carry
was
one
gonna be
spare axle.
surprised that they'd have 2
Yeah,
axles. But
that's
I'm
how
like,
he got it.
well,
Yeah, CJ was broken a little bit behind him.
What a story he'll have to tell when it gets back to Hammertown. But yes, John, you are right. We used to see the UTV race was literally, it was a sprint. It was like a drag race right off the drop line, which was why pole position was so important, or position at the start was so important. But it certainly looks as though this year, the rocks have definitely played a huge part in this UTV race, which is great to see because, you know, it's called King of the Hammers, not King of the
I
Desert
think
for a reason.
part of it is the RCPs everywhere.
Yes,
I
I
mean,
think
it beats up your, even if you're going downhill, it's still wear and tear on your vehicle.
100%. Yes.
And I mean, look, Kyle Cheney, he was going down spooners when he broke his front or steering.
Steering, yeah, absolutely. Yep. So, but as we watch, we do. I'm thinking. Did I see Jeff clip Bessemer?
I think this is Dirty Love.
I think that's Dirty Love. Fish, am I seeing that Jeff has clipped the time loop at Bessemer?
Let's see, Bessemer. Let's go bring it up.
So we've never raced up Dirty Love before. We've come down it. A lot of loose.
Let's see. Ronnie's through there. Yeah, Anderson's going to be here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Coming in here. We had... Yeah, we don't have a time for Cole Clark through there yet, so I can't give you a split time between Jeff and Cole yet.
Yeah, but Jeff has. Oh, there it is right there. Mine just updated. So if Jeff and Cole have now clipped that. Those are our two lead cars that are still in the race, but obviously we still have to get them back into town. We do know that Ronnie Anderson that's been official, right? They gave that official call out that he has officially been DQ'd for.
Yes, we double checked it.
Yeah, so Race Ops has confirmed Ronnie Anderson DQ'd for backwards on course coming through Hammertown. Hard to hide it when you do it in Hammertown, driving backwards through the short course. As John was saying, this is going up through Dirty Love, very, very difficult trail. Lots of loose rock, lots of just standard nuisance hammers rock. The thing about the rocks out here is they just sit underneath your tires, and then if you lose any forward momentum, the next time you hit the gas, you just dig 4 holes with all 4 tires. It's absolutely amazing four-wheeling out here.
All right, so now we got a split time. So it's 4 minutes and 47 seconds that Cole is behind Jeff right now.
Okay.
So that is corrected time.
Corrected time. So,
yeah, so he would have to make up 4 minutes and then put another 4.5 on him. So yeah, not going to happen unless
be
Jeff
8
has a
minutes
problem.
of push there, unless like you said, unless Jeff has a
Unless
problem.
we got some penalties.
Yeah,
And then we got to deal with all that. That's a whole other part of the game that we don't even get to speculate on.
I think we're looking at Jeremy McGrath there.
All right, so once again, this is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin, King of the Hammers, brought to you by Optima Batteries. We are coming to you live from Johnson Valley. Today, it's all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It has been a day full of insane racing. We've had multiple lead changes, right? More, as John was saying, more lead changes than we've ever seen before in one of these UTV races. Carnage in the rocks, accidents in the desert. It's just been a wild day of racing.
Yeah, right now we're watching it's Jeremy McGrath chase down Scott Lesage in that single-seater. I think that's Scott.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it was, based on the number that I saw on the side of it.
So Brian Deegan was behind Jeremy. Well, the wind's coming up.
Yeah, we saw Brian Deegan in the mix in there when they were in the rocks, but now they're out of that particular rock trail section.
Nobody is still out of the rocks or even
not
close to
100%.
out.
No,
Yeah,
they just came in. We just watched.
Close.
Yeah,
It's
we saw
crazy.
them all in that one section, but there's still a few more rock trails they got to
I think
pick off.
Dustin Robbins, I think, is the leading.
Okay, so these guys are heading to Clawhammer right now, and there's an RCP down there, I bet, and that's why Scott's bailing left. He's like, "Oop, I gotta get back in the valley over here because this is where the RCP is."
Yep, got to get back in the rocks. You can see them all follow in.
Yeah, Jeremy is the only one that really took the proper race
and look,
course
I think
down
he's
in
going to
there.
pick up a position right here by doing it. Oh no, he
nope.
was too nice. I thought he was
Door
going to
was
slam.
shut.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try to sneak around there, but yeah, that was the right way. That was the way the race course was supposed to go. But now they're into Claw.
Another multiple lane choice there.
This is just the base of the trail, so there's a couple little tracks at the bottom, and
Yeah, but
they're about to get into the rocks here
There
shortly.
definitely is some RCPs in there.
There's some great action right here of trying to get a pass on before they get in the rocks.
Oh,
for
he's
sure.
bumping them.
Giving them a couple little
Alan
shots saying, hey, I want in
making,
front of you
a
before we
pass.
get in these rocks. Yep. Yeah, he wanted in front of him before they got into this rock trail.
Well, and it looks like he's a little bit faster through the rocks too. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably why he wanted to be in front of him. They don't have to worry about passing him in there.
Yeah, and there's Jeremy. Car looks good.
Yeah, making quick work of it. Jeremy coming around the bottom side of that particular section of rocks.
Yeah, and that's a rock edition Kawasaki KRX. It's a new. I mean, the KRX has always been a great rock crawler, but now they have a rock edition. That's pretty. That's pretty much factory right there. Besides all the safety equipment that are on the car.
All right, we're watching Jeremy McGrath make their way up through Clawhammer. We saw a little bit of action earlier with a quick pass in there.
Oh, there's Jeffro Martin.
All right, so there's Jeffro Martin. And this is where he comes across his cross grain. We should see Hammertown in the background in a second, should we not?
Can-Am X3. No, that's out by Bessemer
Oh,
Blind.
sorry. Yeah, that's out by, okay, yep.
So he's got about 15 miles, maybe 13.
All right, so after him, we should.
Cole Clark's behind that.
Cole Clark and Brock would
And
be the
then
next
Brock.
group to get through there, yeah.
So why isn't Ronnie here?
Oh, he is here. Yeah,
Oh, he is?
they finished. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were done. So they would have been around, I don't know, 12:40 or something.
Okay. Sorry, Ronnie. Great run. You look good.
4.5 hours would have been the time, something like that.
All right. Oh, that's Brian Deegan. I see the plastic hanging off his fender.
All right, so yeah, we're jumping out seeing Brian Deegan making his way through this cross grain right here, this little goat trail, I guess you call it.
He's got something going on because he's going way
off
too slow.
pace. Yeah, he's way off pace. So there's something. We're assuming something's going on with that car.
That's bad news because he's got Clyhammer coming up. So if you're not got 100% of your car and you got to do a little rock trail still, that's rough.
We got about 10 miles for the leader, the 968.
All right.
So Jeff Martin, 10 miles out from Hammertown.
That's Dustin Robbins there. Check me out. So Dustin should be down in the desert fairly soon. Is he fourth place then or third?
Yeah, I have him as fourth. on my screen right now.
Yeah, it's the 968,
Oh, I
the
forgot.
24,
Yep.
1896, and then Dustin.
Okay, there's Cole Clark right there.
He's going to be second physical.
Physical second.
Yeah, this is the section where we just saw Jeff Martin come through. Make his way through that desert. As we said, they have to do a big 50-mile desert loop before they come back into Hammertown. So this is he's just finishing it up right now.
And what we talked about earlier in a long desert loop, we've seen 2 of the top 3 have to stop in the desert for some sort of issue, a tire, a belt, or something.
We're assuming
So,
a tire or something.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so you never know what's going to happen.
No,
Hey,
you
listen,
never know here.
The one thing I think we're seeing on this particular race is this UTV is playing out. This UTV race is playing out very similar to a lot of our 4,400 races play out, where it's just so aggressive and so brutal that you never know. And we've seen, especially in the 4,400 class, we've seen people be 2 miles from town and lose this race.
Yeah.
So you're not done until you're all the way back into town.
They've ran out of gas a couple times.
They've run
had
out
to
of
hike
gas. They've
yeah.
broken a transmission. There's been
last
things that
year,
have happened.
there's 2 different, Hunter Miller, I think, and Phil
Yep.
Blurton ran out of gas.
Yeah, it's close.
All right, so this is down in Laser Nut Alley, which heads over to Her Problem, and then ends up over in Chocolate Thunder. As we watch our current race leader should be back into town maybe in the next 5-10 minutes. We'll see. How close was John? John's guess was so for. Oh, you were off,
I said
John.
before 1.
Okay, yeah.
But then
unfortunately,
Brock let me down. And
he did let you down. But unfortunately, right now, what we have there is the bottleneck that John's been predicting all week long out in Jax. That's a shame. They're still dealing with that.
that looks like, is that Robbie?
Yeah, I think that
No,
is.
that's
Is that
Max.
Max or Robbie?
That's Max going up outer limits.
Okay, so
they got something fixed.
So Max was able to.
Wait a minute. No, that can't be Max. Max said he was.
That's a 77. Yeah, he said they were trying to fix the car, and if it was good to go,
thought-
he was going to keep going.
I thought he had too many broken
777. That's 3.
Yeah.
That's Max.
No, it's not.
Oh.
So there's 777 and 777.
That's a
But
terrible.
look at the
terrible
roof.
plan.
Look at the roof.
Do something.
The roof is 77. So which car is that?
I don't. That's a terrible plan. That's a
That might
terrible
be
plan.
Max. If you look at the roof, it says
Yeah.
77.
Maybe that was their plan all along. Maybe there's the peel.
And look at the
sticker
right side. The right side
Oh,
says
wait,
77. So that is Max.
Who are you?
So we're assuming that's Max Gordon. That's
Yeah.
got 2 different numbers on it. So
Well,
yeah,
he-
so we're going to assume that that's Max Gordon.
He's
and yeah,
moving.
they said if they could get the car fixed, he was going back out. So it looks like maybe they were able to, and he's back out on course.
Well, now he's got traffic.
Yeah, I think they're.
That looks like a tough spot.
Yeah, that's not a.
How are you getting in through that?
I think,
he's got it. Okay,
the
there you
camera's
go.
just tricking you.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think there's a way up through there
Yeah.
on the right. Yeah. All right, so it looks like Max has made his way through that section as we wait for Cole Clark to get back into town. Here we see Max headed up. Oh, it looks like maybe he realized that he's got to.
Just
All
about
right.
5 miles out.
Still watching Max Gordon there. Speed UTV. He's outer limits. It's just a little bypass that must be legal. So last year, if I'm reading this right, Jeff Martin
Jeff's got it.
16th place overall. So he has raced before. There's Jeremy McGrath. So Jeremy's heading up Clawhammer right now.
Yeah, Pate making his way up through Clawhammer as we are waiting for our current race leader, Jeff Martin, to get back into town here shortly. As soon as we start seeing some dust coming across the desert floor there, we will let you know, but we should be in the next 4 or 5 minutes, Fish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's less than 5 miles now.
Yeah,
Less than
so
5
he
miles.
should be close. So
About
we should
5 minutes, probably.
Should see him coming in here pretty soon. We'll see him coming down through the bottom of back door.
So let's just stop and think about this for a second.
I'm stopping and thinking.
I don't want to overanalyze anything, but we haven't had a factory team racer win King of the Hammers in, I don't know, ever.
This is your world, not mine, John.
What
so
do you
I'll
mean a
agree with
factory
you.
team racer?
Well, a factory-sponsored racer.
We haven't had one?
Yeah.
What about Brock winning last year?
He's factory.
You just said we haven't had one.
We haven't had. I'm sorry. We haven't
not.
had somebody that isn't a factory.
Oh,
racer.
I was gonna say, what's he saying here?
I think I got lost. I got lost too, Fish, in the triple negatives.
Wait, what am I thinking?
It was correct in my head. I
We
got double
haven't
negatives.
not had a factory
Yes, I
non-team
will give
racer.
a big shout out to the 978. He has been putting on a clinic today in an older car and without any big sponsors on the side of it, it looks like. That is definitely worthy of a shout out. Good job.
100%.
Yeah, Jeff Martin.
Good job, Jeff
Great
Martin.
job.
That is a great job.
I cannot think of a time when a factory racer has not won.
That's what's so cool about this sport, though. You can come out here in a car like that, a little older car, and you can still compete with all these top guys because the desert and the rocks are the ultimate equalizer. So this is what's cool about this event.
But I think what John's saying, and I think he's right. I think that what's happened this year is kind of what we've always hoped happened, is that now we've got these RCPs in place, forcing these guys into the rocks like the old school days where you got to be in the rock trail. You don't have a choice. And now we're seeing this race play out where the rocks have definitely,
way more carnage.
Yeah, which I hate to say it, but it's I mean, we're in the booth. We want to see the carnage.
It's, to me, it really feels like a 4,400 race where there's just so many lead changes and breaks. And
that is an excellent way to describe this race. 100%, John. This is just like what we'd expect to see on Saturday. Yes, multiple lead changes.
Yeah, it's like
lots of breaks, lots of action.
Who had that on their bingo card?
And the most thing that I think that really speaks to what you're talking about is the fact that Brock Hager, to me, that's the ultimate 4,400 style story. Broke my car, fixed my car, still racing, could end up on the podium.
Yeah.
There's nothing more 4,400 than that. We've seen that multiple times, multiple years.
Oh, it's super cool. And we're going to be seeing the 968 here anytime now. He's just maybe a mile or two out of town. So he's going to be coming through the Ford Arch pretty soon.
And we have absolutely no idea here in the booth about any penalties.
That's not our job to worry about.
We don't know anything. We're just talking first finisher.
First
we can
unofficial finisher, yes.
And we can look at corrected time, but we don't know anything about any missed RCPs,
Correct.
VCPs, any other type of.
Oh, look at this. They've got a check
Jeremy?
change with Jeremy right there. Yeah.
Look at that, a scissor jack. I love it.
I was going to say, is it so factory that they have a factory jack in there too?
No, that looked more like an AGM scissor jack. A little more throw. Let's hope that's just a flat tire. It looks like it is.
Yeah, it looks like he's just changing out the tire quickly.
Yeah, good look at the factory rear trailing arm on there. Factory front arms, factory tie rod. How can you race King of the Hammers with a factory tie rod?
Well, he's showing you how he did it right here.
Unheard of. I've never seen anybody race with a factory tie rod.
He's showing you how you do it right here, live on screen, John. You do it just like you just got to be as good as Jeremy McGrath.
That was an AGM jack.
It was. You spotted that?
Yeah, it
Brilliant.
had a little blue handle on it. I love it.
All right, I can see this. Oh, here we go. Right here.
Yeah.
There it is. There's our
coming into
our
Hammertown.
968 of Jeff Martin. This is
all
our
the
first
cross grain.
official finisher. He is headed back down into Hammertown. He's going to go across this little section of the desert floor right here. All right. Hammertown. If you are in town at the fire pit, let's get revved up, get on your feet, because there you are in the background. He's coming home to you. He's going to have to come through this one little desert section and bring it on in.
I have no idea how difficult it's going to be to figure out penalties, but hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Yeah, we'll let Ben. Normally, what happens, just so everyone's watching home knows what is going to happen. Our finishers are going to come. It just shows you how beat up that is, huh? Our finishers will
cross grain's always horrible.
Yeah, finishers will come in the race. They'll cross the finish line. We will call them an unofficial finisher, and then race ops is going to pull their tracker, pull their GPS file, double check everything, assess any RCPs. Those are rock checkpoint penalties or VCP penalties, and then they'll determine their actual time, and then we'll know for sure. There's a great high wide shot right there of your first
finisher.
Your first car back to Hammertown.
First official finisher here that we can call back into Hammertown
that we know of.
This is Jeff Martin coming down through this section of desert. He's going to come across the desert floor, make his way back towards Hammertown. He's got to go up through the Ford Racing Arch. Then he'll drop down through the MBR, or no, not MBR, pretty straight. He's going to drop down into the Monster Energy short course. After that, look at how rough it is out there, John.
Well, the X3 just doesn't have as good of a suspension as the Maverick R, and that's really rough.
That's a rough spot in the desert, but here we go. We can see him coming up through. Here it is, Jeff Martin coming back into Hammertown. He's got to drop down that hill, come through the sand.
Jeez, that rear end's bucking.
It's definitely working as he makes his way through this section.
Little shock fade, maybe.
All right. Here we go. He's got to come up through this section of trail right here.
That's a qualifying course.
They are. They're going to come up through parts of the qualifying course. Through the Ways Way bypass, we called it. They're going to come down the backside through the Mel Wade rollover area. So you're not out of the woods yet. We've seen lots of action on this qualifying course. But right now, here it is. This is Jeff Martin back into Hammertown. First official finisher here at the 2026 Can-Am UTV Championship. He's going to come across this section of dirt right here. One more climb that he's got to do, go through the Ford Racing Arch. Here he comes. All right, Hammertown, let's get on our feet. Let's get this guy back into town. He's coming up the hill. We'll see him coming through the Ford Racing Arch here in a second. And then my good friend Miles is taking it from there.
Yeah, we are here in Hammertown for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and it is Jeff Martin that's going to be the first finisher right now. We'll see how it all shakes out. He's in the Monster Energy short course as we speak. That old Can-Am X3 is tried and true. What a great run it has been for him. One last turn over the Yukon launch. He is coming through. Checkered flag is out. The number 968 of Jeffro Martin will be grabbing the checkered flag. What a great run for him. For the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, give it up for Jeffro Martin. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. We just had our first official finisher for the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. We'll try to get him over here, and then Ben will check the rate with race ops, check all the RCPs, all the VCPs, make sure everything is good to go. So he will be heading our way here shortly, and I'll give my little walk around the car. What a wild turn of events it has been. I was just talking with Valerie with Can-Am that early on, you lose Paul Wolf, you lose Phil Blurton, and then Kyle Chaney had issues, Brock Hager had issues. I mean, it was a tough day out in the rocks for sure. So Jeffro Martin, not a big sponsored name like they were talking about on the stage just a minute ago, but he's going to have a bigger name after today if everything goes his way. So Jeffro Martin looks like he's heading my way. Still waiting for a visual. There he is. I've got visual of him. I'll have him here in about 20 seconds. But again, just thank you everybody for tuning in here on site and back at home. And it looks like we may have second coming in here in just a moment. Well, that should be Cole Clark. So we may be doing a little double dipping right here. But slow and steady. Again, this is a X3. The new Mav R is the new platform for Can-Am, but it shows you that the X3 is still very, very competitive, especially when we throw in all these extra rock sections. And it's looking like he's heading my way. Trying to get a thumbs up. So Jeff Martin, thumbs up. The old Can-Am is looking good. Just kind of doing my walk around here, and it doesn't look like it's ran the hammer trails. This thing is still pretty clean, looking great. What a great run by Jeffro Martin. Getting some Maxxis hats, getting some Can-Am hats, getting a little bit of everything. The A-arms are a little, you can see some rock chips on them, but they still look like they're in great shape. These Maxxis tires looking good, having some fun. And I do see the dust out in the horizon, so that must be Cole Clark, number 24, physical second. We'll see how it is. Everything is unofficial until Ben checks some boxes for us. Ben's coming over to talk to old Jeffro Martin as we speak. To give him a congratulations, he'll get his 20th annual King of the Hammers medal for the official finisher.
Can I get some medals?
So the 968, Jeffro Martin. So that's Ben Napier, our race director. Having a quick little chat with him as Cole Clark, I see him on the screen. So far, so good. It's been an amazing week, and it's just going to get better and better. Tomorrow is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and then Saturday, the big day, the Unlimited Race of Kings. So I should see Cole Clark coming up through the Ford. I should see Cole Clark coming through the Ford Racing Arch here in just a moment. So Ben Napier is chatting with Jeffro Martin, but right now it's Cole Clark coming into Hammertown through the Ford Racing Arch as we speak. He'll be heading into the Monster Energy Short Course, hit that Yukon launch one last time for his day. Cole Clark has been racing with us for a long time. That beautiful single seat, up to 465 horsepower UTV. Amazing machine, and he's here, but on adjusted time. I don't think he'll have what it takes. Over the Yukon launch, one final turn to go, and the checkered flag will be flying for Cole Clark, unofficial second physically. Again, we'll have to see how it all pans out. But a great run. So number 2, Cole Clark, unofficial through the Griffin Radiator start finish. So we'll get him over here. I'm getting a visual on it. Everything's looking good. I see those RCV axles still in great shape. I do see looks like a limit strap could be broken on the back of Cole's car. But what a great run. 1 and 2 physically finishing within about 5 minutes of each other after racing for 5 hours, and we're down to 5 minutes. How impressive is that? So I'm going to kind of walk around this guy and see what it's looking like. Cole Clark, how you doing, buddy? All right. He's got dust in his eyes, and you can see the passion. Cole Clark is excited to be here in town. Oh, and it was actually a mud flap that I saw hanging down. The limit strap is still here. But everything else on the car, oh, he does have a sway bar broken on it. So he ran the last little bit with a rear sway bar that was not working. I do see a little bit of oil dripping up front, so we must have had some steering issues as well. I see the clutch cover off it. He must have had some issues with it as well, but it still made it here into Hammertown. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not over yet. Unofficial 1 and 2 are here. We're going to have to wait and see to see how this one plays out. So I'm going to catch up with Ben with Race Off, see if I can get any more information. But Jeff Martin and Cole Clark are here in Hammertown. So I'm going to send it back up to you guys at the Griffin Radiators Bay Stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Thanks for those updates up here. We're great to hear. We got 2 cars in and more to go.
Yeah, the next one in is going to be Brock. It looks like the 1896. And then after him, we got a long time until another finisher. Literally about a 40-mile gap between third and fourth. Dustin Robbins is the only other one that is even anywhere through the rocks and into the desert. He just passed the 45-mile mark, so he's 45 miles from here right now.
Wow. So, 1, 2, 3 will come in, and then we'll have a huge wait before we get. But the good news is that'll give us time for, hopefully, for Race Ops to give us our official 1, 2, 3. Usually they're pretty quick.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can get that before the next group of cars come in. But right now, so far, Jeff Martin crossed the line, Cole Clark crossed the line, and we're waiting for Brock Hager. We've seen Jeff Martin. We had Miles bring him in, and we saw him talk to him. We saw him talk to Cole Clark. As we said before, Ben Napier, race director, is going to get down there. Is going to pull all the trackers, check all the feeds, make sure they've hit every RCP in the rocks, every VCP in the desert, and assess any issues that they have. And then we'll come up here in a little while, and we'll have official numbers on those racers. Guys, it's been a great day out here racing in Johnson Valley so far.
Yeah, it's been an exciting day, and the rocks were definitely a contender this year. It was not easy in the rocks.
Yeah, fantastic racing. I love everything we've done with all the RCPs and what I say we. King of the Hammers,
it's the same we that fixed Brian Deegan's car.
Yeah, I mean, the RCPs to me are a game changer. I love what's happened there. It really makes the race that much tougher, keeps everybody in the rocks, and keeps them honest. So great stuff. I'm actually going to be signing off here.
Alrighty, John. Well, as always, it's been great having you here on the desk, and another great.
And there's John's parking lot.
another great year of UTV racing, and you're out for the week, right?
I'm done.
All right, John. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us here, John. We'll say thank you so much for working with us here in the booth, and we'll see you next year.
Great stuff.
All right, it looks like we are bringing up our first unofficial finisher, Jeff Martin, on stage. Pam's going to head down there with her microphone to get a little bit of interview from him. We're going to see how his day went in the rocks. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. Jeff Martin down here, you're physically in that #1 spot, getting this 20th annual or 20 years of King of the Hammers medal, but being at this finish line right now, physically first, unofficially, how do you feel?
Speechless. Bob Howard, right there, 84 years old today. Everybody wish him happy birthday. He's right here in a red shirt. He can outdrink us and outfight us any day. He's a pretty amazing guy. And Joe Campbell and Cliff and all my guys I wheel with, I just want to tell you hello. And my daughter, she's at home going to school.
So all in all, I want you to give us a little rundown of your day and out there on that course, because definitely we've been seeing some bottlenecks and everything, but you being where you're at right now, obviously it doesn't seem like you were stuck in any of those.
We did hit some traffic and we hit some bottlenecks, but Dave, my buddy right here, like I'm have a hot temper, and so I was yelling a lot, and you get out there and you punch them, whatever it takes, you get them out of our way and do it now. And Cole Clark's behind us. Dave got out. So there was Sledge? There was a Playerson sledge that was broken in front of Cole, and we were right behind Cole. And Cole put out a deal on Instagram saying nobody ever passes me or runs in the back of me. So I had to take advantage and run into him a couple times right there. I'd held out my camera too while I was doing it. But anyways, Dave got out, got him through, and then Cole rolled, and Dave got him back on their wheels and got him out of the way. And then I was like, Dave, get in, let's go. And so we just started running. And we, after pit 2, when we headed down Aftershock, we really scaled it back. We didn't want to damage the car. We were having problems with it being stuck in low. We ran into Cody Miller and Jay, and the car was stuck in low, and we had to rock the car to get it out of gear. And we were really nervous that we were going to hurt the car, so we had to really take it easy. And then when Cole got behind us, he was right there, and we didn't really have a place. And so we decided to just let him go, and we just said let him go. He caught us. Let's let him go. And we just started driving smart and driving our race. And then we were out in the desert, and man, we were going as fast as we can, watching temps. Car started getting a little warm, just keeping everything at bay. And then lo and behold, Cole had a problem and pulled over. So it was just home free. But we were pushing it 100% the whole way.
Well, it's awesome to see you here at the finish line, unofficially in that number 1 spot. So, here you are. You quit chasing the dust, and that's what it's about, is getting that clean line and clean air.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of weird being out in front and nobody else around. Dave kept saying, I swear, I would think there would be more broken cars out here. And I said, yeah, I feel the same way. But no, we had a great run. But especially thanks to Chris Blaze. Chris Blaze is right there. Chris was a huge help. We did a lot of pre-running before we came out here. I think we pre-ran probably about 9 times, and at least once or twice a week. And Chris rode me the whole time. And the whole time he goes, why do you guys do this? Why I don't understand. Why are you coming out here and destroying your car, beating your brains against the wall? And I was like, this is fun, Chris. I love it, right? So I think Chris likes it now.
Well, that's good to hear that hopefully Chris likes it now, but congratulations to you and your whole entire team. You're going to get to do some celebrations hopefully later on once all the official results come out. So congratulations once again. I have to give you a little funny story. Tiffany told me that she went to your pit crew and they were messing with you. They registered you as Jeffro.
Yeah, there's a couple Jeff Martins, and there's always confusion throughout the whole time. Like I've had the other Jeff, he's from Indiana, get my registration, and I come in and I'm 4,900 and he's 4,800, and so there's always been confusion. So when I went to get my papers, and they said there's not a Jeff, there's a Jeffro. I went, oh, close enough, that'll work. But anyways, yeah. But anyways, thank all those guys in the green and the purple right there. Man, a hardworking Caden, Kian, the Blouts, the Blaze family, the entire Blaze family. My wife, I know she's been through a lot. We're gone a lot, and we do a lot of this. A lot of wheeling, so I'm gonna have to take her to Hawaii soon for Valentine's Day. So
awesome. All right, anybody else you'd like to thank?
Everybody at work. I couldn't do it without everybody doing a great job. We got a lot of names on the car. Trail Ready wheels, we're running Trail Readies, great wheels. They make the car look like a race car, not a golf cart. CA Tech, they're a huge help. Hold on, Fox, Maxis. I should just jump out and read the side of the car. Today's been a long day.
Well, if you are sticking to this number 1 spot, you're going to get to do it all over again up on the podium. So we'll save those for later. So congratulations to Jeff Martin.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, congratulations once again, Jeff Martin, unofficially in that number 1 spot.
All right, thanks, Pam. And on screen, as you can see, as we get Jeff across the finish or across our stage here, we had Brock Hager come in, unofficial 3rd place finisher. Fish, talk about a crazy day for Brock out there. That's absolutely insane, and still be coming in and possibly standing on the podium with us.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how crazy this race is. He had a great qualifying run. He went last in qualifying, put it on the pole, started first, side by side with Ronnie, and he obviously had a problem at that one spot, and that was it. You never know in the rocks.
No, and more importantly, I think the best thing is he had that issue in Jack like we thought it was going to be, and he broke apparently 2 axles, fixed the car, and then was able to push through, and it looks like he's going to be coming in here and possibly standing in right now he's our unofficial 3rd place finisher. Obviously, as we said before, we have to get Ben Napier, our race director, is going to check everything and get it out there. But right now, Brock Hager, unofficial 3rd place finisher here in the 2026 UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship, and he has had a hell of a day out in the dirt.
Yeah, so we have our winning time is 4:54. That's for Jeff here. Then 2nd place is a 5:01, so just about 7 minutes difference between them. And then Brock was a 5:12, so about 11 minutes between second and third.
Absolutely. And as we say that, we jump right back out.
Look
This
at
is
this.
exactly where
Oh,
Brock
my.
this is where Brock's day was decidedly changed on that race course.
Wow.
This is Jackhammer. Right in here, you essentially have two different lines, left line, right line, and it is a mess.
Yeah.
John Crowley called it all day during qualifying. He kept telling everyone, he's like, hey, keep an eye on Jack. Go practice winching at Jack. Jack's going to be where it all changes. And that's exactly what happened to Brock. And it's happening to still tons of competitors out on course.
And that's some class wins, I guarantee you, that we're looking at right there. That's the difference between first and second place in a lot of these other classes that are sitting in that line right there.
Absolutely, because so far all we've seen is open UTV come across the line.
Correct.
We still have 4 other classes to get in here on this race course. So there's still lots of classes to come in, lots of races to be decided. And hopefully, Brad DeBerti and Twitch were able to figure out their poster.
They got their map working the right direction up.
They were probably trying to zoom in on it by pushing on the paper, but it didn't work. But hopefully they were able to get figured out where they're supposed to be, and then they were able to get back on course. But this right here, this section of trail right here that you're looking at, this is what has officially, in my opinion, has decided our race day here in Johnson Valley, because this section of trail changed everyone's day.
Yeah, that's just gnarly. And it's literally you just have to sit, wait in line, wait your turn, right? Like there's nowhere for those guys in the back to go.
No, that is, as I said before, the one difference that you would see if that was a 4,400 race is you would have guys up on the side of the wall, up climbing everything, because they have the ability to basically throw that car anywhere they want. But in these UTVs, you're really kind of stuck to just 2 different lines.
And that's one spot where, like, if you did go around and miss an RCP, you wouldn't care because you're sitting there for more than 15 minutes, right?
Exactly, 100%.
You're there for like an hour maybe.
Yeah.
So if you miss an RCP, whatever, give me a 15-minute penalty.
All right, so Pam is going to pull up Cole Clark, our unofficial second place finisher here in Johnson Valley. So we have only had 3 cars across the line after over 5 hours of racing here. It's been an absolute amazing day here in Johnson Valley. We got Pam bringing him up on stage. She's going to get prepped down there with her mic, and then we're going to see what kind of day Cole had out in the desert here in Johnson Valley. Pam, take it away.
All right, Cole Clark, here you are unofficially in this number 2 spot. You're in a single seat, so a little bit different than the majority of the racers out there. So navigating yourself through the rocks today, through the desert, how do you do it?
I don't think I'd be here without Jeff's co-driver. So if anyone's going to beat me, I'm glad it's him. They helped me out a lot. So, and he said something about my Instagram. No one's ever passed me under power. So as soon as we went out in the desert this morning, the car was vibrating and shaking. I don't know if it was a drive shaft we put in it, and I could go like 75 miles an hour. And then something in the end, I thought God put his hands on this car and stopped shaking it. And I was like, we're good. And then the belt blew immediately. And I was like, what the hell? I cannot catch a break today. But, everything on this car, it was just built for war. Those MRT tires, we had a spare fall off, and I beat the shit out of these tires, and they held up. I am so amazed with them. I would not say that. I mean, it's not their partner with me, but I would not say that if that wasn't the truth. Like I said, we had a spare come off. We passed Jeff back, had a good clean run. RCV axles held up. Everyone was breaking axles everywhere. I didn't even think about it. You can beat the shit out of this car, and that's what we did. I wish we could have got a clean run out, because, what else?
Well, you're always a contender out on course, no matter if it's for the series or out here at King of the Hammers. You're no stranger to the rocks. Congratulations right now, unofficially in this number 2 spot. Who all would you like to thank?
Bill Stein, Cardo was awesome today. I guess I have a lot of people in these companies. Nathan, everyone else, Kyler, Chris at Bill Stein, Anastasia at Cardo, my family, absolutely. They come down here. They miss time from work. My brother Will, my dad, my girlfriend Heather, her son Cash, my mom, she's holding things down. There's a laundry list of people, and I'm not going to stop now. Travis at ZRP, Factory UTV, Riley at ZRP, Mark Welch, his whole crew, Ed, George, just these people, Jacob, all these people it takes to get here. It takes an army. Anyone who even I don't understand how we can if we could bottle this energy up, we could go to goddamn Mars from all the people who work this hard to get here. It is insane.
It truly does take an army, but once again, congratulations, Cole Clark, on this unofficial second spot. Hopefully it pans out and you end up there later on at the awards.
Yep. And I got to thank players too, because they're the best. That little green thing over there, that's lame.
All right, once again, let's give it up for Cole Clark, unofficially in the number 2 spot.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to see Cole back into town, as we also have Brock Hager also in here. But yeah, just look at this mess that we're looking at out here.
It keeps getting more crowded every second, so more cars just keep pulling up, and I don't really see anybody getting through it.
No, the problem is, you know, I think I'm speculating right now, it could be wrong, but I'm assuming that we might be seeing what exactly played out earlier today, and that was there's a chance that one of these cars in one of these lines is broken as well as stuck. And so just trying to recover a broken vehicle is obviously even more difficult. Yeah, that's just unfortunate for sure. But yeah, so we have got tons of traffic, and as Fish said, there are still classes out there racing, and there are probably class leaders in this mess right now.
For sure there is, yeah. Some of our stock classes, even some of the sportsman classes, like they're all in this, or still behind it even. So this is going to be interesting as the day goes on. You look at the mileage of the race and it's only, 160 something miles, whatever it is. You think, oh, that's easy. But then when you actually see what the miles are, such as something like this, that's why this race is such a tough race, is just because it's short miles doesn't mean that you're going to be done early.
Yeah, it's definitely, you think about the short racing, the short mileage of it, but so much of it is those rock trails that you got to get through, up and down the rock trails, through the areas. You got to be able to navigate correctly. You got to be able to get where you need to go. You got to make sure you hit all those RCPs or rock checkpoints. You got to make sure you hit the VCPs, the desert. And then you also have to make sure that your car survives this brutal terrain that they're going to be thrown at. And we're seeing it right here play out. It's an absolute brutal race. And after over 5 hours of racing, we only have 3 vehicles across the line in one class, all open UTVs.
Yeah, Dustin Robbins is going to be next. He's in an open UTV as well. And then I'm trying to look behind him. I don't know if this is accurate here, but we have Tommy Thompson is showing his Pro Mod UTV. He may be the next closest in that class.
Yeah, I don't know if Tommy Thompson's Pro Mod. We'll have to double check. I know Shabs is for sure, because I remember him qualifying, because we were up here talking about that at the time, so I'm pretty sure. But then, right, if you look down, look at right underneath that. Am I looking at this correctly, Fish, on correct time? Is Jeremy McGrath leading Pro Stock NA?
It looks like that on the timer. Yeah, it looks like he's 7th overall and 1st in his class right now.
Yeah, that's very impressive to be in that Pro Stock NA UTV. All right, as we get Cole off stage, we have one more finisher to get up here, and that is Brock Hager. I can see Pam out there waving him up right now.
Yeah, our next car is still about 22 miles out from the finish right now. So it'll be another 20 minutes at least until we get another finisher. And that is the 311 Dustin Robbins.
All right, Brock is up on stage. Pam is down there to talk to him about his great day out there in the dirt. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. Brock's going to hop on out of his car really fast here, but Brock, not quite the day you were hoping for. You've already won 2 first place in different classes out here for the week of King of the Hammers, but here you are right now, unofficially sitting in the number 3 spot.
Yeah, I'm just once again happy to be here at the finish line. This Polaris Razor was flawless all day. Oren killed it in the right seat. I'm sure, as you guys all seen, we got a little held up in jack, and yeah, we had to change an axle, and then had no spares, so broke another one. A few more little issues, but overall just happy to be here. Oren crushed it in the seat all day. I tried not to make him get out too much, but I fell there. I made him get out, and I definitely got a lot of exercise running up and down jacks. So Overall, just happy to be here. These BF Goodrich tires were flawless all day. Method wheels, huge thank you to Fox. The live valve was on point all day. Progressive, Rockford. There's so many people that help us out. I'm just happy to be here and yeah, happy to go home.
Well, I mean, let's say this really quick too. I mean, with the issues you had to be sitting here right now, third place overall unofficially, I mean, there's a lot of cars still out there. So for you having those issues and all the bottlenecks that are going on, it's just awesome to see you here.
Yeah, it's I mean, this race is meant to be challenging, and you know, you look back on it, like I look back at Jack, and it's like, well, I could have done this or I could have done that, but in the moment, I think we had about 10 or 11 minutes to there, and just trying to kind of play the safe bet, and yeah, ended up getting ourselves in a little pickle, and was tough to get out of it, and we did it, and just happy to be here.
Well, you got that checkered flag. Congratulations on that, unofficially in the number 3 spot. Anybody else you would like to thank?
Yeah, just Polaris Razor, all the engineers that come out here, Mr. Alex there, the whole SCI team. There's so many people that come pit us and support us. So thank you to those guys. I appreciate it. Just everyone, Rockford Fosgate, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Wheels, Rigid, Progressive, just Pro Eagle, PCI radios. There's a lot of people that help us. I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome. All right. Congratulations once again. Unofficially in your number 3 spot, Brock Hager.
Congratulations, Brock, on bringing that car back into Hammertown. I know it's not the day that you wanted to have, but at least you're sitting up on the podium right now. We are going to take a look out right now. We did catch up with Cameron Steele a little bit earlier in the week for some information about the race.
My name is Cameron Steele. I'm the driver of the number 16 Monster Energy Yokohama tire, every class. We're at King of the Hammers, and we happen to be racing 5 different classes, so a lot of work going on for us, but it's epic. We put in the effort. We want to win at Hammers. We have podiumed a few times in different classes. We have the curse. It's frustrating. But over the last 19 years, no one that's ever led the second lap has won, but I'm fine with it. I would like to be leading in the last lap and finally get it done. I think one of the biggest things the UTV does for us is it really gets us in race mode, but it also, because it's the first race, it calms us down a little bit, right? We get out there, we try not to be overly excited, and I think our Can-Am just runs so smooth, right? It's like kind of easy to pick your way through stuff. I think it is the biggest off-road race maybe in the world. More people are watching it live. More people are participating here by coming to see it. It sure looks like there's 100,000 people in the desert here to watch off-road racing. King of the Hammers has a place up there. For me especially, I really believe that it's one of those big keynote races that you want to put your name at the very top.
All right, well, that was a great little piece from Cameron Steele. You know, we're trying to get an eye on him on race course. He always races so many classes out here every year. I know he's been trying to get a win in 4,400 for years, got bit by that rock crawling bug. But I think is this, I don't know who this is. We got to figure out who this is in this car.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I was looking for Cameron, but his tracker's not showing up on the map right now, so I'm not sure if he's still going or not. We have about 17 miles or so until our next finisher is going to be here. That's going to be Dustin Robbins.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
I'm trying to get my bearings here to figure out where we are.
Says check me out on this one.
Yeah, I think that was the, well, at least that might be where the drone is set up. So yeah, that could be check me out.
Yeah, there's a few cars in there as well. There's a few cars stuck in aftershock. There's a few cars in jack, like we know. There's a few cars everywhere.
Yeah, they've got to make
Clawhammer has a few.
Yeah, they've got to make their way through all these rock trails, hit all the RCPs, then get down in, back out, and then, like we said before, they have to do that 50-mile loop to get out of the desert. That might be, is that Shabs there? That might be Shabs Piercy. Is that 646? So if that's Shabs, that might be Tommy Thompson in front of him.
Those were some of the names that were showing farthest on the timing board so far.
Yeah, I know Shabs is one of our international drivers, and I can see that he is proudly flying the flag of Wales, which is in the United Kingdom, in case you didn't know, Fish.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a whole other country.
Okay.
It's in the UK.
Do they use the metric system? Or
They
the,
all
standard?
use the metric system, except for speed. They talk in miles an hour. I don't know what England's just weird. That's why we love Jim. He's just weird. But I believe that might be Tommy Thompson and Shabs Piercy, and that might be Jeremy McGrath behind him. Yeah, that's Jeremy McGrath. So right there, that is Tommy Thompson, and I believe that's Tommy Thompson in the front, Shabs, and I believe that's Jeremy McGrath. And that should be coming out of that last little rock trail. So this, I think, is the next group to come out of the rocks right here, Fish.
Yeah, these guys will be into the desert soon. They are getting, is it the 2220? The 2220 looks like might be the next one to come out into the desert soon. That'll be Alan Burton. Yeah, we got Alan Burton, then we got Tommy Thompson behind him.
Okay.
So yes, Alan Burton is in the it's called Highway 1920 section right now. He is going to be next.
Yay! We got a guest up in the booth while we wait for someone to finish. And it's not someone we don't want to have you up here out of your race suit, but Mr. Paul Wolf is in the booth. So I know you did not have the day that you wanted to have. Great live stream though.
Yeah, it was until it wasn't. it was right up until we were looking for pennies on the ground.
Yeah. So talk us through what happened out there, Paul.
So this morning it was no wind, super dusty, and we took off, and we actually were lined up with Mr. Cole Clark here, and I let him go, thinking I feel like I'm a rock racer better than a desert racer. So we planned on racing really hard in the rocks. And actually, Phil Burton passed us out in the desert, and we had Cole and him right in front of us and in the dust pretty bad, and we ended up catching a G out. Just caught it a little bit wrong, and yeah, that was the end of it, you know. When you hit one of those about 60 mile an hour and the car starts doing really cool tricks.
It's not the same one that Phil hit?
It is.
It is. Same one.
Like we side by side.
So Phil hit it, and then you hit it?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep,
man.
Yes. Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah. So me, Phil, and then two other cars hit it. And then at that point, we got out and started flagging people away because it was just continually pile up.
Did something happen to the course that one was not marked on all of your guys' different GPSs? Because for that many people to crash in the same spot,
So
seems weird when they're
ironically,
free running, right?
I had it marked in my GPS. Ironically, we actually had it listed, but at the time of it, we were actually trying to turn the volume up on the tablet.
Oh,
because we use the notes that read to us,
the lead nav.
The lead nav, and so we were trying to turn the volume up on it because it wasn't loud enough, and I could barely hear it coming through. And so as he flipped to the settings screen to turn the volume up, we hit it.
Oh,
and so
just bad timing.
Yeah. And so Eric was doing a great job. He was actually calling them, reading them off the screen, which, you know, he's running. It's pretty hard to do when you're bouncing around. So he was reading them all prior to that. And then, you know, I was like, all right, turn the volume up. And I thought we were like, had a nice little straight for a minute and hit it. But I also think it got dug out too. Because visually it looks like you could go across it. But I think the way it loads the car, it's light downhill elevation, and it G's the car out, and then you hit it as the car is fully compressed. So, and it was multiple cars that almost wrecked there, and so we got out there and, you know, tried to keep everybody off of it. Just, you know, I don't want to see people ruin their days. Let them go battle it out. But yeah, anyways, I do got to correct you though. The guy with the flag, that's one of my old cars, my old X3. So
is it really? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I gotta give them credit. They're doing an awesome job of the first time out here racing.
That is awesome.
Cool.
That's one of your old cars?
Yeah, it's my old X3. So.
That is awesome to hear. So it's good to, I was going to ask you a question about RCPs, but that's just mean of me to say because you didn't even make it there. So I'm not gonna, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Paul.
What would you like to know? We
Paul.
drove all the rock trails too. Go ahead.
No. I'm not even going to ask you, Paul. I apologize. So now we get to focus on 4,400, right, Paul?
Yes, yeah. I I know that G out is though.
You
We're good.
know
you have it marked. You got your volume adjusted before you start the race.
I put an extra little asterisk by it.
You've already gone in, turned the volume up on the lead nav all the way.
Yes, it's wide open now.
Yeah.
So
well,
you
are first for that, right?
Yes.
So you will be there without any dust potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna, make sure I stir a lot of dust up right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Oh wait, I should
Yeah,
say
right.
that.
Just give it one little extra
Yeah.
shot right there. So
there's Twitch. There's Twitch right there on screen, so they're still going.
So
They've had quite the adventure. If you look, doesn't that roof look like it's a little scraped up on one side?
It looks like it's at least got some handprints on it. Maybe.
Yeah.
They've definitely had quite the day out there. So Paul, since now you've packed up your UTV for the week. Now you're not doing anything at Everyman Challenge, right?
Not this year, no.
Okay, so day off, rest up, 4,400. You've obviously probably pre-run most of the course for 4,400. You don't get the third lap until
we get the truck through tech. So,
that's tomorrow, right?
Maybe it is tomorrow. Is it today?
Today, I think it's today or tomorrow. I'm not sure who gets it.
I don't know. The guys are going to get the truck through tech. We're trying to do it today, just to get it done and out of the way. And
once you get the truck through tech, then you're going to get that third lap, and you're going to know where and what you're going to be doing. And you feel good. Trucks look good. It's all prepped and ready to go.
Yeah. Well, we're going to do a bolt check on it, so that's why we're trying to get it through tech. We want to get it through tech, get that done, and then we're going to go ahead and nut and bolt the whole entire thing mainly tomorrow. Go through it all, paint marker, all the fancy stuff to get it ready to go. And then as soon as we get that done, we'll be ready to race. I think the truck's doing really well. Motor's running good. Everything seems to be handling great in it right now. Really thrilled with it. And those of you know the UFO trucks, they do phenomenal in the rocks. So as much as they talk up the third lap, I do think I'll have to probably winch somewhere, but I'm pretty confident that UFO will get through it.
Now that you say about winching, you ride alone.
Yes,
so
sir.
How much more of a job is that in that single seater?
We saw you do that today, right?
What's that?
Did you have to winch today too?
No, I never made it there.
Not today?
I didn't
Okay.
make it. I only made it 5 miles.
That's true. That's true.
So
Never mind.
I didn't make it to
What was the other single seat? We saw a single seat having to winch today,
That
and we
was
were
cold.
talking about it.
That was cold.
Yeah, so that's a little disadvantage, advantage? What do you think?
No, it's definitely a disadvantage, without a doubt. So it's a disadvantage in the fact that you have to get out and winch and get back in and do all this stuff extra, a lot of extra work there. But the advantage side is the single seat, when you are in not only the spot you're winching, but in other rock trails, you can see both front tires.
Yeah.
So you can not only protect the car more, I feel like you can actually run faster.
Through the rocks.
Rocks.
I can see that. That's a good point.
Especially with the changing rocks, because like this race will change all the rocks. So all the notes we have in 4,400, I actually leave the rock trails blank.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You might as well, especially after tomorrow's race too.
Yeah,
Because once all the big cars get through there, it's all going to change for sure.
Yeah, so I actually don't note the rock trails. I leave them open, and it's more of a mindset. It's to keep my mind open to options. I don't want to put in, stay left or stay right, and then I get there and do that, even though I can probably see a line that's much better.
Yeah.
So I leave that open. I just don't put nothing. I mark, make sure I don't take this bypass or take this or do this, or like the major things. Because like lap 1, we're allowed to take bypasses. So, I make sure I note all those in lap 1, make sure I take them. And then in lap 2, I make sure, like right turns of bypass, don't go there.
Now we saw today, we talked a little bit about, you've got that optional line when you get to the top of Jack where you can either take bombs away or run around. Do you know which way you're going to go yet on race day, or are you going to play it by ear where you're sitting?
I'll play it a little bit by ear. If I had to give you an answer right this second, it'd be just on up Jack.
All the way up Jack?
Yeah.
You think it's a little bit faster?
Yeah, I think it's a bit faster. Granted, you may watch tomorrow, some guys on them DOT tires can dig stuff out pretty bad. So we'll see what it turns into tomorrow with that class. And Bombs Away you got that nasty side hill across on Bombs Away. So it's not exactly a highway around it.
Yeah, and you're going downhill, but it's not a fun it's not easy downhill, I should say.
Yeah. And so we'll see what happens with it. As of right now, like I said, I'm gonna take Jack North, and that you get a cool view when you go up Jack North. So why not,
take advantage of
the
it.
view.
All right, Paul. Well, anybody you need to thank while you're up here?
Just thank my whole crew. Everybody worked their butts off, and of course my wife and kids. They're back home, and she's taking care of the kids and doing all this stuff, getting them to school and all that while I'm out here playing.
Awesome, Paul. Well, thank you so much for stopping up. I'm terribly sorry your race did not end up the way you wanted. I wish you the best of luck on Saturday. It's always fun to watch your race. And thanks for stopping up and giving us an update.
Yep. Sounds good.
Good luck on Saturday.
See you guys.
All right. So as Paul steps out of the booth, we have our next finisher is going to be headed back into Hammertown. That's the 311 of Dustin Roberts. Okay, so right now we are. This is Matt. Is this Robbie or is this Matt? We don't know. No, this is.
It depends what panel you're looking at, because remember, every
this
panel
is
has
Robbie,
a different
because
number.
this only has 1 7.
That has
so
just a 7.
That's the 1 7. All right, so as
That's
we
Robbie.
watch Robbie make his way through this trail, we did just see Dustin Robbins coming through the desert. That is who we expect to see back into town next.
Yeah, that'll be our 4th finisher once he comes through.
All right, so there he is right there. There's the 311 of Dustin Roberts. We just got a glimpse of him on that camera. He should be coming just about to run into the qualifying course, and then he'll come around the bottom of that hill. He's got to run up through that section of qualifying course, then he'll come around, come up through the Ford Racing Arch. There he is right there. There's the 311 of Dustin Roberts. He has now made the turn on to Ways Way. That's the qualifying course section that we've been watching all along. He's going to come across the top of this rock section, down this hill, and then he'll be on his way back into Hammertown. This is Dustin Roberts. This will be our 4th official finisher here at King of the Hammers. It's going to come down through here. Miles is going to call him in through the Monster Energy short course as soon as he gets through this section of dirt. It has been a long day racing. We have had a lot of racers out there. He is unfortunately lost.
Right at the end.
Right at the end. Here he goes. There we go. It looks like the GPS just had to catch it. That's he's never living that down. All right. So here's Dustin Robbins. He is now coming across this section of dirt. He's going to come up through our Ford Racing Arch, and then Miles is going to bring him on into town.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, here comes Dustin Robbins, number 311 out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. I've tried. And here comes Dustin Robbins, number 311 out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. He's in the Monster Energy short course, getting ready to grab that checkered flag here at the Griffin Radiators start finish. Another great finish for Dustin Robbins. Unofficial 4th overall. We'll see how it all shakes out when we hear from Rice Ops, but a great run in his Can-Am Maverick car. We'll see him in that same exact car on Saturday as well. So they got their work cut out for him, but from here the car looks like it's in still pretty good shape, so we'll see how it all plays out for the Race of Kings on Saturday. But right now, it's the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Here comes Dustin Robbins. He's coming closer, all things UTV. I believe he's got Bill Hilliard riding shotgun with him. And we saw him just before he came through the Ford Racing Arch. I think his GPS was reloading just like he was, had to do a little loop. But I'll do a quick little walk around. And this Can-Am Maverick car looks like it's in great shape. The right rear axle boot on the inside is slinging some grease. But man, other than that, this thing looks pretty good. A little bit of rock rash on some of the A-arms and the trailing arms, but this might be the cleanest car we have right now. So man, what a great race it has been. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and I'm going to send it back up to the Griffin main stage. Ian Fish, John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. And the minute you throw it to me, I'm throwing it down to Pam because she can do some work down there. She's going to talk about something that's very special to a lot of us out here on the lake bed.
Thank you, Ian. Miley Hill, here we are at the finish line. You didn't quite finish the race today, and as you're coming up on stage, you're telling me there's no brakes.
Yeah, we didn't finish this year, hopefully next year, but we ended up losing our brakes as soon as we started lap 2. Couldn't go more than 10, 15 miles an hour. It turns out our exhaust blew and melted the whole brake line, so no brakes. Not even the e-brake, so we couldn't get it that far.
Well, let's talk about this. We have a very iconic wrap on your car. So the Jesse Combs Foundation, tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Jesse Combs Foundation has been one of my biggest supporters from day one. I literally probably wouldn't be racing again this year without them. They've helped me a ton, and they really just embody who Jesse was. She was just an awesome woman that loved to race, and I mean, she won a lot. I would love to be like Jesse. I want to win hammers.
Yes, definitely. I only got to meet her a couple times myself, but getting to have the livery on your car and racing underneath the Jesse Combs Foundation is definitely awesome. But Miley, you've been doing amazing things yourself. So congratulations on getting here to Hammers. Hopefully next year we'll get to see you at the finish line officially with that checkered flag and not how it ended this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want to win next year. No matter what, we're going to be here. I promise.
All right. Congratulations. But Miley Hill right here, not having any brakes. So Brock Hager's car might be her stopping point. But hopefully next year she'll end up on that podium or up here with the checkered flag. We're going to go ahead and bring Dustin Robbins up here. He's got a lot of paparazzi around him. All Things UTV, a company that actually Miley was just telling me that if it wasn't for her, Dustin helped her out so much she wouldn't be out here racing with some diff issues that she had. They're cutting off of his trackers right now, and he'll be moving up here in just a minute. All right, All Things trackers, All Things transponders getting cut off of his All Things UTV Can-Am. All right, and here we go. Mr. Dustin Robbins making his way to the stage. All right, Dustin Robbins, here you are at the finish line. A very successful race for you today. How do you feel right now?
I think I need another lap. Now I'll get all I want on Saturday, but the team done an exceptional well on the prep and everything, and just kind of worn out. You know.
So you're saying you're kind of worn out. I mean, must have been very rough for you then.
No, it's actually smooth. Thanks to Double E Racing, George White, for the suspension. This thing rides like a cloud. You know, you kind of start making adjustments on the way back in on that second lap. And I didn't have to make any adjustment, just hold it to the wood the whole time, you know, and it just soaked everything up. So
tell me about the rock sections. There's a lot of bottlenecks going on out there, and you guys obviously are not in them, but any troubles in the rock sections today?
We didn't have any trouble. I mean, we had a strategy. Ben jumped out. Our Warren and Factor 55 went right to work, got right up them, didn't take any risks, didn't, you know, watching out for the mechanics of the car to get to the finish line.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting here. You want to thank anybody for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, first off, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And everybody needs to read Luke chapter 3, verse 5. It says that the mountains will be made small, the valleys will be made shallow, and the rough ways will be made smooth. And thanks for my team and all of my partners on the door here, CT Raceworks, All Things UTV is my company, and everybody that's listed there. I'm kind of worn out.
All right, well, let's give it up one more time.
Obor Tires, Vision Wheel, definitely straight up there. So.
All right, and there we have it. Let's give it up for Dustin Robbins.
All right, thanks, Pam. Dustin, congratulations on getting back into town. We're still waiting on Race Ops to give us our official finisher rundown here, but Dustin is the unofficial Fourth across the line. Yeah, fourth across the line.
Yep, fourth crossed.
Unofficial fourth across the line, and there's still lots.
We have
of
two cars in the desert, just getting to the desert. We have the 2220, Alan Burton. He's got about 42 miles to go until here. And then we have Tommy Thompson, the 8989. Those are going to be our next two cars. And Tommy is just getting into the desert right now. So he's got about 50 miles until he's here.
Which is strange, because on that, when we had them on camera not too long ago, we had Shabs and Jeremy right behind Tommy.
Okay, so where are they at now is the question,
Yeah,
right?
they should probably be dropping out pretty quick coming out into that section. So, but as we said before, it's still 50 miles of desert.
Yeah.
After that, so there's still
45
minutes away. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's still going to be a while before. And speaking of people who are going to be out there for a while, this is Jackhammer. Jackhammer has been basically a parking lot all day long, and it's just been a mess. We've watched this happen all day long out there. But what's going to happen right now is Fish. I think you're calling it for the day.
Yeah, I'm out. It was fun. It's the first time I've done the rock race, so I'm not too familiar with all of the rock trails, but at least I was able to hopefully help out a little bit with the timing and the tracking throughout the day. And it's been a good event. Had a lot of fun doing the desert race out here last weekend, and look forward to be watching the rest of it. I will be at home the rest of the time.
Fish, it's always great work with you. I'm so glad you're able to help out. And yeah, you might not know the rock trails, but you did a great job calling this race. Thank you very much.
Right on. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, and joining me in the booth is none other than Mr. Matt Holt. Matt, great to have you back here in the booth with us as we finish up this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It's been a great day of racing. We've seen a lot of action. So far, we've only, as we said before, 4 cars across the line.
Wow.
And I believe we're getting close to 6 hours worth of racing so far today. So 4 cars across the line in 6 hours. The race course is going to close in, I think it's 6 p.m., but then adjusted time. So they still have a little bit of time out there.
Yeah, I say not too many more hours left to get those cars squeaked in. I know we have a little bit of a traffic jam out there. I was watching from the Warren Winch VIP tent. Looked like it was some frustration, I'm sure, is going on out there. I'll never forget seeing Shannon Campbell get out of his car and go and join some of the crowd for a beverage, and it was quite comical. But at the same time, if there's 30 cars in front of you, you can only do so much. So,
yeah, right now we only have 2 other cars that have made it out of the rock section and into the desert, and that is Alan Burton. So it's a 2220. But I didn't see him on timing, so I don't know what's happening there. But behind him is Tommy Thompson. And Shabs Piercy should be in that mix somewhere, but I don't see him. And I'm trying to get zoomed in on the tracker to see where he's at, because we saw on the screen not too long ago that Shabs was there. So we have to figure out where Shabs is, as well as I think we saw Jeremy McGrath in that mix as well.
yeah, I saw him on camera a little bit ago. It looks like he was changing a tire.
Yeah, we saw him change the tire. Okay, so yeah, so it is Shabs is I think he's still in the mix. I think Shabs is back behind Scott Lesage right now. Nope, that's not Shabs. I'm digging through the tracker here. Too.
Again, I've had several people when I was back in that Warren Winch VIP tent. I had several people come and say, "We love all of the in-car footage. It is incredible." And I have to agree. Just having all these different in-cars and being able to cut to those cameras and see those views, it's just incredible. I think we got like 100-some in-cars out there this weekend, today in this race, and it's just incredible to see that many views. And you can kind of hear, and me and Fish were talking about this. If the car dies, they have to get out and work on it. You can hear them talking and figure out exactly what's wrong just by the conversation. So we were getting text messages earlier, or people in the live chat commenting that, oh, so-and-so said this or so-and-so said that, and that you can figure out what, and obviously you can see what tools they get out and narrow down what they broke pretty quickly, but very, very awesome to see as well.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of amazing shots coming to you here live from Johnson Valley. That in-car footage definitely changes everything, as well as the drone shots. As I said before, we're still waiting for the next group of cars to come in. I believe this is one of the MBRP cars right here. I could be wrong. I'm trying to get a number off that. That could be Alan Burton based on tracking. Yeah, but even with Alan is still, 35, 40 minutes out of getting back into Hammertown. He would have just been starting the big desert loop. So there's still lots of racing to happen out there today as we jump back into Jackhammer. Jackhammer has been an absolute mess all day long.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of traffic on and off all day. Again, like I said, I've been trying to watch the race when I'm not in the booth, so keep updated. But we've had a lot of traffic there on and off throughout the day. But right now, it seems there's a lot of traffic in there.
Yeah, and Fish and I were looking at this earlier, and these two cars right here, this 354 and 768, they haven't moved in probably over an hour. And you can see we've got drivers out, we got co-drivers out, we got competitors with their helmets off, which is never a good sign.
Yeah. I seen Casey out messing with it earlier, trying to get some traffic freed up as well.
Okay, I believe this is the 2220 of Alan Burton. Making his way through that long desert loop. If the tracker is being honest, he still has quite a ways to go before he makes it back into Hammertown. So this would be out of the rocks. So they're out of the rocks, but now they still have over 50 miles of desert to run before they get back into town. It is it's still a long way, even though looks like they're doing well. They're hauling the mail. Car looks good. Suspension's working. They're obviously traveling at a good rate of speed. So this right here would be our unofficial 5th car across the line at this point.
Again, absolutely insane to see those guys are just, screaming across the lake bed right now, battling for 5th place.
Okay, I'm getting notification that was not Shab's car. That was the car with the Welsh flag was Ryan Dunn. I apologize for that. I was just assuming that was Shab's in that car just based on the fact that it had the Welsh flag on the top. So that would be Ryan Dunn in that car that we were looking at earlier. I do see that now Jeremy McGrath. Now, Jeremy McGrath is leading his class. And it looks like he is now just coming out of the rocks and should be heading into the desert at this point.
That Ryan Dunn car, 57, he's from Short Circuit Racing, coming out of Wales, England. My parking guy this morning gave me a little note and said, hey, make sure you give him a shout out. He's one of Jim's friends. I said, oh, wait till I see Jim. I'll have to heckle him.
What car number, what, Miles?
57.
57. I'm looking for him on the tracker. So right now what I have on tracker is Alan Burton is out of the rocks onto the desert. Right behind him, probably 3 or 4 miles, is Tommy Thompson out of the rocks into the desert. Behind that, Jeremy McGrath is just coming across Emerson Ridge. I think he has to do check me out, and then he'll be out onto the lake bed. And then behind him, we have, hold on, click on that one right there, Colin Wagner from Wagner Motorsports behind that. And they're stacking up. So they're obviously making some good time here as they get out of the desert. So we're starting to see a little bit of action. We had a lot of bottlenecks in Jackhammer today. We have our only 4 cars across the line, but we still have a lot. We still have a lot of classes out there. We've only had open UTVs come in and finish this race so far. So we still have 4 more classes of racers out there that need to come in and get the checkered flag here in Hammertown. And that's why right there, that is the reason why we have, and in this mix, there will be class leaders in here. This is Jack. This is what, as we said before, our friend John Crowley, who hosts the show with us, he said it days ago. He said, this is going to be the game changer in this race, this part of Jack. You only really have two lines to go up. A line that would be the left-hand line at the top of your screen, and then the right-hand line. Neither of them are easy in a UTV. All right, so this is Robbie Gordon right here in one of his speed UTVs. He's backing up here because there's a turn that you have to catch to get into these rocks. Previously, we used to be able to stay in this dirt, and I don't think he's actually officially missed the turn yet. I think it's right in front of him. It's right here. Yep. So we've put RCPs up in this section of Laser Nut Alley and her problem to get these every vehicle that's on the race course today and the race course tomorrow back up into the rocks. So it's got to get back up into those rocks, and then he'll be able to click off that RCP. All right, so there now Robbie's back in the rocks in that section. So these are the rock sections that we talked about many times. You have to get back up into. This is, as we said before, Laser Nut Alley is what we call it, and then it heads over into her problem, and then that at the bottom of that section of trail, they'll turn right and go up Chocolate Thunder.
I was also getting a text saying that Casey Gilbert was out of his car. It looks like his path is cleared out of that, so he should be getting back on course and making some quick dust here soon. I was trying to look at our next maybe 10 to 15 guys, and I see Cody Willenberg up there, Brian Deegan. Looks like a handful of these guys are not too far out on timing loops, but that doesn't mean they aren't broke on the side of the road as well.
Well, right now we still have moving is Alan Burton. We still have showing moving is Tommy Thompson. We still have moving, and then right behind them, I'm going to zoom in on the tracker because they're all stacked up because it was last. So Tommy Thompson, behind Tommy Thompson on tracker is Colin Wagner. Behind Colin Wagner is Scott Lesage. Behind him is Jeremy McGrath, who technically would be leading his class at this point. Behind him, Cody Willenberg. And then behind that is Kurt Mackey. So a lot of cars still out on the race course, a lot of different classes as well. Cody Wagner in the Pro Modified UTV. Let me just double check something here.
So Ryan Dunn, I'm getting a text to come in. Ryan Dunn, the guy running we saw earlier with that flag, he's running with his dad. It's a previous Paul Wolf car. She said Shabs is a bit in front of them. They're in check me out area currently. So it looks like he's making good time. Again, it's great to see people come over from other countries come over and race with us. It's a lot of fun. And we appreciate all the updates. I know with the in-car, me and Fish were talking about it. It's insane just to see how much information we can get from people that are, watching one specific live in-car. They can text us and say, hey, this is what's going on with this, or you've broken this, or find out what's going on with that car and how fast that information can be passed along. So that's really, really cool. On screen, we got Robbie Gordon using that Speed Rock Edition out there. We talked a little bit yesterday about what he was, what's different, and he said everything. Everything's different.
Yeah, I have Shabs Piercy now running right behind Brian Deegan, the General Deegan. We had him talking to him earlier, and then Ryan Dunn is also in there. So Ryan Dunn, Brian Deegan, and Shabs are all, well, the tracker just updated now. They all changed positions. So yeah, they're all running together. And as you said before, I believe they have gotten through Check Me Out and running down through Highway 1920. But it looks like Jeremy McGrath has now cleared the rock section, and so now he's heading across the lake bed. They just have still 50 miles of desert though to get out and get back to town. We do expect our next car back to town to be, oh, hold on. Next car back town should be Alan Burton. He's about halfway through that desert loop. Behind him is Tommy Thompson in his UTV. While on screen, we watch Robbie Gordon make his way through this section of, we really, it's hard to tell exactly where Laser Nut Alley and her problems start, but he's making his way through that rock section. As I said before, this is the part of the course where you're basically in these rocks until you come out, and then you're going to hang a hard right and head up through Chocolate Thunder. Great place to stop and watch the race. There's a great spectator area over just underneath Laser Nut Alley, and then you can also head over to Chocolate Thunder, a great spot to watch the race as well if you're out on course. Make sure that if you are out on course, make sure that you pay attention to where the race course is. Want you to stay safe out there. Just want you to stay safe on the race course. Download that Onyx app. Make sure that you are paying attention to where you are at all times. Take advantage of these spectator areas that the Hammer Kings crew has cordoned off for you. You'll see those snow fence. You'll see all those cars parked up again against it. Take advantage of all those areas so you know where you'll be and where you can be safe.
Yeah, and again, you can see, like, obviously the areas that are huge spectator venues. You can see that snow fence out there, tons of cars lining them. Again, like these guys watching Robbie Gordon right now on screen. Again, very, very cool. And some of the spots are super awesome to watch. You hate to see a traffic jam for the competitors, but as a spectator, it's really neat to see them get out and work on the cars and kind of maneuver that course and see how they all work together. It's very, very neat to see as a spectator. Unfortunately, not what you want as a competitor, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a long day out on the course if you're out of the car working on it. But at the same time, we also saw Brock Hager pull off a great move where he was out on course and broke 2 axles, was able to fix the axles, get the car back together, back onto the race course, and then ended up coming in with an unofficial 3rd finish right now. So that's very impressive and just sort of shows that, you know, when you're racing King of the Hammers, the whole goal is obviously never give up, keep playing, keep working, because you don't know when you don't know where you're gonna end up until it all shakes out. And that's just how it plays. And we'll see how that plays out as we get Ben Napier up here, hopefully in a little while, where he can go over everyone's tracker and let us know if they've been assessed any penalties by missing RCPs or VCPs, and then we can get our top 3 shaken out after that.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Miles. I'm sorry,
Miles,
Ian.
I'm Ian.
It's a great point, Ian. We do have all of our timers we try to go over. However, that is not including any penalties they may be assessed if they hit, rock checkpoints, virtual checkpoints, or maybe just went outside the course a whole bunch. So
it's important to remember that I'm an announcer, not a race official.
Yeah.
So I don't get to tell you if you won. I'll tell you won, but it doesn't mean anything.
You can give them a medal, tell them they won.
I have no responsibility. I can give you all the trophies you want, but that doesn't mean you actually won the race.
Yeah.
Race ops will determine who actually wins this race after they've evaluated all their trackers and everything in the car to make sure they didn't miss any RCPs or VCPs.
I know Ben and his team do a great job trying to keep track of that while the race is going on and kind of assess that. They've been in our ear so far today, letting us know if there's somebody missed something or is disqualified, unfortunately. And you hate to see that for a guy, but at the same time, you do have to try to keep it as fair as possible.
Well, we always say that is the reality of it. And the nice thing is with the RCPs, I think we've always asked for the RCPs on this course to get these guys back into the rocks, get them in the rocks, really use the rock trails, not jumping up on the side roads, not just basically staying within that quote unquote 150 feet of the center of the race course. The RCP has definitely changed this game by making them get down into the rocks, pick up those RCPs to make sure that they're in good shape, and basically stay in the rocks, which is what we wanted. And it's proven to completely change the race this year. John Crowley was saying earlier, he said he doesn't remember the last time someone won the UTV race that wasn't a factory-backed driver.
Yeah.
And it looks like this year we're going to have a non-factory-backed driver taking that top spot, which sort of speaks to how hard this course was for everyone out there.
Yeah, and again, I think, looking at qualifying, and qualifying is very important, but you don't necessarily want to be that first guy out there trying to push as hard as you can. You end up with having a silly breakage or something, coming from behind, trying to pick up some guys on corrected time, and also doing your homework with going out there, looking at the trails, kind of figure out your lines. At the same time, you have to kind of figure out what line will be there on race day, because as some of these cars go through, they're going to shift stuff around as we see our traffic jam right now. Again, we have lots of rocks are going to get moved. You may have to have 2 or 3 plans and lines picked out for race day.
Based on what we saw happen to our good friend Paul Wolf, who was just up here, I want to be qualifying number 1. I don't want any dust in my face. I don't want to have to worry about whether or not I could see those G outs in the desert, because we saw exactly what happened. It's a terrible, unfortunate thing, but because we had very little wind this morning, very little movement of air, lots of dust in the air, Paul and his team, as well as multiple teams, were taken out by the same danger in the desert. It just unloaded the suspension, compressed the car, just basically donkey kicked it, bucked it, and it just went end over end and just destroyed the car in the desert. And he wasn't the only one. Multiple vehicles, same spot.
I was very surprised to hear how many cars behind him had that same issue.
That's because they can't see him because of the dust. All right, speaking of dust, there we go. There's AK Kinnett in there trying to work their way through this section of trail. This is that section of Check Me Out over by Highway 1920. At this point, you'd be feeling good because you're kind of at the point where you're like, okay, I'm near the end of the rock trails. I've made it through Jack. I've done the really hard ones, but hopefully at this point you're in a situation where you can at least see the end. Based on the fact that this driver is pulling cable so soon, I'm going to assume that this car may have an issue with it.
Yeah, so we've seen a handful of guys that had either a broken front axle, broken rear axle, trying to winch through a lot of the obstacles today.
Well, even Brock Hager, he said he broke 2 axles on Jack, and he had to borrow one from someone else because he only carried 1 spare. So it can happen, and I mean the UTV, it does. That's sort of like it's sort of, I don't want to say it's weak link, but that's the one issue they have is when they get bound up and you get messing around. There's a lot of moving parts that can in that axle assembly, and they usually carry a spare, but not very many carry 2 spares. So luckily for him, he was able to get a spare off someone else who was already broken, able to get the vehicle put back together and back on course. So we're watching Dustin Battle Axe Jones right here make his way through this section of trail.
His S3 Can-Am, I know he does a lot with that. He always advertises that he's a Mint 400 champion. He loves wearing his little shades that say that on the side. We always tease him about it, but he's a very enthusiastic driver and does a great job at representing the sport of off-road.
Seems to be struggling right here on this particular section, and I always, there it is. It's just, he just keeps high centering on that one rock. I don't think he could see it underneath the center of his car, so he's got to go around that section. I think it was just bellying him out, and I think he's got a little bit better line here going over to the side.
Yeah,
he can just dig his way around,
climbing up some rocks there. And it's really neat to see, again, this great drone footage we have. You can see kind of different lines guys try that. They may try that far right side like Dustin tried, and then, kind of move to the left side. It's really neat to see different lines and how the UTV handles.
Yeah, definitely a tough course this year. A lot of RCPs, rock checkpoints buried down deep inside those canyons to keep these guys in the rocks all day long. As we're watching Dustin make his way up around, he's just having a tough go at this one section of trail right here. And now it looks like he's backed off a little bit too far. That completely out of shape there. So it's going to reset again.
This has a big rock right underneath his belly there. Might have to go back and kind of reset a little bit.
All right, looks like he's going to try that far left line, and we'll jump back over to the traffic jam that is Jackhammer, unfortunately, for these drivers today. This is just an unfortunate situation where they ended up getting stuck behind either broken cars or winching cars. So we've got tons of cars. I think we have a few. The sad thing is, the unfortunate thing is, I'm quite certain that we've got some class leaders in here, and they're just trying to fight their way through this stuff.
Yeah, it looks like we're about 3 or 4 wide back in the back there. Again, everybody wanting to get urgently, quickly through there, trying to get, everything. I mean, I see lots of winch cables. I see lots of guys trying to hopefully come up with a plan there.
But I think the bigger issue is we haven't seen, so that car that's on its side there and the car that's essentially, I would say it's underneath it, we haven't seen it move for almost either one of those cars move for 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
So I think the problem we have is I think we may have cars broken in both the lines on this trail. And so I think people are trying to find alternative ways around, and there just really isn't. You can go up the center in a 4400 car.
Yeah.
But going around or trying to go up the center in a UTV is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, those 2 giant, massive rocks right there at the bottom of your screen. I don't know if it's possible to take a UTV over them. I don't know how sloped they are on the back, but I just don't see that happening.
No, and I think we've got drivers, and because we have cars basically blocking the trail, we've got drivers having to try alternate lines. And then even though they're on the winch, it's a perfect example of what's happening right here. Even though he's on the winch, basically pulls it up, gets it on the belly, and then the car's just got to start digging out underneath behind it, and that's going to just open up a bigger hole. And then there's going to be another hole in front of that and another hole behind it. So unfortunately for the drivers that are at the top of your screen who still have to get through this, it is going to be a while before they basically get past this section of trail. And this isn't even the end of their day in the rocks. They still have more rock trails to run. I'm assuming that this is our next vehicle that we expect to see across the line, and that might be Tommy Thompson. Or no, that might be Alan Burton. I apologize. I believe that might be Alan Burton coming back from the turn. So he's now made the big turn at the top of the desert loop. And then behind him is Tommy Thompson. Tommy Thompson hasn't made the turn yet.
Did such an awesome shot there, just screaming across that desert floor. If you can hear that rumble in the background, we have our EMC class coming in doing tech and the contingency today.
I think we have a couple of our 4400 cars trying to get their tech and contingency done today as well, Miles. I think I was talking to a couple of people who were trying to get their tech and contingency done today as well, so they could get out there and have a little bit of fun. All right, so Dustin Robbins going to join us up in the booth while we wait for our next finisher to come across. He already has finished. He's got a little medallion here. He's feeling good about himself. All right, Dustin, so let's talk about how was your day out there?
It was smooth getting back here, I guess before, what time is it?
I think you guys actually came in right around maybe like 12:30, 12:40. Well, no, it was 12:50. I think it was.
Is it really 12:50?
Oh, wait, well, now it's 2:30. But
Okay.
I can tell you exactly when you.
Let me know when I came in. I was trying to get back before lunch.
No one got back before lunch.
Okay,
no one got.
mind.
I'm
We're
sorry.
good then.
Yeah,
We're good.
nobody got. We originally we thought Brock might get back before lunch, but then of course he broke
Yeah.
So that kind of put the end of that. So let's talk a little bit about how it went out there. How did you feel? How did you find? Were you happy with the race? All that kind of stuff. Let's talk through it. Talk through the whole race, Dave. We got lots of time.
Yeah, so the race was exceptional. The team with Hammer King and, you know, the guys, they put together an exceptional course. You know, it was a safe course. Nothing abnormal out there that would really get you caught up. Obviously, it is a rock race. Those rock checkpoints, RCPs, are really, really technical to get to. Just stay in the rocks.
Did you pre-run all of those just so you got an idea where they were, or did you wait until race day before you went out there to race?
Absolutely pre-running. You know, this is my 8th year racing, and I've got several finishes, so we know the trail's pretty good out there. It would probably be cheaper if they didn't allow pre-running. That way we don't go out and destroy 2 Can-Ams.
I was going to say, do you pre-run it? You don't pre-run the race car. You pre-run a different car, correct?
A little bit. Last year we didn't pre-run the race car, and it really bit me. I got hung up in her problems all over the place. We flipped like 4 times. We had a really good run. We were in the top 10 when we got to that point. But not pre-running the race car like we should have really cost us last year. So we put about 150 miles on the new CT chassis.
So you actually went out pre-running the race car. So when it comes to the do you like having all the RCPs out there? I know those of us who sit up here and get not really actually be in a race car all day, we love them.
Yes. So I do like all the RCPs. You know, it kind of takes out the easy lines. You know, I really had to grasp the fact that you couldn't take the burn-in lines up top. My co-driver really kept me in. It basically just stay in the rocks. As long as everybody stays in the rocks and keeps it fair, but the RCPs definitely, govern that. So,
yeah, and this year there's a lot of them.
There is a lot of them.
Yeah,
yes.
that was we did notice that was probably the biggest change this year. They put a lot of RCPs out there on the course to keep everybody in those rocks.
Yeah, we had to, stay. Obviously, we had to hit them all. So it's a very technical course, but I come from the southeast. You know, there's a lot of moss head rocks out there, a lot of mud and different climates compared to here. Not a lot of traction. So I've got some experience rock crawling with a lot less traction.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about here that people don't understand. They see all these rocks, and there's all this traction, but they're just all loose underneath you. They're just moving around all the time.
That's right. Yeah, but back in Alabama or southeast, it's just ridiculous. You tear everything up.
You're going to hurt everyone's feeling out there the minute that you agree with me that the hardest wheeling's in the southeast.
The hardest wheeling is in the southeast.
There we go.
You cannot take anything with body panels to the southeast because when you go to the southeast with body panels and you respect your vehicle, it will be trashed.
Oh yeah, there's no point.
You're just all in the trees. It's just ridiculous, honestly. These nice 4-wheel drives out here, they're so nice all the time. No mud, no nothing, right?
No slime, no slick, nothing.
Yeah, good wheel bearings for 50,000 miles. So.
You talked a little bit about pre-running, and you talked about pre-running the race car. Explain some of the advantages of pre-running the race car versus picking another, just hopping in a random side-by-side and going out and kind of just checking stuff out.
So years past, I'm new to the Maverick R. I just received purchased a Maverick R before Laughlin. We went out and put on a pretty good race. I think we put the fastest lap or fastest time down on Saturday. It was a 2-part race across all the Ultra 4 in the Mav R. It was pretty exciting. And then on Sunday, we came back and we had a little bit of an issue with the transmission because
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Feel about the how do you feel about the unknowingness of the third lap, the not knowing where you're going out there?
It's all jacked up either way. I mean, it's all hard. It doesn't matter, whatever. As long as the course is marked well.
That's more a question for your co-driver.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's right. Well, he's an exceptional individual. That's he just really worked his tail off. We had a really good strategy. The Warren winch, the RC9 did exceptionally well. Factor 55 really stepped up, and I mean it's just flawless winching.
Yeah. And did you go into this race knowing like, hey, I'm going to pick out the following spots, or I'm going to winch, or was it a
strategy all the way?
So you already knew, hey, I'm getting ready to pull cable here. We're not even going to try it. We're just going to get out, pull cable, and get this car over this rock.
That is correct. Yes. The only reason why we lost this race today is because we had a mishap on the GPS.
Really?
Yeah. Cost me about 7 to 10 minutes.
That much time?
Yes. And we had a comm set up. We were sitting pretty good. We were communicating with our team, and we knew that we were sitting pretty good. And I lost my hearing in my earbuds, but he could hear me. So I made the decision to get out, swap helmets, so we could continue at pace instead of having to pick our way through.
I gotcha.
Yeah, communication is kind of a huge issue when you're a navigator trying to tell you where to go and what to do.
Yeah, there's so many burned-in lines out there. Oh my gosh.
And those can fight you. Now that we have these RCPs, you see a burned-in line, you might think, oh, that's where everybody went, but that's not where I'm supposed to go.
But in reality, man, the team All Things UTV, to burn 15 to 25 minutes on subtle things like that it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it will cost you when it comes to that number one, though.
Well, I appreciate you stopping up here, keeping us up with what happened during the day. I know you've got a lot of work to do back at your pit, so we'll let you get back out there. Wish you the best of luck on Saturday. Is there anybody else you need to thank before we throw you out of the booth here?
Yeah, JW Performance, Jason Watt, exceptional fly and drive guy, exceptional friend. Seth Holmes is my team and tent manager, one of my best friends. Exceptional individual, works hard. Uncle Scott driving the truck, hanging out. He's he's an older gentleman, but he's cost a lot of young guys their jobs because he works so hard. Sean always steps up. My co-driver Ben, my wife and my kid at home for cheering me on. And I think I already made mention of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And I want everybody to read Luke chapter 3, verse 5 out there, okay? It really makes sense to this race. 2 weeks ago, I read that chapter or that verse, and it said that every mountain will be made low, every valley will be shallow, and every hard path will be smooth. And I'll tell you what, the car, everything out here went really well. So
that is awesome. Good to hear. Thank you so much for stopping up here, and we wish you the best of luck on the rest of the race.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Awesome. Again, we had Dustin Battleaxe Jones during most of that interview on there, just battling through that rough rock section there, but making quick work. And it looks like we may have a finisher coming in.
Let me jump on the tracker here and see.
I was trying to halfway keep track during your interview.
Hold on.
I said, it looks like Alan might be coming in next. And timing, I think, has Alan, then Tommy Thompson.
That I believe. Alan Burton should be the next car in.
Okay.
That's 89 of Tommy Thompson.
Okay.
On tracker, Alan Burton should be the next car into Hammertown.
And I know we have some guys out there still working on an earlier lap. So just because we have a car coming in, doesn't necessarily mean he's a finisher.
Yeah, no, on the tracker, I'm trying to figure out how we got. No, I think we still have. I think we may have everyone off of lap 1.
Okay.
I think we have. I have to double check on that. The tracker's being a little glitchy right now, but yeah, the last time I checked, that was kind of where we were at. We did have everyone who was out on lap 2 in the rocks is out on lap 2.
Okay.
So I think we're in good shape that way. I think we got to get a few more cars back into town. I'm going to try to pull up some timing here if I can.
So I know we're at 2:37 right now, and they have until 6 o'clock plus starting time. So we have a little bit of time still left for guys to kind of still squeak in a finish out of it.
Yeah, so right now on timing, I've got Alan Burton. He has now clipped the timer out in Melville. So he's coming in. Then it should be Tommy Thompson. Then after him should be Colin Wagner. Jeremy McGrath after that. And Jeremy McGrath he's leading his class. So he's Pro Stock NA UTV. So if he comes in, if he keeps the pace that he's at right now, he is number 1 in his class. We've only had open UTV finishers so far. According to my list, we're going to have to double check here, but according to my list, Alan Burton may be Pro Mod UTV. So if that's the case, he would be first in his class, followed by Tommy Thompson, who's also Pro Mod UTV. We'd have to double check that because the tracker sometimes my time error has been off a little bit today on classes because we had somebody listed as Pro Mod and they were actually open. But according to my list, Alan Burton, Pro Mod UTV, will be the next vehicle back into town, and if he is, then he will be the winner of the Pro Mod UTV class. And what you're seeing on screen right now is the reason not to agree to co-drive for your friend at King of the Hammers, so you can jog through the desert ahead of your friend. Looks like they might have been just been getting out of the way because behind them, I'm trying to get a number on that. That's not Twitch and DeBerty, is it? Can't tell.
I can't
I
tell.
don't think it is. No, I don't think it is.
I was trying to see when our other after Jeremy McGrath, our next looks like Austin Cantor would be our next Pro Stock NA. And he's quite a ways out, it looks like.
Yeah, if Jeremy McGrath can make his way into town, he will be the winner in the Pro Stock, or the unofficial winner in Pro Stock NA UTV. But right now, next car into town, just according to timing, would be Alan Burton. So Alan Burton has now clipped pretty much our last timing loop that we have out in the desert.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
SEMA member for over 25 years. And so I've worked with SEMA many different ways. And SEMA has always been very proactive in the aftermarket parts and vehicle modification world. But what I like to see, and I've seen it happen in the past few years, is SEMA's really sort of dove in on our land use issues and helping us work with the federal and state governments on ensuring we still have access to all this land.
Exactly, because without that, we have no place to play or to race or to do business. So it's absolutely critical for us to keep access to our public lands open.
First, have you been out to the Hammers before? Or is
I
this...
have. This is my second time.
Second time at King of the Hammers.
Yes.
Awesome. So, how are you enjoying your time in the desert?
Oh, I love it. I actually wish I could spend more time, and I wish I could be actually out, wheeling out there myself. But unfortunately, I don't have the time to do that. So I have to leave that for my other opportunities. I am an off-roader. That is my enthusiast love. So.
I would say we could definitely get you in a vehicle and we can go do some wheeling if you have the time.
I think that's part of my job description.
Yes,
So I'm
yeah.
all right with
I feel
that.
like it's kind of a research and development type thing later today.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
we love talking about the off-road community, especially in Washington and around state capitals. But it's just it's such an American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so American, and it's just this event in particular is just absolutely incredible with the community that we have here and all of the people that just sort of literally create the city for 2 weeks out of the middle of the desert.
It is. It's absolutely insane.
All right, so right now we have Alan Burton has now crossed the finish line. Unofficial, official finisher. We don't. I gotta get clarification from my good friend Miles to make sure, but I do believe that this might be our #1 Pro Mod UTV across the line. So we may be looking at Alan Burton first across the line Pro Mod UTV. If it is, congratulations. We'll get Pam to get him up on stage here ASAP. And I'm hearing in my ears that yes, Alan Burton is your unofficial first place finisher, Pro Mod UTV. Congratulations, Alan. We'll let you get through all the technical issues that you got to deal with down there, and then Pam will get you up on stage here. But it's going to be a little bit Pam because I got to deal with, he's still down there dealing with trackers and stuff. So. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry to break up on that. We're going to jump back into talking about all things SEMA and PRI. So how important is it for SEMA and PRI to be out here in the desert hanging out with us?
Well, I think it's just, we can get lost in our offices, right? We can get lost in our walking the halls of the Capitol. And the fact is, there's no better energy that you get from being out here and seeing it firsthand, seeing all of, it's not just about the racing, but it's all of what builds what's racing out there. And, that's what we always try to remind lawmakers about, is the fact that this isn't just about the fun and the excitement that we're doing. There's an entire industry, American industry, that creates these vehicles and everything that goes into it. And so reminding them that there's a whole cycle here. And so it's just having the energy and being out here and reminding us of who we're representing, to be able to tell that story on your behalf, whether it's in Washington or around the country. I think that's just absolutely critical for us.
And again, SEMA and PRI show, again, I'm a race car driver, so I'm slightly partial to the PRI show over the SEMA show, but I do love the SEMA show as well. Again, being those are both vehicle accessory shows, it's a little different style of accessory, but vehicle style shows coming out here where there is no paperwork and no polos, and seeing this many vehicle accessories, I think is a great way for you guys to kind of come out and kind of go, hey, there's a very large aftermarket. And again, not just the racers, but there's also spectators that want those aftermarket accessories. So you see the market for it. So it's awesome that you guys have that kind of showcase where we can look at those parts.
Absolutely. And also just even the impact of all of these people being here in Johnson Valley and the surrounding area for 2 weeks. That's a huge economic driver for this area. It's a major event. It's the money that's spent in restaurants, money that's spent in hotels, money that's spent in Airbnbs, money that's spent in the gas stations. I think we consume a lot of that.
Oh, yes.
No. I know there's that electric vehicle, the piece, but they use diesel generators, right? So anyway, so the fact is that it's not just about right here and right in this moment. There's a whole ecosystem that goes into what we come out and enjoy and what makes it important.
Well, I appreciate you stopping up into the booth. Thank you very much for talking to us. We're got another finisher. We're going to get our first official Pro Mod UTV finisher up on stage right now. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Great talking with you.
Thank you so much for everything that SEMA does for those of us who like to enjoy our time modifying our vehicles and having fun. All right, Pam has Alan Burton down on stage. Alan is our first official Pro Mod UTV finisher. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. Alan Burton, as you just heard, that you're unofficially in that #1 spot for your class, but you just said that was rough out there, so I want you to give us a rundown.
The rocks were gnarly. There was people upside down everywhere. There was people broke. There were some crazy lines that we just shot and hoped for the best. we beat on the car. I mean, we beat the balls off the car, but it made it. So that's all that matters.
100% agree with you on that. You are here at the finish line, but I want to ask, I mean, did your co-driver have to get out and winch you guys and help you up the rocks?
No, we didn't winch one time. He got out one time to help somebody flip back over and just to guide me through, what were we? We were in Jack, I think, top of Jack. But other than that, we didn't winch one time, didn't touch it.
We're here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte Already came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long leg and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
Built without limits. Dyna Pro. Hanguk Tire.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend, and we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think. I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
UTV as we watch Kurt Mackey drop down into the short course and make his way through the Monster Energy short course to finish off his day in the dirt here in Johnson Valley, all part of the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and that left front tire is looking a little flat on the number 64 of Kurt Mackey. And according to my notes, Kurt Mackey will be the first finisher in the Pro Stock Turbo UTV class. But Pam has an interview down on the stage with Mr. Tommy Thompson. Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. Tommy Thompson right here at the finish line, 6th overall right now unofficially. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. We've had a rough week, and to get out here and finish that whole race was just incredible. It was insane.
Well, I want to talk to you about this. We've had some other finishers come through talking about the trails being plugged up and, you know, the traffic out there. So give us a rundown from your point of view.
We didn't run into a ton of traffic, and the traffic we did, it was just like, we ain't waiting. If you're going to sit there, then we're going to drive over you. I was racing, so.
Well, you're here at the finish line. That's all that matters. You had a smile on your face. Co-driver over there giving some cheers really loud as you're coming up the podium. You have that amazing finisher medal right there for the 20 years of King of the Hammers. How does it feel to be out here for the 20th year of King of the Hammers?
It feels awesome. Last year was kind of we came and I broke my arm in qualifying, and it was kind of a bummer. And this year we came back and we had a car burn down second day here, and then ripped this car apart pre-running for the desert. So we've been busting our butts, my whole crew, getting this car together, and Shock Therapy, Fox, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shop. Everybody that's helped us. The Fab School was huge. They fabbed our entire back corner of our car back together, and we couldn't do it without anybody, and especially my family, my wife, my mom, my boss, Jimmy, my dad, my wife, or my mechanic, Brendan. Yeah, everybody that's here, it takes a team. And our tires, I mean, all day we ran flawless. I mean, not a single flat, and it was awesome.
Awesome. Well, congratulations right now, unofficially in that number 6 spot. You guys, let's give it up for Tommy Thompson.
Thanks, Pam. Great job to Tommy Thompson. And while Tommy Thompson was on stage, we've had a couple more cars come across the line. It looked like we had 64 of Kurt Mackey, we all saw just come in, and then the 4932 of Scott Lesage, and then Cody Willenberg as well, I believe, has now crossed the line and back into Hammertown. The one that we're waiting for, I believe that's him right there. Is that Jeremy McGrath right there? Yes, it is.
I believe so.
So that is Jeremy McGrath. Jeremy McGrath is currently leading in the Pro Stock NA, stands for naturally aspirated. Pro Stock NA UTV class. And Pam's got they're checking to make sure those medals are actually gold up there.
Yeah.
So, all right. So as Pam gets Tommy Thompson off the stage, she'll be lined up the next finisher, which should be Colin Wagner.
So we had a few coming real tight there.
Yeah, well, that's the group that we've been watching sort of battle it out through that section. And Jeremy McGrath was in the mix really tight with them. But I think what happened was when they got out into the desert, I think those open UTVs, those Pro Mod UTVs, were just able to put a little bit of a stretch on them.
That big turbo tends to speed things up pretty quickly, I'm sure.
It does. And, Jeremy and the Pro Stock NA UTV, I know that John was telling me all morning he's walked in that new Kawasaki. I think it's a KRX. I think it was Rock Edition.
I think we only had 2 Kawasaki's racing all weekend or all day today.
Yeah. So we've had Tommy Thompson across. So this is Kurt Mackey. Kurt Mackey now in another Pro Stock. Oh wait, I believe Kurt Mackey might be unofficial winner of the Pro Stock Turbo UTV class. We'll let Pam make that call down there on stage. Pam, that's your decision. You can decide if he's the unofficial winner or not. Take it away.
Well, that's definitely not my job to find out if you're the unofficial winner. That will be Ben Napier. But right now we have Mr. Tyler Rimreed in the driver's seat, Kurt Mackey over in the passenger seat co-driving. Now, Tyler, you took a year off from us here, but you're back out here driving with Kurt in that co-driver's seat. I want you to tell us how your race went.
First and foremost, wow. That was incredible. No, it was super good. We started the day out, Kurt in the driver's seat. I was just his co-driver. And we started 19th off the line, and I just told him to be patient in the desert. We started picking guys off. He got through lap 1 super clean, and it was super awesome to watch him respond to my calls and build confidence going forward. And then, lap 2, he was like, I don't know how far I'm going to make it. So he just crushed more than half the rocks. We got all the way to Chocolate Thunder, and we had a little mishap. We went upside down, and he stayed in the car for 2 minutes, just strapped in. I'm like, are you okay? Broke our winch cable, got back going, and made it through all the rest of the rock trails. Got to RP2, and his body was hurting him pretty bad. So he's like, hey, man, could you jump in and drive home for me? And I'm like, hell yeah. So it was super fun, and we left RP2. Our guys worked their butts off, gave us a sound car. Literally coming down Aftershock after RP2, we were in the middle of the rock trail. We had to hit the RCP. I had the car vertical, and it was falling to the right, and I cranked it to the right and floored it. I know one cameraman has it on video. And we both landed, and Kurt gave me a fist bump, and he's like, dude, that was awesome. And I'm like, yeah, that was the first 5 minutes of me driving. But honestly, I can't thank Kurt enough for this opportunity. And I don't know if I scared him or not, but we passed 6 guys in the desert, and I was going 100. This Can-Am Maverick R is unreal. I used to rave an X3, and these Maverick Rs, they're the real deal. So first, thank you to our team. Number one, got to give it up for Kurt because he drove more than half the race. This is his car, and I'm going to stop talking.
All right. Well, who else would you like to thank? You want me to move around to Kurt? All right, let me move around to Kurt here. Kurt, driver of record, Mr. Kurt Mackey. Awesome to hear Tyler's side of the story. What do you have to say? You're saying okay.
Yeah, awesome race. Thank you, King of Hammers, Ultra 4 for putting this event on. Thanks, Tyler, for coming out. Thanks my friends and family for coming out. And thanks, Can-Am, for an awesome car. We got to thank Jason Watt for helping me put this car together. George with Double E, Alex, CT Wasteworks. Man, we started on this car about a month ago, and I never thought we'd be here today, but thank you.
Well, it's awesome to see you guys up here. Congratulations on a successful day out here. We'll get all those official results later on, but let's give it up one more time for Kurt Mackey.
Thanks, Pam. And I'm going to correct you there. It is 100% your job to tell him that he's the unofficial winner. It's Ben's job to tell him he's the official winner. That's not our, that's so congratulations on being the unofficial winner of the Pro Stock Turbo UTV class. There you go. Put that number 1 up. Yeah. And then if Ben wants to change it later, he can absolutely do that. All right. So
this is Jeremy McGrath right here.
This is Jeremy McGrath in the short course, in that Pro Stock NA UTV back into town. Coming across 11th car back into Hammertown. First in his class.
I know my brother will be thrilled that a Kawasaki finished 11th overall here at King of Hammers.
All right, this is Scott Lesage. He is now coming up in his... Woo! My timing just got all jumped around as soon as Jeremy came across because he clipped the timing loop and he jumped up 3 places. So this is Scott Lesage. Pam's got him down on the stage. So Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. Scott's going to go ahead and hop out of his car. I'm going to have to talk to him about this really quick because, you know, we always say if you finish a race with zip ties and duct tape, right? But you're finishing the race right now with a toe strap or a strap here, a tie down, holding your steering rack on.
The steering column mounts broke, so on Chocolate Thunder, so I did whatever that was, half the rocks with a steering wheel in my hands.
But you did it, though, here at the finish.
It did it here. My wrist hurt quite a bit, but it made it.
Well, let's talk about this. You being in a single seat vehicle here, out racing in the rocks and everything through the desert, you're navigating yourself, but also when it comes time to possibly having to winch, did you get out to do any of that today?
Yeah, Jack was a mess. So I tried a right line, it didn't work, and tried it a few times enough that I was like, all right, you got humbled. Another driver helped me. I think it was CJ. Help, you know, strap the wind, but I was out and running line and everything. And we got up there, and man, this today didn't actually go that well. I left a ton of time on the table. So.
Well, you might have left a ton of time on the table, but you came in right now unofficially in a pretty good position. So congratulations on that. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Where's my wife?
With your baby.
Yeah, taking care of the little one all the time so that I can focus on this. That's a big part of it. Maxxis, obviously, these are the same tires that we started with. Tire spines gave me the confidence. RCV axles, pounded on them all day, no problems there. Maxima oil, Fox shocks, and Craftwork superchargers. I mean, I had engine issues today, but I think that's probably my fault. And fundamentally, the car is rock solid besides the steering popping off. But I had a blast today. I just went wheeling. I mean, I don't know. I want to see this footage of Check Me Out because I was like all kinds of tippy and like finding the right way to do it now. And I didn't get to pre-run pretty much anything. So it was just wheeling. It was just out there with, you know, the top 10 or top 20 or whatever. It gets pretty hectic in those trails. There's people on top of each other, people impatient. It was fun. And then to be able to race to the finish with even some of the Ultra 4 guys was really cool. Like Willenborg said hi, and what was the guy in front of me? Mackey, yeah. I don't think he's in my class, but like we were still racing to the finish, chasing dust and making dust. So probably, I mean, this has got to be my best finish ever, I think. But
well, here you are, though, at the finish line. Takes a ton of people to get you out here. Congratulations on getting to the finish.
Thanks, Pam, and thanks to all the guys who came out and helped. I mean, we needed a ratchet strap, but that was pretty much it. All we needed today. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and helping.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Scott Lesage.
All right, Scott, congratulations. Welcome back to Hammertown. We have a few more cars have come in. So Scott Lesage has come in, Cody Willenberg has come in, and Jeremy McGrath has come in as well. And then the next car after that should be Ryan Dunn out on course. And then we're going to have another big gap between finishers as Brian Deegan, who's still out there, still moving, but he would be the next one on course after Ryan Dunn. So far today, we have had an amazing day of racing. We still have just over 3 hours of race time left. The race course does not close until, I believe it's at 6 p.m. tonight. And then at 6 p.m., we do have also adjusted time. So it'll be 6 p.m. plus adjusted time for the driver to get back in on course. Next car up on stage is going to be Cody Willenberg, and instead of Pam interviewing, Matt has said, I need to talk to my friend Cody. So, Matt, take it away.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? So last year you were here, and you had to fly. You literally loaded the car as fast as possible so you could race home, and 12 hours later, this little guy was born. This year was a little bit more free time. How's it feel?
Feels pretty cool, dude. We raced last year, drove home. I got home at 3 o'clock on Saturday, went to the hospital 3 a.m. on Sunday morning for this little man to show up. So super cool to be up here.
You're finishing in daylight. How's that feel?
It was good. We didn't have the race we wanted. We had some tire troubles out there. We did the whole entire rock loop with 2 flat tires. So, man, I tell you one thing. If you're not running tire spines, you need to be running tire spines. This is the only reason we're sitting here today. So we had tire spines in, and we actually drove the car till the spines went away, re-racked a flat tire that was already on the car back on the car to keep going on a spine. So tire spines is why we're here right now, and it was just not the day we wanted, but hey, we're across the finish line again. This is 5 years now, so.
Heck yeah. And Randy, you guys had a plan of pulling out a winch and pulling it 2 different spots. Is that what you got to stick with today?
We did stick with 2 spots, but it wasn't 2 same spots we thought it was going to be. He was able to shoot the one, and actually there was 3 spots we was going to pull, but he was able to get 2 of them. And then when we got into Chocolate Thunder, there was 2 cars rolled over in any line that was available, so we just winched up over some rocks and kept going.
Again, we saw lots of traffic today. Were you able to kind of maneuver your way around that?
Yes, I'd say the biggest was a jackhammer. Turned in a parking lot for a while, but everything else, we was able to work our way around it.
Heck yeah. Awesome job. Obviously, there's some people you want to thank. I know I got a whole crew of people out here. Who do you want to give a shout out to?
I mean, my team, man, they come, we do this big. I think we feed like 20 people the end of the week, but AMS Tires, All Balls Products, those are the guys actually flew out here to hang out with us. Wheel bearings, ball joints, brake pads, drive belts, those guys are your people for sure. Bellray Oils, give me one. DP Brakes, CA Technologies. You know, I've run a Polaris Pro R for many years, and you can run these things stock. It's pretty impressive what these things are capable of doing stock. And CA went with those guys, won some A-arms and trailing arms, man, and we beat them hard. When the tires were down, I definitely wasn't concerned about, you know, how hard the hits were taken because, you know, of the awesome A-arms they got. And G-Force suspension, man, they had this suspension dialed. We were running 85, 90 mile an hour, some pretty rough stuff. So it was a good day. Not the day we wanted, but hey, we'll take it.
Again, awesome job, guys. It's Cody and Randy from CW Motorsports. We'll let you guys get some pictures.
All right, Cody, congratulations on coming back into Hammertown. We have one more interview to knock out down there. We're going to send Pam back down onto the main stage, and that should be Mr. Jeremy Showtime McGrath coming in that 4900 Pro Stock NA UTV. Unofficial, I believe, first in his class. So we get him up on stage, and good finish based on corrected time. Jeremy brought that UTV into the top 10. So on corrective time, Jeremy McGrath actually came in ahead of Cody and ahead of Scott. So great to see him able to basically get that stock Pro Stock NA UTV into Hammertown. and bring it up onto the podium. Next few finishers after this should be Ryan Dunn and Brian Deegan. And then I think we're going to have a big gap. Phil Stratman is the next one after that.
Yeah,
And
I think
they
you're
are
right.
all still in the rocks.
I think you're right, Ian. I think we're going to have a big gap, and it looks like we still have a massive parking lot there at Jackhammer. Again, it was interesting. You talked about that time kind of jumping up. I think, again, it goes back to corrected time. You know, once we have the start time added in there, kind of showcases. Jeremy McGrath, first in class, 9th overall.
Yeah,
which again
he made
is
a big jump up on corrected time there. And that just goes to show you he started so far back in the pack that he was able to use that corrected time to his favor and move up. He originally came across the line in 11th, but when they did corrected time, he ended up jumping up into that 9th spot.
Yeah, which again is super neat to see that much advantage from the corrected time. So can that put him at 9th place, first overall. So again, Jerry McGrath, he's done some things with motorsports. If you're familiar with his name, he's done a few things. Get Ryan Dunn there on screen, number 57 with that short course racing, coming out of Wales, England. I know he had some people from across the pond cheering him on earlier. I'm sure Jim is somewhere also raising a glass, cheering him on.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn should technically be the next car that comes into Hammertown, and then behind him would be Brian Deegan. So it'd be Ryan Dunn, then Brian Deegan, and then the next vehicle that possibly has not possibly, it should be the next few cars be Phil Stratman, Adam Brown. But then the problem is A.K. Kinnett, John Schaefer, Shabs Piercy, Nick Anderson, all of these guys are still out in the rocks. So they still have a long day, and we've seen nothing but bottlenecks in those rocks. So the question would be, what's holding them up? Where are they stuck in that jackhammer mess that we've been watching, which would be absolutely terrible for them? Because as we said before, this race course is going to close. This race course is going to close at 6 p.m.
To do her interview right on camera because we
Okay, so I'm hearing that Pam has got another interview, but the car is not going to make it up on stage.
We've seen that with the 4400 class. We've seen guys literally like drag cars up. There's been the front half's hanging off, or the back half is hanging off. All right, looks like Pam is down there. I'm getting the thumbs up. Pam, take it away.
Colin, here we are at the finish line, but your car is not wanting to make it up on the stage. So here we are over here at the side of the stage. You're going to get your time on the mic here. Give me a rundown of your race, because like right now you're a little stuck right now. Were you stuck in any of the rock trails?
Well, definitely broke in the right place. Everything went pretty smooth. One flat tire. All the rocks were pretty good though, so we kept going.
Well, I mean, that's good that you have a smile on your face and you are here at the finish line. You got to cross the finish line, so that's a bonus right there.
Yep, feel pretty good. I couldn't do without co-driver Ross. My dad, of course, put me in this car. My pit crew, a bunch of great guys, and then all the guys at RTR, Ford, Funhaver, Joe at OMS, Kyle Cheney. Those are all good helpers for me.
Well, and I don't know if you know, but Jeremy McGrath's behind you, and he was trying to push you up on the stage, but it's just not happening. So you've got all kinds of legends around you.
Yep, feels pretty good. I'd like to thank everyone watching at home. Love you guys all.
All right. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish, and hopefully you'll get this moving and going, and next year we'll be right back here.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Colin Wagner.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Pam. Thanks, good to see you back in town, Colin. So there's on screen right now, that is Ryan Dunn with that Welsh flag flying high. We'll give him like first official international finisher.
I like it.
Let's give him a title. Go get a trophy made quickly. Call Cody Wagner at Laser Nut and see if we can fast track an first international competitor to cross the line. But we are still waiting to get Jeremy McGrath up on stage because we have him who's come across the line as well.
That was Colin Wagner, who's finished 7th overall, 4th in class, it looks like. Again, these are all unofficial.
All right.
Sounds like their fan bearings
All right, Pam has got our unofficial Pro Stock NA UTV winner. Take it away, Pam.
Jeremy McGrath, you just heard an unofficial winner right now in the Pro Stock class. Last year, you were also up on the podiums here for the 2025 King of the Hammers. So how does it feel 2 years in a row to be on the podium, but right now unofficial?
You know what? It's pretty amazing. You know, we just kind of keep chugging along out there, and I know we don't get the best starting spot because we're just a little underpowered from the rest of the guys. But man, this Kawasaki is so awesome in the rocks. I mean, between the combination of these Maxxis tires and this car that keeps on trucking, it's just such a blast to drive. I mean, at 65, 70 miles an hour, you can kind of see stuff coming at you. It's really fun out there. It's really dusty. I mean, really dusty. We were trying to battle with whoever we could along the way. We got passed by a couple guys coming on the high-speed stuff at the end. But overall, we had a great race. Last year we did pretty well, we thought, but we also had to sling a rope on a lot of rocks. So we got Jaron, my nephew, my co-driver, who's just amazing over here. He also did a lot of the prep on the car with Kurt at Kawasaki, our buddy. And this is a kind of a backyard garage project we got going here. But thank goodness for Kawasaki and Maxxis and Monster and the great people that support us. These guys did an amazing job on the prep, and we were on our side for a minute, but Jaron was awesome on the rope. We got the thing pulled over in a couple minutes and got going. We were out there in the rocks with Deegan. He was pushing his way through. He had a flat tire, and we were kind of keeping up with him, and it was kind of back and forth. And at one point, he was leading us a little bit, and I knew Terry Madden's in the co-seat with him. I'm like, just follow Brian. Just follow wherever he's going. So, look, we had a great time getting through the track. We were very surprised at getting up some of the rocks. We made a nice lineup, Chocolate Thunder, which we've just kind of had bad luck with Chocolate Thunder over the years. So, overall, great day. I think we're in here a lot earlier than we were last year for sure, and that's a great thing.
Well, it's awesome to see you here at the finish line. I mean, you've been out here for a few weeks because you had the motos, then you had the desert, and now out here for King of the Hammers for our rock racing week. Congratulations on a great 3 weeks out here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, thanks, Pam. It was thanks to everyone at the Hammer, the crew at the Hammertown here, and everyone that supports this race, all the track workers and all you fans that come out. I know you guys got chapped lips just like me out here, so I can't wait to get back home. But overall, it's time well spent. A lot of friends out here, a lot of fun, a lot of family, a lot of friendly faces, and I just appreciate the support. And man, thank you to Kawasaki. We got through this thing again. This is probably 4 out of 5 hammers, so we're pretty stoked.
All right, well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Jeremy McGrath.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, Jeremy McGrath, a legend in the off-road racing world already, coming out here and rocking that, finishing first in class in that Pro Stock NA UTV. I know we got a few guys that behind him that have finished. We're going to try to get up on stage. And then we got, looks like Brian Deegan will be right behind him. Again, these are, I believe, from my tracker, Phil Stratman, A.K. Nitley, Adam Brown, Shab Piercy, I think, is not too far back. Again, Ryan Dunn, I think, is who we're going to bring on stage next. No, Pam's saying no. Okay, cool. Again, I know we have a few guys that we kind of squeaked in there right all at the same time. Looks like they're trying to get him on stage now. Again, you can see the leaderboard over there off the left-hand side of your screen. We have a handful of guys right now still trapped in that jackhammer. Every once in a while, they'll cut to that shot of a jackhammer. It's just tons of guys in there right now wedged up, unfortunately. And I believe that started from we had two different broken cars that were on both of the lines. So unfortunately, we still have some guys that are trying to get winched out. And I'm sure once we get the guys that are broken out of the way, we'll have a flurry of cars coming in. Again, shout out to some of our sponsors today: Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Ebach Springs, King Shocks, Sylvania Lights, Griffin Radiator, Can-Am, Yukon Axle and Gear, Warren Winch, and Factor 55, L Monster RV, Brannick Motorsports. I know Brannick Motorsports does a lot for here. Gates Corporation, Laser Nut, Toyota, MBRP, Can-Am, and Laser Nut. Again, those are our sponsors for today for our UTV class race.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think you better like cut until you're like on one. Okay. But that's footage though that they could use. They need it for anything.
I believe we have at least one more finisher. I think we have two, Ryan Dunn, and there's Brian Deegan coming across that finish line. Again, they had a crazy day. Terry Madden riding in the co-seat. Again, two great off-road racers. Terry Madden, a legend out here, is co-driven for about everybody in every type of vehicle. Just an absolute legend out here at King of Hammers. He'll be racing, I think, in some type of vehicle literally every day this week. Just doing an awesome job. All right, we got Ryan Dunn, number 57, from Short Circuit Racing, from Wales, England, representing that flag from across the pond.
All right, Pam, since we can do all this kind of stuff that we want to do because we're all unofficial, you can give him the title as unofficial first-in-class international competitor.
New class, right?
New class, international competitor. The problem is the steering wheel's on the wrong side of that car for him. That's probably why he didn't do so well. But we'll let them have fun, and then we'll let Pam knock out an interview.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or what have you been up to? Or just what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Long journey getting here with lots of different cars. I mean, in this vehicle in particular, I got to thank Paul Wolf. I can't believe how much I really like Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf is such a cool guy. But Warren's helped us out a lot. We put a bigger winch on the car, which I'm really glad for now, because we still had to do use the pulleys to get around and get up to some of the obstacles. Rugged. Yeah, they're just friendly people as well, aren't they? They're just good to deal with. Justin in particular, Justin from Fact 55, we just love Justin. He's hard to get hold of, though. Hopefully he'll find us now we finished.
All right. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. You're going to take some photos here for all the crowd, but welcome to the finish line. All right. Let's give it up for Ryan Dunn.
All right, Ryan Dunn, congratulations. That was quite the backflip. But remember, Ryan, no universal health care over here. So be more careful out there, okay? Just reminding you that don't want you to end up with one of those unfortunate emergency room bills. All right, Ryan Dunn across the line. I think you're right, Matt. I think Jim will be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
So that, and as we said before, unofficial first in class international competitor.
Yeah, I was getting some text messages that they're okay. People from that area are definitely okay with that. It's a very cool title. They're very okay with that.
I'm glad to hear it. Good stuff. Okay, yeah. So, Ben should be cool with that too. I mean,
Yeah.
Ben's from down under, so he should be all right with us adding up this new class.
Yeah.
So, all right. So Ryan Dunn's back in town. We do have Brian Deegan across the line as well. We should get him up here shortly. We'll get an interview from him. So Brian Deegan also competing in that he's Pro Stock Turbo UTV. So he's not the first Pro Stock Turbo across the line, but I do believe he may be the second. Scrolling up through my list. Yes, I believe Brian will be unofficial second Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
I got a text from Jody Ford saying that car 470, which right now that in front of me is AK Nitley. It says he is at Adam Nitt and Corey Day is co-driving for that Team Indiana crew.
Okay.
Looks like they're sitting back there trying to get a finish.
All right, as Pam gets set up here to get an interview with Mr. Brian Deegan. Brian was in with us for a little while in the booth talking about his plans for race day. So it's good to see him. Unofficial second in class Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Well, Brian Deegan, as you're hopping out of the car, some parts are still falling off. You had the heck of a day out there, didn't you?
Yeah, man, I don't even know where to start with the stories at this point. But man, there's multiple times I was like, I think we're done. And Terry's like, we're not finished. Keep going. And I was like, all right, let's keep going. We're on like 3 flats and just and it's good stories, right? I was just stoked to get to the finish line, and it's always a super challenge this race. So I always put it on the schedule and make time for it, because it is one of those moments in life where you're just like, all right, I'm still testing if you're still alive, right? As a man, you're like, okay, this is the test. So anyway, yeah, had a great race. Can-Am held together, and yeah, stoked that guys like my sponsors such as Monster and Hell Lights and Bilstein Shocks, all the people that support me to come here and have fun, it's a big deal. So I really appreciate that. And hopefully we can keep coming back. Maybe talk my kids into doing this sometime too. It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, you should talk about that, getting your kids and your whole family out here. That'd be pretty awesome. I don't know if they do the motos and the rocks or not, because that's a tough one. But let's talk about this, though. I mean, the rock trails, everyone's saying the rock trails this year were very difficult. I mean, you've done this multiple times. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I get lost pretty easy, but Terry just tells me kind of where we're at. But man, there was some sections that I'm like, I can't even believe like really got through. But that's where the first traffic jam was. Where were we? The first traffic jam that held us up, and we were there for a while. Outer limits. And it just, that really, I felt like we had a good pace. I was like, oh, we're in the race, where you feel like you're in the kind of in the battle. You see all the front runners there, and then you just get really hung up, and you just kind of like, oh man. And then it's never over as long as you just keep rolling. And yeah, so we figured it out, picked a different line. I mean, I think we were on our side quite a few times and saved it, drove out of it. There's so many moments. But yeah, just had a great time. So just like I said, thanks everyone for putting this event on. It's badass.
Well, congratulations for you being here at the finish line. You guys, let's give it up for Brian Deegan.
All right, Brian, congratulations. Welcome back into Hammertown. Now, we do have another vehicle that we are expecting in here shortly, and that should be Phil Stratman. So he will be the next finisher to come into Hammertown. Looks like Brian's coming in 13th across the line, unofficial second in class. And so Phil Stratman and Adam Brown, I'm going to jump on the tracker to see exactly where they are. Yeah, Phil Stratman is actually fairly close to town, so we should actually see Phil pretty quick. Behind him would be Adam Brown, just a few minutes back. And then we've got AK Kinnett. So these guys are all clear of the rock trails, finishing up that big desert loop. Shabs Piercy, after that, he'll be our second international finisher. So Shabs will be after that. He's finishing his desert loop. Behind Shabs, we have John Schaefer moving along on that desert lap as well. And then Twitch, and we got Twitch and Brad DeBerti. We saw them earlier using a paper map to try to figure out their way around the Hammer Trail. So that was quite fun. Then Caden McCachran. Ryan Blagarave, and then everyone else is still in the rocks.
Wow.
So Ryan, based on, I don't know, we'll have to see how that traffic jam basically sorts out in the rock section, but Ryan is still probably 45, 50 minutes away, so that would bring him here just before I hate when the tire rolls away. Yeah, they're 45, 50 minutes away right now, and it is currently 3:40, so that I think they'll probably get back into town maybe 4:30, maybe 4:15. But after that, after them on the tracker, I see a huge gap. No one has actually left the rock trail at all. Maybe, hold on, let's see here. We may see Dustin Battleaxe Jones, and I'm going to have to zoom in here. Hold on.
So we have a few guys with, looks like they're missing either the rock lap or idle issues. And I don't know if that's a timing issue or what.
Dustin Battleaxe Jones and Hubert Rowland should technically be, that might be the last few that we get in here. Yeah, that's Hubert right there on screen, I think. Yeah, that's the 615 of Hubert Rowland. They were just, looks like they were changing a tire, getting ready to change a tire. So unfortunate for them, but we still have a few cars coming into Hammertown right now. As Brian Deegan, we have AK Kinnett, Phil Stratman, Adam Brown. That'll be the next group of 3 cars that come across the line. They've already tripped our final timing loop out in the desert, so they're real close to town. The next time we have a adjusted time clip for them will be when they come through our start-finish arch, where while on screen we're watching Hubert Rowland change his tire. And on screen with you right now, that is the 4962. Don't make those faces getting in, Brian. That just shows your age. You got to muscle through that.
Again, looking at these timing loops, we talked a little bit during qualifying. You brought up the fact that they've added a handful of timing loops this year, which is nice because it helps speed those trackers up, and it gives us a lot more accurate picture of how the race is progressing, which is super handy for people at home as well as the guys in the booth.
Yeah, if you look at what's happening on screen right now, we're looking at the 4962 Jeep Cast Racing. I have to pull their actual driver up. I believe it's Gavin Smith. Good job, Gavin, putting your name on that front roll cage, but that right front tire is not moving at all. You can see what he's done is he's clipped up both sides of the rockers, and it looks like he has no front lock at all. So he may have lost the locker in the front of that UTV, unfortunately. Yeah, as I look down, I know what you're talking about here, Matt. When we look down into John Schaefer on our timing chart, we have huge gaps in those timing clips. So that's going to be interesting for them to figure out. But that's not our job to figure out. That's race ops. That's Mr. Ben Napier's job. He's going to figure that all out for us.
Yeah, luckily that's above my pay grade.
This should be our next finisher. So this could be either AK Kinnett, Phil Stratman, or Adam Brown. Let's see if we can get a number off the side of that car. Or it could be Shaps. Phil Stratman, thank you.
Yes.
Someone in the crowd can see that better than I can because their screen is much bigger than mine. Thank you very much. So that is 131, Phil Stratman. So he's coming down. He's just got done doing that section of qualifying course. He's going to come across the desert floor, come up through the Ford Racing Arch, and then get back into Hammertown. All right, we're watching Phil Stratman. Where's AK Kinnett?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that myself.
He has not crossed the start-finish line, but
Yeah.
what I'm looking at on my screen is adjusted time. So that's not physical finisher. It's the adjusted time finisher, or where adjusted time based on when they went through the timing loop. So AK could actually be physically behind Phil, but ahead of him on adjusted time. But right now, it's the 131 of Phil Stratman coming through our Monster Energy short course, up over a couple of berms, and then, or up a couple of our Yukon launches, I should say, and then back down through our Griffin Radiator start finish line. And we'll have him up on stage shortly to talk about his day. All right, so here we go. So we just saw Phil come into town. We do have another finisher coming up here. This is another car. I'm just trying to pull a number off that. That might be AK.
It is. I think this is Adam Nitt and Corey Day is co-driving this. This is a Team Indiana car.
I don't think that is AK.
Yeah, I
think that might be Adam Brown.
Yeah.
So
it looks like 234 and Adam Brown's 334. So I think that you're right there.
All right, as we watch more of our finishers come into town, we still have not rounded out all of our classes yet. So we still have a few more drivers to get across the line. So we're going to be pushing our award ceremony slightly. I think originally the plan was to do awards at 4 p.m., but I don't think we're going to have all of our finishers for each class across the line at 4 p.m. So we're going to have to maybe push that down just a tiny little bit. We do still expect race ops to get up here at some point in time and give us some official finisher times and any and all penalties assessed on any of our drivers.
And I'm sure we'll have a few of those. It's always interesting to see how accurate guys can be with all those virtual checkpoints as well as the rock checkpoints.
Yeah, the RCPs are a whole new flavor. You know,
Yeah.
the reality is that RCP circle is so small. You have to get into that 50-foot radius. And sometimes the RCP is, the pin is not the center of the trail, even though you might think it is. It's offset slightly to make sure that you have to run into the rocks. But right now we have Phil Stratman up on stage. Pam's down there with the mic, so she's going to let us know how Phil's day went.
Well, Phil, I think you have the largest crowd out here screaming the loudest for you, the biggest fan base. But Phil Stratman right now at the finish line with your brother riding shotgun. I mean, give me how you're feeling right now.
Oh my gosh, I can't even explain it. Oh, this is an awesome feeling. I wasn't sure that we're about halfway through the race if we were going to make it this far, but it's awesome. I can't explain it at all in words, but we've worked so hard for this, and everybody out there. I got the whole crew here. Everybody just blood, sweat, and tears this whole week. It's awesome.
So I want you to tell me, why is it that you didn't think halfway between you were going to get to this finish line?
Well, I had a little driver error and kind of flopped it on his side, but we got it uprighted and back moving. But no, we really actually didn't have any doubts in the car. The car was great all day. Really didn't have any issues besides my driving. But
Driver error, but your brother's over there saying it was like a pinball action out there.
oh, that was from a few years back. Miles knows all about that. You can ask him.
All right, you have your list right here. Let's go over who all it takes to get you out here to race at King of the Hammers.
First and foremost is my wife and my family just allowing me to do this, and the rest of my family, my brother, everybody that's here, my dad, my mom, and the rest of the crew. These guys, like I said, so much time in the shop and even here. It's just all night long working on the car last night, putting it all back together. And like I said, every single one of them doesn't have to be here, and they're just here for me, which is an amazing feeling. Next up, all my sponsors here. We got MRT tires. We did not lose a tire all race. These are the 4 tires that we started on, so didn't have any of that issue. RCV Performance, their axle shafts held up great, did a great job. King Coatings, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to send this thing back to you, but that's my powder coating company. ZRP, all their knuckles, everything held up great. No problems there at all. Cedar Suspension. This suspension is awesome. I mean, you can vouch for this too. In the desert, it is amazing. This car was fast, very fast. And right along with that is Wizzo's. We messed with the shocks for 2 days this week, and he has it absolutely dialed in. I don't think we could get it any better. We had the car flat-footed the whole first desert loop. So tire spine, like I said, once again, didn't have to use those today, but they're there when you need them. JB Scale Graphics, this beautiful wrap. Like I said, I will be talking to you after this race too. And Bigfoot 4x4. So we brought the Bigfoot monster truck up here this year, and they helped us out getting out here and everything else. And yeah, and this guy right here for getting me through the race. He did way more than he was breathing heavy a few times.
Well, I see that he has something to say. What is it, AJ?
Well, I think we've got some angels up above to blame for these clouds, because coming back in the desert, man, it would have been horrible in that dust. So thanks for that, you guys. We appreciate it.
All right. Is that all you have to say? You got anybody else to thank?
I think that's all I got.
All right. Well, let's give it up for Phil Stratman.
Congratulations, Phil, for being a unofficial or official finisher here at King of the Hammers. Glad to have you back into town. I do believe while Phil was on stage, we saw Adam Brown come across the line. And then according to my timing tracker, the next couple cars should be AK Kinnett and Shabs Piercy, followed by Twitch and Brad DeBerti.
I said they were making quick time. I'm not sure if they got hung up on a rock there. Or... Looks like he's getting out.
Yeah, long day. Long day out there in the dirt for a lot of these Can-Am UTV Hammer Championships participants. We have been at this since 8 o'clock this morning. We're getting close to 4 in the afternoon. Oh gosh, I would like to be there right now. This is a terrible. These poor guys are still out, caught in that terrible traffic jam out on Jack. As right there, who have we got coming through there? That's Shabs. That's the 646 of Shabs Piercy coming through. He just came through, and then right behind him should be AK Kinnett coming through the Ford Racing Arch down into the Monster Energy Short Course, and then they'll be back into town. So there's our next 3 finishers. We've now had Adam Brown come across the line, Shabs Piercy, and then AK Kinnett. And then behind them should be Twitch, Ryan, and Caden.
Literally just ripping around the corner, one behind the other. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah, long day out there. Yeah, I'm just getting a timing trip that Shabs Piercy has now finished. 4900 Pro Mod UTV. And then I should get another one. Yep, and that was, interesting.
Yeah.
There's going to be a big jump here because
Yeah.
AK Kinnett has now crossed as well, but on corrected time, AK Kinnett has now moved into 14th position, pushing both Phil, Adam, and Shabs down. As we watch Gavin Smith make his way down Jack North.
Again, watching that reorder there is kind of neat on corrected time to see how guys finish. Even though you might start, hour apart, you're, finishing almost bumper to bumper with each other. Very neat to see how that plays out. Looks like I got a great in-car footage here.
Yeah, that's Hunter Miller. We've been jumping back and forth with him in-car all day long. They've had a long day out in the desert. I believe they broke a steering bolt and had to hike back to the pit to get it fixed, but it's good to see they're fixed and back moving again.
Yeah, so we've seen them out of the car quite a bit today. But it looks like they're powering through, trying to get a finish out of it.
All right, I think we have another car coming up on stage right now. I see Pam guiding them up. Three, 4 of Adam Brown. Pam, let's find out how Adam's day went in the dirt.
Adam, first and foremost, I have to say I'm so excited to see you out here racing. You didn't end 25 quite as you wanted to, so I'm glad to see you out here racing. Did you have some fun out there?
We had a blast. I had to work on nothing the whole time.
Well, I mean, getting here to the finish, getting this awesome 20th 20 years medal around that neck, the trails all day long seem like they're a little stuck out there, a lot of the cars. So give us a rundown of your day.
It was pretty good. We started off in a lot of dust. And, after coming from Laughlin, I was like a little hesitant on the dust. But then we got to the rock trails, and we pretty much didn't have any trouble except for a jackhammer. And we winched there twice, and it was great. Great day. The crew was good. The winch points were great. The course was fantastic. Best course I've been on so far. Can't complain.
So all in all, getting out there and winching, you never got out of the car, though. You got to set in it all day, right?
I sat in it all day. My co-driver over here, though, he had to do some work a couple times. I'd like to thank him a lot for coming out here 3 years with me now. And so it's been great. We got an awesome pit crew over there, a bunch of guys that I just met. They came over here and helped us out the whole time. I appreciate y'all. It's just been great. I'd like to thank MRT Tires. We didn't pop a single tire the whole time, and muscle rims. CA Technology, all their suspension just kept going. G4 Shocks just kept sending us through. We had no issues there. I mean, we just had a great time. Everything went perfect. RCV, we didn't have any trouble with their stuff. I mean, it's just been a great day.
Well, that's awesome to hear that it was a great day. Anybody else you want to thank, or did you just get them all?
That's pretty much everybody. We still got my cane back here, too.
I was wondering how you're doing. I mean, all in all, you have your cane back there, but all healed up from the Laughlin crash that you did have. So for the most part,
I'm 50% weight bearing. I can't walk. I can't put 50% weight on one leg, and I got 2 slight tears in my knee. And so we've been fighting that. But hey, we're out here. We did it. We finished.
Yeah, that's all that matters is you finished. Congratulations. And I'm so excited that you're out here at King of the Hammers for 2026.
Thanks, Pam.
All right, let's give it up for Adam Brown.
All right, Adam, welcome back to Hammertown. It's good to see you back here and up on stage with Pam. Adam has now crossed the line, unofficially 17th position. And then we also should have Shabs, Piercy, and A.K. Kinnett coming up on stage here shortly. They were technically ahead of Adam on corrected time. That's right, Pam. That is your unofficial second place international competitor.
That is now a new Ian Award that we're going to call it now. But here you are at the finish line. Shabs, you were super pumped coming up here just now at the finish line. Your day. I mean, you got some little beat up panels here, but it was a rough one.
Yeah, big time. I don't want to say third time lucky, but it took 3 times, and we had a bit of bad luck around the course, a lot of issues. And actually, we made like over 60 miles maybe in 2-wheel drive. We had to do a bunch of trails in 2-wheel drive. The front diff's gone. We had 1 puncture and a belt. So yeah, it's been a nightmare, but I'm good to go again. I'm looking for that lap 3.
It was an adventure.
Oh yeah.
The great adventure of the King of the Hammers. But here you are, though, at the finish line. Congratulations on that. Who all would you like to thank?
I would like to thank Chris, obviously. He's a huge help, not just in the car, but also in getting us here. He's a massive help. He takes care of all of our stuff, looks after our trailer and the car and everything, and really manages what we do so that we can come out of here. And then all of our sponsors, there's some really great people. Bruce at Obor, and then the guys at Triple R are really behind us. And then obviously my wife down there. Yeah, she's a legend.
You have a rock right there coming up here just to get the flag for you, but congratulations on the finish line. You guys, let's give it up for Shabs Piercy.
Congratulations, Shabs. It was just a bish, bash, bosh, and then back into town. He can head out and have a pint with his crew. Chris Rea in there, Ultra 4 Escort, bringing people back into town. A great co-driver to have with you. We'll see Chris in a few cars as we move along through the rest of this race. And it looks like Matt has grabbed somebody to jump up into the booth with us here. So when Matt gets excited to interview somebody, you know they're gonna talk about rock bouncing, just so you know. That's like a unwritten rule. You can do whatever you want, Chris. It's your show, brother. Give him a microphone, Pam.
Hey, first and foremost, I got to say thank you to my wife. I don't know if she's watching, but thank you for watching the kids. Thank you for letting me do cool race car stuff. Thank you to TSR Racing for letting me be part of their team. I'm so happy for that. Warren, Factor 55. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have finished. We did a lot of winching on Check Me Out and Highway 19 and 20 going downhill because we broke a front diff. So congratulations to these guys. Thank you guys so much for letting me be a part of this fun thing. And let's go celebrate a little bit before I got to get in the car tomorrow.
All right, guys. Well, have fun celebrating on stage. Matt has pulled a guest up in here with us. All right, Matt, I'll let you just drive this one. I'm just going to sit down here and enjoy.
All right. While we get a little bit of a break, I have Hopper up here in the booth with me from the Pit Guys podcast. He does a lot of pitting for different crews. So how you been?
I've been good. I had to take the year off racing. I got a racing pitting. I got a titanium shoulder put in about a year ago in January. So I've just been kind of taking it easy, and now I'm back. Well, sort of. I still have a few restrictions, but for the most part, I'm back.
Which is great. I know you guys are doing a ton of pitting this weekend. Who are you pitting for?
So this week we're out with Tom Prendergast and his crew with Fire River Racing. We'll be pitting on the 4400 race of Kings. Pretty excited to be back in the saddle. My buddy Jeff Bachman's out here with me. Couldn't get Zach to come up here, unfortunately. But yeah, we're excited to be back. I'm so excited to see all these familiar faces, all my friends that I haven't seen in a year.
Yes, yes.
So I'm so stoked to be here.
And I know you guys a ton of. You also have a 4600 car you race as well.
Yep. Got a 4600 car that putting together, and excited about that.
And we saw you break that out at the inaugural run with that at Montana.
Yep, the Big Sky 200 made it 2.5 miles before I blew the front axle up.
That is racing sometimes, but again, it's super excited. Again, they can find you at the Pit Guys podcast.
Yep.
Also, where else on YouTube?
Doing stuff with Hoppers, my YouTube channel, and then of course the Pit Guys podcast.
When you guys were at the PRI show, checking stuff out, but very cool.
That was fun.
Awesome. Appreciate you coming up in the booth with us so much. I see Pam down there. Looks like we got some Team Indiana guys down there. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much. Down here with Adam Kennett. Here you are at the finish line. You have Corey Day riding shotgun with you. How was your day?
What a rough one. A lot of up rock trails. Had a lot of fun. This thing climbs like a billy goat, so we had a lot of fun in the rocks today. Still cruised in the desert, but we were battling some belt issues. Got a lot of heat. Ended up blowing one, changing to the second, and preventatively changed it to a third belt so we can get back home without shattering the clutch case like we did on the first belt. So it's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank my wife and 2 daughters at home. Hopefully you guys got to see some of it live from the car. Thanks for supporting me and letting me run out to the desert with 60,000 of my best friends and doing what I love. Corey's been pivotal for the build of this car as well as co-driving. There's not been another co-driver in a car. Absolute beast. I think Miles called him a stud. I would agree with that too. All the Team Indiana, you guys are killing it, just rocking in the pits. We had a pit meeting last night. We do a lot of big things for such a little group, so just awesome to be a part of that. Zollinger Racing, MRT, Brannick Motorsports, Taurus Tool and Engineering, Kinetic Customs, RCV came in clutch. We got axles yesterday at 3 p.m. So we had to throw those in the car, and really happy that we finished on the same 4 tires we started with and the same axles. So thanks to all those that are supporting us.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish, because those rocks were gnarly out there. As we keep seeing the traffic jam that's out there. So you're up here at the finish line. That's all that matters.
We got ahead of it. I'm glad. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's give it up for Adam Kennett.
Awesome job. We love those Team Indiana guys, those Team Indiana crew coming out. I know all those Indiana fellows make that long trip. They're always doing a lot of testing and tuning at Badlands, which is also on the Ultra 4 race schedule. Corey Day, I know we'll see him out this weekend doing racing. Hopefully do just as good as what he said. Again, he was out qualifying in his Cherokee era this week. We've seen him race that for quite a while, a veteran of King of Hammers and Ultra 4. Again, when those guys get their pictures and awards and get all the memories made. We got Gavin Smith on the screen.
Yeah, we saw him earlier on this trail having problems with the front end of the car. Basically have no drive to that front wheel, and it looks like we got both driver and co-driver about to get out of this car.
When they pulled up, it looked like something was either pouring out of the front end or they were dragging something from the front end. I couldn't tell which. It was only just a real quick clip.
All right, so we're going to have both. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Arms are being flailed about.
I think they had something either pouring or dragging.
They may have lost all front drive in that car. I think he's ready to say, I'm done. That is a bummer for Gavin.
Dang it. You hate to see that.
All right, but as we watch Gavin struggle on the course, we'll jump back over. I believe we have another finisher about to pull up on stage. It might be John Schaefer. I'm not 100% sure.
Definitely got a fan crew down there cheer him on. Yes, I'm getting lots of smiles and thumbs up from the crowd.
All right, John Schaefer up on stage with Pam. Let's throw it down to Pam so she can take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. John Schaefer here at the finish line. You got some panels that are a little loose and bent in. Tell me how the rocks were for you today.
Yeah, that's just King of Hammers for you. At least the car's in one piece still, and we got across the finish line. So we're very proud and excited to do that. You know, we prep all year for this race. Thanks, Brandon McKinney, my co-driver. We have all our friends and family out here, and yeah, we're just glad to finish this thing.
I mean, being at the finish line right now, getting to the finish is definitely something that a lot of people are struggling with, but you're here. How does it feel in one word? Amazing.
Yeah, we got on that last lap to go out to the desert, and we didn't know if the car was going to make it through there. You know, we babied it through the desert, and it made it. So.
Well, that's awesome. You made it. That's all you wanted to do. But who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Oh yeah, we got Leatherwood Distillery on the car this year. They're out there at Snakebite Bar, and you guys go visit them, have some drinks and stuff like that. If you want any liquor or spirits, go on their website, order it, and they homemade, you know, bourbons, whiskeys, and spirits, and out in Clarksville, Tennessee. So, and then we got you know, RCV and Henry Brown, Buick and GMC, Silo Auto Sales. So, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's give it up for John Schaefer out here at the finish line for the 2026 King of the Hammers.
Thank you so much, Pam. Again, John Schaefer, his crew down there cheering him on. I bet they're going to hop out of the car and get some pictures.
All right, well, Matt, as we finish out our racing today, I am going to step out of the booth. I'm going to hand my headset off to Tiffany Stone, who normally is out way up in remote pit, who's been doing a killer job with all those hits for us, but she's going to take over for me. I'm going to call it a day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for our Everyman Challenge. Congratulations to all of our finishers. Matt, it's been great working with you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Again, Ian does it, kills it, has an awesome job up here with us. And we got Miss T Stone Light joining us up here in the booth. I love my sticker.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to fix this headset a little bit. Ian's head's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it's the hair. It
It's
just
the
sticks
hair.
up. You know, it just sticks up. So you got to have a headset that is corrective. You most people like corrective lenses in their glasses. He has a corrective headset. That's a 2340 car there on your screen. And then we got a handful of competitors trying to limp those cars back in after they got caught in that massive traffic jam out there in Jackhammer, which I think we're going to see some of those cars pouring in here shortly. Looks like they're a bit hung up. Might be getting out to do some winching. Perry Mahaney. There we go. I see Nelson. I think Nelson must be the co-driver. What's up, buddy?
Well, I just stopped by because I noticed Mr. Perry Mahaney was out there on the rocks.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to take some time to thank Mr. Perry Mahaney from the Bearded Stitch. If you're out on the lake bed and you see a green safety flag that we handed out at the front gate, they're compliments of Mr. Perry Mahaney. Dave put out the call, said, hey, we need someone to sponsor these. An hour later, he was already making them out. His company, the Bearded Stitch out of Texas. So just want to give a special shout out to Perry and thank him for helping keep all of us safe out here on the race course.
That's awesome. And speaking of the Bearded Stitch, I love that wrap on that car.
I
Very,
know.
very cool wrap.
The plaid is awesome.
Yeah. And again, he took care of the flags that are on course.
The flags, so all the safety flags are not required in Johnson Valley like they are in Glamis. But, you know, safety is a paramount priority for all of us here at Hammer King. And so we handed out in years past, the last 2 years, free safety flags, 8 by 18-inch flags that, you know, zip tied on your antenna or your whip. And Perry was the one that stepped up this year and sponsored those for us,
Awesome.
so.
That's so cool. And again, like I said, having a business that does that is such a niche that worked out very well for him and very well for you guys. So Again, shout out to the Bearded Stitch. If you need some upholstery work done, to some embroidery, I'm sure they can get all that done for you.
Embroidery and screen printing specialist.
Oh, there we go. I like that.
Right now, he's not a rock specialist. He's currently parked.
Yeah, it looks like he's quite stuck up on a massive rock in front of them. Again, I do love that quilt pattern kind of going around there. Kind of a flannel-looking jacket.
That is. He's wedged. He's doing good there.
Yeah, he is.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for the time. Glad I could stop in and give that special shout out.
Thanks, Rory.
Yes. Yes, the Bearded Stitch. Again, shout out to them for helping take care of all those flags. We appreciate that. And again, we do want to come out and have a lot of fun, but being safe is also very, very important. Tiffany, so it's not often we get a pit reporter to hop in the booth with us. So tell me about some of the amazing things you saw today.
So it was a little bit crazy, obviously, at remote pit. The wind did pick up. We was able to have some better visibility, but we saw a lot of the heavy hitters come out. You know, it's kind of a heartbreaker even for Mitch Guthrie and his dad, Mitch Guthrie Sr., who's won this multiple times starting way back in the day when they were doing a few laps over here, not doing so many rock trails, but it was kind of cool to see it. And just the amount of people that were dropping down that we normally see, you know, looking through my list of the top 10 from the last kind of 5 years, you expected some of these names to come out there like Hunter Miller, Dustin Jones, CJ Greaves, and it was kind of weird to not see them come through that pit.
Yeah, it was super crazy. Again, me and Ian were talking about that. A lot of the big heavy hitters, those top 10 guys I thought I would see are not on this list at all. Again, Paul Wolf being one of those guys, another Illinois boy, so I figured he'd be up there. Definitely a huge battler. Was out, 5 miles in. So unfortunately, his day ended early, which you hate to see. And it sounded like he was up here talking with us in the interview. And there's a half dozen other guys as well.
Well, it looks like Twitch and Brad DeBerti just finished. And if you got a chance to listen to their in-car, which I did get a chance when we were at Remote Pit, it was one of the funniest things that I've heard in a long time. They were actually describing some stuff, and certain moments were really funny. Certain moments were kind of real serious about it, but it's cool to see this, especially because you've got a really good rider, you've got a really good driver, and they were mentioning to me that Twitch started it, but then after the first lap, Brad DeBerti was able to get back in there. They were going to switch over here at the BFG main pit with us, and it was just really nice. It's kind of a cool thing to see because, you know, we're used to seeing so many different types of drivers, but have these two in there with a full in-car, full commentating. It was a good time.
Yeah, no, in the live chat, lots of people were talking about their in-car footage and how hilarious it was, how much fun they were having. So that was a recurring thing that kept popping up in our live chat today.
Well, we can still see that it's pretty much kind of a parking lot now on Jackhammer. You know, I was leaving Remote Pit and it was the same exact way, you know, about 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah. Again, I think there's several lead cars that were at the very top, kind of that beginning of it, or at the very end of it, were broken, and completely broken. So everybody behind was having some serious issues. These two cars are two of the cars we were talking about that just had lots of issues and were unfortunately able to move around. Looked like Casey Gilbert there, I saw for just a quick second. Looked like he was on his side. He was out of the car, and the car was on its side. I know we had a handful of guys trying some different line options just because there were so many cars jammed up. There was a few guys trying to be very creative with some of those lines. I know you have rock checkpoints you have to hit as well, but again, after a while, you try to kind of be creative with some of those. Unfortunately, I hate to see Casey Gilbert on the side if that was a current photo.
Yeah, and then just back there, what we were seeing, there was some creative winching that was happening as well. Now we're over here on Claw Valley. Who is this one? Remember, I always joke about you guys not being able to see these numbers. Now I see that. I think it's a 2117. No, 4117.
And it gets even worse at night. You get these really big shadows on the cars. So again, tonight and tomorrow, it's a 6 o'clock hard stop plus whatever your start time is. And I think we're going to have a lot of guys pushing together because of that jackhammer traffic jam right now. But I think you're going to see a lot of guys try to squeak in right under that 6 o'clock plus the start time. Tomorrow night, it'll be at 10 o'clock. So we might have some guys finishing in that dark late night hour.
So right now here on Claw Valley, it's the 2117 of Frankie J. His co-driver is Nick in there. It was one of the first people that I have actually got a chance to talk to at Remote Pit. And what was going on is that they had some fluid coming from that rear. Obviously, they've got it fixed up, but it's really cool to see this. And when we talk about like lubrication and making sure that you have the correct things, obviously you see the big AMSOIL on the side. So it's kind of cool to see this because they did have some issue right there in that first lap, but it seems like they're making it along.
Yeah, and again, lubrication, we talked about a lot of guys today that had fluid issues. Someone had to stop in pits. Again, I'm sure you saw that in rope pit out there, trying to topping off all the fluids if you have an issue. And again, even if it's a small leak, just pulling in, topping everything off, being able to rip out there makes a big difference. So I do think we did have one finisher after Twitch, which we'll see on stage here shortly. That was the 1821 of Caden McCachran. Thank you.
It's always good to see Caden out here. Obviously, we know that his father, Rob McCachran, is one of the GOATs over in desert
Yeah.
racing. So it's nice to see him in this one as well, especially for the Pro Stock NA. Caden is a guy that's kind of come into his own. Obviously, when you have such an iconic father who's known for many different things,
Yeah.
many forms of off-road racing, it's cool to see Caden come into his own as well.
Yeah, I think Rob McCracken has. I think Rob has done more miles off road probably than I've done on road. Like, that guy's just an absolute legend in the sport. I got to meet him a few years ago when he was here desert racing, and it was a true honor. And again, just a super good dude. Want to talk to us for a while, and awesome experience.
Here's Perry again for you.
Again, looks like they were able to get it off those rocks.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You see the co-driver just going, no, we're there.
Yeah, that's the last thing you'll see. It's just like, all right, let's go ahead and take 5.
All right, now we're back on Jackhammer over here. And what you were talking about earlier with the getting creative, it's kind of where do you go? The left line, the right line, both of them are obviously still bottled up. So Matt, as a driver, somebody who does some rock balancing, what do you do in those situations?
What we like to do is just go as fast as you can and run over everything in front of you. And again, it's so comical to come out here because what our approach is just go faster, harder, meaner. And here you have this little thing called desert after the rocks, and you unfortunately have to save the car. And realistically, that's the name of the game here. Rock bouncer guys usually do amazing in the rocks. The problem is they kill the car long before they even get to the desert. And it's really, really hard and very time consuming to limp a car across the desert with parts hanging off of it. So again, we like to go really hard, really fast, which is almost the exact opposite approach you want here. You want to be a lot more conservative. You know, everybody can get out there and go fast, hammer down that long, skinny pedal. But here, I think the guys who can play it smart and be a little more conservative, especially on lap 1, kind of make some smart decisions, not make some quick decisions, but make some smart decisions, kind of be a little more articulate with the car, be a little more planned on your lines. I think those kinds can kind of save the car and not really trash it for that second line. I know Tom was up here yesterday in the booth with us and talked a little bit about that as well, being a little more strategic about how you place that car and maybe not going as full tilt as you could, kind of, just racing your race, especially that's hard to do when somebody's behind you honking, bumping you a little bit. You want to go fast, you want to speed them. But, that guy, usually that guy that's going to race out of control, another mile or two, you're going to pass him.
All right, we've got the 10:15 of Ryan Blograve. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Blograve. It's like Lawgrave, but I was like,
So
there's a B.
sorry, I messed that one
No,
up.
we were corrected moments ago on how to say it. So
It's phonetically right in front of me. I still
is.
messed it up. Well, he's coming through the short course right now. And this is exactly what you were talking about. As soon as you kind of get out of the rocks, you still have a little bit of desert.
Yeah.
You still got this short course. The good thing about coming out of the rocks in lap 2 is that you have an opportunity to stop back once again at that remote pit. Obviously, we saw it way early with Brock Hager getting that re-rack of those axles just in case of something for the 2 rear axles, of course.
yeah, and a smart move. We were kind of laughing in the booth, like, well, he's only got the desert section, but I was like, you never know
You
at this
never
race.
know.
Wouldn't hurt to grab one. Go ahead and at least grab one spare. I mean, if you got 2 spaces, it probably doesn't take that much longer to change 2 as it does 1. So go ahead and throw those 2 on there, and that way you have them if you need them. Again, even a smooth desert section might tumble somebody. So
And they were just pretty much in the tube, handed it to the co-driver, and they were off. It was honestly about 10 seconds.
you could even just, like I said, stash him next to you and be like, we got him. Let's just rip this last section and we'll be home.
All right. Well, it looks like Pam is coming up with Twitch right now and Brad DeBerty. It looks like Brad DeBerty's up there. So Pam right now unofficially 19th overall, first in class for the Sportsman Stock UTV. And whenever Pam is ready, we will throw it down to you. And she's giving me a thumbs up. Take it away, Pam.
Thank you, Tiffany. Brad DeBerty in the driver's seat, Twitch over there in the co-driver's seat. I'm guessing you guys flopped suites at some point.
Yeah, we did. It was man, that was a long day. I think we've been in the car almost 8 hours today. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it was man, Polaris just put us together the best car we could have ever had. Obviously, you know, it's we didn't have one failure today. This car was going up stuff that I was like, I don't think it's gonna work, but Twitch got out. He did the winching. I got to give it up to my teammate here. We both are not good co-drivers, but we both trust each other so much, and we've been enemies for like 5 years racing against each other. So it was cool to race with him. So we're definitely pretty stoked.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I know that you've done short course, you've done circle track, you've done all kinds of racing yourself. So coming out here and racing in the rocks, I mean, what are your thoughts on the rock racing?
This is a whole new talent unlocked.
Honest opinion.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. Twitch and I, we were just waiting for the desert. We were waiting for the desert to come up because we were like, dude, we are so tired of the rocks. It was insane. But seriously, the car, Billy put together an amazing car for us. We didn't have one flat tire, so shout out to BF Goodrich Tires. We were hitting some rocks at some speeds that I kept like kind of closing my eyes like, oh, is it going to break? Is it, we going to pop a tire? And we didn't. So very thankful to have Polaris put this together for Twitch and I. And obviously thank the good Lord and all of our sponsors that got us here. So we're stoked.
All right, I'm going to go on the other side here and talk to Twitch. Also, being out here in the rocks, I mean, you guys are sitting here saying you're not, either one are not good co-drivers. You're a two-wheel guy, so out here racing in this King of the Hammers. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, rocks was definitely different for me. Like, we didn't even really pre-run the rocks till yesterday, and our maps were so messed up that, like, we didn't even know if we were pre-running the right course. And today, when we got out there, it was definitely a lot different. I know after when we did the seat change after the first lap, I think they said we had like a 10-mile lead on whoever was second in our class. So literally when I got on passenger seat, I just kept telling Brad, I'm like, dude, we're just racing ourselves. Just save the car, like be smart. And yeah, Polaris pulled out for us. We're stoked.
All right. You want to come back and do this again next year?
Just the desert section.
Yeah, only the desert. Only the desert.
Well, if you do the deserts, you gotta register in the desert challenge. So desert racers here.
Yeah, we'll be back.
All right. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Brad and Twitch.
Awesome. Again, thanks, Pam. Appreciate that. Again, Pam Hall down there shaking hands with the drivers as they come through, giving them their moment. That way they can get on stage. You can see all the crew running up there to get pictures. Appreciate that. Again, some of these guys have had a very, very long day in the car.
And you know what I love seeing? Sorry, Matt, didn't mean to cut you off. But what we're talking about right here, you've got these two guys who are new, not necessarily new to doing some crazy things, but new to this right now. This is their first year, switching things off. And like I said, they had such a great time in the car if you got a chance to talk to them about it. And it was really cool to see that.
Yeah, no, the live feed was agreeing with you because we heard several times today how much fun they were having, how hilarious it was. And again, that is super neat to see also. And again, we talked kind of this afternoon about how many different live feeds we had coming in, how awesome it was to see those different feeds. And we were getting text messages and Facebook messages going, oh, so-and-so broke this, so-and-so broke that, because they were listening on the live stream, letting us know, which again, that transfer information is super awesome.
Well, it looks like we've got still the guys over there on Jack North right now for the bearded guys. Now, Matt, when you're looking at something like this, obviously I do a little bit of wheeling, but sometimes I feel like you try everything and you don't know what to do next. And so you just keep trying,
Yeah, I think you do a little bit more than a little wheeling. I think you do quite a bit of wheeling.
Not this type of wheeling. I've been up Chocolate Thunder twice, but that was when nobody was here, and it was about 6 years ago.
Still do it. Just saying you done Chocolate Thunder once is pretty impressive. You're like, yeah, we've done it twice. I don't like to brag.
They're pretty stock JL as well. So
yeah, and again, like I said, at that point, you really have to kind of, and unfortunately, you have two guys sitting next to the car. They're kind of looking at that, just 2D perspective, where we get to see it from a drone, so we can kind of see, oh, maybe winching from this direction or that direction might be better. So again, that's kind of cool thing we get to see. Unfortunately, they're just sitting there next to it, kind of making the best decision. And when you have just two guys who are exhausted, tired, it's kind of rough. All right, we got Ryan Beglave pulling to the stage right now.
Nope, that's Caden.
Sorry.
So we've got Caden McCachran coming up right now. Let me look at where Caden is at, just because things are changing over here. So Pam, Kaden McCacherin, right now, unofficially 21st overall, second in class for Pro Stock NA. Pam, whenever you are ready, you are more than welcome to take it away.
Thank you, Tiffany. Kaden McCacherin, here you are at the finish line. The day was rough, but here you are taking that checkered flag. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm ready for 2 more laps. No,
Watch what you ask for.
yeah, no, for real. But no, it was fun. First ever King of the Hammers for me, the rock race. I've been around it for a long time, but never really got to, get fully wet into the rock trails. So that was about 2 days ago. Was the first time I really went into the rock trails, and we finished King of the Hammers. So I'm stoked on that. Our pace was pretty cautious today, but anyway, this was pretty cool. Program Polaris put together, man, a month ago. So we got 2 XPSs out here. Want to thank Billy Slade, the whole Polaris marketing team for deciding they wanted to build 2 race cars. They called me and told me. I thought it was pretty wild because I kind of know what it takes. And sure as crap, they're here with 2 race cars at the finish line. But most of all, I got to thank this guy right here. I called him up just after they called me to race, and I knew it was probably going to be pretty difficult. So I called the best bulldog I know, Austin, here, and he didn't complain once. So it was good. He worked his butt off today. So thanks to him, and thanks to everybody on the side of this car, Polaris, BF Goodrich Tires, TMW Off-Road, Method Race Wheels, Sparco, Greg at TPR, everybody that came out last night. You guys were working until like 3 a.m. last night getting this car ready. So I was getting my beauty sleep. So thank you guys, and we'll be back again next year going for the overall.
I have to ask you one more question, though. I mean, because you're used to going so fast in the desert, pedal down all the time in the rocks. Like, how was it, in your mind? Because you're used to going so fast to have to take a slow pace.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'm used to the Pro R, which is just an all-out desert machine and great in the rocks too. Has won King of the Hammers maybe this year, last year for sure. So anyway, getting back in this car, I mean, it was good. You gotta back it down a little bit. They're not completely as durable, but I mean, man, I beat the crap out of it, and it's here. So it was cool to get back in this car, 110 horsepower, and really cool car Polaris that just came out with us. So I'm glad to race it, and we'll be back next year.
Well, there we have it. Kaden McCacherin, welcome to the finish line for your first rock race out here at King of the Hammers.
Yep, thank you, and thank you guys. Thanks all the fans. This is a badass event every year. Let's keep it going for another 20 years.
All right, and there we have it. Let's give it up for Kaden McCacherin.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. And I'm getting word we have a quick video on the KOH General Store.
What's up, everybody? So you're on the lake bed, but you realize that you forgot something. Don't worry. Head over to the KOH General Store presented by AccuAir Suspension. They've got you covered. You need snacks? We've got them. You need some toiletries? We've got them. Hey, you need some ice on the lake bed? They've got that as well. Come on inside. We're going to show you what you can get into in the KOH General Store. All right, so now you're inside of the KOH General Store. Tons of vendors in here. You need some services. We've got Diamond in here. You need to find some maps. We've got Onyx. If you want to learn how to be a driver, there's sim racing. Say you guys forgot some merch. Don't worry, there's merch right behind me. All of the greatest for the 20 years here at Hammertown. Now I'm gonna get some ice. I'm gonna go over to the fire. Hope you guys do the same.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany Stone, with us. Again, we're cutting back to some awesome in-car footage. We do have a handful of drivers out there on the course, and I think we have 1 or 2 finishers that have squeaked in.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Welcome to the finish. Or you were in their pit.
Yep, we were in their pit.
Well, welcome to the finish line. Exactly how do you feel really right now? Give us some excitement.
2 for 2.
2 for 2.
2 for 2. What?
There we have it. All right. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Ryan Playgrave.
All right. Thank you so much, Pam. Well, we do have a special guest in here with Matt and I right now. It is Brock Hager. Brock, it's so good to chat with you over here. You know, I have a bunch of numbers because I love numbers and looking at times. Obviously, for 2025, you did it in 4 hours, 21 minutes. This year, the timing is just a little bit different for you. Timing this year right now, uncorrected, you're at 5 hours and 12 minutes. So for our fans and for the spectators out there, 2 different completely times, but we're seeing that the course obviously was a little bit different. You did have the both rear axles that you had to change out there. What was so different about this year that made the timing a little bit different?
Yeah, I think obviously thanks for having me. I think this year just the time grew because we had another desert lap. That was something new. Doing the desert after we did all the rocks, which was kind of fun doing it. It was kind of out of the ordinary, which makes it fun. But as the trails go, I mean they're all pretty similar, and they're all pretty difficult. They all have their little different zones where things are harder. Like Jack this year was pretty aggressive, so it was pretty wild when I got to the finish. I seen the live stream of all the cars piled up in there, and I'm sure there's still cars piled up in there. But yeah, I think the main difference with the time gain was just the extra desert lap.
Well, we also like to talk to you, and I get a chance to talk to your team a lot. They're super prepared with everything. Everybody has a job. Everybody has a position to make sure that a pit stop for you takes 0 time at all. How important, because we are talking about how there was such a pile up in Jack, is it to get that time, your qualifying time? We always talk about how important. Most people talk about it's just the clean air, the no dust, making sure. But for this year in particular, it was very important because of the pile up that we did see in those 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously always nice to be there first, but for the most part, if you're call it the first 10 through there, your odds are pretty good. You're not going to be stuck there for a while. But at the same time, I mean, I clogged the trail up for a while. Luckily, there was a nice gap, and I didn't hold up too many people. I may have saved people from breaking their stuff, from being stuck in the trail. But yeah, I mean, I think when you start thinking of 30 or 40 back, I've been there. I've gone to the rocks super late like that, and it seems to never fail that you're just kind of sitting there waiting in line, whether you decide to wait. The last time I was stuck there, I did not decide to wait, so I just kept trying to pass as many people as I could wherever I could. But yeah, I try to not put myself back in that situation.
I'll say on screen right now we have Robbie Gordon actually winching in that Speed Rock Edition UTV. And speaking of winching, did you have any plans on going in these certain areas and using the winch today?
Yeah, today. I started getting my time splits before Jack, and I was sitting in a really good spot before there. So it was same thing last year and the year before. I seems like the same thing that we're always like, yeah, we're gonna winch in Jack. It's gnarly. Last year I kind of attempted to winch, ended up not. But this year I told myself, you know what, we're just gonna winch. We had a decent lead kind of right there, and just wanted to play it safe, and got myself in a pickle where the winch couldn't really get me up or back, and I just kind of broke everything in the meantime, which was definitely a bummer. You know, the team works very hard to give me such a vehicle to go out there and compete. So I kind of feel like I let them down in a way. But at the same time, my co-driver Oren, he worked his butt off. We got that Polaris Razor back going, and yeah, we just tried to do what we could, and I think so far maybe a P3.
Yeah. I mean, you and Robbie are completely different drivers, both very methodical when it does come to this rock section. You were just mentioning, you were going to pull cable no matter what during those times. As Robbie's going through this right now, is there a certain idea that you might have that he has as well? Like, can you tell us as a driver, what are you thinking in these moments when you're just trying to winch off of this rock, trying to winch off that rock, but it's so difficult in every second feels like a minute to you?
Yeah, it's never fun pulling cable. In the big trails like Jack and on all these places that we have a lot of trouble with throughout the week, they put out a Jeep there and gives us a nice option to winch off of, or normally there's some really big rocks, so it makes it very easy. Seems like Robbie's kind of, maybe ahead of, the bigger scenario. And when you get into certain sections and you just need a little bit of winch, it's really hard to, find places that will actually pull you out without pulling the rock down. So whether he has something broken or just struggling in that one section, but for the most part, the main sections that you're normally going to winch, it's a little easier to winch because there's nice big rocks. But sometimes when you're on the little stuff, there's really nowhere to winch, and yeah, you just got to try to get through it.
Brock, it's so good to have you up here. It's really cool because you have done so many different types of driving within the last few months. Obviously, you've, Dakar, we've seen you in the Desert Challenge last weekend, obviously, to here. So it's really cool to see that. Yeah,
it's it's fun to come out here. The amount of fans that are here, what Dave and the whole team has created is it's it's hard to explain what that rock course is. It's so gnarly. It just takes one thing and it could kind of blow up your whole race for the most part. And it's definitely super challenging. And, in a way I was bummed that they took out some of outer limits there at the top, which I was kind of looking forward to, but it's just so early on in the race. If they would have left that in, it would have been Jack times 10, with the amount of people there. So very smart of them to kind of look, beyond the first few guys, and they do care and they want everyone to maybe finish. I think he does, but sometimes I don't think he wants any of us to finish. So that's what makes it very fun.
And you talked about being such a difficult course. Are you a fan of the rock checkpoints? Do you like having that tight course with very limited flexibility, or would you rather see a little more openness?
No, I enjoy sending us down the gut. It's just sometimes it's the game of, I'm fine staying through all the big stuff, but am I the only one doing it, or are the people behind me doing it? So
yeah,
that's always the tricky thing. I know they've been working really hard to try to force everyone down the same stuff. So, it was there was a lot of rock checkpoints. It was a mission to try and get them all. But if it was easy, I think everyone would do it.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Again, hitting those rock checkpoints, because they put so many in there, it's so crucial to make sure you hit all those.
And we always talk about, starting at 8 o'clock this morning and only having 21 official finishers right now out of everybody that started. It's quite a feat. We always talk about finishing King of the Hammers, and it's such a small percentage. So it's really cool to see and get the perspective from somebody who's gone through this, especially through today as well.
Yeah, and I mean, as the race goes on, it's rocks get turned up, and all it takes is one big boulder to fall and one guy to get hung up on it, and it hangs up people. So it's just the nature of the beast out here, and you never know if you're going to make it or not. But you know, when you don't make it, you always want to come back, and when you do make it, you always want to come back. So it's a very fun event. It's cool seeing all the spectators along the course cheering us on, and we always try to put a show on for everyone.
Well, putting on a show, you did that too earlier with the class 11s, which I loved watching that. And, you know, I hear people ask you all the time, when are you moving up to a 4,400? You know, you do very, very well in the rocks. So is there any plans to do that sometime in the future? I know you're really focused on what you're doing, obviously Dakar, desert racing, but is there any want to do the big Race of Kings that we're going to see on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, there always is a want to do it. The fact, you know, the whole lap 3 stuff of doing it blind, like,
yeah,
that sounds so entertaining to me. I wish we could do the whole course like that. So I like that stuff, and maybe that's why I like Dakar, because I like racing where I don't know where I'm going for the most part. But yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna do it, but I for sure I'm gonna be back here next year to compete in the UTV race, and maybe in 4,400. Who knows?
I love that. It's a cool thing, Brock. You know, you are a wealth of knowledge. You've been doing this for a long, long time. Being able to watch you, it's cool to see how methodical the type of driver. You know, as soon as that helmet's on, it's a completely different person. You know, we're having a great conversation, but you're so laser focused. So thank you for taking the time to come up here as well.
Yeah, thank you guys, and hopefully you guys aren't up here too long. It seems like there's still a lot of cars on the trail.
There's still a lot of cars. Matt and I will figure out what's going on. We're trying to make sure we're seeing everybody. Matt, does this look like Miller Richmond out there?
Yeah, I think this is. Like, it looks like he's going to be our next competitor to come in. That'll be our 22nd finisher again, but it still looks like he's quite a ways out. Judging by the timing loops that they have to cross. Again, they added a whole bunch of those this year. It used to be, I think, 1 or 2 on the crack, and I think now we have like 6. So we have, Miller, and then behind him it's about 10 people, and they're a long way out, I believe. So I think it's going to be quite a while. I was just actually trying to see if we could get Ben up here. Ben's our race director. See if we can get him up here and kind of go over what our official finishers, what our official times. Again, what we have in front of us doesn't conclude any penalties. And I know we had some penalties. I know some guys missed rock checkpoints a few years ago. Like I said, we've had some guys miss lots of rock checkpoints. It just depends on how they shake out. So I always like to get Ben up here. And I know those guys are back there vastly doing monkey math as fast as they can and checking GPSs as they get turned in to verify that, yes, we did hit that, or no, we didn't hit that. I believe it's once every 3 seconds, once every 5 seconds in the car. But once they pull the chip, they can actually go, they literally see it's multiple times per second. So they can verify 100%, did they hit those checkpoints like they're supposed to, or were they a little farther outside that bound than they need to be?
Yeah, and if Miller does come in and makes it all the way here, and if things are standing like we say, I've heard it, and I've heard many people say it's officially unofficial until something happens. But Miller would round out the top. He would take that 3rd spot in that Pro Stock Turbo class behind Caden, and then it looks like also behind who was our other one up there for that Pro Stock one? Oh, Brian Deegan. Oh no, he's Pro Stock Turbo. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, Jeremy McGrath.
Yeah, Jeremy McGrath, I think, he was our first finisher in the Pro Stock NA Turbo and NA UTV. I think Caden is second in the NA. I don't know if we'll get a finisher in the NA class, just because it looks like we're way down. That's on the NA. That's naturally aspirated for those of you who are not car people, much as my mom. Been around cars, not a car person. So NA, she'd be like, is that what is that? It's NA means naturally aspirated, meaning they're not running a turbo. Obviously, a turbo adds a lot of power to a UTV, which is why we see a lot of these guys having not just a turbo, but they have a souped-up motor with a big turbo on top of it. And, you know, those of you who've seen the Pro R, these motors are getting bigger and bigger, so more powerful, very, very great. So doing it with a naturally aspirated engine is much, much harder to do, hence why I think we're only going to end up with 2 finishes in that class.
Well, and I really like what Miller Richmond did back there. Obviously, we saw him try to take that first run at it, then reversed a little bit, got realigned, reset up, because placement on the rocks are very, very important. And it's not necessarily the placement on the rocks that you see right in front of you that's important as much as what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're already getting those top 2 tires on there, it's more so of what's going to bring you up, pull you up, but it's already what's in front of you that's either you're going to get hung up on or it's going to be a smooth ride for you. And it looks like Miller Richmond is doing a phenomenal job right now, just kind of navigating through this section right here. Obviously, we don't see too many big rocks. It's just kind of making sure that momentum is still going through for Check Me Out.
Yeah, and again, like I said, slowly working to that finish line. I know we had a huge traffic jam in Jackhammer. And again, some of those guys, if they're broken, really hung up, they might not even make it back before that 6 o'clock plus official time. It looks like we're getting close to that now. 4:46 is what's on my phone. Again, that gives about an hour and 15 minutes plus whatever their initial start time is.
All right. And while we're still talking about Miller Richmond right now, his fast lap, that first lap was 1 hour, 47 minutes, 16 seconds. So doing pretty nice over here. And another thing too, Matt, when you're in the driver's seat and when you're stuck into the rocks and the sun starts to set, certain shadows come out, certain things come out that you didn't see before, and that it changes. And just like Brock was saying, even car after car, once you go through that same section, you got some loose rocks out there, you've got some winch points, but things are completely changing. So even if you pre-ran it a few days ago, who's to say it didn't change from about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And I know Chris, who is here with us now, Chris Ray, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Chris, you are a person who sees all of this from the passenger seat, so you know how difficult, like you could have all the notes, which I know that you do very much so, have phenomenal notes.
Yep.
But as a co-driver, how frustrating is that a little bit when you're like, I have these pristine notes, and then of course 30 seconds later it changes?
Well, the good thing is the notes in the rocks are usually just like stay left, stay right. It's not like, hey, stay on this particular rock. But right where he's coming down right now, Cameron Steele was turtled to the right, and Brian Wood had to spot me down that line, the waterfall in Jack North, and I hadn't gone down that in probably months or years. So it is very much so. You got to be able to read the terrain. You got to make the choices as they come to you. And that honestly is the difference between, a lot of times getting a finish and being out there for a couple hours.
And I mean, right now we're looking at Dylan Harper, 4954. And it's kind of like the same thing we were just talking about. Shadows start to come out, rocks that you didn't see. From your perspective as a co-driver, how difficult is that to relay certain of those messages? Because what you're looking and what your co-driver, yes, you're looking at the same view, but things are a little bit different.
Yeah. So being able to, it's affectionately called the butt dyno, being able to know what's going on by the seat of the pants, and then being able to convey that to the driver. Oh, hey, I can feel it on the right, even though I can't see it. That's kind of one of the real keys of being, a rock navigator, or a wrong seat filler, as I like to call it. So, yeah, you gotta be able to read it. And if the driver, one of the things that a lot of drivers like to do is start with an amber shade on their visor. And I personally won't run one. I wear sunglasses underneath the clear to deal with the sun in the morning. And then because exactly this, everybody plans to be done before dark.
Yeah.
And then the best laid plans go to rest as soon as you get punched in the mouth, as Mike Tyson said. So I'd rather plan for the worst and hope for the best.
I like that.
And again, being an experienced co-driver, you're doing a handful of events this week.
Correct.
What all classes are you racing?
So I just finished up with Shabs Piercy in the 4900 class. I'll be with Randy Slauson tomorrow in the EMC 4800 class. And then in the big day, I'm with Shannon Campbell in 4400.
Yeah, awesome. Again, Shannon, I'm excited to see him. I feel like that new car is prepped to the max. I think he's going to do very well. I would love to see an OG guy like Shannon come back and win it in the 4400 class.
Oh, I mean, trust me, I'd love to see that too, considering I'll be in the wrong seat with him. But yeah, it's going to be a battle. Lap 3, not knowing what's going to happen, hearing a couple of rumors. Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear. I heard that Dave Cole dropped some knowledge bombs yesterday during Power Hour while we were qualifying. I haven't had a chance to review those and see what I can see. But honestly, it's one of those things that I think I'm just going to let the rocks be the rocks and just hope that we get there.
Yeah, I love that term, rock navigator, because again, sometimes you are navigating rocks. Other times you're jogging through them, just saying, "Follow me. I'll just run this way."
Yeah, Dylan Harper's doing a great job here. Getting through these rocks at speed. And then you see here in Jackhammer, the trail plug. I got to jog all of Highway 19 and 20 and the top of Check Me Out because we broke a front diff as we were coming into the RCPs on Check Me Out. And that's one of the reasons why I heard that we were all the way up at second overall at one point. And by the end of the day, we dropped out, out into the tail end of the top 20.
Well, I did get some information. Miles sent this over in our big chat. The recovery crew at Jack, he says, I don't know if you have an award for the racers who helped the most during the race or not, but Philip McGilton has helped all these racers out since he broke this morning. Car 47. I know I just messed up his last name because you guys have been talking about it. But Philip, he's been helping everybody. And I think that shows the true sportsmanship of this. If you love this sport, if you love the rocks, and you just want to see everybody be able to make it, because if it wasn't for racers like this guy, it'd still be, how many cars, probably 20, 30 of cars stuck there. And I think that shows what the sport's about and why people want to race this year after year, come back. I mean, we're here for the 20th anniversary right now, but the sportsmanship that is shown throughout the racers during this race, and especially like EMC and 4400, if you know your day is done, why not help everybody else? Because the more people that finish this race and the more eyes that see it, the bigger the race is going to get, the better the racing is going to get, and we can continue for another 20 years.
100%. And, it happens every year. There's always somebody, I remember a year Terry Madden did it. There's been a couple times, Brian Cross, I believe, was up at Check Me Out a couple years ago. The Rufus Racing boys have helped out more times than I care to count. There's always somebody, and it always happens at one of the rock trails. So if Phil McGlynn, if he's still there, he was there when I was in Jack. He broke on the right line when I was changing on a flat tire, and I was watching him try to winch, and I was like, "Ooh, you're in a single seater," and that's why I would never race this car in a single seater, because I could not imagine trying to winch a car up by yourself through Jack.
Yeah. Again, we had talked a lot about that new car that he had built, that UFO single seat kind of monster UTV, and there was lots of speculation on how it would do, and I think everybody's kind of curious to see, and he did do very well. Again, kind of like what Hammer's slogan. I did great right up until I wasn't. So I think he did do an awesome job. Again, shout out to Philip, who did an awesome job. But it sounds like he just hopped out and started helping guys winch. And again, if your day is over, we've seen a handful of guys. I've seen Eric Miller do it once. Get out and he was dripping sweat, just slinging rope as fast as he could, screaming, throw it to me, just kind of get everybody, moving as quick as he could to kind of keep that traffic jam flowing. Like I said, we had one at Jackhammer that's still kind of caught up a little bit. And it looks like we don't have much moving. We got a handful of guys that are just probably going to squeak it in right before 6 o'clock. So
I was going to say, we're getting up on that time, huh?
Yeah.
Adjusted time's going to be an hour and change away from now.
Yeah, Caden McCracken was the last one we saw come across the finish line. So
yeah, it's been a moment. I'm looking at some notes from 2025, just because we were talking as we sit right now at 4:54 p.m. We've only had 21 finishers, and then last year for the entire race there was only 31 finishers.
Wow.
So 10 more, finishers crossed that line in the allotted time that we had last year comparative to right now. So yeah, you're at 31 finishers last year. Let me see if I got some more notes.
So I know that we're using racing tracks right now. Is there any way we could get a image of the map and see who's on lap 2? And I can kind of give you an idea based on where they're at, if they're going to finish or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I'm getting word Ben's going to be coming to the stage here shortly,
perfect.
and I'm sure he can fill us in on who is moving, who's not moving, what penalty evidence says to the finishers, what officially we have. He can give us some more updates. I know he's back there working on it now. It sounds like he'll be coming to the stage because we do have a little bit of a break before we have some more guys coming in.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, it's a long way from the last. This is a huge change. Compared to all the years past that I've done this. Normally when we have big rock trails and stuff like that, we've got 20, 30 miles of desert. It's a half an hour to an hour at most if you're at speed and not limping in. To have 55 miles from, and it's I'll tell you what, the course got chewed up between Monday and today. There was a lot of pre-running, a lot of new lines. The G-outs that I did have marked, the kickers that were marked and everything like that, those all changed or got worse.
Yeah.
So
Again,
some of the normal ones became cautions.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking right now. Sorry to cut you guys off. We're just looking at Robbie Gordon back out on Jack. Now we're looking at Frankie J again. If he's still in that Amsoil. Yep, right there for check me out. It's getting darker.
Yeah.
It's getting darker out there for some of these drivers. And your perspective for Chris, check me out. How difficult is that right now at this particular moment?
It's not the hardest trail on there, but especially as it gets dark and the lines aren't becoming as visible, the shadows are playing on the rocks, it becomes a tricky little trail, to say the least. And then the top of Check Me Out is actually some of the hardest sections to make sure that you actually go through the flags. I don't know if we saw, but there's competitors that were going to the left of flags up at the top of Check Me Out. So, but it's a fun trail. I actually love that trail more than almost any of them. The only one that I like better is Jack, because I love going up to the top of the ridge and being able to look left and just being able to see Hammertown.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, if you guys can get any of the early helicopter footage from today, right around 10 o'clock when we were coming back in, it was like 9:30, I think, when we were coming back in, out when we were on the far side of the Marine Corps base, and you just look over and it was just a dust bowl.
Yes.
There was no wind, no nothing moving. But it was so pretty to just see like just little pockets of the dust hanging out. And you're like, oh, I guess that's where the trail's going.
Yeah.
I love that. Matt, if you don't mind, do you want to give us a run through of who our top 10 unofficial finishers for overall right now? And I'm going to hop out for a hot second. Pam Hall's going to hop in.
Awesome.
Chris, always good to chat with you guys.
Awesome.
Matt, always great doing this with you. Hopefully we can get some more finishers by the time I come back.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, guys.
All right, we got Jeffrey, and again, these are unofficial as they qualified with corrected time. Again, these are our official finishers. Jeffrey Martin coming in first, Cole Clark coming in second, Brock Hager coming in third, Dustin Robbins coming in fourth, Alan Button coming in fifth, Tommy Thompson coming in sixth, Colton Wagner coming in seventh, Kurt Mackey coming in eighth, Jeremy McGrath coming in ninth, Scott Lasac coming in 10th, Cody Willenberg coming in 11th, Ryan Dunn coming in 12th, Brian Deegan coming in 13th. That's Adam Nitt coming in 14th, Phil Strotman coming in 15th, John Schaefer coming in 16th.
Shabs Piercy, that was my driver.
Yeah, Shabs Piercy. Shabs Piercy coming in second tee. I had audio coming in my ears at the same time.
No worries.
18th is Adam Brown. 19th is Twitch Sternberg. 20th is Ryan McLaren. And then 21, which is all the finishers we've had, is Caden McCraig.
Real quick, before we move away from somebody, that ninth place right there.
Yes.
That means a lot to me.
Yeah,
because
McGrath.
I mean, you think about the fact that how legitimate is this sport getting when a guy like Jeremy McGrath is taking it so seriously that he's getting into the top 10.
Yeah. Again, he came in. Well, what's crazy is he came in ninth place overall, but first place in class because he's raking that stock in A category.
Yeah, he's running the stock NA until he gets I heard he's still building that weapon of a Kawasaki. Right?
Again, it looks like we only had two Kawasaki's racing this weekend. He was in one of them, and again, luckily was able to get that stock NA. And again, that NA class we talk about, not having a turbo, you're so far, you're like half the power of everybody else. So that class is so struggling. Getting the rocks, you have very limited power. You're trying to get that thing up there. So when a legend like Jeremy McGrath steps in and says, hey, I'm going to take a whack at this class, that guy could be in some really awesome pro mod open class rig. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to try to do it in a stock rig. Like, you got to have a lot of props for him. Again, coming in first in class, which is kind of cool. 9th overall, still finishing in top 10 against open and pro mod guys.
Look how busy Hammertown is.
So again, Rob McCracken's son, Caden coming in 21st. We've only had 21 finishers, Pam.
Yes, we have. I mean, it's a hard course out there this year. I mean, that's exactly what King of the Hammers is all about. So with it being so tough in those rocks, and once something happens.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Robbie, I saw him earlier on. I think he was getting winched. I haven't seen Max in quite a while on course, so I'm not sure where he is at. But we do have Robbie Gordon right now making his way down. Look at the rocks that he's dropping down into.
Yeah, very gnarly. And again, you could see that up in that top right-hand corner. You could see that in-car of the tinted visor. It looks straight black tinted.
Yes.
So that may be a little harder to see out of. You might have to flip that visor up and kind of just squint a lot as you're coming through that last desert section. Hopefully the wind carries it away from you and not with you. But
well, he had it on yesterday during qualifying as well, whenever, not yesterday, when he qualified on Monday. And so talking with him, actually in the 4,400 qualifying yesterday as well. So it must be something he does, but you don't expect to be out, still late at night, especially when you're normally one of those front runners.
Yeah, and again, that's the last thing you want to be, is have a real dark tinted visor as you're screaming in at nighttime.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you definitely have to flip that up and rely on your co-driver for sure. But as we're sitting here watching, we've already gone through a lot of the racers. This is Dylan Harper going up Chocolate Thunder. right now. It looks like he's a little bit stuck as he
Yeah.
just popped up over a rock. And I mean, going up Chocolate Thunder in general is not easy. And then here you have a down tire.
Yeah. Again, battling that flat. And I'm assuming that the tire in the back of that is also flat. Otherwise, they'd probably hop out and change it. I didn't know. Very close. Right now, we're about 54 minutes away, plus whatever your start time is. So they know they're getting quick on time. I think they would go ahead and change that tire if they had a tire that wasn't flat. So unfortunately, I think his spare's probably shot too. But
Yes, at that point. I mean, because if you know it's flat, you're going to definitely want to get out and change it. It's going to, hurt your time even more. But
Yes.
he is trying to make his way up Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, especially in the rocks of Chocolate Thunder. It'd be a lot easier with 4 nice, good tires. But unfortunately, that's the break someday.
Exactly. But it looks like he's backing down, trying to find a different line. And Dylan's been out here quite a bit doing some pre-running and everything. And, a big part of that rookie program as well that we were talking about. And so it's going to really, he's probably gone up Chocolate Thunder a million times with what he's been doing out here with the rookie program. But now, again, with that down tire is not good. But as we're still watching Robbie Gordon make his way around, he took the safer line, a left-hand side of that gigantic boulder. The right side looks like it was a little bit of a tighter fit. But he's got a slow pace. I mean, you don't want to be on it hard, fast and, run into a rock and hurt yourself at the end of this race like we're doing right now. And it looks like he is in the arena.
All right, I'm getting word. Ben, it sounds like Ben, our race director, is coming in, join us for a little bit. He's going to give us some official times. I know we always kind of speculate on what's going on, and he can go back and look at those official trackers and see where we're at. And I like having that perspective. It really helps us out.
I think it's going to be some updates. I'm not sure about the official stuff right at this point, but yeah, for sure he'll come in and give us some updates. Hopefully we have some official times.
I would love to.
But we were going to try to do the awards around 6-ish. Of course, we can't do anything unless we get the final award. So we're just waiting on that. As look at Dylan Harper, once again, struggling to make his way up Chocolate Thunder. Again, Dylan Harper being a part of that rookie program for the 4900 UTV class.
Again, just getting hung up with those rocks and having a flat makes that chassis sit even lower, trying to wiggle his way through those big boulders. Again, real quick, watch Win the Rocks. I'll run through our sponsors one more time. Again, shout out to them who make it possible. Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Ebach Springs, King Shocks, Sylvania Lights, Griffin Radiators, who's been with us since the beginning, Can-Am, Yukon Axle and Gear, Warren Winch Industries, and Factor 55, L Monster RV, Brannick Motorsports, coming out of that Team Indiana crew, Gates Corporation, Laser Nut, again, for making all those awesome trophies, Toyotas, and NBRP. We appreciate them. And remember, as Miles would say, remember, support those who support the sport. And again, Robbie Gordon on screen now, trying to monster truck that Speed Rock Edition UTV to the finish line. Again, he has been out there battling for a long time today. He has to be tired.
Yes, 100%. I mean, he's got another race as well because he qualified yesterday for the 4400 class that'll be racing on Saturday. But you know what, Matt? This is day one of the racing. We had the past 3 days of qualifying, and then now we have, day one of the 4900 Can-Am UTV races, and then tomorrow we have our Yokohama EMC, and then on Saturday our Race of Kings. And it's been a great couple weeks out here so far. I mean, starting off the first green flag, like we say, with the King of the Motos, and that was some amazing races to watch. I don't know if if you didn't watch it, I would highly suggest you go back and watch it on the King of the Hammers YouTube page. But look at that, Robbie just now had to back down just a little bit to get a different run on the rocks that he's going up.
Yeah, it's insane how many guys kind of like, when the UTVs all kind of hopped onto the scene, we're kind of like, that's silly. It's not important. They're not that big of a deal. How many of those guys now that race big cars also race UTV? Again, we had Corey Day just cross the stage a little bit ago. He'll be racing tomorrow in his 4600 Jeep Cherokee. And then we have a ton of other big dogs as well, like Paul Wolf, who races a UTV as well as races a big car. it's very, very interesting to see how many guys are doing that duality of racing a UTV. It helps them learn the course. It helps them get a handle on things, and it really helps everything get dialed in. So I think you're going to see that more and more in the future. A lot of the guys who race those bigger race teams, whether it be on Friday or Saturday, will also be doing UTV.
Exactly. It's kind of, in a sense, a pre-run.
It really is. It's like a very mean, aggressive pre-run.
100% agree with you on that. That is our 2117. Looks like they are stopped on course. That is Frankie J.
I'm glad you shortened that because I wasn't going to get that out.
We've been shortening it up ever since Saturday.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I see a handful of drivers we have that are all right around the same time. Again, according to all those new trap loops, we have, I think, 1 or 2 the first couple of years. They added like 5 or 6 now. So it gives us, especially in the booth, the spectators at home as well, but it gives us in the booth a lot more accurate picture of where these guys all are on course. And we have quite a few guys that are still quite a ways out. I don't know how many of these guys we're going to get in. Looks like we got about 45 minutes left. I don't know how many we're going to get back in that amount of time.
Yeah, not sure either. But we see Frankie J was up on the hill a little bit higher, but looks like they have that disappointed look on their face. They were looking at the front end. You can see the winch line is obviously spooled out and it's inside the car. A lot of drivers will do that because if you're getting in and out, it saves time for them to get out and winch. The majority of the drivers actually do that, but Frankie J, broken down on course, might be trying to get his tool bag out of the back of the car to maybe fix it up. But as we see, they're still stopped right there in the middle of the trail. But we have a guest coming in the booth, Mr. Ben Napier, our race event director of all things, I have to say. But Ben Napier, welcome to the booth once again.
G'day, Pam. How are you going, mate?
I'm doing wonderful. Great day so far. Lots of exciting racing happening.
It's been an amazing day. Some great driving and some pretty crazy action in the rocks too.
Some events.
Yeah, and that has kept my team busy. And sorry we're not already at podium awards, but we set a really tough course here, and we're still waiting for a lot of people to come home. So we're working through a few things. It does take a while to review our podium positions.
Yes.
But I want to get one thing out of the way, and I know these guys have been waiting for quite a while. We've reviewed all of the kids, the Future Youth 1000 competitors, and we're going to make it official, and we'll celebrate later in the awards. Number 180 Peanut Fulcher is the winner. 67 Tice Healy second, and 12 Mason Dorker is the third place.
Okay, awesome.
Nice.
So those results are now official.
And what's super exciting about that, you have Lauren Healy that was riding passenger for his son Tice, and then you had Tad Dowker riding passenger for Mason. So that is exciting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, we've been working through some other things, and I want to clarify something in our timing system. For some reason, when Jeffro Martin's position was imported this morning, it's in Pro Mod. He's actually in Open.
Okay.
He registered in Open. And it's been showing Pro Mod all day, but that is an Open car. I think you guys have been talking about that.
Yes, we have been a little bit. Again, luckily, you guys clarified it for us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't change the class until the event's finished.
Gotcha.
So we've got to wait till we close the start line, and he will move across and update into that class. We've been reviewing things, and he has received from the USAC and Ultra 4 USA sanctioning teams 3 VCP penalties.
3.
Which will give him a 15-minute total penalty. Now these will be added once we close it off and we'll publish into there. But it's a 15-minute penalty for that.
On screen right now, we have Nick Reich, one of our bouncer drivers this weekend racing with us. He had broken this afternoon, had a whole corner of the car they had to take off, put it back together, and it looks like he's going. I don't know if he's going to actually be able to squeak it into the finish.
Okay, so you're saying, Ben, that Jeff Martin has a 15-minute penalty for 3 VCPs, correct?
Correct. So that will put him to 5:09:30 corrected time.
Okay.
If my maths is correct up here. 4:54 was his original time for 4:54:30. We add 15 minutes to that, and we get to 5:09:30. Cole Clark ran a 5:01, and we reviewed his track, and it was absolutely clean.
Oh, wow.
The guy in the single-seater out-navigated everyone.
Wow.
He did his homework. That is for sure.
Hit every single RCP and VCP on our course.
Oh, so that's it's not official yet, or is these official? Unofficial. So we're
Unofficial
unofficially
still, but
Colt Clark.
we're talking about it.
Okay.
Now, 1896 of Brock Hager.
Mm-hmm.
He has a 9-minute VCP for a VCP missed with a gain where he ran a much faster track, missed the VCP. So the minimum penalty is 5 minutes, but it's also calculated on a gain. So they've assessed that as a 9-minute penalty.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So Cole Clark on a 5:01 is clean. Jeffro Martin on a 5:09:30, that's his time. He would have still beaten Brock Hager on a 5:12. Brock cops 9 minutes, so he goes to 5:21:19.
So
and they are still ahead of Dustin Robbins, no matter what else there.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying Cole Clark has possibly bumped to that first place. Jeff Martin would be second.
There's no possible about it. We've done the entire review for those guys. So short of USAC signing off the official document,
yes,
Cole Clark will be our winner today.
Okay.
Oh,
in
he's
the
going to be
single
exciting.
seat car. Wow.
So that's pretty huge news. We are working through what is now the Pro Mod field to get our podium there. So Alan Burton is currently first across the line in the Pro Mod once we've updated Jeffro out of there. We're reviewing that, as well as Tommy Thompson and Colin Wagner and Kurt Mackey and Scott Lesage, because they're our top 5.
Okay.
We're really pushing through it. It is a lot of data to review.
Yeah.
We'll get that done, and then we'll keep working. We're working through the classes. So there is a lot to do. Our team is working diligently. We're still getting more and more people across the line, but I wanted to give you an update on that, and we're pushing towards this 6 o'clock podium.
Okay.
Awesome. That's what we've been kind of guesstimating around that, but lots of information, Ben. You guys, I have to say the racers have had their cutout on the course today, but you guys up in the booth over there for race ops has definitely had your work cut out too.
Absolutely. And they're a very hardworking team. There is a lot of people out there. We look at a lot of different data points, and we make it as fair as we can.
Yeah, again, I know we have Jeremy McGrath was one of our first finishers in the stock in A class. I think we have a second finisher coming in here shortly, or we just did.
And we have a couple of stock turbos across the line.
Okay.
So we'll validate them as well. I don't think we've seen a sportsman stock yet. I might be wrong.
Sportsman stock, I think we're
had-
talking about those earlier. Sportsman stock right now, the first one that we have unofficially in the #1 spot was Twitch Steinberg.
Okay, so we do have a finisher there. Brilliant.
Yeah, and Caden McCachran as
2.
well.
Great.
Yeah, those are the only 2.
Caden's not in sportsman stock. He's in pro stock.
Oh, pro stock, excuse me.
Yeah.
So Twitch is the only one.
Twitch is the only one.
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay, we'll get him validated, and we'll get that signed off as soon as we can as well.
And we're watching Hunter Miller. That's who we're seeing on screen right now. Driving into that sun right now. Good thing there's not a lot of dust in front of him, but man, driving into the sun's never fun.
Very good. Well,
Okay.
I'm going to go back with the team and keep pushing through this. We'll see you later at presentation.
Sounds good.
Thank you so
Ben, will
much.
you be joining us like you did with our classes the other day, our youth?
That's my hope.
I hope you are too. That was awesome for you and Mike Jams both to be over here. So we'll hopefully we'll see you here in just a little bit. And thank you so much for all the information.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Ben Napier, one of the huge team of people that are out here working super hard. I do know that he's one of those top ones that are out here working really, really hard. Used to race King of the Hammers himself. But again, we're watching Hunter Miller make his way. He's chasing the sunset right now is what he's doing.
Literally, like they're driving into the sun. You can see that tinted lens on the driver's side just pushing hard.
Yes. That's lots of information. I mean, we still don't have the sign off, but Cole Clark, I can tell you right now, when that is made official, he is going to be super stoked.
Oh, yeah.
And same with Jeff Martin. I mean, they were so stoked when they came in earlier on just for the finish. And for, talking with Brock Hager, I mean, they changed axles out on the course and everything else. And for him to still be right now and officially on that podium spot is definitely shows the perseverance he has to make his way through and get things fixed.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Matt How's your day been?
It's been good. It's been fun. Watching guys in the rocks is obviously kind of my favorite part, you know.
Right.
But I don't think anybody anticipated the rocks to be that difficult because UTVs have come so far. The quality of suspension, the quality of drivers, the quality of cars in general have come so far. I don't think we really expected to see this many issues with cars. Like I said, right now I think we have 21 total official finishers, and I don't, you know, it looks like Miller Richmond is pushing hard to try to get up here. We got about 40 minutes left, roughly, again plus corrected time, so we might get a few more kind of squeaking in there in the next 40 minutes.
Isn't this 750 Nick Reich, your bouncer guy?
Yes.
Look at them. He maybe he had to stop just now and take a quick photo of that beautiful sunset.
He might have. He might have. Again, he came out. They got a car prepped together, started doing it like a couple months ago. Nick Reich is driving that. Again, Fordzilla is the rock bouncer he drives. Him and Wade Good were battling out for championship. He ended up breaking parts in the very last run, was 100 yards from the finish line of winning a championship, but couldn't quite get it done. These guys are running 35-inch Mickey Thompson, which, again, that's why those tires look really meaty. They're running a much bigger, more aggressive tire, which helps you in the rocks. May not be as fast in the desert, but it's definitely super gnarly in the rocks. So we'll see how that plays out. Again, they're pushing hard. They do have a light bar in there. I don't know if they had planned on driving at night, but it looks like they're going to get some nighttime driving in.
Well, and that's when you want to, you never know, right? So some people will take their light bars off and then they'll have them at the remote pit or the main pit to put them on. But some of them don't ever take them off. They just keep running them just because you never know, like we're saying.
Yeah, and again, like I said, it's not something you kind of anticipate, but even if you're finishing right at 6 o'clock, I know it's 6 o'clock plus the additional time, so if you got a late start, it might be 6:45 before you actually get the cutoff, again, depending on official start time, but we're at 5:23 on my cell phone now, so I got about 40 minutes left roughly plus your start time. So some of these guys I think still will kind of squeak in there. We got about 3 or 4 guys looks like might be able to make it back in time, but there's been a few years I've been surprised where guys they get on the horse and they scream and have a good line, and maybe they're just much better at desert and they got hung up real bad. But the problem is that we did see a lot of guys in jackhammer start turning around because of the kind of time restraints. I don't think they thought they were going to make it back in time. So I think that we're going to have some guys that just come back because they're not able to get all those guys caught up in jackhammer. It looks like we got tires pointing the opposite direction with the 2117 car.
All right, so really quick, I want to remind everybody, if you are out here over at the Nitto Semi, Bailey Campbell and Brian Crofts, they are doing a donation auction for Cody Addington and Kendall Glines. They're both 2 of our racers that are normally out here with us, and they just started their battle with cancer, and our hearts are with all of them and their family. But there is a donation auction going on again over at the Nitto Holler, which is over it's south of this main stage here. But we have a guest coming into the booth, Mr. Terry Madden. You are one of the co-drivers that's always out there out on course pretty much almost in every single race. But Terry Madden, welcome to the booth.
Hi guys. What a day.
What's up, buddy? How was it?
I mean, this one was brutal.
Yes.
Absolutely brutal. That is the hardest we've ever been on a car.
Really?
And made it finish. We had a few charging issues early, so we couldn't winch. So we had to just beat it through it.
Okay.
And just genuinely impressed with it.
Yeah, the rock sections look like we had some guys get hung up there. It looks like they were pushing really hard.
I mean, this was my 20th finish here at Hammers, which out of 28 times I've raced it. And I've never seen the rocks move like they moved.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's so dry. A lot of things that we would normally use as traction moved. They'd roll under the car, they'd roll downhill, and it was hard to see your lines compared to what we normally do because stuff was so mobile.
Yeah. I'll say, did you have plans going in with a set mindset too? We're going to winch here, or was it just as needed?
I mean, I always keep kind of the same rule. I'll try things twice. Any more than that, you get excited and you break stuff.
Yep.
If I pull up on it, it doesn't go twice, you just winch it and move on. Because you can sit there 10 times and you break something, and it's way quicker if you got a good winch to just winch and move on.
Yeah, and again, it looks like you guys had a very fast race car. Again, we saw you on the camera a couple of times, kind of pushing hard. What was your game plan going into this morning with the UTV course?
I mean, honestly, we weren't planning on fighting today at all. Brian really wanted to finish. This is pre-running for me for 4,400 with Kyle. So we wanted to do a good race pace pre-run. Ryan wanted a good finish. We weren't planning on pushing. So it sounds like we did decent, but that wasn't ever even in the cards. We were just going to go run a good solid day.
Yeah, and again, speaking of 4,400 class, you're racing in a UTV in the 4,400 class. Talk about that third course and what your plan is there. That third lap, I mean.
I've been in the car all day, so I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I have no idea what the third lap is or what they released today. I haven't even looked at it.
Okay.
That format though, I love.
Yeah.
I would honestly love to see this whole race a no pre-run race. I like the format of figure it out as you go. Kyle and I were real good at that last year. So, and I love those type of races. A lot of times, the first race we ever raced in Wales, the King of Wales over there, was a complete no pre-run race that they just gave us the download. None of us had ever been to the park before, and it was figure it out as you go. And Levi and I figured out real quick, you don't qualify first, because they didn't even drive it beforehand. So it was just driving through and over trees.
Wow.
So you wanted somebody in front of you to even break it down.
Yeah.
But I like that format of figuring it out. And it also, to me, gives it a sense of equality. You know, I'm spoiled. I live out here. I come run these trails a lot. When I lived in Kansas, we had to drive out here and pre-run and try, and it's expenses. There's a lot of these guys from the East Coast. There's a lot of guys. I like that equality of everybody just figures it out, sees it at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, they can come out and practice the rocks, but yeah, I like that idea too of not knowing, because there are some other racing associations that they don't do pre-runs. So not knowing exactly what the course is, that would be a pretty cool twist to it, you know, if they did that.
I think we need to pre-run the desert for
Mhm.
safety. You need to be able to pre-run it, put in your notes, put in your stuff.
Because of high
But
speeds.
I don't even pre-run the rocks now, because the rocks are rocks, and if I pre-run them today, they're different tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like what I race today will not be the same on Saturday when we race. I come out early and run every trail up and every trail down just to see if anything major changed. And then once the course is released, I go run the transitions between them, just so I'm not getting lost, so I know where the sweeps are, where they are, where the dangers are. But rocks are rocks. If you can read them, you figure it out.
Yeah. And again, I think you're going to see a lot of those guys on that lap 3, again, having some issues. I think that cream of the crop will definitely rise up, and you'll see some very, very fast competitors, I believe.
Well, Kyle and I learned that last year, too. We got to lap 3 first, and we lost a ton of time trying to figure it out, and then people just followed our trail.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like a little bit of adjusted time on our side this year might not be a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we were talking about that during pre-running. You know, being the top 5, top 10, maybe even top 20. If you have a few guys going there, you can have a little bit more burned-in trail. Now you can make some quick time. And again, you don't have to necessarily pass them; just push up on them, and now you automatically pull out that win. You might not be the first guy to cross the finish line, but on corrected time, you can close that 5-10 minute gap. That makes a big difference.
That's great as long as there's not plugs.
Yeah.
If there's some place you just can't get through, and not knowing what lap 3 is, you never know. So that's part of the gamble of hammers.
It is. Again, what's your plan Friday? Again, I know you're racing with Shannon Campbell. He has I'm sorry, Kyle has a fast car. Previous winner. What's the plan going in?
I mean, I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm
Yeah.
sore. I'm going to go find the hot tub, and I'll come out here tomorrow in time to eat a good meal and get up Saturday morning and race. I've seen all of it I need to see.
Okay. I mean, obviously, running in a UTV today, already kind of pre-ran the course today. Again, like you said, it's going to change drastically. Guys, get out there tomorrow, mess things up. Some big cars get out there and pre-run a little bit. You may have some deeper ruts or tires. Like I said, those rocks move around. Some things may shift, but you have to feel pretty confident going in.
I mean, that's why we're racing the UTV race. I mean, that's back in the day when I was racing with Campbell's. That's why we started racing UTVs to start with, was as a good race pace pre-run for 4,400. And now, because of the evolution of a UTV and what we're doing in the Can-Ams now, it's absurd. Now it's turned into I don't want to say a real race, but for years they truly were golf carts, and that's what everybody thought. And now, I mean, we won it overall last year and won.
Awesome.
The evolution is what the coolest thing about the sport is.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. Anybody you want to give a shout out to before you head out?
No, I mean, everybody, the fans, the volunteers. Last night was the volunteer dinner. I stopped by there. It was amazing. For the people that come out here, if you guys see a volunteer today, thank them. These guys come from literally all over the world and take their vacations to come out here and volunteer and put this on for all of us. And that's really amazing that they do that for us.
Yeah. and even flying from other countries to come in.
Which is a cool thing. I've been very spoiled. I've got to race in 8 or 9 countries now with Ultra 4, and to see the people that I've met in those countries here racing or here volunteering is pretty neat. This is a giant family, and that's why I still do it. It's about the people. At the end of the day, I don't care about the racing. I love the people.
Yeah, very cool. Again, thank Terry Madden. Thanks for joining us in the booth again. Obviously had a very fast time today, especially if you're coming out just to get some seat time. Saturday, we're going to look for you, and hopefully it goes well.
I am going to put one more note on that, and you're not going to get rid of me yet. Pam did just mention that thing. Cody Addington's amazing. He's been here and stood around this fire with us from the start, and he is genuinely fighting cancer, and it's sad and it sucks. And they are doing an auction over at the Nitto trailer. I'm actually going to run back to the pits and get some stuff to take over there right now because I'm late, but as per normal. But any way you guys can do anything to support that, he's one of ours.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
So thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Terry.
All right, now as we're watching our racers, I believe that is Hunter Miller making his way through the cross grain hills. He'll be making his way towards the finish line here in just a little bit, but I'm pretty positive that is Hunter Miller that we're watching.
Yeah, definitely making us quite. It looks like we have a few guys who have timers have moved up. I think from Mark Edinburgh down, I do not think they have there. I don't think from there down, which would be like 25th-ish spot down. I don't think I've seen theirs move across a line. Again, not saying they're not working towards it. And obviously at nighttime, it's much slower moving, especially if they didn't put a light bar on this morning. So.
Right, exactly. It's going to be interesting to talk with Hunter Miller. I mean, he's just now coming off the Dakar as well with lots of seat time there. But coming out here and being where he's at in position, normally he's, in sooner than this. We've had very interesting stuff with Hunter Miller. He's been on the podium. He's been a winner. He's also had to push his car across the finish line a few years ago. Up to, last year he ran out of fuel on the last lap and had to get a splash of fuel. So he's been through a lot out here racing at King of the Hammers. And it'll be interesting to talk to him and see exactly what it is. If he got stuck behind some cars and that's what stopped him from being, a top competitor out here, or what exactly it was, hearing from him as he's slowly making his way this direction. Now, I have to tell you, the section that he's going through, when I previously used to help Mark race course. I don't know if Matt, you've been in that area, but you can see he's just going up and down, up and down. And that is probably one of my least favorite parts. I mean, I haven't been through every single rock trail. I've been through a few of them, but that's probably my least favorite part. You cannot go fast through here. Because if you do, or you even try to, one of those G outs will stick or pop out at you, and you're just going to endo.
And it's funny why you're saying that. Why you're saying you go up and down. His little car was just bouncing up and down, and again, seeing that, we saw Paul Wolf have an issue with the G out earlier today, and again, then the several other guys behind him, he said we got out and started flagging because it was such an issue.
Yeah, where he's at is actually directly behind us right now on those hills behind us, but he's coming around into one of the other gnarly G outs, and that is Hammertown over there to the left, Hammertown Heights. And then the pits right here down, you can see the fence line as well. But that section is definitely one that the drivers, when they go on pre-run, we've seen it happen. We've seen people try to take it too fast, and we know exactly what's going to happen with it. So he's taking his time, just making his way towards the finish line, but he's almost here. The end is near.
The end is near.
Yes, and I mean, how many cars have we had again? We've only had 21 cars.
21. Wow.
Cross the finish line today.
And again, I don't think people anticipated the rocks being that as difficult as they were.
21 cars out of 116 that started the race.
116. I was curious earlier how many cars started the race.
Yeah, we had 116. Now the 3403 of Nick Anderson, it took the green flag, but Nick Anderson actually had a little bit of an incident the other day, and he's okay, but he smashed his fingers between rocks whenever he was out pre-running.
Yep.
Had to go to the hospital. But anyways, and then Mark McCleary, we know what happened with him, Phil Blurton, and Paul Wolf, all three in that incident earlier on. They're all okay. Mark McCleary, he came up and talked with us earlier on, and he is going to be able to race the 4400 on Saturday because the car that he wrecked today is the same car for.
And you said he is going to be able to race?
Yes.
Okay.
They took it to Wayne at Alltech.
Yep.
They trailered it back over here. They're more than likely already working on his
Okay.
car. Phil Blurton talked to his dad, Phil Sr. He said his car was totaled. Paul Wolf, I didn't quite catch on, but I'm pretty sure his was pretty bad too.
Yeah.
But Paul came up here on the stage earlier.
Yeah.
All of them are okay. But yeah, so 116 cars taking that green flag this morning, and only 21 of them across right now is insane.
I know Paul spends a lot of time in his shop working on his cars. So I
Yes.
have no doubt if there was something physically that Paul could have done to get that car moving in, it would have happened in Lake Bed or not.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he had Eric Miller riding shotgun with him. Eric Miller, one of our, current kings
Yes.
or past
Yeah,
kings, excuse
yeah.
me, not current. But no stranger to the rocks out here. And he was pretty stoked about having Eric Miller
I'm
riding
sure.
shotgun with him.
I'm sure.
We've had a race back on the East Coast a while back, and Eric Miller ended up breaking, and he was at the point where he was at, helping winch up cars, our different drivers throughout the whole entire race. I mean, that's the sportsmanship of racing Ultra 4 USA and racing King of the Hammers. And talking about another thing, Phil McGilton, number 47, broke down earlier at the top of Jack,
Yeah.
and he's been over there all day long helping race cars, just helping them over and over. It's just the sportsmanship of the racers. You can be mad and just not happy about your race, or you can stay there and help your drivers. As we're watching Hunter Miller make his way through the Ford Arch, you guys, he is almost through our short course. Hunter Miller making his way towards the finish line. And it's going to be very interesting to talk to him. He's not really on it super hard, so I'm wondering if he's having some issues.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's Miller Richmond.
Yes.
I have been off the whole time. So that's Miller Richmond making his way through. We saw him earlier on with some flat tires.
Yeah,
But Miller Richmond making his way over here towards the finish line.
And we saw him just a minute ago, and he was going through some course and had to stop and just
Yes.
stop for a minute. I don't know if he was making sure he was going that direction or what. But again, at nighttime, things can get kind of tricky. So we'll find out. Get him up here for a good interview and find out what's going on.
I have to say, Matt, Miller Richmond is one of those with super high energy. I love interviewing him. And after the day he's had, I could almost put money on it that he's still going to be super stoked. He also races in the Ford Mustang Cup as well. So he's got a lot of race time under his belt. So as soon as he gets over here, I'll go down and get an interview. And back to a Speed UTV. Can't tell if that's Robbie or Max. More than likely it's Robbie.
Yeah, I think Max is out right now.
He is? Okay.
I
I've
know
been so busy with other things,
Yeah.
I can't keep up.
I think Max was out earlier, and we saw him back on what appeared to be the course. But I think Robbie Gordon's sitting about 32nd place right now on our list. So I'm sure that's the number 7 Speed UTV Rock Edition down there.
And with Robbie racing again in the 4400 class as well, in one of those Joe Thompson built UFO cars. It's a pre-runner. I believe it's a Gomez pre-runner is what they'll be racing in.
Yeah, I think he did that last year. I think him and Gomez were talking about, they said, we want to race one of your Speed UTVs. He said, I want to sprint cars. They said, okay, we can make that happen.
Yeah.
And so they did some trading around and had a good time.
All right, I'm going to take off this mic, and I'm going to head down towards the stage. So, Matt, I'll be back up here in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Pam. Again, Pam Hall, doing an awesome job in the booth and doing awards. She helps out a lot and does a great job for us. And we appreciate her and all the things she does. She got here like a month ago or so doing interviews for us. Again, Ben was up in the booth with us a little while ago talking about our official times and official results from race ops. We appreciate him coming over and sharing all of our details. I know Miles is down there handing out awards and putting finisher medals around drivers' necks. They finish them, give them a hug, and tell them how proud he is. So we'll be getting Miller Richmond up at the course here, up to the finish line here in a second. As of right now on the screen, looks like we're in Turkey Claw and got Robbie Gordon in that Speed UTV, that Rock Edition. They're normally black and orange. This is black and gray. You can see that chase bar behind him. Again, just trying to work through those rocks. And obviously, we get a little better view. His nighttime view is a little darker down there. So, again, adds a whole new level of difficulty for the drivers. Getting Robbie slowly working his way down those rock sections.
All right, Matt, as you're watching Robbie Gordon make his way through the rocks, we have Miller Richmond making his way around the stage. Can't wait to chat with him. The crowd over here cheering for him. Thank you guys for sticking around. Cody Miller, you're out there hanging out and watching still? Yes. Cody Miller over there in the crowd, standing by the fire. Not where I want to see you. I'd rather have seen you up here, but Saturday, yes, exactly. They're getting all of the trackers and the transponders off of Miller Richmond. Again, Robbie Gordon making his way through the rocks. All right, guys and gals, let's give it up for Miller Richmond coming up to the stage. Mr. Troy Digby over there in that co-driver's seat. Miller Richmond, what a day. What a day. I want you to tell us about your day.
It was really long, really hard. I tell you this right now, we did this on 32s, and you probably need 40s to get where we were today. Max's tires held up great. Raceline wheels, we probably rode on a wheel for longer than we should, and it didn't explode. So that really gives you the true nature of Raceline wheels. They're top notch. Also, I want to thank my co-driver, Troy Digby. Without him, I wouldn't be here. He was showing me left, right, up and down, and we didn't have any axles break. So I want to thank RCV Axles. I want to thank Rosie at Max's Tires, Nick at Raceline Wheels, CT Raceworks, George at Starstream. I don't know if y'all are watching, but we're the only people to have a 4-camera system. We have a front, a rear, an interior, and a rear suspension. And George said, I'll give you $5 if that rear camera makes it back. So George is turbo. It's by the turbo.
It was. All right, they're saying it's there, so that's awesome.
Yeah, George owes me $5.
He'll buy you some tacos.
Seriously, he has the best tacos. I'd probably trade him for tacos. But Miller Brothers Racing, this is a phenomenal car from everybody that helped me. I just want to say thank you to my mom, my dad, my wife. I have a 2-year-old at house. She's taking care of my baby, and I actually have my dog Dolly here. So I'm going to get out of this car and go let Dolly out, because that's the most important thing after this.
Well, I have to tell you too, Cody Miller's out here waiting for you to come across the line. He's over here supporting you, but right there's thumbs up. But Miller Richmond, I mean, this isn't the only thing that you race. You race other vehicles as well. So you get lots of seat time everywhere else, all over the country. But those rocks today, I want you to give me a rundown of the rocks.
That was probably the most extreme thing I've ever done before in my life. And I've done some sketchy stuff before. So they were huge. So I would kick Troy out of the car just so I could have a couple extra pounds less. And then I would just rock bounce it up. And then he would run up the rocks and then hop back in the car. And then we just keep doing it over and over again. And I know this is not a good thing to do because this is the 2nd year in a row, but we did the entire rock trail blind. So we just literally stood at the bottom of the trail, figured out what we had to do, and just rinsed and repeat over and over again. And now we're here.
Awesome. Well, it's good to see you here at the finish line. You're always high energy, having a good time, have a smile on your face no matter what. So Miller Richmond, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Today kind of beat me down, so I'm not as high energy as I should be, but give it till tomorrow and I'll be right back at it.
Awesome. All right, everybody, let's give it up for Miller Richmond.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Again, I love that high energy coming down from the battling all day in the rocks and doing the blind. Again, you can see them kind of getting their pictures with their crew. We have a big group of people down here packed around our bonfire.
Okay, I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sitting here trying to push a panel back, and they're like, no, don't touch it. Yeah, this side. What happened over here?
So we were trying to get around a guy that was winching, and sure enough, he just decided to back up to give us more room. And when you're standing still, you're considered the course. So fair game.
You know what? I honestly have to say the first time I ever came out to King of the Hammers, I think it was 2011. I was spectating. I mean, there's cars running over each other. You get permission or whatever from the other car because once you're stuck or whatnot, you become the obstacle.
Of course, rubber on rubber is the best traction. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Well, so at this car that you're in right now, you gonna get her back to looking good, or is this one gonna be sold as slightly used?
So this is going to be our pre-runner. We were actually supposed to be here in a Bronco Raptor, the first Bronco Raptor ever to race King of the Hammers. So we're going to be ready in 2 months. So y'all better be ready for Moab.
All right, I can't wait. I'll see you at Moab myself. But once again, let's give it up for Miller Richmond. And he might be giving away parts as the broken parts out there to some fans.
Of course. Stop by our tent.
All right, and there we have it, Miller Richmond.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Again, it looks like we have another finisher coming in. I believe this is Hubert Rowland. Again, I'll find out here momentarily. I believe that's his car. No, Miller Richmond. Yeah. It looked like Hubert and Miller both finished right there.
I just talked to Miller Richmond. He's already in and through.
Okay. So Hubert was the one that crossed up. The reason he bumped up and I beat him on corrected time. Thank you, Pam.
You're very welcome. We'll see if we can get Hubert up here in just a moment.
Goodley's coming around. You can see Miles standing there with a few of our safety crew in front of him. Miles will get to put that big medal around his neck. I'm sure he's so glad that he earned. It looks like we do have Aiden Gilbert and Hunter Miller. I think they're going to be able to squeak in time.
And let's talk about Aiden Gilbert. His dad, Casey Gilbert, riding shotgun with him, and his dad also races in the 4400 class.
Yeah, we actually got to see them. Unfortunately, Casey was out of the car doing a lot of running today down in Jackhammer, moving around. And then at one point, they actually cut to like a drone footage, but it was only for a millisecond on the screen, and it looked like the car was on its side. So I'm not sure if they had to upright the car. Maybe they were, kind of rolled over and Jackhammer caught a back rock or what. But it looks like he is moving. I think him and Hunter Miller are the last two cars that I see that are crossing tracks now. They're about 11 minutes out from 6. So I think that will be, those three guys are probably going to be able to squeak in.
And it's on their time. So
Yes. So again, we have 11 minutes plus their time. So I think those are going to be the only three guys I see squeaking in the last 20, 30 minutes probably. Again, I can try to see if I can see Aiden's start time, but again, he had a large gap of time where he spent, unfortunately, up in Jackhammer with so many other people. Again, looks like we've got a few guys. We got a great shot of Hammertown. I know a lot of our cameramen and camera ladies that are out there on course are starting to go ahead and tear down their cameras, bring them on in. We have a few drones still out there running. I know Robbie Gordon was out there pressing hard in those rocks earlier. Again, you can see Hammertown at the top right-hand corner of your screen. I think this is going to be Gary Henderson coming in. Again, love that in-car footage there. You can see how limited that visibility is with those light bars. Again, compared to the daytime where they can get out and just really push hard, push fast. It looks like they're running, if I can read that dash correctly, about 48 miles an hour. Again, compared to the daytime where they can go much, much faster just because of visibility. But you hate to be pushing this hard and have your day end up by a G out. But it looks like we have Hubert pulling to the stage. So I'm going to throw it down to Pam, who's going to get us an interview.
All right, thank you, Matt. Hubert Rowland here at the finish line. Probably not as early as you're wanting to be, but Hubert, here you are. You still have a smile on your face, though, and you're like a little worn out, aren't you?
There's times I hated it, and then there's times I loved it. And I will say the worst part of the whole course is this cross grain hill right here. That's by far the roughest. I mean, the rocks are what they are, but that's the roughest. I don't know how y'all go fast over that. Like,
Were you listening to the live show? Because I literally was just talking about, like, I haven't been in all the rock trails, but I was telling Matt, I said, that is the worst part of the course. So were you listening to us in there or what?
No, actually, after the pit 2 for the last time, we got a flat, and then Michael got a text, and because the drone was sitting right there, and it was hard not to throw rocks at it because I was like, get away from me. We need to fix this thing. But it went really well. We had a great day. Big shout out to Michael, my co-driver. He put up with a lot of crap. I was in his ear quite often. And SF Raceworks, they did all the fab work and they prepped the car. So I literally had to fly out here and run it and go home. Thanks to my wife and my little boy at home. Can-Am, Super 8 TV, Channel 199. If y'all ain't watching it, look up YouTube, Channel 199. We do some pretty wild stuff. CA Tech, Nitro Circus, everyone that's behind us and makes it go all the way.
Well, I'm glad to see you here at the finish line. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle out there, I can tell you that much, but you didn't like it. But those rocks, I mean, did you guys get stuck in some of that traffic?
Truthfully, we were so slow that there was no traffic. We saw some like broken down cars, but no one was really in the way. We had to winch more times this year than I've ever winched in my life. There was even times I was like, just stay out of the car and walk to the top of the hill because I'm not stopping. We ran into Dustin Jones. We swapped some tools, swapped some stories, and then we kept going. And he was waving me back there. I'm sure he wanted my spare, but it was already flat. So Dustin's still out there. I'm glad we beat him finally.
Well, welcome to the finish line out here for the 2026 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Again, it's awesome to see you out here. And you guys got those medals and everything for the 20th King of the Hammers. Congratulations.
Yes, thank y'all so much. And if this is a stock Maverick car, so if you want to go faster than me, probably go get one of these.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Hubert Rowland.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Again, congratulations to Hubert out there. I love his race suit. Those bibs are just one-of-a-kind race suit there. Again, I know he does a lot with the Nitro Circus crew. They come out and absolutely thrash it and do some fun, cool stuff out there in Pastrana land. They had Marshawn Lynch out there doing some tricks the other day, which, again, you have to appreciate. Anytime you can get an NFL player out there and scare him with an off-road vehicle, it's always pretty cool. And I believe this is Gary Henderson right here we're watching the dash cam from.
All righty, Matt. So let's see who will be coming back in. Are you on the tracker? I don't have the tracker up.
I got my scoring up because I was kind of trying to watch the scoring. I think we have 3. I think we have Hunter Miller, Aiden Gilbert, and Gary Henderson. Hunter Miller and Gary Henderson just updated. They actually moved. So I think we're getting close here. I was trying to see who's coming around the track.
That's the 171 of Gary Henderson making his way towards the finish line. I have to say, I hope that Aiden Gilbert makes it to the finish line because if you guys follow his social media, you would see that he was every single day he was posting day number 1, all the way to like day number 2 of his build and his prep for coming out here to race in the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. So I really, really, really hope that he makes it for the finish line.
Yeah, again, I know he's pushing hard and pushing fast to get up there. Aiden definitely does an awesome job. His dad, Casey's kind of a legend and a hero to the sport. as well as just an awesome guy. Does a lot for the off-road community behind the scenes. He does a lot and talks in a lot of groups and tries to help make the sport better, make production better. Really does a lot to advocate for Ultra 4 and the King of Hammers. So I know he does a lot of stuff behind the scenes and really isn't just an awesome guy. So I really do hope his son Aiden can definitely get a finish out of it.
Yeah.
I know he's probably exhausted by this point, thinking I have to do this again in 2 days.
Well, at least there's a day's rest between
Yeah, that's
for
true.
sure.
That's true.
Because I mean, there are some people that do co-drive every single day, like Chris Ray. I mean, he's in a car every single day. So he gets, that seat time and being that co-driver. As we're watching somebody else make their way through the dust, cannot, make out who it is, of course. I mean, we're guessing that's Hunter Miller. And I might have to say that probably is because look at the visor is up on that driver. You can see that it's up.
Again, like I said, I was trying to read. It looked like they were doing about 42 mile an hour a minute ago. So again, not being able to push very fast in that desert compared to what they were doing in this morning, this afternoon. Again, visibility pretty low just because of lighting, and we got a few competitors still that I think are going to be able to squeak in before our finish here. Again, we got this great in-car footage, and shout out to all of our racers that set up in-cars. It was very great today. I heard we had like 100 and some in-car footages. Between that and all the drone footages, it was incredible today. And again, shout out to all of our production crew with Hammer King Productions and Take It Live. I know my buddy Chris is back there trying to pull strings and probably is putting out fires, and our production trailer behind us. I took some snacks to him this morning, try to keep those guys happy, doing an awesome job and giving our replays and stats, do an amazing job to give you this awesome live show. And again, all the people on the comments that were helping us, that were giving us informed, as well as the text today was super great.
Well, and Matt, I have to say, you're bringing snacks to us too. You brought us donuts every day, keeping us fueled on sugar.
Yes. We have our snacky snack stash over there. That's very priority.
I don't eat like that until I come to King of the Hammers, and then I have donuts every day between BFG bringing them into me.
Yes.
Everybody brings me maple bars normally.
Yeah. Again, it's, you gotta keep the crew up here fueled, And then
We're
lastly,
fueled by monsters. What we're fueled by.
yeah, for real. Again, and lastly, all the people out by the fire pit, again, cheering us on, cheering all our drivers on, showing them love as they all gruelingly cross that finish line. I know Miles is out there putting medals around people's necks, doing an awesome job, giving them a hug and showing support. So it sounds like Gary Henderson's pulling up to Pam. So Pam, take it away.
Yes, we have the 171 making their way up here. The 171 of Gary Henderson. Woo, he's got a look on his face like, woof, that was a tough one. Gary Henderson at the finish line. How you feeling?
I'm feeling incredible. It was a long day. This desert course, I've been doing this 5 years. I think this is the hardest one in the 5 years that I've been doing it. So it was a hard course. It's funny. You get through the rocks and you get to the pits, and in your head you're going like, all right, we're gonna get back out to the desert again. And then you get check me in and check me out. And man, what a heartbreak those are. those things just beat you up. Check me in. I think I know why it's called that, because you have to get checked into a mental institute if you want to go on that trail. That is a tough trail. I hadn't done it before, so this is all the first time. It was a good day.
Well, a good day for you. It's always a good day when you make it to the finish line. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what your start time was this morning, but you're pretty close to the cutoff.
Yeah, I think we started in 60th, so we're probably a start time of adjusted time of 15 minutes. So I hope we're okay.
No, you definitely are. You definitely are. But no, it's awesome to see you though here at the finish line. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
First and foremost, we have to thank God. Thank God for bringing us here, putting us all here out here in the desert, and making all this possible. Thank you to my family, my wife Anne Marie, my daughter Carissa's here, and I got 2 other kids at home, so they put up with me. So that's a lot of praise. And then God bless America. God bless America. And then with this car, it's a Kyle Chaney car, so I got to give him credit, his team, the people that he works with to put it together. CT Raceworks, right down to the bones is the CT Raceworks car, all over it. So many other people, DRT. I'm gonna forget everybody that's on there. But Jeepcast Racing is our primary sponsor. Jeepcast is a podcast all about Jeeps. It's one of the best Jeep podcasts. So if you got a Jeep, you better be listening to the Jeep cast.
And you're out here racing in a UTV, so that's pretty funny.
It is funny because you got to get a race car. But I did build up my own Jeep. I raced into the Desert Challenge. I did Everyman Challenge 4 years before that. 6 miles away from almost finishing the Desert Challenge on Saturday. So the Jeep's gonna get some repair work too, and you'll hear about it all about it on the pod.
Yeah, well, let's get you out and get some celebration, get some photos, and congratulations on getting to the finish line.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Appreciate that. It looks like we have a few more. They're going to squeak in under our time. It looks like Aiden Gilbert is right there, as well as Hunter Miller. Mark Edinburgh, I don't know if he's moving or not. I can't quite see if he's moving. I haven't seen the tracker move here shortly, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, I was trying to go through our race maps to see if I can find anybody else that's going to be coming in close.
All right, as Gary Henderson making his way off a stage, getting his finish. We're watching another vehicle make their way down the rocks. It's very hard for us to tell exactly who it is.
Yeah, I think that's Hunter Miller. We do have Aiden Gilbert as of right now showing up on my. Okay, Miles is saying yes, that is Hunter Miller. We do have Aiden Gilbert still on that last final loop. I'm not sure how far out he is. Mark Edinburgh, I was trying to find him on the tracker to see if he is going to be able to make it in time.
All right, so that being Hunter Miller in the short course, Miles had eyes on the vehicle making their way through the Ford Arch. Once you see Hammertown in your sights, I mean, you really want to just get to that finish
You're
line.
definitely going to do everything you can. You'll throw that vehicle to cross the finish line if that's what it takes.
Or push it. I mean, Hunter has done that before.
Yeah, it's true.
That was a couple years ago. I mean, remember Dustin Jones he had finished before him, and Dustin Jones came over and helped push across the finish line. And yeah, that was quite the finish. I just remember him just like laying down on the ground.
Yeah.
He just was exhausted.
Yes. Yeah, and I think everyone was cheering him on too.
Yes. All right, Hunter Miller making his way through, getting the checkered flag.
Well, it's saying on the tracker that Mark is moving at 24.9 miles an hour, but I don't think that's going to be enough to get back here.
Okay. Mark, what's the last name again?
Edinburgh.
Okay.
The 4902 Mark Edinburgh. I'm trying to compare live tracking with the markers as well. Again, those markers have been super handy all day today. Me and Ian were doing an awesome job of kind of tag teaming that just to kind of compare notes as we were looking at it.
All right. So Hunter Miller will make his way over here to get all of his tracker and his transponder removed from his race vehicle, and then we'll get him up here on the stage here in just a moment.
All right. Pam Hall's going to get ready. Head on down there. Again, you can see Miles give him a bump, a little fist bump there, and then getting ready, get him putting medals around their neck, be an official finisher of the 2026 20th anniversary of King of the Hammers. Yeah, and that's a kind of a rite of passage. You get a hug from Miles after you finish. Again, shout out to everybody out there tuning on the live feed. We appreciate all your support today. I know I had a bunch of messages coming in. Everybody help keep me honest.
All right, getting a word from the crowd that they're saying this is Aiden Gilbert coming through. Aiden's what, 16, right? Yes. Again, Aiden had been doing his showcase every single day on his social media on the build to hammers. But we're going to get Hunter Miller over here in just a moment as soon as they get him all set. And then we'll get Aiden Gilbert up here as well.
Heck yeah, Aiden there launching through those jumps as they come screaming into Hammertown, crossing that finish line.
Casey's going to need the day off tomorrow before his race on Saturday with all the running and winching he was doing today.
He was definitely earning his keep this morning.
Yes, he was. And again, to everybody that's out here in the crowd, we're trying to do the awards around 6-ish. I know it's 6 o'clock now, but we just have to wait to make sure everything is final. So around 6 o'clock is what time we're going to do the awards. But right now, we're going to bring up Hunter Miller. Six-ish. All right, Hunter Miller, if you want to come on out. Sure, you're probably tired of being in the car. But Hunter Miller, what a day. I mean, honestly, I thought you were coming in earlier. It was Miller Richmond, but coming in this late into the evening, I got to ask you first and foremost, was the tinted visor a good choice today?
Let's just talk. Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HB Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
So once we got back to pit 2, we changed the shaft out and fueled the car and everything. And then coming back down the waterfall and aftershock, we put the car on its side. So we had to get out and winch that back up. So that was a pain in the butt. That really hurt. So then that folded like the skid plate under the car and took the whole side of the car off. What else?
You're getting practice for Saturday, weren't you, Casey?
I hope my day goes better Saturday.
But I have to ask, did you have fun with your son out there?
This he's been working really hard at this, and this is really fucking awesome. It was a long day, and I was watching the clock on the way back through the desert, and on the first lap through the desert, I was telling him to take it easy, and the last 20 miles, I told him to leg it, and he was driving as hard as he could and did a great job.
I know you're a proud dad over there. You have your daughter that races in the 170s, but right now at the finish line, how do you feel?
I feel awesome. I'm so glad to be here.
Well, we're glad to see you guys here after all the hard work you guys were doing all day long. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
I want to thank my mom and dad, first of all, just helping everything. I want to thank all the pit guys that came out here, John, Nick, my uncle. I want to thank all of them, everybody else who's in the pits today helping for us, all the big B guys, Katrini. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch, but I don't know. Everybody who's in the pits today. And then all my sponsors, I want to thank Nitto Tire, K-Man Suspension, Infinite Off-Road Lighting, Brannick Motorsports, Big B, Collins Motorsports. Who else? Dynamic Motorsports. Yeah. There.
All things UTV.
Oh yeah. All things UTV, Brannick. Yeah. K-Man. Oh yeah, GBM.
The main sponsor, right?
Yeah, a lot comes out of their pocket.
All right, so I have to ask you one more question. So Aiden, you were doing basically a blog every day on your social media of your build getting to hammers. Are we going to expect to see you at the teardown now when you get home?
Probably. There's going to be a lot to do.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Aiden Gilbert with Casey Gilbert riding passenger. All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Aiden Gilbert in the number 0618. All right, we have a couple more to go, then we're going to be closing out the show, but we'll be coming back for the awards. So the awards will be, I've been told, about 6:30 now. Of course, we have to make sure everything's official, but at least there's a fire that'll be going. You guys can stay warm over there. But it sounds like we're going to have Mr. Dustin Battle Axe Jones come up here. As he's making his way up here towards the finish line. Or not the finish line, the podium here. Well, I have to say that's a first in my career of working up here on a podium as a car doing that. We usually let the motos do it, but Dustin Jones climbing out of your Can-Am. Don't fall. Don't fall. Dustin Jones, your day today. Your day today. I mean, I know that you're in not where you wanted to be, but you are at this finish line.
Man, it was a long day, and Hammer seems like it always is for us, but gosh dang it, it was a lot of fun. We were helping people. People was helping us. You see, we only got one wheel pulling coming in. It's been a long, rough day, but I'm sure happy to see you.
Well, we're happy to see you as well. I have to ask the other Dustin Henderson, co-driver. I mean, how many times did you have to get out a winch today?
Man, my poor dude, he ran a marathon today. I'm not going to lie to you because I was really, really hard on the car. I think he spent as much time out of the car as he was in the car. So he was just jogging down the trails beside us in the slow sections. And My man pulled some winch, did a lot of work today. I'm glad he's just been CrossFitting, doing burpees up at the camp and all that stuff. My boy was ready for hammers this year, and he knew what was going to happen, and I did not disappoint him.
Well, that's awesome. I do have to say that's something that we have not really talked a lot about is the fitness that comes into being an athlete out here racing. People say, oh, you're just sitting in a car driving, but that's not what it's all about.
No, definitely. It's a big part of it. And, mental is a huge part of it. But physically, honestly, especially for hammers, is tough because when you run all day long, you're winching all day, you're trying to make good decisions, not hit rocks. Like, it takes a lot out of you. And honestly, Dustin put in the most work out of anybody I've ever seen. My boy was trying to winch other people out of the way just so we could keep going. And so, he put a lot of work in before this race, getting ready for this race. And didn't go great, but we made it here.
Well, I want you to give me a rundown. I mean, this Can-Am Mavar, it's an amazing machine out there, but it got you to the finish line. So how did she work for you?
Man, they're so freaking tough. It is unbelievable. And if I wasn't so rough on equipment, we would have made it here a lot cleaner, but I can tear some things up. My dad has always said you can tear up a steel ball with a rubber hammer. And I live true to that. So Can-Am's amazing. They're tough. No differential, no driveline issues, but man, we really beat on this thing today, and I'm just happy to get out of here.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. Who all would you like to thank?
And as always, first, I got to thank God, because without his blessings, I wouldn't be able to do what I love to do. So I'm fortunate enough that he allows me to do this. Next, I got to thank Brody, my crew chief. Dude freaking cranks. It's unbelievable how hard he works. He's been relentless. I am so proud of that kid. He works so hard. Next, Dustin Henderson, my co-driver. I think co-drivers are underappreciated, especially out here at the Hammers. And if you have your co-driver out pulling winches, which I've seen some of you boys up here pulling winches today, my boy, just the co-drivers, they put in so much work. I'm super proud of Dustin Henderson and all the guys in the pits. I did not let them have an easy day today. Race, we got second. But I did not let them have an easy day today. Next, I got to thank Can-Am, putting us in a good car, trusting us to run. I know we didn't have a great day, and I'm sorry for that, but I sure am proud of the car that we're racing. Monster Energy for keeping our camelbacks full and keeping me hydrated all day long. Progressive Insurance, guys, they will insure me. If they'll insure me, they will insure freaking anybody. So get some Progressive Insurance. Fox Shocks, I really beat on this car today. Poor thing was taking an abuse in the whoops. Fox Shocks did great. Max's tires, we call them lizard fingers because they just grip so good in the rocks. These bad boys will just climb a wall. KMC wheels, I had a couple of flats, ran it on the wheels all the way to pits, and they held up great. Evolution Power Sports making us go fast. Sparco for keeping us bolted in and sitting down. Butt's a little sore, but the Sparco seats did good. VP Race Fuels, we keep it juiced up with the best in the race car. Cardo Stereos, Rugged did help us this weekend. Thermotech, we got everything heat wrap back here, so it kept the car from burning to the ground. Gosh, dang it. And these hot monster girls, listen, I'm sorry I said that, Ashley. I mean that with all due respect.
Ashley, newly engaged to Mr. Dustin Jones.
Excuse me, respectfully, the beautiful monster girls for being up here to help us just look nice sitting by the car. Hey, don't lean on the tires, please. This is not a bar stool. Gosh, dang it, these women. Anyways, I think I've thanked everybody. I want to thank all of you guys for coming out, because without all this huge crowd and coming and supporting, we wouldn't be able to do what we love to do. So please go buy Can-Am so I can keep racing.
All right, and there we have it, Mr. Dustin Jones. We're going to get some pictures here. Does Dustin Henderson not want to get out? He might be a little tired from the day. But congratulations on Dustin Jones at the finish line here at the 2026 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. All right, once again, let's give it up for Dustin Jones. All right, Matt Holt, you're going to get to interview one of your buddies in the rock bouncing world out here racing with King of the Hammers. So, Matt, I can't wait to hear this interview that you have.
Got to let all the smoke clear first. Pulling on stage, a rock bouncing guy, my good buddy Nick Reich. How you feeling?
Pretty amazing. It was a pretty amazing day.
So we saw you guys have some trouble with the car. Explain what was going on. We saw a whole corner off the car earlier on your Facebook page.
So we had some bolts separate. The factory case actually split and the bolts pulled right through. We had such an amazing pit crew. Those guys drilled out the holes, put longer nuts with bolts on the backside, pulled it all together, and I mean the thing went the whole rest of the way, you know. So pretty amazing there. Not one axle failure, not one tire failure. I mean, you just couldn't ask for it. I just wish we had more time through that bottleneck there. You know, all those people stacking up.
Yeah, and again, normally we see you in a rock bouncer. We see you in an Ultra 4 side-by-side. How'd that come to be?
Well, I do a lot. I was at PRI, and this guy here flew all the way out there to meet me and asked me to drive for his team. So pretty awesome opportunity.
That's super. And again, as a co-driver, did you have to do a lot of winching today?
What, did you see me pull the car back over? And then it didn't quite make it, and I got over there, and I literally lifted that sucker over. That was epic. That was so epic. We actually broke the winch right out the top of Jack, and he still had one more ledge to go. These Mickey Thompsons gripped so good. He didn't even need to winch the whole way up. What is that, Emerson Ridge? We went straight up there, no winch. The car did amazing. X3 Can-Am still have a space in this sport, and it rips. It's especially in the rocks when you have a rock bouncer to drive it.
Again, that's super awesome. Who do you want to give a shout out to, Nick?
I'd really like to thank Thompson. They made this happen for me, and Roadrunner Performance and SNK Hose, huge amount of support. They actually came right out here, pitted with us. They rotated employees the whole time to work on the cars, everything that we needed. Our RCV, I mean, they hooked us up with the axles that were amazing, that got us this far. Performance diffs out of Australia. I mean, they're why we're here as well. They help big time. Amsoil, as always, they've been support from many years, and I mean, this car is still running. This car, I would say, has probably the biggest turbo in this entire place. We wanted it. It's because what we ended up with. It is not what we need to do this, and it made it through here. So oil's good, you know.
Heck yeah, awesome. So glad we'll let you guys go ahead and pull off stage.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Okay, good evening, welcome. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. We've had a lot of data to review. Tough race course out there, was it? We had very few finishes today that made it all the way through. So congratulations to those of you who made it all the way. Well done. We do have some news. We are still working through some penalties, reviewing course, and we've made a decision at this stage to delay the main awards till the EMC awards tomorrow to allow us to get it all done. What we would like to do is present the kids awards and celebrate the kids. So please stay around and cheer them on. These guys were in the Youth 1000. So we're going to get the kids up here. And then as soon as we get the results finalized for the rest of the race, we will have the awards after, as part of the EMC awards tomorrow. So I do apologize, but we're doing it right. We're going through in detail, checking all those RCPs, and we will get the awards out soon. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Pam, and she's going to take us through the Kids Awards.
Thank you so much, Ben. Again, please stick around so we can cheer the kids on. Please don't leave quite yet. These kids work just as hard as the adults out there. This is our Youth 1000 class. It's the future of our sport. We want to make sure we're supporting them because they will be out racing against all of you later on. So let's go ahead in the number 3 spot. Mason Dowker, make your way up here. In the number 2 spot, Tice Healy. And in that number 1 spot, Mr. Peanut Fulcher. All right, do we have Peanut Fulcher and Tice Healy? I know Peanut's here, but where are you at? Come on up here, buddy. All right. Ooh, that scared me. Loud. Okay, Mason Dowker, you're up here in the number 3 spot with your dad riding shotgun today. I mean, awesome job out there for you. How do you feel about getting one of these awesome laser nut trophies?
I felt great. It was a tough course. Glad I got through it. Yeah.
Are you super stoked about getting this?
Oh, yeah.
All right, now it's your dad's turn on Saturday, but right now it's all about you. So congratulations. Who all do you want to thank?
MRT Tires, Raceline Wheels, the whole North Shore Raceways crew in the tent, and then my parents for getting me out here, and all the KOH staff and volunteers for just making this happen.
Awesome. Congratulations. Now, Mr. Ben Napier has another little special thing for you. Actually, Miles is bringing it over. You're going to get a check for $500 for 3rd place in the Youth 1000 class from King of the Hammers. All right. Peanut Fulcher in the number 1 spot. You were hoping earlier on that it was going to stick, and it did. How are you feeling now?
Man, this is great. I had a blast. There's just no words for this.
Well, I'm super stoked for you. I mean, your dad riding shotgun with you, and I tell you, I talked to him again, and he's pretty amazed at your driving skills out there. So, future, are you hoping to be up there at the big dogs later on in the next few years?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to get the experience. It's going to be fun.
Awesome. Who all do you want to thank once again for getting you up here?
First, I got to thank the Lord, Jesus Christ. I got to thank my mom, my dad, the whole CT crew, man. They killed it. I got to thank George with the shocks, man. Those things were amazing. Daniel and Alex, Z-Bob. I got to thank Kyle for a great inspiration and everybody around me. Got to thank Top Line, W Racing, EFX Tires, KMC Wheels, Can-Am, Turner Cycles, dang it, Carolina Custom ATV, Evo, Aerodynamic Clutches, SD Lighting, and everybody else that I forgot.
I have to say, every time I give you an interview. You back farther and farther away from that microphone. I'm going to keep you standing there. But all right, let's pick your trophy up. But first of all, we have one more thing for you. You're bringing home a check. Mr. Mike Jams is bringing it to you for the King of the Hammers for $1,500. All right, you guys, you're going to get to shake up some apple cider and celebrate. I have two rules. Two rules. You don't spray the camera and you don't spray me. Oh, he's going for dad. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. All right, congratulations to our kiddos. In that number 1 spot, Peanut Fulcher. In the 2nd spot, Tice Healy. Mason Dowker in that number 3 spot. You guys don't leave yet. We have one more thing we're going to be giving away. So I know, Peanut, you probably want to stay up there. You guys are going to want to come up as well. But let's get our pictures. Did you guys get them all? Perfect. All right. Congratulations, kids. That's you doing it. I didn't realize it was you, you little stinker. All right. Our last award we're going to give tonight is something that is very special to the rookie program. Brian Fulcher has done an award for the last few years for the Robert Parker Memorial Award. So this year, what it is the highest finishing rookie in the 4,900 class gets their name put on this trophy. And this year, Mr. Brian Fulcher has put up $5,000 cash. And the winner of this trophy this year is Hunter Valadez.
All right.
Those of you that didn't know Robert was always all for the kids. He was a big supporter of the sport. So for Hunter getting this is pretty amazing. We miss Robert dearly. He was an amazing man. And look at this, that cash flow. Okay, Hunter, I want to ask you this because we had 2 rookies in the 4,900 class this year, and you crossed that finish line with the checkered flag, the highest finishing rookie this year. Pretty amazing. I mean, did you ever in a million years think you would get $5,000?
No, I'm super excited about this. I definitely wasn't expecting this, and thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, and your name is going to go on this trophy with Robert Parker, Nathan Parker, Jim Flory. So for the 2026 King of the Hammers, your name's going right there on that trophy.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for Hunter Valadez. You know what? With her being the highest finishing rookie, we're going to let her have some apple cider as well. So I'm going to, here, do you want me to give that? Yeah, give that to Brian. I'm going to take this, but you can't spray me or the camera. All right, you guys, let's give it up for Hunter Valadez for being the highest finishing rookie for the 4,900 class in our Youth 1000 here at the 2026 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Thank you guys and gals for sticking around and celebrating with our youth of the Youth 1000 class and the future of our sport. That's going to conclude our award ceremony for tonight. We'll be back at it tomorrow, live racing once again. So thank you guys so much and have a good night.